9 Sun God King Chapter 315 to Chapter 367. Special ceremony. The smile on the Eastern Palace Master's face immediately froze. It was very awkward. Of course she remembered the battle between Qin Yun and Xianxia in front of the entrance of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Originally, they had agreed on 2 years, but now, more than a year had passed. Many people did not take it seriously anymore. And from the looks of it, Qin Yun was actually serious. Xianxia was not here. Otherwise, she would have definitely discussed it with Qin Yun. Lan Fengjin wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Xia Wufeng and the other good friends of Qin Yun were well aware of Qin Yun's stubborn temper and did not try to dissuade him. Palace Master Yang was stunned for a moment before he said with a clear laugh, "My Western Palace welcomes you. Qin Yun, you can proceed with the initiation ceremony now. Kowtow to the chief disciple and then kowtow to me." "Is there such a ceremony? Why haven't I heard of it?" Qin Yun asked coldly. "Of course there is. It might not be necessary for others. But for you, you have to use this ceremony because you are a rare genius. This ceremony is specially prepared for geniuses." Back then, Xiaoyanlong was also the former chief disciple who kowtowed and knelt. The palace master of the Western Palace chuckled. Lan Huayu said, "It is true. If you accept it, you will be treated very well in the Western Palace in the future. The entrance ceremonies of the 4 palaces are all different. The ceremony can also be changed. Qin Yun, I see that you are unyielding. How about this, you can carry out another ceremony. If you stand still and block the chief disciple's attack, you won't need to kneel to him or me. You will be able to become a disciple of the Western Palace. However, the treatment might not be too good. It's the same as an ordinary disciple of the Western Palace. You can make your choice." The palace master of the Western Palace said with a smile that was filled with coldness. Xia Wufeng walked to Qin Yun's side and said in a low voice, "Brother Yun, don't agree to him. Xiaoyanlong is in the martial Dao realm. If you stand still and take a blow from him, you will be seriously injured." If Qin Yun wanted to challenge Xiaoyanlong, he had to enter the Western Palace. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to compete with Xiaoyanlong in an upright manner. "Qin Yun, you must consider it carefully," the palace master of the Eastern Palace hurriedly advised, "not to mention you, even a martial Dao realm cultivator would not dare to do this. Xiaoyanlong, come." After careful consideration, Qin Yun said, "You can only attack the upper body and not the head. How about that?" Xiaoyanlong took off his blue robe. His sinister face was filled with a smile as he said, "No problem. I knew you had guts. You entered the Western Palace through this ceremony. Only then are you worthy to be a disciple of the Western Palace. Only then are you worthy to challenge me. Brother Yun, you." Xia Wufeng sighed. Seeing Qin Yun's determined expression, he did not say anything else. "Qin Yun, quickly take off your clothes. You can't use a defensive spirit artifact," the palace master of the Western Palace said. Qin Yun immediately took off the clothes on his upper body, revealing his strong and vigorous muscles. Coupled with his resolute expression, he gave off a mighty and unyielding aura. "Come," Qin Yun said coldly. As Qin Yun's friends, Xia Wufeng and the others naturally knew his character. They didn't say anything more and retreated to the side, hoping that Qin Yun would be able to hold on. "I'll be the referee. You can't hit the head, you can't use weapons to attack. You can only hit the upper body and you can only make one move. If you go against it, I'll have to intervene," Lan Huayu said. The inscription competition immediately turned into a martial arts arena. The onlookers watched with great interest. Right now, no one dared to jump to conclusions about the outcome. Xiaoyanlong raised 2 fingers and tightly clasped them together. With a deep shout, his fingers trembled and a purplish-gold internal supreme force leaked out. "It's the mountain-piercing finger," Xia Wufeng shouted in shock. When they heard the words mountain-piercing finger, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a very famous Earth-tier martial art. Once it was used, the force produced could pierce through a mountain. "Qin Yun, you have to be careful." Shuochuan frowned and shouted, "The mountain-piercing finger is no small matter. It's a powerful martial skill that can kill a martial Dao realm cultivator. Even a martial Dao realm cultivator with an extremely strong defense could be pierced through. The palace master of the Western Palace smiled faintly. Qin Yun, even though you are severely injured because of this, you are still a disciple of our Western Palace. Of course, if you can't pass the exam that happens once every 5 years, you will be chased out by us. In a normal martial arts competition, even if Xiao Long wanted to use the mountain-piercing finger, he did not have that much time to condense his internal supreme force. But now, he had enough time to accumulate even more power. Xiao Long, you can begin. Lan Huayu urged, if you go on like this, are you going to make us wait for you for the whole day? I'll go right now. Xiao Long laughed loudly and charged at Qin Yun like lightning. Xiao Long attacked. While everyone was alarmed, they began to guess where Xiao Long was going to attack Qin Yun. Was it the dantian? Or the heart? Or was it the arm of the heavenly lion? Xiao Long instantly arrived in front of Qin Yun. The inner supreme force that seeped out from his closed fingers caused the ground to tremble slightly. The two fingers that are filled with berserk power fiercely pierced towards Qin Yun's chest like lightning. Just as many people had guessed, Xiao Long was attacking Qin Yun's heart. Qin Yun had eaten the mysterious heart grass and cultivated the mysterious yellow heart sutra. This was also one of the reasons why he was so powerful. The heart was the hub of the 3 great meridians. Once it was struck, it would definitely heavily injure the 3 great meridians, the soul meridian, the bone meridian and the heart meridian. Xiao Long's mountain-piercing finger stabbed into Qin Yun's chest, producing a muffled bang. Qin Yun's body was sent flying and slammed heavily into the stone wall of the hall, causing a large dent to appear in the stone wall. Everyone looked in Qin Yun's direction in shock. Especially the 4 palace masters. They stared with wide eyes at Qin Yun, who had been sent flying with shock. Even Xiao Long had an expression of disbelief. This was because the mountain-piercing finger would not produce any impact. It would only create a hole in a person's body. The fact that Qin Yun was sent flying meant that the mountain-piercing finger had failed to penetrate his body. The power of the mountain-piercing finger had been blocked, so it was unable to penetrate his body. It could only send him flying. Qin Yun was bare-chested. He was not wearing any clothes, but he was able to block such a terrifying attack. Shuchuan's speed was the fastest. In an instant, he arrived in front of Qin Yun. Lan Huayu rushed over as well. The two of them worked together to tend to Qin Yun's injuries. Qin Yun lay on the ground, looking extremely weak. His mouth was filled with blood and the flesh on his chest had cracked, but it was rapidly healing. Long, what happened just now? The palace master of the Western Palace asked in a deep voice, did you not use your full strength? You actually didn't grasp such a good opportunity. Palace master, I used my full strength. Xiao Long said with a frown. Everyone turned their gazes to Xiao Long. They discovered that his 2 fingers were red and swollen. His hand was also trembling, as if he had stabbed something hard and was injured from the backlash. Brother Yan's defense is too terrifying. He actually didn't get pierced by the mountain-piercing finger. Mu Rongjun took a deep breath. Xiao Long's fingers are about to break. What the hell is going on? Even in the martial Dao realm, it's not easy to block. Shui Yihui exclaimed, in any case, I can't take this move. Xiao Long's face was deathly pale. It could be seen that he had also been shaken by the backlash. He said coldly, when I attacked, my mountain-piercing finger's power was like sinking into the ocean. The reason why he was sent flying was because I used the power of my body to send him flying. Qin Yun's body was already very tough. If he did not use his inner force to poke at it, it would be equivalent to poking at hard steel. Elder Lan, I'm a disciple of the Western Palace now. Can you give me the star mark now? The weak Qin Yun revealed a smile. Here you go. Lan Huayu sighed with emotion as he took out a piece of beast skin and handed it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took it and hurriedly put it away. He did not open it because he was worried that others would see it. Qin Yun, this star mark is a treasure of our Blue Spirit Star Palace. If you spread it out, the consequences will be very serious. The palace master of the Western Palace walked over and said as he looked at Shuchuan. Palace master, I'm a disciple of the Western Palace now. You have to give me something, right? Qin Yun said with a sneer. Elder Luo is in charge of these trivial matters. You can go look for him. The palace master of the Western Palace snorted. When he came over to take a look, he knew that Qin Yun had only suffered superficial and internal injuries. He and Xiao Yanglong's intestines were green with regret. They did not seize this opportunity to cripple Qin Yun. Now, everyone knew that Qin Yun had hidden his strength very well. He cultivated a mysterious and powerful power. Qin Yun had a nether sun inner core in his dantian and a vibration inner core in his heart. Both of them had extremely strong self-defense. Just now, he had fused the power of vibration and nether sun to protect his heart, so he was only slightly injured. Xiao Yanglong bandaged his finger and said loudly, "Friends, you have come from afar and gathered here to participate in the grand gathering of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. This is also a rare fate. After the grand gathering ends, please stay for a few more days. At that time I will be holding a grand wedding with Xianxia. Please give me face and come drink a few cups of wedding wine." Qin Yun had long known that after the grand gathering of the Saint Palace ended, Xiao Yanglong would be holding a grand wedding. Everyone agreed and expressed their willingness to participate. Xiao Yanglong and Xianxia were both young martial Dao realm cultivators from the borderlands. They were a good match for each other even though it was rumored that their relationship was not very good. However, everyone felt that it was nothing. After all, they were already engaged. The injured Qin Yun clenched his fists tightly. The reason he had challenged Xiao Yanglong was to stop the wedding, but now, Xiao Yanglong was going to hold a grand wedding for Xianxia. Qin Yun had yet to step into the martial Dao realm and yet he was challenging Xiao Yanglong. His chances of winning were extremely slim. Xiao Yanglong looked at Qin Yun complacently before turning to leave the inscription hall. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between Qin Yun and Xiao Yanglong. Everyone knew that he was Xianxia's student. Naturally, he did not wish for Xiao Yanglong to marry Xianxia. That was why he challenged Xiao Yanglong. But now, Qin Yun had to watch Xianxia marry Xiao Yanglong. The reason why Xianxia wanted to marry Xiao Yanglong was because Xiao Yanglong had used some method to coerce her. This was a common trick. Xian artifact. Blueprint. Although Qin Yun had obtained the star inscription, he was still in a low mood. On the way back, he did not say a word. Lan Fengjin, Shuchuan and company also knew that he was in a bad mood. After the gathering, Xiao Yanglong was going to marry Xianxia. However, Qin Yun was powerless regarding this matter. Although Shuchuan and company were very powerful, they were unable to interfere in this matter unless they killed Xiao Yanglong. It was not easy to kill Xiao Yanglong. On one hand, he had the protection of the experts from the Blue Spirit West Palace and on the other hand, he could not make a move in the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Returning to the small forest, the exhausted and injured Qin Yun hurriedly returned to his room to rest. He was also wearing light inscription equipment, which could help him recover faster. Xianxia was practicing the mysterious star steps in the forest when she suddenly saw Lan Fengjin walking over. "Fengjin, what's the situation? Did Qin Yun enter the next round? What's the reward for the fourth round?" Xianxia was dressed in a light and elegant white dress. She slowly flew over like a fairy and asked softly with a faint smile on her face. "I did enter but something happened." Lan Fengjin sighed softly and then told Xianxia about the process of the competition. When Xianxia heard the end, her expression gradually changed. She was angry and helpless. She seemed to be able to feel Qin Yun's sadness. "Sigh, I hope that Qin Yun will not be affected by this matter." Xianxia sighed faintly. "I have already accepted my fate but Qin Yun did not give up. I am very touched that he has such persistence." Lan Fengjin said, "Shuriwe, you can escape. I'll help you escape from Blue Spirit Star Palace." Xianxia shook her head and smiled miserably. "All these years, I can escape at any time but Xiao Yanglong has never worried that I would." "That's because..." "Sigh, you should be able to guess." Lan Fengjin did not ask further. She also wanted to help Xianxia. After all, there weren't many young women in the martial Dao realm in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Qin Yun is now a disciple of the Blue Spirit West Palace. I'm worried that he will be too hasty because of your marriage and challenge Xiao Yanglong with the strength of the 9th level martial body realm. Lan Fengjin said worriedly. I'll try my best to persuade him. Xianxia said, there are still 2 rounds of the martial arts competition and it will take a few days. I will properly guide him during this period of time. With his talent, he will definitely become a legend in the future. I do not wish for him to be destroyed by Xiaoyanglong because of me. Can you really persuade him? Lan Fengjin smiled helplessly. If only Yuelan came out of seclusion, she would definitely be able to persuade Qin Yun. Xianxia said. As the two women chatted, the sky darkened. Xianxia followed Lan Fengjin to the wooden hut she lived in. Then, the two of them poured out their hearts in the night. Qin Yun was originally in low spirits, but when he thought about it, if he was discouraged, then Xianxia's only hope would be gone. I can't let Teacher Yang see me like this. Although I am at the 9th level martial body realm, I have 3 Vajra inner cores. The great Tao life marks that appeared on the surface of the 3 inner cores were also very obvious. They were only a step away from the martial Tao realm. I will definitely defeat Xiaoyanglong. He was instantly filled with confidence. His eyes, which were filled with dejection, suddenly became bright and sharp. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. At daybreak, Qin Yun got up and washed up. He put on a set of clean white clothes and pants. He looked extremely spirited and full of vitality. The bad mood from yesterday had also been swept away. Qin Yun walked out of the wooden hut and saw Lan Huayu. He said with a smile, "Good morning, Senior Lan. Today is the 5th round of the inscription competition. Is the prize really better than the star marks?" Shuchuan, Yang Shiyu and Lan Fengjin were also there. When they saw Qin Yun brimming with confidence and joy, they felt relieved. This confident and determined sunny youth was the Qin Yun they were familiar with. I think the reward for the 5th round is better than the star marks. After all, the star marks you obtained are only special and rare. As for whether they are strong or not, everyone has their own judgment. As for the 5th round's items, you'll know when the time comes. Lan Huayu said with a mysterious smile. Alright, I'll wait and see. Qin Yun smiled faintly. Teacher, are you going to watch my competition today? I won't be going. I wish you success. Remember not to get yourself covered in wounds. When you come back in the afternoon, you have to seriously learn the mysterious star steps. Yang Shiyu said with a gentle smile. Qin Yun nodded and headed for the inscription hall with Lan Huayu and company. The moment they entered the inscription hall, they sensed a few powerful and familiar auras. The palace masters of the 4 palaces all appeared beside the competition grounds. They had all been secretly watching the competition from their rooms in the main hall. Now, they wanted to see Qin Yun's performance in the 5th round from a close distance. The level of an inscription master who could enter the 5th round was not bad. Other than Qin Yun, there were 4 other elders. 2 of them were from the Western Palace and the Namgong Palace. The other 2 were from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. From the looks of it, the inscription masters of the Western Palace and the Namgong Palace were much stronger than the Northern Palace and the Eastern Palace. The 5 inscription masters had all arrived at the arena. Lan Huayu also began to announce the contents of the competition. The 5th round of the competition is not difficult, but it is not easy either. There are a total of 2 rewards. Whether or not you can obtain them will depend on your strength. He took out 2 light blue boxes and continued, inside these 2 boxes, there is a Xian artifact blueprint. This is also the reward for the 5th round. A Xian artifact blueprint could be used to refine a Xian artifact. It contained Xian runes. This reward was indeed much better than star runes. Qin Yun's giant king spirit hammer was only a royal grade spirit artifact. It had certain limitations. However, a Xian artifact was different. If one were to step into the martial Tao realm and possess a Xian artifact, their strength would not be underestimated. Qin Yun's father, Qin Long, had made many old martial Tao realm experts fear him because he had a dragon king spear. Lan Huayu said, there are 5 blueprints here and they are all the same. You can refine a key according to the spirit inscriptions and shape on it. The fastest way to refine it is to refine the key properly so that you can open the box. Don't look at how simple the key is. Although some of my high-level inscription master friends can refine the key, they are unable to open the box. Qin Yun took the blueprint and asked, why can't I open it? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Lan Huayu smiled but did not say a word. He shook his head. You'll have to discover it yourself. This is a test for you. Use the furnace and carving knives we provide. Use your own materials. An inscription master from the Saint Palace asked, "What materials should we use?" "You decide what materials to use. You have a total of 6 hours. Lan Huayu said, "If you fail, you can go back and refine it again. Then, you can open the box again. As long as the box has not been opened within 6 hours, you can refine the key repeatedly to try." Qin frowned as he looked at the blueprint. It looked very simple. The spirit inscriptions used. It was also the most common solid and alchemy inscriptions. The key was the size of a finger and its shape was very simple. No matter how one looked at it, this was a very easy key to refine. Could it be that the Xian rank is in those 2 boxes? Qin looked at the 2 boxes. The key looked normal. Lan Huayu shouted, "The 5th round of the inscription competition begins now." After a large hourglass flipped, the timer began. 6 hours was the longest among the 5 rounds of the competition. The 4 old inscriptionists took out the materials from the very beginning and refined the key according to the blueprints. Only Qin stared blankly at the blueprint, deep in thought. This is even easier than refining a low-grade spirit artifact, which is the level of a half-grade spirit artifact. With the strength of us high-grade inscriptionists, we can refine at least a few within 6 hours. However, the 5th round of the competition is definitely not that simple. What is the mystery behind it? Qin frowned as his heart itched. "Qin, hurry up and begin. Don't think too much about it. Let's refine a key first." Lan Fengjin shouted from outside the arena because the other 4 old inscriptionists had already begun. Xia Wufeng looked at Shuchuan and asked, "Senior Xue, what is the mystery behind this? Do you know?" Shuchuan shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's definitely not that simple. Maybe Elder Lan is deliberately mystifying things and making people think too much." Morong Darren said, "Brother Yun, quickly begin. Don't think too much about it. Maybe Elder Lan is trying to trick you into thinking too much." Elder Lan chuckled, making it even more unfathomable. The surrounding inscriptionists could not see the blueprint, so they did not know what was going on. They could only make random guesses. There are no material requirements. There are only low-grade solid inscriptions and low-grade alchemy inscriptions. As long as these 2 sets of spirit inscriptions are carved on the key, it will be fine. Even where the spirit inscriptions are carved on the key is indicated. Could it be that I need to work hard on the fineness? Qin thought of finesse but felt that it was not the case. He flipped the blueprint over and over again and looked at it carefully. However, he did not find anything else. "I can only refine it first." Qin could not figure it out, so he took out the low-grade bone steel and placed it into the furnace. The low-grade bone steel quickly melted. He took out the bone steel and began forging and shaping it according to the size of the key marked on the blueprint. The process was very simple and it was completed in a short moment. After polishing, the shape of the key was exactly the same as on the blueprint. Next was the inscription. The process of inscribing was also very simple. Qin finished it in an instant. Although he had thought about it for a period of time and started later, he had caught up to the inscription masters. He was the first to refine the key, and it only took him less than an hour. When everyone saw him walk towards the 2 blue boxes, they immediately widened their eyes. Qin inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it, but it did not move. He had failed, he had not succeeded. "Can I turn the key vigorously?" Qin asked. "Sure." Lan Huayu nodded. Qin gritted his teeth and forcefully turned the key. He realized that the key had deformed and could not open the box. At this moment, an old inscription master hurriedly rushed to the other blue box. After he inserted the key into the keyhole, just like Qin, he was unable to turn the lock core. Qin's key had already been twisted out of shape. He had no choice but to pull it out. With a heart filled with doubt, he returned to the side of the furnace. The second method, the first 2 inscription masters to refine the key did not succeed. The people in the inscription hall, including the palace masters, all looked at Lan Huayu with puzzled expressions. Lan Huayu had a smile on his face, as if he had expected this result. At this moment, another inscription master finished refining the key. He anxiously flew over and placed the key into the keyhole. Then, he vigorously spun it. the result was the same. He could not turn the lock and could not open the box. Following that, the remaining 2 inscription masters also refined their keys one after another. They all tried to open the box but they were unable to do so. What the hell is going on? Mu Rongjun looked at Lan Fengjin and asked, Sister Lan, what the hell did your grandfather do to those 2 boxes? Why can't I open it? I don't know. She shook her head and frowned as she looked at the 2 boxes. Although she was Lan Huayu's granddaughter, she did not know what was going on. Qin Yan returned in failure. Holding the forging hammer, he looked at the deformed key and fell into deep thought. The other failed inscription masters immediately began forging the key. Just now, the 5 participating inscription masters had all used low-grade bone steel to refine the key. Therefore, when they forcefully rotated the key, due to the lack of strength, the key had deformed. The reason why they used low-grade bone steel to refine it was to buy time. They wanted to refine the key as fast as possible. After all, there were only 2 spots and none of them wanted to fall behind. Right now, they could only use their strongest abilities and use high-grade bone steel to refine the key. To a high-level inscription master, using high-grade bone steel to refine artifacts was the highest level. This kind of competition would definitely not deliberately raise the requirements. There was no need for top-grade bone steel or royal-grade bone steel. These were the thoughts of the participating inscription masters. Qin Yan thought so too. However, he felt that strength alone was not enough. Otherwise, Lan Huayu would not have acted so mysteriously. There must be something that he needed to pay attention to. He looked at the damaged key and frowned. He suddenly remembered that when they placed the key into the keyhole, they seemed to have overlooked a problem. It was to inject energy into the key. Because this key is not considered a spirit artifact, we ignored this matter because there is no need to inject energy. But things are definitely not that simple. Qin Yan took out another piece of low-grade bone steel and placed it into the furnace. The inscription masters watching the competition couldn't help but be shocked when they saw that he had taken out low-grade bone steel. Most of the inscription masters believed that a key forged from low-grade bone steel was not strong enough. It should be forged from high-grade bone steel. No one knew what Qin Yan was going to do. They could only watch in puzzlement. Qin Yan quickly refined another key but he did not go up to open the box. Instead, he injected energy into the key. The spirit runes on the key immediately lit up and absorbed his energy. As expected. After careful inspection, Qin Yan realized that the energy absorbed by the key was very little. It was barely enough to light up the spirit inscriptions. The energy absorbed was too little, partly because it was an inferior grade spirit rune. Other than that, there was a problem with the distribution of the 2 sets of spirit runes, causing the energy absorbed by the spirit runes to be negligible. I see. Qin Yan discovered the profoundness behind it and thought to himself, on the blueprint, there is a problem with the position of the solid inscription and the alchemy inscription. This caused the 2 sets of spirit inscriptions to not be perfectly combined, so the energy absorbed is very little. However, I can't change the position of the spirit inscription. I have to carve it according to the blueprint in order to open the box. The problem now was that the key lacked the energy to provide it. Without enough energy to activate the spirit inscriptions would not be able to be opened and the box would not be able to be opened. If he followed the blueprint, he would not be able to completely activate the spirit inscriptions. If he did not follow the instructions, then the box would definitely not be able to be opened. It seemed to be a dead knot. Finally, Qin Yan took out high-grade bone steel and a small pile of purple coins. I can only start with the materials. Senior Lan did not say what materials to use, which means that the breakthrough point is in the materials. Qin Yan placed the high-grade bone steel and the purple crystal coins into the furnace. Burning purple coins? What is he doing? If the purple coins encounter high temperatures, they will vaporize. There is also a lot of internal energy loss. Is he going to strengthen the flames? Many of the inscription masters were guessing. Qin Yan was at the 9th level martial body realm. In some aspects, he was definitely inferior to a martial Dao realm cultivator. Therefore, everyone believed that he wanted to use purple coins to make up for his shortcomings. I want to fuse the purple coins into the bone steel. Qin Yan had only put in a small amount of bone steel earlier and it was only a small piece. If it was anyone else who burned the purple coins with raging flames, they would indeed vaporize the purple coins. However, Qin was using the nether sun purple flame and he possessed a special mental force. In this way, he could soften the purple crystal coin without losing too much energy. The purple crystal contained 9 sun spiritual energy. If the spirit inscriptions fused with the purple crystal, they would be able to absorb the energy within the purple crystal. To use purple crystals to refine artifacts, the process was extremely complicated. After a long time, Qin finally managed to refine the pile of purple coins into the shape of a key. And now, there was only an hour left. The other 4 inscription masters had all refined 2 keys, but after trying, they did not succeed. Elder Lan, are you fooling us? The Western Palace's inscription master asked angrily. Lan Huayu smiled. If the competition is over and no one can open the box, then I will reveal the mystery. I guarantee that you will be convinced of your defeat. At that moment, Qin took out something from the furnace. He had been smelting for so long and finally opened the furnace. Everyone immediately looked over, wanting to know what he was up to. What Qin took out was a black and swarthy key-shaped object. After the purple crystal fused with high-grade bone steel and was subjected to high temperature, it would look more or less like this. He quickly ground the black object into a key and began to inscribe spirit inscriptions. The other 4 inscription masters gave up. They were all looking at Qin. They did not wish for Qin to succeed. Otherwise, they would be very jealous. The 4 palaces did not have blueprints for Xian artifacts and only the Saint Palace had them. This was also the reason why the Blue Spirit Saint Palace was able to lead the 4 palaces. After Qin finished inscribing the spirit inscriptions, he still had some time left. He walked over at a leisurely pace. If he couldn't succeed, he had no other choice. When Lan Huayu saw Qin holding the black key, he sighed slightly. Looks like no one will be able to open the box in the 5th round. Really? Qin said with a frown, is my method wrong? Of course not, it's different from mine. There's only one way to refine the key to open the box and it's not too difficult. Lan Huayu smiled and said, don't be discouraged. If you enter our Saint Palace in the future, you will still have a chance to obtain the Xian artifact blueprint. Qin sighed and said, since I've already refined it, let's give it a try. He inserted the key into the eye and at the same time, controlled the spirit inscription on the key to activate. This way, the spirit inscription would automatically absorb energy. After the key absorbed the energy, Qin slowly rotated the key. Everyone watched in silence. Crack, it was a success. The entire audience was in an uproar as they burst into cheers filled with surprise. As expected of Qin, he really succeeded. Haha, Lan Huayu even said that Qin couldn't open it. Now, he's been slapped in the face. Qin is really amazing. How did he do it? The few inscriptionists on the stage were extremely jealous. They looked at Qin with flushed faces and felt somewhat embarrassed. That was because this completely proved that their standards were inferior to that little demon, Qin. When Qin heard Lan Huayu's words, he also believed that he would not succeed. And at this moment, he opened the box, he looked at Lan Huayu and smiled proudly. Lan Huayu's eyes widened as he looked at Qin in shock. You succeeded. Alright, you're awesome. The inscription competition had finally ended and the one who won in the end was actually the young man, Qin. Qin was overjoyed as he hurriedly opened the box and took out a very thick piece of paper. It was obvious that it was a Xian artifact blueprint for refining a saber. Senior Lan, there's more than one way to refine this key. Qin chuckled. The inscription master from the Western Palace hurriedly walked over and asked, Elder Lan, you can unravel the mystery now, right? The method Qin used seems to be different from yours. The key is to let the spirit inscriptions absorb enough energy. The layout of the 2 sets of spirit inscriptions was carefully arranged by me. This way, you won't be able to inject energy from the outside. You will need to think of a way to store a large amount of energy inside when refining the materials. Lan Huayu looked at Qin's key and paused for a moment before saying, and when I was refining, I would infuse the inner strength of my Dao core into the material. When I was forging, I would also constantly infuse my inner strength and repeatedly forge it, allowing the bone steel to fully absorb the energy. This way, I would be able to activate the spirit inscriptions. As for Qin Yun's method, it looks like he refined the purple crystal and bone steel together to form an energy source. I never thought that he would actually succeed. This is truly unbelievable. Refining purple crystals was very difficult. After Lan Huayu revealed Qin Yun's method, all the inscription masters found it hard to believe. Qin Yun, your blueprint belongs to our Blue Spirit Star Palace. Don't spread it out. You are now a disciple of our Blue Spirit Star Palace, you must follow the rules. The Palace Master of the Western Palace said, give me your blueprint. As a member of the Western Palace, you have to make some contributions. On what basis? I worked hard to obtain such a precious item. Qin Yun snorted coldly. I don't want yours. I'm just borrowing it to print a copy. I'll return it to you in the future. As for the benefits, you will definitely have them. 100 million crystal coins, how about it? The Palace Master of the Western Palace said. Qin Yun would not sell it no matter how many billions because he hated this person. When Qin Yun took out the blueprint, the Palace Master of the Western Palace immediately revealed a smile. Just as he was about to take it, he saw Qin Yun give the blueprint to Lan Fengjin. Sister Lan, I promised you that I would give you the prize. Here. Qin Yun handed the blueprint to Lan Fengjin. He did not really want to give it to Lan Fengjin. He only wanted her to temporarily keep it so that the Palace Master wouldn't pester her. Lan Fengjin also understood Qin Yun's intentions and hurriedly took it. I already said that the blueprint is not to be spread out. The Palace Master of the Western Palace was so angry that his face turned red as he said angrily. Sister Lan is a saint and also an inscription master. How can it be considered an outsider? Moreover, this blueprint came from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Qin Yun said with a smile, Palace Master, I'm tired. I'll be going back first. Qin Yun bade farewell to Xia Wufeng and company before hurriedly leaving the inscription hall. Xianxia was waiting for him to guide him in cultivating the mysterious star steps. Blue Spirit Profound Tower. Lan Fengjin and Qin Yun returned to the forest together. On the way, she returned the blueprint to Qin Yun and asked him many questions. She was Qin Yun's disciple, so when she saw her master clinch the final victory, she felt secretly proud. The questions she asked were all common ones from the competition. Qin Yun shared his insights from the past few matches so that Lan Fengjin could reflect on it. It would also be of some help to her. Xianxia was already waiting in the forest. When she saw Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin returning, chatting, and laughing, she knew that Qin Yun had won. You guys cultivate, I'll go back and practice runes. After these few rounds of competition, Lan Fengjin had suffered many setbacks and had become very diligent. What prize did you get? Xianxia asked with a light smile. A blueprint for a Xian artifact, a saber. Qin Yun said happily, I can't refine it right now but it will be done soon. He felt that once he stepped into the martial Dao realm, he would not be far from refining a Xian artifact. The inscription competition is over but the martial arts competition is not over yet. The rewards will definitely be pretty good. Let's hurry up and learn the mysterious star steps. Xianxia also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to teach Qin Yun martial arts. Qin Yun nodded repeatedly before entering the forest with Xianxia. He began learning the mysterious star steps. After Xianxia's explanation and analysis, Qin Yun was able to understand the difficulties of the mysterious star steps better. At that moment, he began to learn. He first used the inner energy of the Thunder Fire inner core to execute the mysterious star steps. The mysterious star steps could also display different movement techniques for different types of internal energy. After half a day of hard work, Qin Yun finally succeeded in using the mysterious star steps at night. He could smoothly circulate his inner force according to the mental cultivation method in the mysterious star steps. He used the Thunder and Fire inner yuan to execute the mysterious star steps. As he ran, his aura was very fierce and his body overflowed with purplish gold thunder and fire. In the night, he sprinted through the air like a flashing purple gold meteor of thunder and fire, streaking across the sky. I've finally grasped the basics. My speed is much faster than the fire cloud steps. As expected of an earth-level martial art. But for the current me, the consumption was too great, and it wasn't appropriate for me to use it for a long time. If there's nothing urgent, just use the fire cloud steps. When Qianyan landed on the ground, he was like a meteor of lightning and fire. Just as he landed in the forest, he saw Xianxia lightly flying over. She wore a plain white dress that was enshrouded in silvery white moonlight. She was graceful like a goddess that had descended from the moon palace. Xianxia also used the mysterious star steps. Because she had the moon martial spirit, her movement technique looked very different from Qianyan's. When there's moonlight, I can use the mysterious star steps to run in the air. It doesn't consume too much energy, and my speed is also very fast. Xianxia smiled lightly. This mysterious star steps has different effects on different people. Qianyan nodded and said, when I use it, it's very ferocious. If I'm in a battle or when I'm sprinting, it can also bring me great power. Yes. Next, you can try to use your vibration inner force. Xianxia said in a low voice, let's see if it will expose your vibration martial spirit. Qianyan also had the same thought. He immediately circulated his vibrating inner force. After using the vibration inner force, when he ran, every step he took caused the ground to tremble, making pung 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 sounds, and the ground cracked. This was even more ferocious than using thunder and fire inner force. Teacher. This doesn't seem to be ideal. Qianyan smiled. Not only does it consume a lot of energy, it also causes a lot of commotion and it's not fast either. You've completely exposed your vibration inner force. Vibration inner force is not suitable for movement techniques. But it should be good for battle. When you take a step, it can create a very strong shockwave. If you fight in close combat with someone, you can also launch an appropriate counterattack while running and dodging. If the shockwave is strong enough, it can even disrupt the opponent's inner force. Xianxia said. When Qianyan heard this, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly said with a smile, indeed, but I can't use it so easily. Teacher, it's all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, it would take me a lot of time to figure it out myself. Xianxia patted his head and said with a gentle smile, I hope you can become stronger in the future. I will definitely become stronger. Qianyan nodded seriously. They had a tacit understanding and did not mention the wedding. This would also ruin their good mood. Teacher, I've already mastered the mysterious star steps. If I learn it to the small success stage, what will happen? Qianyan asked, is it written on the mysterious star steps? Xianxia said, small success is more difficult, it requires a large amount of internal energy. If you can master it to the small success stage, when you use the mysterious star steps, you will be able to produce mysterious star energy. The star Xianxia can allow people to easily float away. In this way, when you take a step, it will be like a dragonfly skimming the water. Coupled with the thunder and fire inner force, it will be even faster. After all, it's already not bad for me to be able to master an earth-level martial art. Qianyan was now satisfied as he said with a smile. It was not until late at night that Qianyan, who was practicing his movement technique, followed Xianxia back to rest. The next day, Qianyan woke up early in the morning and continued practicing the mysterious star steps. He wanted to become more familiar with it. After a whole day of practice, he had become more familiar with the mysterious star steps. The martial arts competition wasn't over yet. There were still the fourth and fifth rounds. Today, the fourth round had finally begun. There were only about 30 people who could enter the fourth round. In the past few days, they had been with their mentor, receiving all kinds of guidance and training. The inscription competition had allowed Qianyan to reach the fifth round and he was the only one to win. This had already caused the inscription masters of Blue Spirit Star Palace to lose all face. If they lost in the martial arts competition, then the Blue Spirit Saint Palace would lose even more face. After all, the purpose of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace's gathering was to flaunt their strength. If there wasn't a single person from the Saint Palace in the final victory, it would be too laughable. When Qianyan, Xianxia, Shuchuan and company arrived at the Spiritual Martial Palace, they were told to wait at the bottom of the Blue Spirit Profound Tower. The Blue Spirit Profound Tower was the 9-story tower of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. It was very close to the main gate. It was also the most eye-catching building in the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The Blue Spirit Profound Tower was very large and tall. Its entire body seemed to be made of blue crystals. It was illuminated by the 9 suns and shone with dazzling light. From the outside, it looked like there were 9 floors, but each floor was extremely tall. It was unknown how many floors there were inside. Xianxia and Xianxia were both dressed in white. As for the people from Blue Spirit Star Palace, they were all dressed in blue robes. This made the 2 of them stand out. Beside them, Xia Wufeng, Lan Huayu and the others were also wearing blue clothes. Their group was very strong here. Wherever they went, there would be people discussing in low voices. Xia Wufeng looked at the Blue Spirit Profound Tower in front of him and said with a frown, "In the 4th round, we actually have to enter the Blue Spirit Profound Tower to undergo a trial. This is quite dangerous. Boss Xia, have you gone in before?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. "I've never gone in before. I've heard of it." Xia Wufeng looked at Lan Huayu and said, "Elder Lan, you should know the situation inside very well, right?" Lan Huayu nodded his head. "There are quite a few puppets inside." The puppets inside were all refined by the inscription gate back then. Only those ghosts from the inscription gate could have created these things. They are extremely terrifying. The puppets were refined according to the geniuses of the past. They have very strong combat strength. Originally, there were many puppets that were comparable to the martial Dao realm. However, we took them out to fight and they were severely damaged. Right now, the puppets in the tower are all at the 9th level martial body realm. A puppet that could rival a martial Dao realm cultivator was indeed very powerful. Just thinking about it made one feel afraid. Everyone could not help but sigh. The terror of the inscription gate was to be able to refine such a thing. Lan Huayu continued, "The Blue Spirit Profound Tower has a total of 9 floors. The 9th floor has other uses and the other 8 floors are for trials. Each floor has a group of puppets guarding it. Their strength is comparable to the 9th level martial body realm. Every once in a while, it will be open to martial artists at the 8th or 9th level martial body realm, allowing them to enter to gain experience." It was obvious that Xia Wufeng and company had never entered before. Lan Fengjin said, "I've gone in before. Those puppets are very strong and they are all made of royal grade bone steel. Even if you use a royal grade spirit weapon, it won't be easy to injure them. Of course, if you enter the trial and you can't use weapons, you can use armor." A puppet refined from royal grade bone steel was very powerful just by thinking about it. Morong Darren exclaimed, "Those puppets are very expensive, right? How much are they worth? Are there female puppets? Is she beautiful? Is she like a normal person?" Shuezai rolled her eyes at him. She seemed to know some things about men and women and could see through Morong Darren's dirty thoughts. Lan Huayu chuckled and said, "It's too expensive. That is equivalent to the strength of a 9th level martial artist. Just think about it and you'll know." "Little Morong, if you want it, do you want me to refine a wooden man for you? 100 million crystal coins each." Lan Fengjin giggled. "I don't want wood. I want those fair-skinned and beautiful puppet beauties to be my maidservant." Morong Darren snorted, "If you can refine this kind of thing, I'm willing to buy it for 200 million crystal coins. Isn't it just a little crystal coin? I can refine it. Do you want it?" Lan Huayu said with a smile. "This? I was just casually saying it." Morong Darren laughed. He did not have that many crystal coins. Xianxia could also refine puppets, but they were beast type. To refine a humanoid puppet, one needed totem tattoos that were close to a human shape, such as a monkey or gorilla. Many people had gathered at the bottom of the Blue Spirit Profound Tower. Quite a few participating martial artists and instructors had arrived. Ji Kailan and his instructor had just arrived. Today, Ji Kailan was wearing a golden blue soft armor. It was obvious that it was expensive. Ji Kailan's instructor was an old saint from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. His name was Ancestor Xianxia and he had a very good relationship with Ji Kailan's grandfather. It was said that Ji Kailan had been practicing martial arts with him since he was young. A person who had taught Ji Kailan such a character was naturally not a good person. Ancestor Xianxia was a very treacherous and sinister old man. His wrinkled face made him look even more gloomy. Ancestor Xianxia was an old saint and his seniority was relatively high. Many saints would have to be respectful to him when they saw him. I will be invited to monitor the situation in the tower. The 4 palace masters are also there. I'll head over first. After Lan Huayu finished speaking, he entered the tower. All the participating martial artists had arrived. The ones who were the most favored were, of course, the saints of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Life Mark Crystal Jade. The few Blue Spirit Saints present were wearing all sorts of treasured armor, as if they had long been prepared. As for the other participating martial artists, although they were also wearing armor, it was a very ordinary kind. Ji Kailan's armor is a royal grade spirit weapon. How enviable. With his status, it's not strange for him to have such things. I wonder what's the content of this match. The people around were all talking at once. The old man who was in charge of hosting the event arrived. As soon as he arrived, the entire place quietened down. Even those who were not participating were curious about the content and rewards of the competition. They all quieted down and listened attentively. The competition is to enter the Blue Spirit Profound Tower. As long as you can enter the 4th floor, you will be able to enter the final round. If you can ascend to a higher floor alone, you will receive this round's reward. Teacher's reward is rejuvenation water and jade muscle fluid. Hearing this reward, the seemingly old mentors were extremely excited. The rejuvenation lotion could restore one's appearance to its youthful state, while the jade muscle fluid could make one's skin white and tender. These 2 things were special medicinal liquids that could restore the youth of an old person. If a young person were to use it, they would be able to maintain their youthful appearance forever, and they would not age even if they were 100 or 200 years old. Lan Huayu was also an old man, but only his hair and eyebrows were white. His appearance was the same as a young man's. It was obvious that he had used the face-returning lotion. The old man continued, the reward for the first place participant is a piece of Life Mark's crystal jade. The Life Mark's crystal jade was also a good item. It could help 9th-level martial artists cultivate great Dao life marks. Right now, Qin Yan was in a hurry to step into the martial Dao realm. If he could obtain the Life Mark's crystal jade, it would definitely help him break through. The old man said, you can't use weapons in the pagoda. When you attack the puppets, you don't have to worry about killing them. They are all puppets, they can only be damaged. You guys, on the other hand, have to be careful not to be killed by the puppets. After you get to the top floor, the windows will open automatically. If you can't beat them, jump out of the window in time. Shall we go in together or one by one? Someone asked. Let's go in together. There are quite a few puppets on each floor. From the 1st to the 3rd floor, there are 5 dueling rooms. Each of these 5 dueling rooms has a staircase leading to the upper floors. There are 1 to 5 puppets in each battle room. You have to defeat the puppets in order to ascend the stairs. On the 4th floor and above, there are only 2 competition rooms. Each competition room has a puppet, but it's stronger. You guys have to be careful. Don't think that no one is watching inside. The 4 palaces' palace masters, Elder Blue, and many other seniors are watching your battle. Do not use weapons to cheat, the consequences will be very serious. The time limit for the competition is 4 hours. Whoever reaches the highest floor within 4 hours will be the first. Everyone nodded in agreement. Can we watch the battle from here? Mu Rongjun asked. No. Why? Last time they were training outside, we could see them, but this time we can't. Mu Rongjun complained. Many people chimed in. They were waiting outside and did not know what was going on inside. It would be very boring. The puppets inside are our secrets. It's not convenient for too many people to see. The old man said, you can go in now. After bidding farewell to their instructors, the 40 participating martial artists walked towards the entrance of the Blue Spirit Profound Tower. After they entered, the door immediately closed. On one hand, he was worried that he would be attacked by Ji Kailan and company. On the other hand, he was worried about the puppets on the 1st floor. The moment he entered, he saw 5 doors. They were more than 3 meters wide and tall. They should be the doors to the 5 dueling rooms. Outside each door, there were 2 large men in blue armor standing guard. No more than 10 people can enter each dueling room. A large man said. Ji Kailan and the other 5 saints seemed to have made a decision long ago as they walked towards a door together. Wait, when you go in, you need to draw lots. It will decide which door you will enter. A large man took out a box and placed it on the ground. Line up and start drawing lots. When Ji Kailan heard this, he said coldly, "Did you suddenly decide on this? How come we didn't know?" It was a sudden decision. If you don't follow it, then jump out of that window. The man's expression was also unsightly as he said coldly. Ji Kailan snorted unhappily and could only go over to draw lots. Very quickly, everyone was ready. Xianxia entered the third dueling room while Ji Kailan entered the first. Xianxia was secretly glad that the Blue Spirit Saints did not enter the same dueling room as him. However, there were 2 saints who entered the second dueling room together. If they cooperated with each other, it was very likely that they would be able to reach a very high floor. "You can go in now," the big man shouted. The participating martial artists also hurriedly entered the various stone rooms. If they couldn't beat him, there was no time to rest. They could only jump out of the window. Xianxia and the 7 martial artists entered the third dueling room together. At the staircase of the dueling room sat 5 ice-cold-looking people. Their faces were stiff and their eyes were dull. They looked like wax figures, but the energy on their bodies was very strong. These were puppets. They all looked like young men and they looked very similar to real people. When the puppets saw that someone was approaching, they immediately rushed over. They couldn't use weapons or talismans. They could only fight with their bare hands. The puppet's entire body was made of royal-grade bone steel. When it rushed over, it threw a punch. It was like a hammer strike, hitting a martial artist's abdomen and breaking many of his ribs. After the martial artist was hit, he cried out in pain and rushed to the open window in the dueling room. He jumped out and gave up on the competition. The dueling room was quite large. It was about 20 meters wide and allowed people to let go of their hands to dodge or fight. 2 martial artists took advantage of the fact that the 5 puppets had gone to fight and rushed to the stairs. They climbed up to the upper floor. Xianxia dodged the puppet's leap and looked at the 2 martial artists who had run up. He was not in a hurry to go over. If he met a few puppets up there, he would only be able to jump out of the window and give up. Here, the most relaxed person was Xianxia. He only needed to use the fire cloud steps to easily avoid the puppet's attacks. The puppet's speed was very fast, but in his eyes, it was only average. After all, it's a puppet. After Xianxia found an opportunity, he hurriedly rushed to the stairs and went to the second floor. When he arrived at the second floor, he immediately saw 3 puppets. There was a lot of blood scattered on the ground. It should have been left behind by the 2 martial artists who had run up just now. It dripped all the way to the window. As Xianxia had expected, the 2 martial artists who had rushed up had jumped out of the window and abandoned the competition. The puppets on the second floor were very different from the ones on the first floor. They did not immediately attack. Instead, 2 of them guarded the stairs and 1 of them slowly walked over. Are they intelligent puppets? Xianxia guessed that these puppets might be controlled by someone. Xianxia looked at the puppet that was walking over. It was a young man dressed in black clothes that were covered in dust. After he came over, he struck out with his palm. The puppet's palm strike was very fast and it even released internal supreme force. It's a martial skill. The puppets on the second floor are indeed powerful. They can use martial skills. In his astonishment, Xianxia instantly dodged to the wall and dodged the palm strike that covered a wide area. At the same time, a middle-aged puppet sitting on the stairs suddenly leaped over. Its large palm struck out like a giant axe, emitting purple lightning. Boom! The middle-aged puppet did not hit Xianxia. Instead, it struck the wall and produced a loud sound. Xianxia narrowly avoided the palm strike. If he was hit, he would definitely be severely injured. The 2 puppets attacked him from both sides. Xianxia no longer dodged. With a push of his palms, he executed the tsunami technique and sent out a few shockwaves, forcing the 2 puppets to retreat and push them against the wall. Then, he quickly rushed to the stairs. There was another puppet there. This puppet was also very strong. When it saw Xianxia charging over, it suddenly stood up and punched out with both fists, producing a raging flame. It was extremely ferocious. When Xianxia rushed over, He circulated his explosive chi and condensed his Vajra inner strength. When he saw the puppet attack, he attacked through the air, exploding his inner strength and striking out. Bang! The puppet was sent flying and crashed into the stairs. For a moment, it was difficult for it to get up. Qin walked over and stomped down with all his might. Then, he hurriedly climbed the stairs. He had entered the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there were only 2 puppets. They were both tall and fierce-looking. As long as someone entered the sparring room, the window would immediately open. The moment Qin came up, he first looked at the window. If he really couldn't defeat them, he would have a way out. The 2 tall puppets did not attack Qin. They stood at the stairs, waiting for Qin to go over. At the highest level of the Blue Spirit Profound Tower, in a stone room, the palace masters of the 4 palaces, Lan Huayu and a few other elders looked at the large mirror on the stone wall. They could see the situation in each of the sparring rooms. Qin's strength is really not bad. He managed to rush to the 3rd level in an instant. He hasn't attacked yet. Is he resting? An old woman said. She was the palace master of the Eastern Palace. Ji Kailan is also very strong. He reached the 3rd level faster than Qin and has already started fighting. He will soon be able to enter the 4th level. The strength of the Blue Spirit Saints is not bad. Now, it is confirmed that Ji Kailan will be able to ascend to the 4th level. Lan Huayu said, I hope they don't damage the puppets. Otherwise, we will be the ones to repair them. Qin has made his move. An old man shouted. Qin observed for a moment before walking over. When he was more than 3 meters away from the 2 puppets, he punched out with both fists. With a sudden jolt, a shockwave surged out. It was another tsunami technique. The 2 puppets were shaken to the point that they couldn't stand steadily. Qin took the opportunity to go over and strike down with both palms. The howling palm wind was like the neighing of 1,000 horses. It was the 10,000 horse palm, the great perfection realm of the 10,000 horse palm, the power of 1,000 horses, struck the 2 puppets and knocked them to the ground. Success! Qin used the fire cloud steps and instantly charged up to the 4th level. On the 4th floor of the Blue Spirit Profound Tower, there were only 2 sparring rooms. Therefore, each sparring room was very large and was dozens of meters wide. However, there was only 1 puppet here. A powerful puppet. Qin looked at the puppet and clenched his fists tightly as though he was facing a great enemy. This puppet was different from the ones on the previous floor. It gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. Qin looked at the other staircase that led to the 3rd floor. If the Blue Spirit Saint had enough strength, he would be able to come to this floor. If he were to fight the puppet and a Blue Spirit Saint suddenly ran up, he would be able to rush to the 5th floor. He did not want to see such a thing happen. The puppet stood guard at the staircase leading to the 5th floor. It looked at Qin motionlessly. Its entire body was filled with powerful energy, ready to fight at any time. This puppet is very strong. I don't know much about it, so I don't know where to start. Qin gritted his teeth and finally decided to attack. His fist flickered with light and overflowed with flames. With a step of the fire cloud steps, he arrived in front of the puppet. The flame-light fist shot out, exploding with a scorching flame. What Qin did not expect was that the puppet's attack speed was also very fast. In a very short period of time, it had pushed out a palm to meet his fist. Boom, the fist and palm collided, creating a wave of air that filled the entire sparring room with scorching heat. Qin was forced back more than 10 steps. The pain caused blood to seep out of his fist. He was extremely astonished. The strength of that puppet far exceeded his imagination. That punch of his had used internal supreme force. However, after it was thrown out, it was actually blocked by the opponent's palm. The scariest thing was that the puppet stood motionless on the spot while he was forced back. The puppets on the 4th floor are already so strong. I wonder how the puppets on the higher floors will be. When Qin thought of the higher floors, he secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The puppets on the higher floors were definitely stronger. This puppet is only capable of defending. It didn't attack, which lessens the pressure on me by a lot. Just as Qin heaved a sigh of relief, he saw that the puppet standing at the staircase had suddenly disappeared. The puppet attacked at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Qin Yun was caught off guard. The puppet that suddenly flew over ruthlessly pushed him with its palm. His body seemed to have been catapulted out as he crashed into the wall of the sparring room. Although Qin Yun's entire body was in pain, he was able to react in time. The moment he was sent flying into the wall, he quickly left his original spot. Boom! The puppet chased after him and slammed its palm against the wall, causing a loud rumbling sound. The surging palm energy was like a storm that danced chaotically in the sparring room. This guy is using the power of thunder. At the same time that Qin Yun was alarmed, he circulated his light inscription equipment to heal his injuries. Then, with a shake of his fists, he charged forward and struck out with tsunami technique, sending out 9 shockwaves. The puppet's attacks were very compact, one after another. This time, it charged at Qin Yun but was repelled by the tsunami technique's 9 shockwaves. He was forced to retreat to the wall by the waves of inner strength, and he was constantly being hit by the shockwaves. Qin Yun's injuries have recovered significantly. He hurriedly flew over and used the mountain shaking style, flipping the burly puppet to the ground. Then, he used the 10,000 horse palms to hit the puppet on the ground a few times in succession, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. The puppet lying on the ground suddenly exploded with lightning. A few bolts of lightning struck Qin Yun's body like venomous snakes. Ah! Qin Yun was struck by the lightning. His body was in pain as he let out a low roar. He was also sent flying and crashed into the wall. The puppet had been bombarded repeatedly, but it did not slow down because of this. Its reaction was still the same as before. After it got up, it leaped towards Qin Yun like lightning. Its palms were like 2 giant axes as electric threads danced about. It ruthlessly chopped at Qin Yun's shoulders. Qin Yun had no time to dodge. However, his body instinctively surged with vibration and nether sun inner force and gathered them on his shoulders. Bang! Qin Yun was forced to kneel on the ground by the attack. Although his shoulders were in pain, they were not injured. If not for the 2 powers of the nether sun and vibration to resist, his arms might have been severely injured. Retreat! Qin Yun roared and used the heavenly lion's roar. He condensed his mental energy into it, and at the same time, he used the spirit concentration kill technique. What drove the puppet was the internal mental energy. When refining puppets, they would usually reinforce the area where mental energy was stored to resist mental energy attacks. However, Qin Yun's close-range attack mixed with the sound waves and penetrated the puppet's body, causing a certain amount of mental energy to be affected. Qin Yun abruptly stood up and used the Heavenly Lion's fighting dragon claw through the arm of the Heavenly Lion. He charged at the dazed puppet and used the 6-style Wind Slayer. The puppet's body was extremely strong. It was indeed worthy of being refined from royal-grade bone steel. Qin Yun had only used one move to know that the Heavenly Lion's fighting dragon claw was unable to break through the puppet's strong defense. He hurriedly switched to the 6-style forging dragon. He clenched his fist tightly. The totem runes on the arm of the Heavenly Lion shone brightly. Combined with the Heavenly Lion bloodline in his body, this arm became even more terrifying. Clenching his fist tightly, purple gold lightning suddenly flashed out and smashed towards the puppet's head. He struck out with the tremor thunder style. Boom! The explosive lightning was accompanied by an intense explosion that shook the entire battling room. The puppet's head caved in, and cracks appeared on it. The energy inside was constantly spilling out. Just as Qin Yun was about to strike out with the second style of the forging dragon, the puppet counterattacked and struck Qin Yun's abdomen with its palm. Qin Yun roared and took a few steps back. He felt his body being ravaged by a violent bolt of lightning, as though it was about to be torn apart. After the puppet struck Qin Yun with its palm, it sat paralyzed on the ground. It seemed to be damaged and unable to move. This guy, he actually counterattacked before he died. Qin Yun hurriedly activated the light pattern clothes and released healing spirit energy to stabilize the injuries on his body. He had internal and external injuries. If not for the protection of the nether sun and vibration, he would have been torn apart by the puppet long ago. He was not in a hurry to enter the 5th level. The puppets above were even stronger. Now that he was on the 4th level, he would definitely be able to enter the next round. The elders who were watching from the 9th level were all shocked by Qin Yun's powerful strength. They were all moved. However, as Qin Yun was healing his injuries, he suddenly sensed an aura. Someone was coming up. There were 2 staircases leading up to this level of the battling room. One of them was the one Qin Yun had come up from. As for the other one, it was from another dueling room. The person who came up was a man wearing golden blue armor. His appearance was average and his face was filled with arrogance. This was a saint of blue spirit saint. When he saw Qin Yun recuperating, his eyes turned sinister and overjoyed. This saint was the one who had framed Qin Yun and said that Qin Yun had stepped on him. His name was Huang Yuquan. To be able to become a saint, he was definitely not weak. Qin Yun, your strength is not bad. You came to the 4th level early and even defeated the puppets here. Huang Yuquan smiled sinisterly as he walked over and looked at the damaged puppet. You can go to the 5th level now. Qin Yun said indifferently. To be honest, I've been here before. If I want to deal with the puppets on the 4th level, I have to risk my life. Therefore, if I go to the 5th level, I won't be able to defeat the puppets there. In fact, if I go up, I might even be severely injured or even killed. Huang Yuquan came in front of Qin Yun. His eyes were filled with malice as he continued, Qin Yun, I never expected you to fall into my hands. Qin Yun was alarmed as he hurriedly said, private fights are not allowed here. Who said that? There's no such rule. Since there's no mention of it, it means that it's allowed. It's only not allowed to kill the other party. This is a martial arts competition. It's normal to fight. As Huang Yuquan laughed sinisterly, he took out a light blue bead from his storage bag and injected energy into it. No one knew what he was doing. As he injected energy into the light blue bead, he suddenly raised his leg and swept it at Qin Yun. It landed on Qin Yun's left cheek and a purplish gold mist burst out. It was filled with the aura of a wild beast. Qin Yun had internal and external injuries and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. With such a sweep, he was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Huang Yuquan laughed maniacally as he rushed over and kicked Qin Yun a few more times. Qin Yun's face was bruised and swollen as he struggled on the ground. You bastard, I won't let you off. Qin Yun roared angrily as the veins on his forehead bulged. His entire body was burning with rage. You scolded me. Huang Yuquan was infuriated as he stepped on Qin Yun's face, preventing him from speaking. Lan Huayu was in a secret room on the 9th floor. When he saw this scene, he wanted to rush out but was stopped by a few elders from the Saint Palace. Huang Yuquan has violated the rules. Didn't you see that? Lan Huayu said angrily. No, it's fine to compete in the tower. An old man with a high status smiled faintly. If you want to save Qin Yun, he won't be able to enter the next round. Do you think he's willing to let you save him? If Qin Yun can't beat him, he can run by himself. You don't have to worry. The palace master of the Western Palace chuckled and said, he's a disciple of my Western Palace. If I'm not worried, what are you worried about? Lan Huayu's face was as gloomy as water as he said coldly, do you really think that I don't recognize the pearl in Huang Yuquan's hand? That's an ancient totem inheritance pearl. You guys have a few in your hands. I'm sure you've given them to those saints so that when they meet Qin Yun, they can think of a way to plunder his heavenly lion totem, right? Lan Huayu, what do you plan to do? The old man from the sacred palace, who had a very high status, laughed sarcastically. Now, no matter what, we won't let you pass. Lan Huayu was infuriated to the extreme. Fine, since you don't put me, an inscription master, in your eyes, then after the gathering, I will leave the Saint Palace and explore the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. I will no longer care about anything related to the Saint Palace's inscription. His words caused the expressions of the elders to change. From this, it could be seen that Lan Huayu was still very important in the Saint Palace. Old Lan, if we obtain the totem tattoo, we will definitely study it with you. This is a great thing for our entire Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Why are you doing this? Are you going to give up such a great opportunity for an outsider like Qin Yun? That's right. Totem tattoo, if our Blue Spirit Star Palace masters it, we will definitely become stronger. At that time, we will be able to kill our way back to the martial desolate land and defeat our enemies. Suddenly, Qin Yun's shout was heard. Everyone looked at a mirror on the wall. The ownership of the prize when Lan Huayu saw this, he sighed in despair. Ha ha ha, we're going to succeed. We'll have totem tattoo soon. an old man said happily. They all looked at the image in the mirror and felt somewhat nervous. Xianxia's heart was filled with extreme hatred. He knew that there were many people watching, but they did not stop him. He immediately knew that this was a plot by the people from Blue Spirit Star Palace to seize his totem tattoos. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his totem tattoos were being extracted. This process was extremely painful. The Heavenly Lion's arm felt as if it had been pierced by 1,000 needles. He was in so much pain that he couldn't do anything. His mind was in chaos and his injured body was exhausted. He couldn't fight back at all. He hated himself for not resisting with all his might just now. He never expected that Huang Yukuan would have such a thing that could extract totem tattoos. Heavenly Lion Totem, I'm sorry. I'm really useless. I've let you down. But I promise that as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely avenge you. Even if I die, I will fight them to the death. Xianxia shouted in his heart. Just as he was filled with grief and despair, his arm suddenly shook and flashed with a purplish gold light. This is. The Vajra martial spirit has left the body. Xianxia did not know why, but the Heavenly Lion's arm martial spirit could run out on its own. One had to know that normally, one had to use one's mental power to control it before it could be released. The Heavenly Lion's arm martial spirit was a ball of light intertwined with lightning and fire. After it ran out, it charged towards Hua Lingguo and Huang Yukuan. Huang Yukuan did not expect this. Just as he saw the purple gold thunder flame martial spirit, his head was struck by the incoming martial spirit. That ball of martial spirit seemed to be extremely angry. After rushing towards Huang Yukuan's head, it actually rushed into Huang Yukuan's body. Ah! Huang Yukuan screamed as the light blue bead in his hand fell to the ground. Without his control, the power of the totem tattoos gradually returned to Xianxia's Heavenly Lion arm. Xianxia's pain lessened and his mental strength gradually stabilized. He hurriedly controlled the light inscription equipment to heal himself. At the same time, he gathered his mental strength and prepared to use the spirit concentration kill. The purple gold thunder flame martial spirit that had entered Huang Yukuan's body also flew out and returned to Xianxia's Heavenly Lion arm. Huang Yukuan had just been attacked by the thunder fire martial spirit, causing his face to twist in pain. He roared angrily, took out his weapon and charged at Xianxia. Die! Xianxia shouted coldly. He condensed his mental power and shot it out through the spirit concentration kill. Two beams of white light shot out from his eyes towards Huang Yukuan. After Huang Yukuan was hit by the spirit concentrating kill, he immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Xianxia released all the internal supreme force from the 3 inner cores in his body and condensed it into the arm of the Heavenly Lion. Through the Qi explosion technique, he struck at Huang Yukuan. Boom! After a loud explosion, Huang Yukuan's body exploded into a red mist. Even the armor on his body had turned into many small pieces and scattered in the sparring room. The group of elders watching the competition room were all dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the mirror in the wall. They originally thought that Huang Yukuan would be able to continue suppressing Xianxia. They never expected that after Xianxia recovered a little, he would be able to unleash such a terrifying power. Xianxia was already severely injured. Forcefully using the Qi explosion technique made him even more exhausted. He could only lie on the ground and use his weak mind power to guide the light inscriptions to heal his body. Lan Huayu laughed out loud and said, Huang Yukuan is courting death. Did you see how much the Heavenly Lion totem tattoo cherishes Xianxia? Even his martial spirit can come out to protect his master. I'm going to take down Xianxia. An old man shouted angrily. Xianxia did not break the rules. If you dare to take him down, I'll fight it out with you here. Lan Huayu's cold voice was filled with killing intent. He took out 2 blue talismans. Seeing the blue talisman in his hand, the old man's expression changed and he hurriedly took a few steps back. Xian talisman. Lan Huayu sneered, what? You guys are afraid of death too. The old man here did not say a word. Huang Yukuan was already dead and in their eyes, their lives were more precious. There was no need for them to risk their lives against Lan Huayu for a dead person. Huang Yukuan is a saint of Blue Spirit Saint. The Grand Palace Master will definitely investigate his death. Lan Huayu said with a sneer, have you thought of how to deal with it? Huang Yukuan used a weapon to attack the injured Xianxia and was killed by Xianxia's mental power. This is Huang Yukuan's fault. The palace master of the Western Palace said indifferently. The other elders nodded as well. Lan Huayu shouted coldly, "You guys really can take it and let it go." He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Qin Yan was almost finished just now. Just now, Lan Huayu had also wanted to kill his way out, however, he still had some concerns. Later on, when he saw the close connection between Qin Yan and the totem tattoo, he no longer had any concerns and swore to protect Qin Yan. Even he had previously believed that Qin Yan's totem tattoo was not normal and that he might be dead. However, just now, he had personally seen the totem soul come out to protect his master. This meant that the totem soul was filled with spirituality. This was also the totem in its best condition. Qin Yan leaned against the corner of the wall and closed his eyes. He quietly allowed the power of the light inscriptions to heal him. He did not know what the consequences of killing Huang Yukuan would be, and he could not be bothered to think about it. Right now, he only wanted to ascend to a higher floor so that he could obtain a better result in this round of competition. He wanted to obtain the final life mark crystal jade and get closer to the martial Dao realm. Qin Yan had the bloodline of the heavenly lion in his body. Combined with the light inscriptions and the black-yellow heart sutra, his recovery speed was extremely fast. He had only rested for an hour before he had more or less recovered. At the bottom of the Blue Spirit Profound Tower, everyone looked at the windows on the upper floors. Most of the martial artists have jumped out of the window. They can only reach the third floor. Even those saints are not a match for the puppets. Right now, Qin Yan, Ji Kailan and Huang Yukuan are still up there. The window on the fourth floor is open. They should all be on the fourth floor. The people below the Blue Spirit Profound Tower were not clear about the situation above. They could only determine which floor the martial artists had gone to through the open windows. Suddenly, the window on the fifth floor opened. Someone has gone up to the fifth floor. Who the hell went up? An old man exclaimed. Is there a need to ask? It must be Ji Kailan. Only he can reach the fifth floor. He's wearing a royal grade spirit armor. The puppets on the third floor are already very powerful. How powerful are the puppets on the fifth floor? I don't even dare to think about it. A martial artist who had entered the third floor thought back to it and his face was filled with fear. Ancestor Xianxia was Ji Kailan's instructor. His wrinkled face was filled with pride. From the looks of it, he was determined to win. If Ji Kailan could get first place, then he would be able to obtain the rejuvenation water and jade muscle liquid, allowing him to recover his youth. Not long after, the window on the sixth floor also opened, causing the people waiting under the Blue Spirit Profound Tower to cry out in disbelief. In their eyes, the puppets on the fifth floor were extremely powerful, but they were still defeated. Ancestor Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said with a sneer, "Miss Yang, Qin Yan might have been crippled on the fourth floor. He won't be able to go up at all." Xianxia snorted lightly and ignored him. Ancestor Xianxia smiled even more happily. At this moment, many people came over to congratulate Ancestor Xianxia for obtaining the rejuvenation water and jade muscle liquid. The old man in charge of hosting walked over with a smile and said, "Elder Xiang, time is almost up. Ji Kailan has definitely won. When the time is up, the elders in charge of supervising the competition room will come and announce the results. Then I'll congratulate you first." Xiao Yanlong also walked over with a smile. "Elder Xiang, congratulations on returning to your youth." Ancestor Xiangyu's seniority here was relatively high. Although he was a rather harsh and sinister person, there were always a lot of people who flattered him. There were dozens of elders who came to congratulate Ancestor Xianxia, and there were even more than 100 juniors. "Everyone, tonight, Ancestor Xianxia has invited everyone to witness my return to youth." Ancestor Xianxia stood at a very high place and laughed heartily. At this moment, the palace masters of the four palaces, Lan Huayu, and a few elders also floated down from the ninth floor. "The fourth round of the competition is over," an old man said as he took out the jade muscle liquid and the rejuvenation water and slowly walked towards the crowd. Ancestor Xianxia was beaming with excitement. The people beside him also had smiles on their faces. As long as Ancestor Xianxia obtained those prizes, they would immediately flatter him. However, after the old man went over, he actually walked towards Xianxia. Miss Yang, Qin Yan has ascended to the 6th level and obtained first place. Congratulations. The old man handed 2 small jade bottles to Xianxia. Ancestor Xianyu and the large group of people were dumbfounded, especially Ancestor Xianyu. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. He thought that almost everyone was certain that he had received the reward and they were all congratulating him. But now, the person who had ascended to the 6th level was actually Qin Yan. Xianxia also received the prize in surprise. She felt that it was already very good for Qin Yan to be able to reach the 4th level. After all, Qin Yan did not have any defensive equipment and his preparations were insufficient. However, he never expected that he would be able to reach the 6th level and become first place. This, Protector Zhang. Are you guys mistaken? Ancestor Xiangyu's expression changed as he hurriedly asked. There are a total of 3 people who have ascended to the 4th level. Qin Yan, Huang Yukuan and Ji Kailan. Although Ji Kailan defeated the puppet on the 4th level, he was also injured. Furthermore, the royal grade spirit armor on his body was damaged, so he did not go upstairs. And Huang Yukuan and Qin Yan had a conflict in the martial arts room on the 4th level. When Protector Zhang said this, many people were astonished. Protector Zhang sighed and said, because Huang Yukuan used a weapon against Qin Yan during the martial arts competition, he was killed by Qin Yan. Qin Yan was also injured but his recovery speed is very fast. Furthermore, his mental force is very strong. Using his mental force to attack the puppet, he can easily win and help him ascend to the 6th level. The weakness of the puppet was that it was afraid of mental force. The strength of Qin Yan's mental force was well known. However, Huang Yukuan had actually been killed. That was a blue spirit saint. He had been killed. While everyone was at a loss for words, Ancestor Xianyu said, Protector Zhang, Qin Yan's mental force is so strong. It's not fair that he can easily deal with the puppet. Ancestor Xianyu looked at the 2 jade bottles in Xianxia's hands. He was extremely jealous and unwilling. Thunderclap soared as soon as Ji Kailan came down. He quickly asked, Tutor, what's the result? Is it because no one has been able to reach the 5th level? He felt that if even he couldn't ascend to the 5th floor, no one else could. At this moment, everyone could see that Ji Kailan's armor was damaged in many places. One could imagine how strong the puppets on the 4th floor were. Qin Yan has ascended to the 6th floor, but this is unfair because he used a powerful mental power to attack the puppet. Ancestor Xianyu was indignant as he glared at Qin Yan. He doesn't have the qualifications to receive the prize. Xianxia sneered, mental power is also a part of strength. Qin Yan only has one lineage. He painstakingly cultivates his mental power to make himself stronger. Why are you ignoring him? Qin Yan did not violate the rules. He relied on his own strength to reach the 6th floor. Protector Zhang took out a wooden box and handed it to Qin Yan. He said, Qin Yan, this is your prize. There's a life mark crystal jade inside. Qin Yan hurriedly went over and received it with a chuckle. Ji Kailan was extremely jealous. He clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, apart from me, is there anyone else who ascended to the 4th level? Yes, Huang Yukuan. However, when he fought with Qin Yan, he violated the rules by using weapons and was killed by Qin Yan. Protector Zhang's words caused Ji Kailan's heart to jump. Huang Yukuan, who had been with him for many years, was actually killed by Qin Yan. From this, it could be seen that Qin Yan was stronger than Huang Yukuan. Are you not going to punish Qin Yan? He killed one of our best saints. Ji Kailan pointed at Qin Yan and said angrily. Lan Huayu sneered, Huang Yukuan violated the rules first, who can you blame? The elders of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace also knew that they were in the wrong. If the matter were to blow up and alarm the Saint Palace Master, they would have to take responsibility. Let's leave it at that. Tomorrow, Qin Yan and Ji Kailan will compete in the final round of the martial arts competition on the battling platform of the Spiritual Martial Palace. Protector Zhang said lightly, you're all tired. Go back. The one who was the saddest should be Ancestor Xianyu. Just now, many people went to congratulate him excitedly, thinking that he had won a prize. He was so excited that he even said that there would be a banquet tonight. But now, he didn't get a prize. He was disappointed, jealous, and angry. Of course, it was also very awkward. Teacher Yang, now that you've obtained the rejuvenation water and jade muscle liquid, you won't look old. Qin Yan chuckled and said, let's go back. Xianxia nodded happily and returned to Lan Huayu's grove with Qin Yan, Lan Fengjin and company. The corners of Xiao Yanglong's eyes twitched. Xianxia was his fiancée. She was about to hold a grand wedding, yet she had walked with Qin Yan for so long, chatting and laughing. In his memory, Xianxia had only sneered and ridiculed him. She had never given him that kind of smile filled with concern and gentleness. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he almost roared. Qin Yan was quite tired. On the way, he briefly explained his battle with Huang Yuquan. Xianxia and Lan Fengjin were infuriated. Shuchuan said with a frown, totem inheritance bead, this kind of thing is rare even in the martial desolate land. Your blue spirit star palace actually has it and you even gave it to a few brats. I really didn't expect it. Back then, when the inscription gate was at its peak, they had refined this kind of thing, so they kept it. I didn't expect that they would actually take it out. This group of fellows, taking advantage of the fact that the Grand Palace Master is in seclusion, they do whatever they want. Lan Huayu snorted angrily. There's still a martial arts competition tomorrow, I need to rest well. Qin Yan took out the LifeMark's crystal jade and said, how do I use this thing? Is it too late to use it tonight? Lan Huayu said, it's too late. This thing will take at least 2 or 3 days to absorb. It's best if you don't try, or else you won't be able to participate in tomorrow's competition. Qin Yan put away the LifeMark's crystal jade and hurriedly walked in front, returning to his wooden hut. He took off his light inscription equipment, washed his bruised body and laid on the bed. He closed his eyes and thought of Xianxia's sweet smile when she received the prize. He was secretly happy in his heart and then fell asleep. Before dawn, Qin Yan woke up and put on a set of white clothes that Xianxia had made for him. After he walked out of the room, he saw Xianxia and Lan Fengjin on the stone table outside, preparing delicious snacks. With Qin Yan's cultivation, even eating snacks would not be able to replenish his energy. However, what Xianxia had done was able to encourage him. Especially now that he was about to compete in martial arts, it was able to calm his heart. Why are you up so early? Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Xianxia asked with a smile. She and Lan Fengjin were both wearing the golden blue robes of the Saint Palace. The two of them looked to have different styles and charms. These two different kinds of beauty also made Qin Yan secretly compare them. Qin Yan said with a smile, I'm very energetic now. Shuchuan and Lan Huayu were not in the wooden hut the entire night. It was as if they had gone to explore the knowledge of the Tao of inscriptions. They had not slept the entire night. They hurried back and ate breakfast with Qin Yan. Even Lan Huayu was curious about the reward for the final martial arts competition. There were a lot of people in the spiritual martial palace. In the previous matches, many disciples of the Star Palace had not come to watch. But now, it was the final martial arts competition between Ji Kailan and Qin Yan. Ji Kailan possessed the legendary Thunder Qilin martial spirit, Seven Sun Spirit. Vain, in the Saint Palace, he was the strongest disciple below the martial Tao realm. He was tied for first place with Xiao Yuan. Qin Yan possessed the Heavenly Lion Totem and the Purple Gold Thunder Flame martial spirit. He had obtained first place in the inscription competition. At the same time, he was also an extremely talented young inscription master. His level of inscriptions far surpassed that of many old inscriptionists. Ji Kailan and Qin Yan were about the same age. Ji Kailan was only 1 or 2 years older than Qin Yan. However, their talent was about the same. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, it had caused many people to debate over the past few days. Some people believed that Qin Yan was slightly stronger than Ji Kailan while others believed that Ji Kailan's strength far surpassed Qin Yan's. A few people believed that they would fight to a draw. Before the martial arts competition even began, many people were already arguing until their faces and ears turned red. One had to know that after a few rounds of martial arts, many young martial artists had a good impression of Qin Yan. In particular, Qin Yan's unyielding pride and unswerving determination infected many people. In contrast, Ji Kailan's arrogance and condescension made many people feel disgusted. Ji Kailan was the first to arrive. He was dressed in a luxurious blue robe. With his hands behind his back, he stood on the battling platform with his head held high. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he coldly looked at the people below the battling platform. The battling platform was built overnight. It was circular and 100 meters wide. It was surrounded by 72 array pillars that were engraved with spirit inscriptions. The array pillar was 3 meters long and 2 people could wrap their arms around it. It was a transparent crystal. It was unknown what material was used to refine it. In short, it was used to protect the battling platform. It could prevent the powerful force from rushing out during the fierce battle. The moment Xianxia arrived, he hurriedly walked onto the battling platform. He was more than 20 meters away from Ji Kailan as he looked at him. The martial arts competition was about to begin and the entire audience immediately quietened down. Many people's hearts were filled with hot blood. They were filled with incomparable anticipation for the fierce battle that was about to erupt. The person in charge of the competition was Protector Zhang from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. He stood on an array pillar and said, "During the competition, you cannot use light pattern equipment. As for weapons, you can use them." When everyone heard that they could use weapons, they were somewhat puzzled. For this kind of martial arts competition, not using weapons was the fairest. Xianxia felt that it was nothing. Although his giant king spirit hammer was not a royal-grade spirit artifact, it was still pretty good. However, weapons can only be provided by us. In order to add a bit of suspense to this martial arts competition, we have set up a special rule. Even if all of you retreat to the side of the battling platform, I will place a Xian artifact in the middle. Run over as fast as you can. Whoever can snatch a Xian artifact will be able to use it to fight in the competition. And those who can't snatch a Xian artifact can't use other weapons. This meant that the person who snatched the Xian artifact would definitely win. This was a competition of speed, not martial power. Lan Huayu frowned and said, "This seems to be a bit redundant. It's better if no one uses weapons and let them compete directly." Shuchuan nodded. "That's right. The one who snatches the Xian artifact will definitely win." Although they said that, many people wanted to see who would be able to snatch the Xian artifact. And how would those who did not snatch the Xian artifact lose? Protector Zhang smiled. "Everyone thinks it's very interesting, right? The winner's reward is a bottle of sun flame liquid. This is something that can strengthen the Dao body Dao core after stepping into the martial Dao realm. It's a Xian-level medicinal liquid. This reward could be said to be extremely precious. Even many martial Dao realm cultivators revealed an incomparable yearning in their eyes." Xia Wufeng said with a frown, "This reward is indeed very generous. However, snatching the Xian artifact is extremely inappropriate. The rules were set up by the elders behind Ji Kailan, so they are definitely biased towards Ji Kailan. It looks like they believe that Ji Kailan can win and also take out the sun flame liquid as a reward." Morong Darren said, "That grandson Ji Kailan must be up to something again." Protector Zhang took out a Xian artifact. It was a dark blue longsword and from time to time, lightning would seep out from its surface. It was obvious that it was a lightning attribute Xian artifact. "Thunder Pulse Sword." Lan Fengjin shouted in shock, "That's the third-ranked Xian artifact in the Saint Palace." The disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace immediately looked over in envy as they cheered. In the Blue Spirit Star Palace, the palace masters of the 4 palaces had Xian artifacts but they were not ranked in the top 10. In the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace, the top 10 Xian artifacts were all in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Many disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace were very clear about the fame of the Thunder Pulse Sword. It was the Xian artifact of Protector Lei of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. After Protector Lei died, his Xian artifact has been left unused. Now that he has taken it out, could it be that he is choosing a new owner for the Thunder Pulse Sword? Xianxia has the Purple Gold Thunder Flame Martial Spirit and Ji Kailan has the Thunder Qilin Martial Spirit. They are also disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace and can use this Thunder Pulse Sword. Humph, Xianxia is a disciple of the West Palace and Ji Kailan is a saint. The difference in their status is too great. Only Ji Kailan is qualified to obtain it. Xianxia is already a high-ranked inscription master at such a young age. His strength can crush the other old high-ranked inscriptionists. Even if he can't obtain the Thunder Pulse Sword, he can still refine a Xian artifact for himself in the future. Xianxia doesn't even think highly of the Thunder Pulse Sword. 323 Chapter 323 Tranquil Heart Mysterious Pill. Everyone's gazes were focused on the Thunder Pulse sword in the middle of the battling platform. The entire process of snatching it happened in an instant. A martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm was extremely fast. Qin Yun, when you snatch it, you cannot use your mental power. Protector Zhang said, alright, 1, 2, 3, begin. As soon as he shouted, a white gold qilin suddenly appeared from Ji Kailan's side. The qilin was like lightning as it roared out. In an instant, it touched the Thunder Pulse sword, bit it and brought it back. As for Qin Yun, his speed was extremely fast. Using the mysterious star steps, he was like a bolt of purple gold lightning. However, he was still a little too slow. Just as he passed, the Thunder Pulse sword was in Ji Kailan's hands. Those martial artists who thought highly of Ji Kailan immediately cheered. Ji Kailan has definitely won. All of you who thought highly of Qin Yun must be dumbfounded. Truly amazing. He released the Thunder Qilin martial spirit and rushed over like lightning to seize the Thunder Pulse sword. This is truly unexpected. Isn't that so? Ji Kailan is indeed worthy of being the #1 saint below the 9th level martial body realm. We've won, there's no need to fight anymore. Those martial artists who thought highly of Qin Yun were not to be outdone. They shouted, Qin Yun, don't give up. Isn't it just that you don't have a Xian artifact? You still defeated Ji Kailan. If Qin Yun were to defeat Ji Kailan with his bare hands, then Ji Kailan would lose a lot of face. Haha. Qin Yun's mental strength is also unfathomable. Furthermore, his martial arts comprehension is extremely high. He can cultivate a primordial spirit vein and cultivate his cultivation technique to perfection. Even if he doesn't have a Xian artifact, it doesn't mean that he will lose. There were also many people who encouraged Qin Yun. Qin Yun was very displeased. He never expected Ji Kailan to use such a method to seize the Thunder Pulse sword. He did not have a Xian artifact, so he was indeed at a disadvantage. Qin Yun. I admit that in the previous few rounds, you suppressed me by a level. This made me very unconvinced. Now, we finally have the chance to have a fair duel. Ji Kailan said loudly as he gripped the Thunder Pulse sword tightly. When Mu Rongjun heard this, he immediately shouted, Ji Kailan, your asshole is in your mouth. You're holding the Thunder Pulse sword and you're actually talking about a fair duel. Shut up. I relied on my own strength to obtain the Thunder Pulse sword. What's wrong with that? Ji Kailan was furious as he glared at Murong Daran. Hee, I can shut my mouth. Then why are you shut up? Close your asshole? Mu Rongjun laughed. The spiritual martial palace burst into laughter. Ji Kailan's entire face was twitching. He wished he could immediately fly over and stab Murong Daran to death. Qin Yun looked calmly at Ji Kailan. Although he did not have a Xian artifact, he was not afraid at all. He was still filled with confidence. Qin Yun, let us put an end to this martial arts competition. I want to fight you to the death. In Blue Spirit Star Palace, it's either you die or I die. Ji Kailan's face was ferocious as he pointed the Thunder Pulse sword at Qin Yun. His arrogant words were filled with hostility. A battle of life and death meant that even if they killed their opponent, they wouldn't receive any punishment. I refuse. Qin Yun said indifferently, this is only a martial arts competition. It is not a good thing for the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace if there are any deaths or injuries. It is not easy for us to be able to have this day. In comparison, Qin Yun's calm and composed attitude was much higher than Ji Kailan's in terms of mental state. You must be afraid of death. Ji Kailan laughed sinisterly, I have a Xian artifact in my hands and you don't. It's normal for you to be afraid. There's no need to make it sound so nice. Being afraid of death is being afraid of death. Qin Yun turned around and retreated to a spot. He waited for the martial arts competition to begin. He did not want to say anything more. He only wanted to hurry up and win. In his heart, he was more concerned about Xiao Yanglong and Yang Shiyu's wedding after this grand event ended. Qin Yun, let's make a bet. You and I will fight to the death and promise me that you will allow me to obtain your Heavenly Lion totem tattoo after you die. Ji Kailan smiled coldly. Everyone immediately understood that this was Ji Kailan's true goal, to seize the totem tattoo. Lan Huayu immediately clenched his fists. He never expected that Ji Kailan's group would still not give up on the idea of seizing the Heavenly Lion Totem. As for the small interlude of seizing the Thunderpulse sword, it was obviously to make things easier for Ji Kailan to defeat Qin Yun. Qin Yun was slightly infuriated. He finally knew that Ji Kailan's goal was to obtain the Heavenly Lion Totem. If he agreed, then after he died, Ji Kailan and the others would be able to take away his totem tattoo. I definitely won't agree. Give up. Let's hurry up and compete. Qin Yun looked at Protector Zhang and said, Protector Zhang, you can start now. Protector Zhang did not shout and pretended not to hear. At this moment, a tall and skinny old man with yellow hair below the battling platform said loudly, Qin Yun, I just received a piece of news. Your wife, Xiao Yuelan, suddenly went berserk when she was in seclusion to break through. The situation is critical and she needs the Tranquil Heart Pill to help her escape. As for me, I happen to have a Tranquil Heart Pill. If you agree to a life and death battle and defeat Lin, I will give the Tranquil Heart Pill to you. This tall and skinny old man with a head full of yellow hair was Ji Kailan's grandfather. His name was Ji Xianxia. His words caused the entire audience to be shocked. The proud daughter of heaven, Xiao Yuelan, had actually gone berserk during her breakthrough and was in danger. Is this true? The calm Qin Yun hurriedly walked down the battling platform and shouted anxiously. Lan Huayu walked over and said with a sigh, It's true. This happened last night. Not many people know about it. Her situation has temporarily stabilized. I also plan to tell you after your match is over. Last night, Lan Huayu and Shuchuan were not in the forest. It was obvious that they had gone to deal with this matter. Ji Xianzhao said, Qin Yun, the Tranquil Heart Pill is very precious and useful. If Xiao Yuelan does not consume it in time, she will become a cripple. Although there are people in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace who can get it, it will take a period of time. As for me, I have a ready-made Tranquil Heart Pill that can solve the urgent problem. Xiao Yuelan was Qin Yun's wife. Naturally, he had to save his wife at all costs. Then why don't you just propose to exchange totem tattoos with me? Qin Yun's face darkened. He felt that the matter of Xiao Yuelan's cultivation going berserk was not that simple. We are righteous people, so we'll give you a chance. If you can defeat Lin, not only will you not lose your totem tattoos, you will also be able to obtain the Tranquil Heart Pill. Alright, I agree to a life and death battle with Ji Kailan. If I die, you can take away my Heavenly Lion Totem. Qin Yun returned to the battling platform and looked coldly at Ji Kailan. Lan Huayu said, Ji Xianzhao, I want to see your Tranquil Heart Pill. At this point, no one could stop this matter. Lan Huayu and Shuchuan could only ensure that this matter would not be tricked by scoundrels. Ji Xianzhao took out a box with a red pill inside. Lan Huayu and Shuchuan recognized it at a glance and nodded. Ji Xianzhao, aren't you worried that your grandson will die? Lan Huayu said, You're too confident. If Qin Yun isn't afraid of death, what is he afraid of? My grandson, Ji Xianzhao, is not a coward. Ji Xianzhao laughed loudly, You can begin now. Protector Zhang waved his hand and activated the formation on the pillar. He stood on a beat and shouted, Martial arts competition, begin. Everyone watched with rapt attention. A life and death battle had begun. Ji Kailan, who was wielding the Thunderpulse sword, was full of confidence. He was the first to attack, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning. With a whoosh, he appeared beside Qin Yun and the Thunderpulse sword stabbed forward like lightning. The Thunderpulse sword was a Xian artifact. Energy could be channeled through the Thunderpulse sword to produce vibrating thunder and lightning. Ji Kailan thrust it out with his sword. The flickering sword energy shot out like lightning and struck Qin Yun's shoulder. Boom, the sword energy vibrated, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. On Qin Yun's right shoulder, his clothes were torn apart and his flesh was charred black. Qin Yun never expected that after using a Xian artifact, its power would be so terrifying. Furthermore, the lightning was very fast and fierce. Before he could dodge, he was hit. This is the power of a Xian artifact. Ji Kailan felt the power of the Xian artifact and was wild with joy. It was as if he had gone mad as he laughed sinisterly. He stabbed at Qin Yun with his sword in hand. Qin Yun used the mysterious star steps and his body was like a violent meteor. As he dodged, the power of thunder and fire held out, blasting away the sword energy that the Thunderpulse sword had sent flying at him. Just now, Qin Yun had been stabbed by a sword, but to him, it was only a flesh wound. He had the nether sun vibration to protect his body, so it was not that easy for his body to be pierced. However, many people felt that the sword strike from before had caused great harm to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun dodged more than 10 strikes, his fist suddenly shook as the power of thunder and fire surged out like a wave. It was the tsunami technique, 9 shockwaves. Great perfection of the tsunami technique. This is the power of a Xian-level martial art at the great perfection stage. Qin Yun is truly powerful. Even some martial Dao realm cultivators are unable to master a Xian-level martial art to the great perfection stage. This martial arts talent is so high that there is no one else like him. Below the battling platform, waves of envious exclamations could be heard. The shockwave moved forward, spanning across the entire battling platform. The violent thunder and fire inner strength surged forward majestically, forcing Ji Kailan to retreat again and again. Break! The thunder pulse sword in Ji Kailan's hand held as it slashed forward. Thunder and lightning shot out, accompanied by vibrations, splitting apart the incoming thunder and fire shockwaves. Hua hua hua, the mighty shockwave was broken apart by Ji Kailan and surged in all directions. It swept up a true wave of thunder and fire. Lightning that carried flames with it flickered and flashed, enveloping the entire battling platform. It's just a deathbed struggle. Ji Kailan was also alarmed by Qin Yun's exquisite martial skill. He was secretly envious because it was impossible for him to master a martial skill to such an extent. Jealousy ignited the anger in his heart. His expression was ferocious as he brandished his sword and charged at Qin Yun. His body was wrapped in lightning as he let out the roar of a qilin. Swish, Ji Kailan swung his sword and the thunder pulse sword swung, countless sword shadows flashed out along with lightning. They flew in all directions and overlapped as they enveloped Qin Yun. Lightning Shadow Sword Art. A low-grade earth-level martial art. Xianxia exclaimed, Qin Yun, be careful. Qin Yun activated his internal supreme force and circulated the tsunami technique. He sent out shockwaves that held like waves to block the lightning sword shadows that enveloped him. However, this was an earth-level martial art and it was executed through a Xian artifact. The power was rather terrifying. Even though Qin Yun tried his best to block it, he was unable to block the layers of lightning sword shadows that came crashing down. Ji Kailan had also used his internal supreme force when he attacked. The thunder and lightning sword shadows collided fiercely with the thunder and fire shockwaves. Thunder and fire and sword shadows covered the entire battling platform. Soul of Rage. There were quite a few martial Dao realm cultivators present, including the palace masters of the 4 palaces. Even they were surprised by the commotion caused by the match on the stage. After Qin Yun and Ji Kailan exchanged a blow, both of them were forced to retreat. On the battling platform, it gradually calmed down. Ji Kailan used a Xian artifact to fight, but using an earth-level martial art consumed a lot of energy. After all, he was only at the 9th level martial body realm. However, he had the upper hand. In the exchange just now, although Ji Kailan had been forced back, he had suppressed Qin Yun. This was because he was still able to stand while Qin Yun was lying on the ground. Ji Kailan had a Xian artifact. When he used an earth-level sword technique, all aspects of it had been greatly improved. In terms of strength, he had completely suppressed Qin Yun. Qin Yun, who was lying on the ground, had his flesh lacerated. He had been injured by the sword energy. That kind of injury was shocking and unbearable to look at. Humph, that's all you can do. In the first few rounds, your perseverance was indeed astonishing and you had a strong fighting spirit. However, in the face of absolute power, you can only be defeated by me. Ji Kailan said coldly. He was also panting slightly. He had used all his strength in that move just now. If it was in the past, Xia Wufeng, Shuichuan, Lan Fengjin and Xianxia would definitely have asked Qin Yun to come down. But now, Qin Yun's loss meant death. It meant that Xiao Yuelan would not be able to be saved by the tranquil heart pill. Qin Yun could not be defeated, but in the current situation, he had been completely defeated. Where's your willpower, your unyielding spirit? Where did they all go? Ji Kailan rested for a moment, sneered and walked over. Qin Yun did not have any light inscription equipment, so he could not quickly heal his injuries. He could only control the wounds on his body to not bleed. He could only use the primordial spirit vein and the 9-yang divine spirit to absorb spiritual energy to heal himself. But this would take a period of time. As for Ji Kailan, he would not give him time to recover. Your totem tattoo is mine. Ji Kailan took out a bead. It was the totem inheritance bead. Many people sighed in pity at the sight of this. Qin Yun has really been defeated. Ji Kailan used a Xian artifact and used a high-grade earth-tier sword technique, so he was invincible. Profound armaments are really scary. No wonder they are so precious. Oh right, Qin Yun's father, Qin Long, also has a Xian tool. It should be the Dragon King Spear. What a pity, he is not here, otherwise he would be able to save Qin Yun. Xianxia gritted her teeth and suddenly walked over, but was stopped by Ji Xianzhao. Miss Yang, please don't interfere in the competition. At this moment, Ji Xianzhao was very pleased with himself. At the beginning of the competition, he had already encountered such a result. Qin Yun. Xianxia shouted, are you really going to lose just like that? With your talent, you definitely can't lose in this place, and definitely can't lose to that kind of person. This martial arts competition is full of unfairness. There are traps set up for you everywhere. Yuelan's sudden cultivation deviation was definitely premeditated. Qin Yun, who was lying on the battling platform, could not help but move his hand when he heard Xianxia's words. He also felt that the totem runes on his heavenly lion arm were being pulled out bit by bit. Yuelan's cultivation deviation, is it really related to you? Qin Yun raised his head and looked at Ji Kailan as he asked in a low voice. Ji Kailan smiled proudly, Xiao Yuelan has such talent. Since I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. You guys really did it. Qin Yun was infuriated. His eyes suddenly turned completely black. When Ji Kailan saw Qin Yun's appearance, he took a few steps back in fright. He gripped the Thunder Pulse sword tightly, as though he was facing a great enemy. The heavenly lion bloodline in Qin Yun's body began to burn and boil. The vibration martial spirit in his heart was like a violent beast. It constantly struggled and jumped, releasing waves of vibration inner force that roared and surged throughout his body. The tree totem within the Nether Sun inner core also released waves of life force. Accompanied by the power of vibration, it attacked every part of Qin Yun's body and healed his injuries. Qin Yun, who was lying on the ground half dead, suddenly jumped up and became full of life and vigor. The thousands of people in the spiritual martial palace could not help but burst out in surprise. Xianxia and company were also pleasantly surprised. As for Xianxia, she could tell that Qin Yun was going to use his vibration martial spirit with all his might. When Zhuchuan and Lan Huayu saw Qin Yun's pitch-black eyes, they felt extremely uneasy. Ji Xianzhao and the other palace masters also revealed expressions of shock. Brother Yun, what's wrong? Morong Darren shouted in a low voice. His current appearance is very terrifying. Huazhong was also secretly worried. Qin Yun's current appearance was indeed very frightening. He suddenly stood up. The sword wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was going on? Everyone's hearts were filled with questions and shock. You. Lie down. Ji Kailan looked at Qin Yun's pitch-black eyes and was alarmed. He quickly brandished his sword and executed the lightning shadow sword art. The lightning shadow sword energy overlapped and danced in the sky, enveloping Qin Yun. As the sword shadow attacked, Qin Yun clenched his fists. His robust body trembled and the clothes on his upper body immediately shattered. His muscular body was overflowing with black gas. Black meant evil. At that moment, Qin Yun, whose body was overflowing with black gas, was truly frightening. Many people believed that he had cultivated a demonic art. Ha! Qin Yun roared as the black gas on his body splattered out. A shockwave surged out, causing the entire martial stage to instantly sink into an incomparably violent tremor. Ji Kailan's sword shadows were completely dispersed by the shockwave, turning into a shockwave that filled the array formation of the battling platform. Boom, boom. Boom, Qin Yun released the power of vibration. As he charged over, the bronze on the battling platform shattered. His speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ji Kailan. Although Ji Kailan was frightened by Qin Yun's terrifying strength, he still counterattacked and slashed at Qin Yun with his sword. Xian artifacts were the most terrifying in close combat. Qin Yun did not have a Xian artifact, but his vibrating power was extremely terrifying. He punched at the incoming Thunder Pulse sword. The vibrating power roared out in an incomparably ferocious manner. Before the thunder pulse sword could even touch Qin Yun, it was sent flying. As for Ji Kailan's clothes, they were in tatters. The inner force within his inner core was chaotic and unable to condense. After Ji Kailan was sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were abruptly shaken and his injuries were extremely severe. "Evil demon, stop!" Ji Xianxia shouted and rushed forward. The 3 palace masters and a few elders from the Saint Palace also followed behind. "Quickly remove the array formation!" Ji Xianxia roared at Protector Zhang. He was so anxious that his face turned red as he glared angrily at the battling platform. Qin Yun looked at Ji Xianxia and sneered, "This is a life and death battle. If I don't die, then he will." "Stop!" Other than shouting, Ji Xianxia had no other choice. The onlookers also retreated one after another. Qin Yun, who was standing on the battling platform, was covered in black gas. His eyes were completely black without any white in them. He looked like an evil demon. A long time ago, many people suspected that Qin Yun cultivated a demonic art. However, there was no strong evidence, but now, when everyone saw him like this, they believed it without a doubt. Many people agreed that Qin Yun had cultivated a demonic art and it was an extremely terrifying demonic art. "Ji Kailan, you were the one who wanted to engage in a life-and-death battle with me. It's not that I didn't give you a chance, it's that you didn't cherish it." Qin Yun's voice was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of emotion. He was already in such a state, yet he was still so calm. This was even more frightening. Protector Zhang was sweating profusely as he controlled the changes in the spirit inscriptions to close the formation. This would take some time. "Qin Yun, I know I was wrong. Please spare my worthless life." Ji Kailan spat out blood and begged. He could feel death right in front of him. "Let me ask you again, did you guys do Elan's cultivation deviation? Answer honestly." Qin Yun asked coldly. Yes. "We did it." Ji Kailan was extremely afraid of death. After being scared like this, he admitted to everything. When everyone heard this, they secretly despised Ji Xianzhao and company for being despicable. Xianxia was even more infuriated. She had already known that this was not simple, but she never expected that it was actually done by Ji Xianzhao and company. Lan Huayu's expression was dark. "The Saint Palace has scum like them. This is truly a disgrace to us. Qin Yun, if you kill All Lin, you won't be able to obtain the Tranquil Heart Pill." Ji Xianzhao shouted. When Qin Yun heard this threat, he was even more infuriated. He jumped up and clenched his fists tightly as black gas surged out. "Ji Kailan, die." Qin Yun's furious roar was accompanied by a monstrous killing intent that shook the spiritual martial palace. His fist struck down, creating a shockwave that was like thunder. That was the sea howling art and the 6th style of the forging dragon, tsunami heaven destruction. The power unleashed by those fists was terrifying to the extreme, as if doomsday had arrived. The black shockwave smashed down from the sky and landed on Ji Kailan's body. At the same time, the great formation of the battling platform was closed. Boom. The violent shockwave penetrated down and drowned Ji Kailan. It pierced through the battling platform and poured into the depths of the spiritual martial palace, causing an incomparably intense earthquake. Boom. 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 The magnificent spiritual martial palace shook violently and continued to collapse. In the midst of the collapse, bursts of explosions brought with them waves of shockwaves, sweeping up many fragments and blowing them in all directions. In an instant, all sorts of angry roars, exclamations, shouts and terrified voices could be heard. The gigantic spiritual martial palace collapsed and dust billowed in all directions like waves. The powerful martial Dao realm cultivators immediately used their own power to blow away the dust. Many people could float in the air and look at the ruined spiritual martial palace. The most terrifying thing was that cracks that were 100 meters deep had appeared around the spiritual martial palace. That terrifying power poured into the ground and exploded, causing the tremors to become even more terrifying. Many people were covered in dust. Fortunately, they were all warriors, so they were fine. They crawled out of the ruins and looked in the direction of the battling platform. Qin Yun was still standing there with his head slightly raised. His expression was cold as he straightened his back and looked at Ji Xianzhao, who was not far away. "Ji Xianzhao, I've won." Hand over the tranquil heart pill. Lan Qinji Xianjiao stared blankly at the big hole. His grandson, Ji Kailan, had been reduced to ashes by Qin Yun's punch. He had died to the point where not even dregs could be seen. Everyone looked at Ji Xianjiao and gradually felt the terrifying aura of the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun used a demonic art to kill Ji Kailan. He really cultivates a demonic art. It's too terrifying. He cultivates a demonic art. This time, no one can protect him. Whoever wants to protect him will be in cahoots with the evil demons. Shuchuan, Lan Huayu, and Lan Fengjin hurriedly rushed over but were blocked by a few elders from the Saint Palace. If you go over to help Qin Yun, we will stop you no matter what. Xia Wufeng also used his movement technique and flew over but was blocked by Xiaoyang Long. Xia Wufeng, are you going to stop Elder Ji from killing the evil demons? Xiaoyang Long said coldly, I will stop you from going over. Quickly get out of the way. For Qin Yun, I can risk my life. Do you dare to bet your life to stop me? Xia Wufeng said expressionlessly. Xia Wufeng was also in the martial Dao realm and he was a sword cultivator. Everyone knew how terrifying his strength was. Xiaoyang Long hesitated. Obviously, he knew that Xia Wufeng was not easy to deal with. The palace master of the Western Palace suddenly flew over and said with a sneer, Xia Wufeng, what about now? Even if you risk your life, you won't be able to save Qin Yun. Look at the reality, this is Blue Spirit Star Palace, Qin Yun won't be able to escape. Many martial Dao realm elders from Blue Spirit Star Palace moved out to stop the people who saved Qin Yun. Xianxia was far away and the palace master of the Eastern Palace was right beside her. It was as if he did not want her to interfere. Qin Yun, you cultivate a demonic art. You can only accept the trial. Ji Xianjiao laughed maniacally in anger, you, accompany All Lin in death. Xianxia clenched her fist and the world suddenly trembled, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky and then, a purplish gold light shone, everyone looked up and saw a bright purple gold moon hanging under the dark clouds, it was the moon martial spirit. Purple gold moon martial spirit, everyone suddenly looked at Xianxia, only to see her expression cold as she shouted at Ji Xianjiao, step down, otherwise I will use my moon martial spirit to send you off. The purple gold moon that floated in the air released a terrifying energy that caused the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace to tremble slightly. This was the fearsomeness of a heavenly martial soul. Everyone knew that Xianxia had a moon martial spirit, but they only knew that it was platinum ranked. But at this moment, it had actually turned purplish gold, which meant that the martial spirit had evolved. Only Qin Yun knew that Xianxia's moon martial spirit had successfully evolved after absorbing the power of the flying spirit stone. Xianxia, Qin Yun used a demonic art. Didn't you see it? You have to be punished for harboring evil demons. Ji Xianjiao shouted angrily. Xianxia said coldly, to think that all of you are in the martial Dao realm of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Are all of you blind? Qin Yun used his second martial spirit, the vibration martial spirit. In the quiet ruins, Xianxia's cold voice echoed. Everyone was dumbstruck. Qin Yun's purple gold thunder flame martial spirit was extremely terrifying. However, he actually had a second martial spirit, the vibration martial spirit. This was twin martial spirits. Furthermore, they were two extremely terrifying martial spirits. Lan Huayu, Shuchuan, Lan Fengjin and the other martial Dao realm cultivators looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. At this moment, everyone recalled the power that Qin Yun had used. It was indeed filled with the power of vibration. This is impossible. Ji Xianjiao had already believed half of it, which made him want to kill Qin Yun even more. However, above his head was Xianxia's purple gold moon martial spirit. If he were to make a move, the moon martial spirit would fall and take his life. Qin Yun, he actually has twin martial spirits. Doesn't that mean that he cultivates two inner cores? No wonder his strength is always so unimaginable. So he's someone with twin martial spirits. This kind of martial artist is very rare. Xianxia already knew about it, that's why she valued him so much. Vibration martial spirit, this is a legendary martial spirit. Twin martial spirits were already unbelievable. Moreover, the twin martial spirits were both very powerful martial spirits. This was very enviable. Ji Xianjiao shouted, his entire body is covered in a black aura of inner force. This is not the vibration martial spirit. Only by cultivating demonic arts would it be like this. Xianxia, don't try to lie to me. Yin snorted coldly as his body trembled. A black aura seeped out and the ground immediately shook. He held the giant king spirit hammer in one hand and the body-securing talisman in the other. He said coldly, then you want to kill me, right? Yin, you used a demonic art to kill my grandson. I must kill you. Xianxia recalled Kailan's death and his anger soared to the heavens. He looked at the purple gold moon in the sky and accumulated the powerful power of the Tao core in his body. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds surged, the earth shook and thunder rumbled in the sky. The purple gold moon released a cold purple gold light, causing the blue spirit star palace to be filled with a murderous aura. All of you, stop. Suddenly, a deep and cold bellow sounded, the dense clouds and lightning in the sky immediately rose up and the trembling ground calmed down. Xianxia's purple gold moon also gradually shrank. Following the onslaught of that pressure, she had no choice but to retract her moon martial spirit. The blue spirit star palace suddenly quietened down, the thick clouds in the sky dissipated and the light of the 9 suns shone on the ruins. After a moment of silence, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped them. The martial Tao practitioners floating in the air all landed on the ground. As long as the martial artists on the ground were not in the martial Tao realm, they would be unable to stand up straight and could only kneel on one knee. Welcome, Grand Palace Master. A few St. Palace martial Tao realm cultivators hurriedly bowed as they looked at a blue-clothed middle-aged man who was slowly descending. Following that, Lan Huayu, the 4 palace masters and Xianxia immediately bowed to the blue-clothed middle-aged man. The Grand Palace Master of Blue Spirit Star Palace, who was also the master of the Saint Palace, was actually a middle-aged man. Qin Yin had heard from Lan Fengjin that the palace master's name was Lan Chen. Lan Chen looked like a middle-aged man but he had lived for many years. From the looks of it, he was an unassuming bald middle-aged man. However, the terrifying might he exuded caused many 9th-level martial body cultivators to kneel on one knee. Although Qin Yin was at the 9th-level martial body realm, he was able to withstand the pressure and stand. At this moment, he was also carefully sizing up Lan Chen. What shocked him was that there were patterns on Lan Chen's bald head. They were totem tattoos. The spiritual martial palace has been built for 1,000 years. How did it get destroyed? Lan Chen looked at Xianxia and asked with a slightly dignified voice. Grand Palace Master, please make the decision. This guy used a demonic art to kill my grandson, Kailan, because his skills were inferior. He killed my grandson. Xuanzhao's face was filled with grief and indignation as he said angrily. Lan Chen looked at Qin Yin and said in a clear voice, you used a demonic art? No. Qin Yin hurriedly said, it's just that his knowledge is shallow and he mistakenly thought that I used a demonic art. Lan Chen could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the heavenly lion totem on Qin Yin's left arm. Then, he looked at Xia Wufeng and said, Wufeng, is this the brother you mentioned to me? Tell me what's going on. Previously, there were rumors that Lan Chen wanted to take Xia Wufeng in as his last disciple. From the looks of it, it was most likely true. Xiao Yanlong was secretly jealous because Xia Wufeng was able to obtain Lan Chen's appreciation. This was something that the disciples of Su Xing Palace yearned for even in their dreams. Xia Wufeng walked over and told Lan Chen the whole story. Grand Palace Master, Qin Yin is using black inner force. It's definitely not some vibration martial spirit. Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward and shouted. After Lan Chen finished listening to Xia Wufeng's story, his expression gradually turned gloomy. Especially when he heard about Xiao Yuelan's cultivation going berserk, the pressure could not help but increase, causing all the martial Tao realm cultivators to feel incomparable fear. Lan Chen looked at Xianxia and angrily rebuked, in order to obtain the totem tattoos, you guys are really unscrupulous. It seems like our Blue Spirit Star Palace is like a stray dog. We deserve it for escaping to such a place. Grand Palace Master, I know I was wrong and I am willing to bear all the responsibility. However, Qin Yin must not be forgiven for using demonic arts. It doesn't matter if I die, but I definitely cannot let an evil demon like him harm the common people. Xuanzhao's tone was impassioned as he spoke righteously. At this moment, the palace master of the Western Palace also walked over. Although Qin Yin has joined the Western Palace, I request that the Grand Palace Master execute him on the spot and behead the evil demon. Protector Zhang and a few elders from the Saint Palace also came over and begged Lan Chen to kill Qin Yun. Lan Chen closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He seemed to be extremely angry, but he could only hold it in. He said, "Ji Xianjiao, take out your tranquil heart pill." Ji Xianjiao hesitated for a moment but still took it out and handed it to Lan Chen. After Lan Chen received it, he said, "I'll go investigate Qin Yun's situation. If he really cultivates a demonic art, he will definitely not be spared." Ji Xianjiao was delighted as he looked at Qin Yun complacently. Yang Shiyu's expression was indifferent, as if she was not worried at all. Xia Wufeng and company did not make a sound when they saw her calm appearance. The others also stood up. They did not dare to breathe loudly as they watched Lan Chen walk towards Qin Yun. Lan Chen came in front of Qin Yun and said, "Qin Yun, can you let me examine your vibration inner yuan?" Previously, Qin Yun did not believe Lan Fengjing because she had said that Lan Chen was a very good person. He was one of the more amiable ones. From the looks of it, it was indeed so. "My vibration martial spirit and inner core are both in my heart." Qin Yun nodded and said. Everyone was alarmed once again. The inner core could actually be placed in the heart, even Yang Shiryu did not know about this. No wonder Xiao Yanglong went to poke Brother Yun's heart and almost broke his finger. So that's what happened. Morong Darren laughed. Xiao Yanglong's finger was still in pain. He also secretly cursed a few times. Lan Chen's face was filled with surprise as he pointed at Qin Yun's beating heart. Just as he touched Qin Yun's heart, his expression changed slightly. That was because he had detected the dragon tiger totem in Qin Yun's heart. Fight back in anger. Everyone saw Lan Chen's astonished and doubtful expression and subconsciously believed that Qin Yun truly cultivated devil arts. Many people watched with wide eyes, believing that Qin Yun was about to be killed. Lan Chen is astonished because he detected the dragon tiger totem on Qin Yun's heart. Furthermore, the vibration martial spirit is black. Qin Yun does not cultivate devil technique. Lan Chen retracted his hand, inhaled a mouthful of air and slowly said. Ji Xianjiao was dumbfounded and his body swayed slightly. He couldn't accept this fact. Qin Yun did not cultivate any demonic arts. He had used his true strength to kill Ji Kailan. Ji Kailan's talent was outstanding. He had the Seven Sun Spirit Vein and the Thunder Qilin martial spirit. He even obtained a Xian artifact like the Thunder Pulse sword. However, he was still killed by Qin Yun. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How could Qin Yun kill Ah Lin without using a demonic art? Ji Xuanzhao's eyes turned red with anger. Ah Lin can't die in vain. Qin Yun must have cultivated a demonic art. He must pay with his life. In a battle of life and death, one could not be held accountable. However, as long as he insisted that Qin Yun cultivated a demonic art, he could pursue the matter. Lan Chen said loudly, "Qin Yun does not cultivate any demonic arts. He indeed has a vibration martial spirit, and it is a black rank one." As everyone knew, a purple gold ranked martial spirit was the highest ranked. However, above the purple gold rank is the black martial soul. Qin Yun's vibration martial spirit is a black martial spirit. The most powerful aspect of the black martial spirit is that it can become one with the martial spirit. When the martial spirit and the martial body completely fuse, it can release an even stronger elemental power. A black martial spirit, and a legendary martial spirit at that. Hua, incomparably shocked cries immediately shrouded the ruins. The legendary black martial spirit had already exceeded the imagination of many people. Even in the ancient books, there were no records of it. Black martial spirit. I've heard about it before, but I didn't expect it to really exist. Furthermore, it's a legendary martial spirit. It's too terrifying. Qin Yun actually hid it so deeply. No wonder he could defeat Ji Kailan, who used a Xian artifact. Ji Kailan didn't die in vain. This should be comparable to a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. Qin Yun's talent is truly terrifying. Fortunately, he only has one bloodline. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. The martial artists all sighed with emotion. Xiao Yanglong clenched his fists tightly. He never expected Qin Yun to be hiding such a terrifying power. If Qin Yun stepped into the martial Dao realm, he did not have the competence to defeat Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun was only at the 9th level martial body realm. It would not be easy for him to step into the martial Dao realm. Xianxia stared blankly at Qin Yun. At the same time, he was filled with jealousy and resentment. Kailan had been killed by Qin Yun. His extremely talented grandson was completely dead. Not even dregs were left. He really wanted to kill Qin Yun, but he didn't have the chance. Xianzhao, you have used despicable methods. This has already violated the rules of the sacred palace. I will punish you. Lan Chen said coldly, you still don't seem to know how to repent. I know my mistake. Xianzhao looked at Qin Yun and said through gritted teeth. Lan Chen groaned, then looked at Qin Yun and said, Qin Yun, I only plan to accept one disciple. Wu Feng has long been my disciple. It's just that he hasn't formally acknowledged me as his master. Now, I want to accept you as my second disciple. Are you willing? Everyone knew that Lan Chen was very strong. He was the #1 expert in the Saint Palace. Back then, the Blue Spirit Star Palace had almost been destroyed in the martial desolate land. It was Lan Chen who had turned the tide and brought the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace to this place. Xia Wufeng was very happy. If Qin Yun were to take Lan Chen as his master, he and Qin Yun would be fellow disciples in the future. Do I need to agree to any conditions? Qin Yun asked. When everyone heard that, they felt that Qin Yun was somewhat foolish. To be able to take Lan Chen as his master, he naturally had to agree to any conditions. Lan Chen said, you have to listen to my arrangements since you have acknowledged me as your master. Because your situation is rather special, you need to strictly follow the cultivation plan I have set for you. Otherwise, you will go berserk. Also, without my permission, you are not allowed to take half a step out of the Saint Palace. If you want to step into the martial Dao realm, you must listen to my arrangements. I am not trying to restrict your freedom but to help you steadily step into the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun frowned before bowing to him. He said, Grand Palace Master, this disciple appreciates your good intentions. Everyone was immediately taken aback. Qin Yun had actually rejected him, Lan Chen would not casually accept a disciple. A large number of geniuses wanted to take him as their master but Qin Yun had given up on this important opportunity. Qin Yun, what are you doing? Hurry up and agree. Xianxia hurriedly walked over and said anxiously. She seemed to have guessed that Qin Yun planned to challenge Xiaoyang Long in the near future, which was why he had rejected Lan Chen. After taking Lan Chen as his master, he would not be able to casually leave the Saint Palace in the future. Xia Wufeng also saw through Qin Yun's intentions. He did not say much. He understood Qin Yun very well. As long as Qin Yun had decided on something, it was useless no matter how he tried to persuade him. Lan Chen was also very surprised. He never expected that someone would reject him. Qin Yun, only I can help you step into the martial Dao realm. You have to be clear that you cultivate dual inner cores and dual martial spirits. It doesn't matter if you can't break through by yourself, but it's very likely that you will go berserk. Your martial spirit is very strong and it's even dual martial spirits. If you can't control your martial spirit when breaking through, it will be extremely dangerous. Lan Chen's words caused everyone to secretly nod their heads. Thank you for your concern, Grand Palace Master. Qin Yun's expression was resolute as he said, I have my own plans. Qin Yun rejected once again. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Lan Chen continued, I guarantee that I will use all my strength to help you step into the martial Dao realm. You can rest assured. Hearing these words, everyone felt that Lan Chen was begging Qin Yun to take him as his master. As the strongest person in Blue Spirit Star Palace, he was actually begging Qin Yun to take him as his master. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. How long? Qin Yun asked. Within 10 years. Lan Chen said. Qin Yun shook his head. It's too long. I can't wait. If you can help me break through in a day or two, I'll agree to take you as my master. Lan Chen said with a frown, that's impossible. It's extremely difficult for a martial artist with dual inner cores to step into the martial Dao realm. You have to know that it's not easy for a martial artist who cultivates an inner core to step into the martial Dao realm, let alone two. This made many martial artists at the 9th level martial body realm nod their heads one after another. They deeply understood the difficulty of this. Qin Yun, you must not seek speed in your situation. Otherwise, it will be very easy for you to make mistakes. Within 10 years was only a conservative estimate. It was extremely likely that it would take more than 10 years. However, as long as you step into the martial Dao realm, your strength will be very impressive. Furthermore, your future improvement will be very smooth. Lan Chen was experienced and knowledgeable, so he knew how a person with dual martial spirits cultivated. Qin Yin sighed, Grand Palace Master, I have my own difficulties. Please understand. Lan Chen was also speechless. With his status as the Grand Palace Master, he had not succeeded in taking in a disciple. Evil dog, Qin Yin had rejected him time and time again. Forget it, maybe we don't have that kind of fate. Lan Chen sighed and said, then I won't force you. If you think it through in the future, you can come find me at any time. Grand Palace Master, Yuelan is my wife. Her current situation isn't too good. Qin Yin was also very anxious about this matter. Then, he glared fiercely at Ji Xianzhao. Alright, I'll send the tranquil heart pill to her now to help her sort out her injuries. Lan Chen looked at Ji Xianzhao and the others and said coldly, wait here for my return. Yes sir. Ji Xianzhao and the others were all from the Saint Palace. They knew what punishment they would receive next and felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. Lan Chen took the tranquil heart pill and soared into the air, flying away from this place. Not long after Lan Chen left, a short sword suddenly appeared in Ji Xuanzhao's hand. His face was filled with killing intent as he charged at Qin Yun. This was because Lan Chen's appearance had intimidated all the martial Dao realm cultivators. Therefore, no one expected Ji Xianzhao to suddenly make a move. When Yang Shiyu, Shuchuan, Xia Wufeng and Lan Huayu felt the intense killing intent, they were all shocked and were momentarily caught off guard. Ji Xianzhao was in the martial Dao realm. If he wanted to make a move, he could kill Qin Yun in an instant, only Qin Yun was constantly on guard against Ji Xianzhao, his reaction was the fastest. When Ji Xianzhao rushed over, he hurriedly retreated and threw out a few top-grade body-securing talismans. Ji Xianzhao, who was charging over, was stopped by the body-securing talismans. A few top-grade body-securing talismans could only stop Ji Xianzhao for 2 seconds, however, these 2 seconds were enough for Qin Yun to counterattack. Qin Yun used the Flaming Cloud Steps teleportation meteor steps and rushed in front of Ji Xianzhao. With a Spirit Essence saber in hand, he used the 6-style Wind Slayer. Qin Yun, stop! Lan Chen's shout came from afar. The moment he sensed Ji Xuanzhao's killing intent, he hurriedly turned back. Hu, Wind Slaying, Wave Breaker, Mountain Splitter, Earth Splitter, River Severing, Thunder Cleaving, these 6 moves were completed in one go. Qin Yun had used pure internal supreme force to execute the 6-style Wind Slayer to the acme of perfection, displaying it to the fullest. As the saber slashed out, its might was earth-shattering. Especially the black vibrating power, it once again shook the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace. With a raise of his hand, he instantly completed the 6-style Wind Slayer. Ji Xianzhao was also sliced into 8 pieces. That incomparably ferocious saber force turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions, not stopping for a long time. Lan Chen had returned and Ji Xianzhao was dead. Qin Yun's expression was cold as he gripped his saber tightly and looked at Ji Xuanzhao's corpse. A powerful martial artist of the martial Dao realm had actually been killed. Qin Yun's strength caused many martial Dao realm cultivators to feel fear. Lan Chen also stared blankly at Ji Xuanzhao's corpse, speechless. He never expected that Qin Yun would be able to kill Ji Xianzhao so quickly. Grand Palace Master, I'm only doing this to protect myself. Qin Yun hurriedly said. Although Ji Xianzhao had violated the rules of the Saint Palace, with his status, he would only be imprisoned for a short period of time. To him, it was nothing. Totem evolution. A gust of cold wind blew through the ruins, causing everyone to shiver. Crack, the saber in Qin Yun's hand suddenly shattered. After all, this was a relatively low-grade spiritual artifact. It could not withstand such a powerful force, and its insides were also damaged. Lan Chen took a deep breath, looked at Protector Zhang and the others and said, all of you, go to the Heaven Punisher Tower and wait for me. Grand Palace Master, Qin Yun killed Ji Xianzhao. Shouldn't he be punished? Protector Zhang wished for Qin Yun to die as he hurriedly said. Xianxia wanted to kill him first, he was only protecting himself. Lan Chen's voice became very cold, scaring Protector Zhang and the others into hurriedly flying to the Heaven Punisher Tower. Lan Chen looked at everyone and said, "Let's end this matter here. Go back." The grand event of the Sacred Palace came to an end. In both the inscription competition and the martial arts competition, the winner was Qin Yun. He was the biggest winner. "I won the competition and obtained the Sun Flame liquid as a reward. You still haven't given it to me." Qin Yun saw that Lan Chen was about to leave and hastily shouted. If he hadn't mentioned it, no one would have thought of it. There was a reward for winning first place. "Hua Yu, go get it for him." After Lan Chen finished speaking, he flew away and gave the Tranquil Heart mysterious pill to Xiao Yuelan. Qin Yun originally wanted to go over, but he was worried that he would affect Xiao Yuelan. He was afraid that she would overthink things, so he did not follow her. This would allow her to cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. The Saint Palace's grand gathering had ended. This meant that Xiao Yanlong and Yang Shiyu's wedding was about to begin. Qin Yun is very tired, he hurriedly returned to the small forest. As Qin Yun's mentor, Yang Shiyu guided Qin Yun to first place. She would also receive a bottle of Yang Flame liquid. At the end of the gathering, she was no longer Qin Yun's mentor and returned to her residence in the Sacred Palace. Qin Yun was lying on the bed in the wooden hut. He did not sleep. Instead, his eyes were wide open as he stared at the ceiling. "Mo, I'm still alive. I made you worry before." Qin Yun could only tell Mo what was on his mind. "Big brother Yun, your tree totem soul seems to have grown quite a bit. The growth of the totem has a lot to do with your mental state." Mo said in a low voice from within the storage space. Mo, I'll hand you over to someone else right now because I'm going to fight another battle. At that time, I might really die. Qin Yun took out Mo from his storage space and placed it on his chest. When Mo heard this, she felt very sad. "Big brother Yun, you won't die. Even if you die, I will accompany you. I only recognize you as my master. Little Mo, don't worry. I will hand you over to a very good master. Moreover, it will be a woman." Qin Yun laughed and rubbed her little head with his finger. Mo's dark green eyes immediately glistened with tears as she sobbed softly, "Big brother Yun, I don't want to leave you. I'm sorry, I won't be able to be with you anymore." Qin Yun also said somewhat sadly. He is also very reluctant to part with Mo sniffled and stopped crying. She said, "Brother Yun, big sister Yang's wedding should start in 2 or 3 days. In these 2 or 3 days, I will help your heavenly lion totem evolve. This might make you stronger. Even if you don't step into the martial Dao realm, you can still increase your strength." When Qin Yun heard this, he suddenly got up from the bed and said, "Is that really possible? I'm not too sure either. Because time is too tight, I can only use a forbidden technique. This consumes a lot of energy and might require 20 magical beast crystal eggs." Mo said in a low voice. "No problem." Qin Yun hurriedly kept Mo into his storage space and walked out of the wooden hut. Lan Fengjin, Lan Huayu, and Shuchuan were all at the stone table outside. They were also waiting for Qin Yun to rest before asking him about the situation. But now, Qin Yun had rushed out not long after he entered. "Qin Yun, why didn't you rest well? Why did you come out?" Lan Fengjin said. "Sister Lan, seniors. Please do me a favor." Qin Yun hurriedly said, "Within today, can you help me get 20 magical beast crystal eggs? I will use the Sun Flame liquid to exchange. There's no need for you to give us the Sun Flame liquid. We will help you." Lan Huayu said with a smile. "Thank you very much. I will definitely repay you in the future." Qin Yun hurriedly said gratefully. Shuchuan smiled before leaving the grove. Now, they all knew that Qin Yun was a martial artist with twin martial spirits. Furthermore, his inscription talent was extremely terrifying. To be able to make Qin Yun owe them a favor, it would be of great value in the future. "Master, why do you need so many magical beast crystal eggs? You want to break through to the martial Dao realm?" Lan Fengjin said worriedly. The Grand Palace Master also said that the process of you stepping into the martial Dao realm must be stable. You can't rush it. I'm not trying to break through to the martial Dao realm, Qin Yan said with a smile. I know that you did not take the Grand Palace Master as your master because of Shuriwei. Because at that time, he will definitely stop you from competing with Xiaoyang Long. Lan Fengjin sighed. Sister Lan, based on your understanding of the Grand Palace Master, if I were to take him as my master and ask him to help me resolve the matter with Teacher Yang, would he be able to help? Qin Yan asked. No, because he is a more principled person. Xiaoyang Long and Shuriwei's marriage has already been set. It can be said that it is something that you and I are willing to do. He will not break up this marriage. Lan Fengjin said with certainty. That's right. That's why me taking him as my master is of no help to me at all. Qin Yan sighed softly. Teacher Yang must have been forced by Xiaoyang Long. I asked her a few times but she kept her mouth shut. However, I'm guessing that someone important to her has fallen into Xiaoyang Long's hands. Lan Fengjin snorted and said, that bastard Xiaoyang Long, I really want to kill him. Oh right, have you decided on the exact time of the wedding? Qin Yan asked. Today is the 3rd day of the 7th month. They will hold their wedding on the 7th day of the 7th month. Lan Fengjin said, this Xiaoyang Long has been spreading the news outside for a long time. At that time a large number of people will come from the outside. It seems like he wants to take the opportunity to rope in some warriors to join the Western Palace and strengthen the Western Palace's power. There are only 3 days left. Qin Yan sighed. Master, tell me honestly, when the time comes, are you going to compete with Xiaoyang Long? Lan Fengjin said with a serious expression. Qin Yan nodded. Xiaoyang Long said that as long as he is in the Western Palace, I can challenge him at any time. Lan Fengjin hurriedly held his hand and said solemnly, Master, you are at the 9th level martial body realm. You cannot use spirit artifacts or spirit talismans during the martial arts competition. You cannot defeat a martial Dao realm cultivator. As for Xiaoyang Long, he would definitely be eager for you to challenge him because he believes that you will definitely lose. At that time, he will be able to kill you and increase the stakes for his wedding. You must know that he has invited many people to participate. Once you lose, his reputation will also soar. Qin Yan nodded heavily. I know, that's why I must defeat him. Lan Fengjin smiled. Master, I can only believe that you can win now. After saying that, she kissed Qin Yan on the cheek and said with a charming smile, you must win. You still have a lot of things to teach me. I'll take the opportunity to teach you some things now. Qin Yan smiled before imparting some knowledge of inscriptions and his own insights to Lan Fengjin. At night, Shuchuan and Lan Huayu returned. They had also obtained 20 magical beast crystal eggs for Qin Yan. Qin Yan still had a few magical beast crystal eggs on him that he kept as a backup. After obtaining the 20 magical beast crystal eggs, he thanked Shuchuan and Lan Huayu. Then, he hurriedly entered a secret underground room in the wooden house and set up a soundproofing array and an array to prevent aura from leaking out. Mo, it's up to you. Qin Yan sat in the middle of the secret chamber as 20 magical beast crystal eggs surrounded him. Mo was dressed in exquisite white clothes and her hair had turned black. Her face was also filled with seriousness. She looked at Qin Yan's heavenly lion arm and said, totem tattoos are divided into spirit totem, Xian totem and Dao totem. They are the same as spirit inscriptions, Xian inscriptions, and Dao inscriptions. Qin Yan nodded and asked, then what level is the totem tattoo on my heavenly lion arm? Of course it's the most basic spirit totem. Mo said, if everything goes smoothly, it can evolve into a Xian totem. It evolved into a Xian totem in an instant. Are there no high-grade or low-grade spirit totems? Qin Yan said in surprise. No. Therefore, it is very difficult for a totem to evolve, but with my help, it will be very easy. Originally, only by stepping into the martial Dao realm can you evolve a Xian totem. That would be easier. Now that you are in urgent need of strength and you are still unable to step into the martial Dao realm, I can only use a forbidden technique to help you. As Mo spoke, she closed her eyes and released a dark red energy that poured into Qin Yan's heavenly lion arm. At that moment, the energy of a magical beast crystal egg overflowed and poured into Mo's body. It might hurt a little. Mo said softly, Big Brother Yun, you have to endure it. No problem. Qin Yun was already beginning to feel the pain. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He looked at his heavenly lion arm. There were no changes to the totem tattoos on the surface of his skin. However, he could feel that within his muscles and meridians, traces of golden threads were gradually appearing. The heavenly lion totem had actually grown some new lines, however, they were hidden within the muscles and connected to the meridians. After evolution, the totem will be even more powerful. Mo said in a low voice, the totem tattoo on top of that Grand Palace Master's head is also a Xian totem. After your totem evolves, it will be the same as his. Qin Yan recalled Lan Chen's bald head. The totem tattoo had actually appeared on his head. He did not know what totem it was. He needed Mo to see it with his own eyes to know. Mo, how long will it take for you to evolve? Qin Yan asked while enduring the pain. At this moment, he was covered in sweat from the pain. It will take about 2 or 3 days. I'll do it as soon as possible. Mo was also somewhat anxious. She frowned and said in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The 20 magical beast crystal eggs had also been completely absorbed by Mo. Thankfully, Qin Yun still had spares. He took out a few more and placed them on the ground for Mo to absorb. During this process, he was also absorbing the energy of the Life Marks crystal jade. At this moment, he could also feel that the muscles and meridians within the heavenly lion arm were densely packed with totem tattoos. This made it even more complicated. After Mo finished absorbing the energy from the magical beast crystal eggs, Qin Yun felt the pain in his arm lessen. Big Brother Yun, it's a success. Mo said excitedly, the evolved totem tattoo can give you even more power. Happy Event in West Palace. Mo was very tired. She lay on a magical beast crystal egg and fell asleep. Qin Yun still had 2 magical beast crystal eggs. It was enough for her to eat for a period of time. Evolved totems can release even stronger power when I use totem martial arts. After Qin Yun placed Mo into the storage space, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the evolved totem. Only the heavenly lion totem had the conditions to evolve. As for the dragon tiger totem and the tree totem, he had yet to familiarize himself with how to use them. They were still in their infancy. My strength should have increased by quite a lot. He was immersed in the evolution of the heavenly lion totem. Not long after, he suddenly realized something. Heavenly lion lightning force? Is it a kind of energy utilization? Many incantations appeared in Qin Yun's mind. He immediately followed the instructions and circulated his inner force. His inner force flowed through his flesh and blood. The heavenly lion's bloodline boiled, condensing waves of ancient beast power. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Yun controlled the beast power and poured it into the heavenly lion's arm. His entire arm immediately swelled up. The lightning power also fused with the totem runes and became even more berserk. Very strong, very scary. This is a martial art that can stimulate the power of the heavenly lion bloodline. He hurriedly retracted the power. If he released it, it was very likely that it would empty the inner strength of the purple thunder inner core. Moreover, the power would be extremely terrifying. After that, he went to familiarize himself with the tree totem. As long as his body could quickly absorb the 9 suns spiritual energy into his body, he would be able to release a very strong life force from the tree totem. It could quickly heal the body, just like the light pattern equipment. It had the effect of quickly healing injuries. In the evening, Qin Yun walked out of the wooden hut. He looked at the sunset on the horizon and sighed softly. Tomorrow was Xiao Yanglong and Yang Shiyu's wedding. It would be held in the plaza of the Western Palace. Master, someone is looking for you. It's Canon King Old Tan. When Lan Fengjin saw Qin Yun come out, she hurriedly walked over and said, he brought a little old man with him. Qin Yun was delighted as he hurriedly followed Xiao Yuelan to another hut. Old Tan and Wu Xiang came. They were very happy to see Qin Yun. Wu Xiang was a witch doctor. It was his medicinal liquid that allowed Qin Yun's cultivation to increase significantly. Although he did not successfully step into the martial Dao realm, Qin Yun felt that it was not bad. It should be known that he had 3 inner cores that needed to evolve into Dao cores. The time needed was 3 times that of others, maybe even more. And now, he was not far from the martial Dao realm. In the past 2 days, he had absorbed the power of the life marks crystal jade. The great Dao life marks on the surface of the 3 inner cores were becoming more and more obvious. It was as if it could break through the inner walls of the Niden at any time and come to the surface. Elder Wu, Old Tan. Why are you here? Qin Yan asked with a smile the moment he entered. Ayun, you're really amazing. Wu Xiang chuckled and said, it's such a pity that I couldn't see you kill those bastards. Lan Fengjin also left the wooden house, not wanting to disturb their conversation. Old Tan said with a smile, we already knew about Xiaoyang Long and Yang Shiyu's wedding, so we rushed over to see you. Wu Xiang said in a low voice, we've all heard that Yang Shiyu is your teacher and she doesn't want to marry Xiaoyang Long. What do you plan to do next? I want to challenge Xiaoyang Long before the ceremony. Qin Yan said with a serious expression. Old Tan put away his smile and said solemnly, but you only have the cultivation of the 9th level martial body realm. Are you confident? Even if I'm not confident, I still want to give it a try. Qin Yan sighed, if anything happens to me, I hope that the 2 of you will put in more effort to help my teacher through this difficult time. Wu Xiang said, brat, Xiaoyang Long must have used some sort of method to force Yang Shiyu to marry him. I'll go investigate this matter tonight. Elder Wu, this is Blue Spirit Star Palace. Don't act recklessly. Qin Yan hurriedly said. Wu Xiang said with a smile, what's there to be afraid of? I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. In order to smoothly marry Yang Shiyu, Xiaoyang Long must have prepared all his chips. I've already found out that around 7 or 8 years ago, the Yang family agreed to the engagement between Yang Shiyu and Xiaoyang Long. Now, those fellows from the Yang family are here. I'll go find them and ask them. Old Tan said, Ayun, don't worry about Elder Wu. He has a lot of different medicines that can make people speak the truth. Of course, these are all forbidden medicines. It's fine if you and I know about it, but don't tell anyone else. The corner of Qin Yan's eyes twitched as he advised, Elder Wu, this is Blue Spirit Star Palace. It's very dangerous for you to use forbidden medicine here. If you treat me as a friend, then stop nagging. Wu Xiang knew of Qin Yan's terrifying talent in inscriptions. In the future, he wanted to continue using the life spirit talisman, so he had to help Qin Yan. Alright, then you must be careful. Qin Yan said. We were invited by Xiaoyang Long and we all live in the Western Palace. The people from the Yang family must be in the Western Palace as well. I'll go back now and check out their residence. Wu Xiang chuckled and left with Old Tan. Qin Yan sent them off and was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Xiaoyang Long to invite so many people. I wonder if Royal Father knows about this. He should be at the Beastman mountain range right now. Qin Yan also understood the situation over there. The Beastmen were attacking many cities in a frenzy. As the Emperor, Qin Long was very strong. Naturally, he had to personally go out to kill the powerful Beastmen to reduce the pressure on the generals of the army. Sister Lan, how's Sister Failing's matter going? Qin Yan asked. He had previously entrusted Lan Fengjin with helping Meng Fei Ling obtain a chance to enter the Beast Martial Palace's examination. It's done. I'll personally bring her to Blue Spirit Star Palace in a while to undergo the Beast Martial Palace's examination. Lan Fengjin looked in the direction that Wu Xiang and company had left in and asked in a low voice, Master, that old man is very strong. He seems to be very familiar with you. He's very powerful. To be able to produce some medicinal liquid that would allow one to step into the martial Dao realm. Old Tan was originally at the 9th level martial body realm, you should know that as well. It was because he soaked in that medicinal liquid that he stepped into the martial Dao realm. Qin Yan said, the reason I entered the first town was to look for Elder Wu. He gave me a lot of medicinal liquid to soak in. It was all because I had a lot of inner yuan that I did not break through. However, it allowed me to improve a lot. Lan Fengjin nodded. Master, you should rest well tonight. Tomorrow is very important. Everything will depend on you. N. Qin Yan looked at the sky. It was already dark and he returned to his wooden hut. Late at night, Qin Yan could not sleep. He lay by the window and looked at the half-moon in the sky. He could not help but think of Yang Shiyu's terrifying purple gold moon. He felt that if he released his nether sun martial spirit, it would definitely be very terrifying. However, he was still unable to control the nether sun martial spirit to leave his body. When Xianxia was at the 9th level of the martial body realm, she was able to control the moon martial spirit to release a very strong and terrifying power. Sigh, the nether sun martial spirit is too strange. It's as if it doesn't exist. Even Lan Chen is unable to detect it. Qin Yan was very sure that Lan Chen had not discovered his nether sun martial spirit. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly saw a shadow leap over. Hey, it's me. Wu Xiang chuckled. Elder Wu. Qin Yan called out softly. Wu Xiang jumped in from the window and said, I've gained a lot in the Western Palace. How much? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. That group of people from the Yang clan brought a half-dead person here. This person is soaking in a large vat. His body has suffered a very serious injury and he needs a special medicinal liquid to maintain his life. Wu Xiang said, I'm guessing that this person is very likely the Yang family's patriarch. Then it's Teacher Yang's father? Qin Yan was alarmed as he said, Teacher's father is seriously injured and needs a special medicinal liquid to maintain his life. Could it be that because of this, she has no choice but to marry Xiaoyang Long? Those special medicinal liquids should be provided by Xiaoyang Long. Wu Xiang snorted coldly, I've already extracted some samples from that vat. I'll go back and study it to see if I can get it out. If it's possible, then Teacher Yang won't have to be coerced by Xiaoyang Long. Qin Yan said happily. I'll study it tonight. It might take some time. I'll confirm it as soon as possible. Wu Xiang said. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right. Elder Wu, it's been hard on you. It's a small matter. Wu Xiang smiled and jumped out of the window. Qin Yan learned about Yang Shiyu's father's situation from Wu Xiang. He also understood her difficulties. He had guessed it before. At daybreak, Lan Fengjin was outside Qin Yan's hut. Qin Yan was wearing a set of blue clothes. This was also the uniform of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. He looked very spirited and handsome. Master, you're not in the martial Dao realm yet. Are you sure it's okay? Lan Fengjin asked worriedly when she saw Qin Yan's confidence. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Qin Yan smiled confidently before walking towards the Western Palace. The entrance of the Blue Spirit West Palace was decorated with lanterns and banners. Xiaoyang Long's wedding was very grand. After entering the Western Palace, he saw a spacious plaza. In the middle of the plaza was a large battling platform covered with a red carpet. Xiaoyang Long and Yang Shiyu would be bowing to the heavens and earth. This was also so that more people could see them bowing to the heavens and earth, which was why they had moved it outside. The battling platform was surrounded by tables. There were more than 1,000 tables and there were already many people seated. The entire Western Palace Plaza was bustling with activity and joy. Now, they were just waiting for Xiaoyang Long and Yang Shiyu to ascend the stage. Qin Yan's arrival had also caused a stir. A few days ago, Qin Yan had defeated Ji Kailan and displayed his dual martial spirits. This astonishing talent had caused many people to discuss it for the past few days. Everyone knew that Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu had a good relationship. As for Yang Shiyu, she did not want to marry Xiaoyang Long. She had no choice but to marry him because her family had arranged a marriage. Now, Qin Yan's appearance was extremely likely to cause a conflict. After all, he had challenged Xiaoyang Long to a battle. Challenged Chief Qin Yan and Lan Fengjin had just arrived. Lan Huayu and Shuchuan rushed over as well. Shuizai, Morong Darren, Huazhong and Ho Xingfeng were already seated at a table. They were waving at Qin Yan and company. Come, let's go to that table. Lan Fengjin said. Qin Yan's appearance caused quite a commotion but it quickly calmed down. After Lan Fengjin and company sat down, they saw Palace Master Yang of the Western Palace and a few middle-aged men walking in while chatting and laughing. The people from the Yang family were dressed very happily and they were also laughing very happily. Senior Lan, how is Yulan's situation? Qin Yan asked. It's stabilized. Fortunately, with the help of the Tranquil Heart Pill and the Grand Palace Master, her situation has stabilized. It won't affect her in the future. Lan Huayu said. Qin Yan was relieved. He had been feeling uneasy because of Xiao Yuelan's matter for the past few days. Is the Grand Palace Master not here? Morong Daran looked around and said in a low voice, this is a very grand matter. The Grand Palace Master has just come out of seclusion. I thought he would come. Lan Huayu said with a smile, he's a person who likes peace and quiet, so he rarely participates in such matters. He probably doesn't know right now and I didn't tell him before. In a while, he might want to reorganize the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace. The current situation of Blue Spirit Star Palace was indeed very bad. The interior was a mess, especially some disciples and elders. Their hands and feet were not clean and they did things to the extreme. There were more and more people in the Western Palace's plaza. Old Tan also came to Qin Yan's table. Wu Xiang was in his room studying the medicinal liquid. The bride and groom have appeared. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the road covered with a red carpet. They saw Xianxia, who was dressed in a gorgeous red robe. His face was filled with pride as he raised his head and puffed out his chest with a complacent smile on his face. Beside him was Xianxia, who was dressed in a luxurious red dress. Her face was covered by a red veil and she walked slowly towards the dueling platform in the middle with Xiaoyang Zhuchuan and Lan Huayu looked at each other and felt somewhat nervous. They were very worried that Qin Yun would suddenly do something. Brother Yun. Xia Wufeng called out softly when he saw Qin Yun sitting there quietly. Lan Fengjin was very certain that Qin Yun would definitely challenge Xiaoyang Long today. He could only hope in his heart that Qin Yun could defeat Xiaoyang Long. The people of the Yang family, a few elders from the Tianshao Empire, as well as the West Palace Master and a few other elders, were all standing on the battling platform covered with a red carpet. Their faces were full of smiles as they watched Xiaoyang Long and Yang Shiyu walk over. Especially the Yang family, they were the happiest. Thank you very much for coming to my Western Palace to participate in my beloved disciple Xiaoyang Long's wedding. Palace Chief Yang of the Western Palace laughed loudly. Xiaoyang Long and Yang Shiyu had already walked onto the battling platform. Everyone also stood up. Now, let's welcome the groom to say a few words. Palace Head Yang said with a smile. Xiaoyang Long's eyebrows were raised high, his face was filled with arrogance as he scanned the crowd. He also saw Qin Yun and only Qin Yun was still sitting there without standing up. When he saw Qin Yun's somewhat dazed appearance, he felt incomparably delighted. Then, he politely said a few words. Let's begin the ceremony. A blue-robed old man said loudly with a smile on his face. Just as the old man finished speaking, Qin Yun suddenly stood up and walked out of his seat. He stepped onto the red carpet and stepped onto the battling platform. Everyone present was looking at him. At the same time that many people were surprised, they were also secretly delighted. What they had been waiting for was finally going to happen. Qin Yun could not sit still any longer. Zhuchuan and company had originally wanted to stop Qin Yun, but when they saw his resolute expression, they could only allow him to go up. When Xiaoyang Long saw Qin Yun walk over, he was not surprised at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it and a pleased sneer appeared on his face. Xiaoyang Long, you said that as long as you are in the Western Palace, I can challenge you at any time. If I defeat you, I will be the chief disciple of the Western Palace, right? Qin Yun said unhurriedly with an expressionless face. Yang Shiyu had sensed Qin Yun's aura earlier. Now that she heard Qin Yun's voice, her body could not help but tremble. She had thought that Qin Yun would listen to her advice and not cause trouble here, but he still came. Palace Head Yang of the Western Palace and a few elders of the Yang family seemed to be very happy. They looked at each other with smiles of joy on their faces. Xiaoyang Long said with a smile, that's right, you can challenge me now. I can accept the challenge at any time. I am a person who keeps his promise. If you challenge me, I will immediately accept the challenge. I won't let you wait for long. After I'm done, I'll continue the ceremony. Qin Yun had challenged Xiaoyang Long ahead of time and it was during the ceremony. This made many people secretly happy. After all, to them, watching a wedding was rather boring. Qin Yun, you are only at the 9th level martial body realm. Stop messing around and quickly go down. They are in the middle of the ceremony, someone shouted. Wait until you step into the martial Dao realm and challenge Xiaoyang Long. That will be interesting. You are very strong and you are invincible in the martial body realm. We all know that. However, you are still too lacking when facing someone in the martial Dao realm. Don't block their way. Qin Yun, are you planning to defeat Xiao Long and marry Xianxia in his place? Ha ha ha. Did your wife Xiao Yuan agree? Aren't you afraid that she'll be jealous if you do this? I heard that she's very domineering. There were always some people who were not afraid of trouble. Especially after drinking a few more cups, they had no qualms about speaking. A burst of laughter came from below, but Qin Yun was not angry at all. Xianxia lifted the veil and looked at Qin Yun. She said, Qin Yun, quickly go down. When you step into the martial Dao realm, you can challenge him again. Only then will you have a chance of winning. Teacher, you go down. Qin Yun said softly, I can defeat him. Lan Fengjin and Shuazai also hurriedly walked over and accompanied Xianxia down the battling platform. Lan Huayu took out many array pillars and placed them around the battling platform. He could not persuade Qin Yun, so he could only ensure that no one else would interfere in the match. Xianxia stood below the battling platform and looked at Qin Yun's broad back. Her emotions were complicated and the most she felt was worry. A few days ago, Qin Yun had almost been killed in a duel with Ji Kailan. At that time, she had felt extremely grieved. And now, Qin Yun's opponent was Xiao Long, who was at the martial Dao realm. It was impossible for a 9th-level martial body cultivator to win against a martial Dao realm cultivator with bare hands. This was an irrefutable fact and no one could overturn this common sense, and now, no matter who it was, they all felt that Qin Yun's chances of winning were not high. Lan Fengjin, Xia Wufeng and the other friends of Qin Yun only had a sliver of hope in their hearts. They felt that Qin Yun could win. As for the others, they were certain that Qin Yun would lose. The dueling platform had been set up with array pillars. During the martial arts competition, it would not affect the audience below the stage. Palace head Yang of the Western Palace chuckled and said, Qin Yun, your courage is commendable. Furthermore, to challenge the chief disciple at such a time to liven up the atmosphere, we really have to thank you. Everyone knew of Qin Yun's great name. If he were to lose miserably to Xiao Long at this moment, it would undoubtedly allow Xiao Long's reputation to reach its peak. Furthermore, Xiao Long hated Qin Yun very much. If he could get rid of Qin Yun here and marry Xianxia, it would be a double blessing for him. Wait until Xiao Long defeats me, then you can say those words. Qin Yun smiled. If he loses to me, that would be awkward. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun, you really know how to joke. Palace head Yang laughed loudly as many people laughed along with him. An old man from the Yang family said with a sneer, Qin Yun, you can't use spirit talismans or spirit artifacts in this kind of martial arts competition. Do you have the confidence to temporarily defeat His Highness the Crown Prince? Palace head Yang said with a smile, fine, since it's the day of the wedding, I'll take out some stakes. The two of you will compete in martial arts. As long as you win, you will be able to obtain one of the few Xian artifacts in our Western Palace, the Blue Spirit Profound Robe. The disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace suddenly let out cries of envy. Each of the 4 palaces of Blue Spirit Palace had their own powerful spirit artifacts. And the best Xian artifact in the Western Palace was the Blue Spirit Profound Robe. For Palace head Yang to take it out as a reward, it was obvious that he valued Xiao Long greatly. Xiao Long was the chief disciple and he was in the martial Dao realm at such a young age. He was also the crown prince of the Tianshao Empire. His style of doing things had also been appreciated by Palace head Yang and he was already seen as the future palace master of the Western Palace. Qin Yun smiled, Palace head Yang is truly generous. Since that's the case, I'll also take out something to add some liveliness to this martial arts competition. He took out a bottle and 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Lan Huayu. He said, Elder Lan, these are the Sun Flame Liquid, Star Runes, and Xian Artifact Blueprints. If I lose, you will give these things to Xiao Long. When Lan Huayu heard this, he was immediately stunned. Palace head Yang, Xiao Long and a few elders of the Yang family also looked at Qin Yun in shock. The square of the Western Palace was suddenly enveloped by an uproar. With his cultivation at the 9th level martial body realm, Qin Yun had challenged Xiao Long, who was at the martial Dao realm. Furthermore, he had taken out so many good items to reward Xiao Long, who was about to defeat him. Has Qin Yun gone mad? That's something he got from participating in the competition. He actually had to give it to someone else. Does he have the confidence to win? From the looks of it, it looks like he's won. Everyone was astonished and could not understand Qin Yun's actions. Morong Darren said in a low voice, "Brother Yun, what are you thinking about?" Hu Zhong said, "Brother Yun has the confidence to win. Let's just watch." Xianxia looked at Lan Fengjing because Qin Yun had been with Lan Fengjing for the past few days. Lan Fengjing shook her head. He hasn't stepped into the martial Dao realm. With his dual inner cores, it's impossible for him to break through so quickly. Qin Yun looked at Xiaoyang Long and said calmly, "Let's begin." After Xiaoyang Long recovered from his surprise, he smiled. "Since you've already taken out such a generous reward, of course I have to express my gratitude." With that, he took out a small bronze bowl. The small bowl looked very ancient and somewhat old. However, Qin Yun could tell with a glance that the inscriptions on it were extremely profound. A battle of great disparity. When Palace Master Yang heard this, he immediately became anxious and whispered, "Ah Long, that's a treasure." Because it was damaged, it was reduced to a Xian armament. As for what grade it was originally, I don't know. I'm fine. Xiaoyang Long smiled faintly and handed the Sun Moon Profound Bowl to Lan Huayu. "If I lose, I will give this bowl to Qin Yun." Although everyone did not know what the Sun Moon Profound Bowl was, seeing how anxious Palace Head Yang was, they knew that it was something even more precious than the Blue Spirit Profound Robe. Palace Head Yang thought for a moment and felt that Qin Yun had no chance of winning. Thus, he felt relieved. In order to ensure fairness, he handed the Blue Spirit Profound Robe to Lan Huayu. Although Lan Huayu had a good relationship with Qin Yun, everyone knew that he was a very fair person. Therefore, they were very relieved. No one is allowed to use weapons or armor in this competition. Lan Huayu said, "If someone uses it, I will be able to detect it. I hope you won't overdo it." Xiaoyang Long laughed, "Stop there? Isn't this a little too childish? Since we're going to fight, then let's be straightforward. Let's fight to the death. If I lose, I'll die. That's how spectacular it is. I, Xiaoyang Long, have participated in so many martial arts competitions, but I have never been defeated. If I lose, then there's no meaning in living anymore." Xianxia you really wanted to go up and persuade Qin Yun. However, when she saw Qin Yun's terrifyingly calm appearance, for some reason, she suddenly felt a lot more at ease. A life and death battle it is. Qin Yun did not have any objections and readily agreed. Lan Huayu sighed and said, "All right, when the formation opens, none of you will be able to leave and no one will be able to enter until the victor is decided." Palace Master Yang and the old man walked down the stage with a smug look on their faces. Xiaoyang Long was also a little excited at this moment. His fists were slightly trembling, and he appeared to be very excited, because by defeating Qin Yun, not only would their fame spread far and wide, they could also obtain Qin Yun's precious items. Lan Huayu also left the battling platform and stood on top of an array pillar. He indicated for Qin Yun and Xiaoyang Long to walk to the edge of the battling platform. The battling platform was built in the plaza. It was very big, enough for a big battle, separated by dozens of meters. The two of them were making their final preparations. Everyone also stood up and watched seriously. Those who watched Qin Yun's martial arts competition had a deep impression of Qin Yun's strong willpower. Although they knew that Qin Yun would lose, they felt that Qin Yun wouldn't lose so quickly. Furthermore, they wanted to see how long he could last. Everyone was well aware of Qin Yun's intentions in challenging Xiaoyang Long. It was to stop this marriage, Xianxia was forced to marry. Everyone knew that Xiaoyang Long had many tricks up his sleeve. He must have used despicable methods to achieve his goal. Although Xiaoyang Long had stepped into the martial Dao realm very early on, he had always been at the first level of the martial Dao realm. It was difficult for him to break through. However, it was still much stronger than the martial body realm. The advantage of the martial Dao realm over the martial body realm was that one could use the power of the great Dao. Xiaoyang Long looked at the sky. The 9 suns had yet to rise into the sky. He said to Lan Huayu, "Elder Lan, it's almost noon now. Let's start the competition at that time. That is also the time when the 9 suns' spiritual energy is the most abundant." "Sure." Lan Huayu nodded. He also hoped that Qin Yun would be able to make more preparations during this period of time. Xiao Yanlong smiled confidently. His body suddenly flashed with a golden light as a golden ball of light suddenly surged out from his dantian and rose into the sky. When they saw this golden ball of light, everyone suddenly thought that this was a martial spirit, a gold-rank sun martial spirit. Xiao Yanlong's martial spirit was actually a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. The people below the battling platform all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the sun martial spirit that was on par with the moon martial spirit. Although it was a gold rank, it was even rarer than the moon martial spirit. Everyone felt that Xiao Yanlong's gold sun martial spirit was comparable to Yang Shiryu's purple gold moon martial spirit. Qin Yan's expression was also extremely solemn. He never expected that Xiao Yanlong's hidden martial spirit would also be a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. Lan Fengjin was originally not too worried about Qin Yun, but now that she saw Xiao Yanlong's gold sun martial spirit, she immediately felt uneasy. Xia Wufeng raised his head to look at the small golden sun and said in a deep voice, "Brother Yun is facing Xiao Yanlong, the pressure is even greater. I hope he can hold on." Shuachuan sighed, "I really didn't expect that Xiao Yanlong's talent would be so terrifying." Xiao Yanlong's gold sun martial spirit had completely shocked everyone present. Qin Yun's brows furrowed together. He could feel the terrifying power of the sun the most. "Qin Yun, Yang Shiryu is your teacher, but you don't know how to respect your teacher. You covet her beauty and want to take her for yourself. You're going to be struck by lightning if you have this kind of idea." Xiao Yanlong sneered loudly. "Furthermore, you know that she is my fiancée, but you hid your strength and pretended to be pitiful so that she could get close to you so that you could make your move. You are so young, but you are so sinister and despicable. You clearly have Yuelan as your wife, but you are still half-hearted and fell in love with your own teacher. How despicable. Xiao Yanlong, don't talk nonsense. Shut up." Qin Yun was immediately infuriated as he roared. Many people below the stage were pointing fingers at Qin Yun. After all, this was a crime that could not be punished. When Yang Shiryu heard these words, she was so angry that she trembled. She also knew that this was not the case at all. Haha. "Qin Yun, looking at your flustered and exasperated look, it's true." Xiao Yanlong laughed loudly. "Today, I will use the power of the sun martial spirit to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of a villain like you." "You." Qin Yun was so angry that he was at a loss for words. Such a matter was difficult to explain clearly. Xiao Yanlong said with a sneer, "Qin Yun, it's not bad that you have twin martial spirits. But compared to Yang Shiryu's purple gold moon martial spirit, you are still far inferior. Only my golden sun martial spirit is worthy of her. She's only treating you well because she sympathizes with you. Don't think too highly of yourself." Qin Yun knew very well that Xiao Yanlong had married Yang Shiryu in order to use an evil dual cultivation technique to harvest Yang Shiryu's purple moon martial spirit. That was why he had to stop them at all costs. This was what he had overheard in the Beastmen mountain range. At that time, Xiao Yanlong had told Palace Chief Yan, although he knew, no one would believe him if he said it out loud. Therefore, he could only defeat Xiao Yanlong and stop his evil scheme. Qin Yun is truly a scum. Yang Shiryu treats him so well, but he actually harbors evil intentions. He actually has such thoughts about his own teacher. His crime is truly unforgivable. He is now a disciple of Blue Spirit Star Palace. This is truly a disgrace to our Blue Spirit Star Palace. Even if he doesn't die after the duel with Xiao Yanlong, he will still be captured and burned at the stake. No wonder Xiao Yanlong wants to have a life and death battle with him. So that's how it is. Many people were criticizing Qin Yun, making him sound like he was guilty of heinous crimes. As for the people pointing at Qin Yun, most of them were disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace. They were extremely jealous of Qin Yun. Now that they had the opportunity, how could they let it go? "Qin Yun, Yang Shiryu is mine. You are not worthy of her. After defeating you, she will be mine. I will treat her well." Xiao Yanlong laughed sinisterly in a low voice. Qin Yun was trembling with anger. Xiao Yanlong viewed Yang Shiryu as a cauldron and wanted to destroy her. Yang Shiryu gritted her teeth in anger. The damage to Qin Yun's reputation made her feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, the golden sun above Xiao Yanlong's head became even more intense. Noon had arrived. "The match begins." Lan Huayu shouted. Xiaoyanglong had a sun martial spirit. The reason why he dragged it out until noon was to make his sun martial spirit stronger. Just now, he had been using the sun martial spirit to constantly absorb the spiritual energy of the 9 suns and had been condensing his power. Qin Yun, killing you is as easy as mowing grass. Xiaoyanglong smiled proudly and withdrew the sun martial spirit that was filled with power into his body. His body turned into a golden light and flashed into the air. At the same time, he avoided Qin Yun who was flying over. Qin Yun's attack missed. Xiaoyanglong, who was in the air, struck the ground with his palm. A golden palm image pressed down like a mountain, covering the entire battling platform. Boom, the golden palm print smashed down. It was incomparably scorching and surged out with a golden blazing sun flame. The scorching heat surged out through the formation and turned into a heat wave that enveloped the entire plaza. The martial stage shook and the red carpet was instantly vaporized. Qin Yun was enveloped by the intense golden flames. Has Qin Yun been burned to death? He really can't withstand a single blow. After all, he is only at the 9th level martial body realm. It's normal for him to be killed by Xiaoyanglong in one move. Boring, he's dead just like that. Just as everyone thought that Qin Yun had been killed, a violent shockwave suddenly surged up from the ground and charged at Xiaoyanglong. That was the power of tsunami heaven destruction that Qin Yun had unleashed through his internal supreme force. It was a combination of the Qi explosion technique, tsunami technique and the 6th style of the forging dragon, heaven destruction, Hong. There was another deafening sound that shook the heavens. Xiaoyanglong, who was floating in the air, was secretly alarmed. He never expected that Qin Yun would be completely fine. The force shot out like a ray of light and struck Xiaoyanglong. Xiaoyanglong let out an angry groan as he slammed his palm down on the ground, once again sweeping up the violent flames of the sun. Qin Yun let out a loud roar as he stomped on the ground. He used tsunami technique to disperse the flames. Qin Yun, who was on the battling platform, was completely unharmed. The flames could not injure him. Qin Yun had awakened the bloodline of the heavenly lion, so he was not afraid of ice or fire. Xiaoyanglong's flames only made him feel very hot. They could not burn him at all. Xiaoyanglong never expected that Qin Yun would not be afraid of his flames. Don't be arrogant. As Xiaoyanglong shouted coldly, he descended from the sky like a golden meteor. His palm struck at Qin Yun's head. Qin Yun had also expected Xiaoyanglong to attack. With a fierce roar, he used the heavenly lion's roar. What was terrifying was that when he roared, the sound waves actually contained streaks of purplish gold lightning, accompanied by a shocking lion roar. It danced and attacked Xiaoyanglong. Ah! Qin Yun had actually forced Xiaoyanglong to retreat. The plaza immediately fell silent. They had thought that Xiaoyanglong would crush Qin Yun from the very beginning and end the match in a few moves. But now, Qin Yun had blocked and counterattacked twice. It seemed like he had the upper hand. The power of the Great Way. The greatest advantage of the martial Dao realm over the martial body realm was that one could use the powerful and mysterious power of the Great Dao. And when Xiaoyanglong was competing with Qin Yun, he did not use the power of the Great Dao. Xiaoyanglong had originally thought that if he used ordinary strength to fight with Qin Yun, the martial arts competition would last for a period of time. It would allow him to ravage Qin Yun, making it more enjoyable to watch. He didn't expect Qin Yun's strength to be so terrifying. If he did not use the power of the Great Dao of the martial Dao realm, it would be difficult for him to win. Just as Xiaoyanglong leaped up, Qin Yun let out another roar. He used the heavenly lion's roar and released a terrifying sound wave with lightning that wreaked havoc. Insignificant skill. Xiaoyanglong shouted coldly and angrily. His body shook and a glaring golden sunlight overflowed, blocking the sound wave lightning. Qin Yun was illuminated by the intense light and felt a stabbing pain in his body. He hastily retreated to the side of the battle stage. One had to know that the heavenly lion's heavenly roar that he had just used, after the heavenly lion totem evolved, had increased its strength by a lot. The roar contained lightning. However, it was melted by the light released by Xiaoyanglong's body. It's the power of a Great Dao, a power that completely represses Qin Yun. Xiaoyanglong has the gold sun martial spirit. The Great Dao life mark he cultivates is definitely related to the sun. This kind of Great Dao power is extremely powerful. This is the advantage of having a martial spirit. The power of the great Tao bestowed by the heavens. When Xiaoyanglong saw Qin Yan's astonished expression, he sneered, the 9th-level martial body realm is truly unable to withstand a single blow from the power of the great Tao. With that said, his body dragged a golden phantom behind him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qin Yan and struck out with his palm. He did not use any martial skills. It was just a casual slap, but it was unbelievably fast as it hit Qin Yan's face. Bang! Qin Yan's face was struck by the palm, causing an explosive sound to ring out. He was also sent flying and crashed into the transparent wall. The power of the great Tao is truly terrifying. Qin Yan was alarmed as he hurriedly rolled on the ground to avoid the golden light that Xiaoyanglong had shot at him. Boom! The ball of golden light missed, but it still exploded with a very strong air wave, blowing Qin Yan away. When Xiaoyanglong used the power of the great Tao, all aspects increased exponentially, especially in terms of speed. It was not something that Qin Yan could compare with. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Xiaoyanglong sneered. With a flash, he arrived above Qin Yan and suddenly descended. His thigh, which was filled with the power of the golden great Tao, ruthlessly stomped on Qin Yan's abdomen. Bang! An intense tremor and a ferocious stampede shook everyone's hearts. Qin Yan's abdomen was ruthlessly smashed. Blood spurted out of his mouth like an arrow as he let out a blood-curdling scream. When Xianxia saw this, she clenched her jade-like fists tightly. Her heart ached as tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Qin Yan suffered such torture because of her and she could only watch from below, unable to do anything. That bastard Xiaoyanglong, I won't let him off. Lan Fengjin stomped her feet anxiously as she watched. Her heart was filled with hatred. Qin Yan was her master. If he were to be killed by Xiaoyanglong, it would be a blood feud. Xia Wufeng said solemnly, if Brother Yin can't get up again, it will be dangerous. The oppressive sword aura on his body was faintly discernible, as if it wanted to gush out but was suppressed by him. When Xiaoyanglong saw Qin Yan's pained expression, he narrowed his eyes and said with a sneer, Qin Yan, you were so confident before. I really thought you had some ability, but it's only SOSO. With that said, his thigh flashed with a golden light as he ruthlessly kicked Qin Yan, sending him flying and crashing into a pillar in the distance. Qin Yan lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Although he had suffered 2 heavy blows, the Vajra bones in his body were not broken. Only his muscles and meridians were damaged. The tree totem in his nether sun martial spirit had also quietly awakened. The totem patterns were like tree roots, wrapping around his meridians, bones and muscles. Sensing that the tree totem had woken up, Qin Yan was secretly delighted. He hurriedly used the 9 yang divine spirit to absorb the 9 sun spiritual energy. This could quickly repair the injuries to his muscles and meridians. Boom! Xiaoyanglong rushed over again and slapped down with his palm. The force condensed from the power of the great Tao covered Qin Yan's body. Like a huge mountain crashing down, it ruthlessly pressed down, causing the martial stage to tremble violently. This attack was clearly much stronger than the previous 2. After all, it was a life-and-death battle. Xiaoyanglong's attacks were getting heavier and heavier. Qin Yan's clothes were also in tatters. However, Qin Yan did not shout this time. Qin Yan had a certain understanding of Xiaoyanglong. He was only at the first level of the martial Tao realm and could not condense much great Tao energy. As long as he used up most of his great Tao energy, he would have a chance to win. Qin Yan, you have gone against me time and time again, causing me to suffer quite a bit and lose all my face. Now, I want to get back at you one by one. Xiaoyanglong stomped down on Qin Yan's upper body. Every stomp was filled with the power of the great Tao. It looked incomparably ferocious, but Qin Yan actually stopped screaming. Let's see how long you can endure. What Xiaoyanglong liked the most was to hear Qin Yan's screams. However, Qin Yan was no longer screaming. This made him very angry. That was because Qin Yan's nether sun inner core was devouring Xiaoyanglong's great Tao of the sun. The nether sun could devour the power of the sun, moon and stars, especially with the mysterious tree totem attached to it. It could make the inner core even more stable, allowing it to withstand the waves of energy that were devoured. Qin Yan, who was lying on the ground, took a deep breath. His body suddenly overflowed with black gas and his eyes turned pitch black. Seeing this, everyone watched with bated breath. Finally, Qin Yan was going to use the black vibration martial spirit. Previously, Qin Yan had not allowed the vibration martial spirit to possess his body in order to protect himself. At this moment, the power of the Nether Sun inner core could completely protect his body and allow the vibration martial spirit to attack in full force. When Xianxia saw this scene, she was astonished. At the same time, she secretly felt relieved. That was because Qin Yan still had a backup plan. Everyone had originally thought that Qin Yan would be killed by Xiaoyanglong very soon. However, no one expected Qin Yan to be so stubborn. Xiaoyanglong felt Qin Yan's terrifying vibration power and became extremely anxious. He let out a deep roar as the golden light on his body became even more intense. Then, it condensed on his fists. "Qin Yan, go to hell!" Xiaoyanglong bellowed as his pair of golden fists ruthlessly smashed down on Qin Yan's head. The entire Western Palace began to shake. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the Great Tao was. Using such a powerful power of the Great Tao to attack a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm could be said to be invincible and unstoppable. Hua. When Xiaoyanglong's fists landed, the vibrating power condensed from Qin Yan's internal supreme force held out from his body and blocked the two powerful fists. The vibrating power was also dispersed by the fists. Qin Yan had successfully blocked the fatal attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiaoyanglong did not expect that not only would Qin Yan block his attack, he would also recover as if nothing had happened. His reaction was also very fast. He immediately circulated the little remaining power of the Great Tao and charged at Qin Yan. Qin Yan also punched out fiercely. Using his internal supreme force to execute the tsunami technique, he stirred up a black ripple. 9 ripples formed 9 shockwaves that collided with each other. Xiaoyanglong hurriedly waved his palms and struck towards the terrifying shockwave of internal supreme force. At that moment, Qin Yan and Xiaoyanglong were evenly matched. One had to know that Qin Yan was only at the 9th level martial body realm. Not only could he last that long, he could even exchange blows with Xiaoyanglong. Was this really the power of the 9th level martial body realm? During the intense battle, Qin Yan's clothes had long since been tattered. Everyone could see his muscles. This meant that he was not wearing any light inscription equipment, but his recovery speed was so terrifying. "Xiaoyanglong, you are only SOSO." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he used the mysterious star steps to walk over. The heavenly lion's arm overflowed with a purplish gold mist. Lightning and fire coiled around it, forming a gigantic lion claw. Many people were very familiar with Qin Yan's heavenly lion fighting dragon claw. However, the lion claws that had been formed were even larger and longer. They were like long blades and even carried purplish gold lightning and fire. The moment the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw appeared, it was followed by the 6-style wind slayer. The heavenly lion's bloodline in Qin Yan's body was completely boiling. The swollen muscles emitted a terrifying ancient beast power. It was as if it could slay dragons and slay immortals. Its might was monstrous and it could destroy everything. "Arrogant!" Xiaoyanglong bellowed in anger. Golden light exploded from his body as he slapped his palms repeatedly. Condensing the power of the Great Tao, he met Qin Yan's 6-style wind slayer claw. On the battling platform, thunder roared and lion roared. Violent winds and thunder rumbled endlessly. From time to time, golden and purple light would explode out. 6 styles of wind slayer. 6 styles were used in succession. The fighting dragon lion claw slashed down, sweeping up purplish gold lightning and fierce flames. It was like an angry dragon dancing in the air with an oppressive aura as it whizzed towards Xiaoyanglong. Xiaoyanglong used his palms to receive 6 slashes. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. He looked extremely miserable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Yan's strength seemed to have suddenly increased. It had actually become so terrifying. Even a martial Tao realm cultivator who used the power of the Great Tao was beaten into such a sorry state. "Along, quickly use your earth-tier martial arts." Palace head Yang of the Western Palace was also extremely anxious as he hurriedly shouted. "There's no chance." Qin Yan used the mysterious star steps and attacked ferociously once again. On his robust upper body, many black patterns suddenly appeared on the muscles of his chest. The black patterns overflowed with a faint black aura. It looked extremely shocking. Totem inscriptions. A totem has appeared on Qin Yan's chest. Someone cried out involuntarily. "It's really a totem. What the hell is going on?" Not only does Qin Yan have 2 martial spirits, he also has 2 totems. This is too terrifying. How can he let others live? Look, that's the Dragon Tiger Totem. Zhou Zhonghui's Dragon Tiger Totem. A Star Palace elder widened his eyes and shouted. Zhou Zhonghui was a genius disciple of Nangong Palace. Later on, he awakened the Dragon Tiger Totem spirit and was killed in a duel with Qin Yan. No one expected that the Dragon Tiger Totem would fall into Qin Yan's hands and be hidden within the vibration martial spirit. Everyone in the Western Palace Square was dumbfounded by this. Furious breakthrough. When Xiao Long saw the Dragon Tiger Totem on Qin Yan's body, he was secretly alarmed. Just as he was about to use an Earth-tier martial art, Qin Yan's body suddenly overflowed with black scales. Those were dragon scales. However, it wasn't real, it was just an illusion. The moment the black dragon scales appeared, they flew out and turned into black daggers. They enveloped Xiao Long and crazily slashed at him. This was the totem martial art that Qin Yan had just comprehended from the Dragon Tiger Totem. Dragon Tiger Violent Scale Slash. Xiao Long was caught off guard by the countless black scales, and his power of the Great Tao was also becoming weaker and weaker. Qin Yan had 2 martial spirits and 2 inner cores. Even against a martial Tao realm cultivator, he was still far from it. However, with 2 totems, it was different. Furthermore, he could use the mysterious martial arts of these 2 totems. It's over, Qin Yan said coldly. A purplish-gold lightning flame suddenly flashed on his fist, condensing into a mighty purplish-gold heavenly lion head. This was the angel's lightning force, and it was also a totem martial art. He used the mysterious star steps and flew over, his fist fiercely charging at Xiao Long. The purplish-gold martial lion head roared and charged forward. Roar! Boom! 2 loud sounds accompanied by a blinding purplish-gold light shook the Western Palace Plaza. Xiao Long was sent flying into the formation pillar. His body was lacerated and covered in blood. He landed on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with resentment and fear. He was in the martial Tao realm and his body was extremely strong. His Tao core and martial spirit were not destroyed, but he was still severely injured. Xiao Long sat paralyzed on the ground, without the strength to retaliate. Xiao Long, who was in the martial Tao realm, had actually lost to Qin Yan, who was at the 9th level martial body realm. Everyone in the Western Palace Plaza was tongue-tied as they looked at Qin Yan, who was standing proudly. The plaza was still extremely quiet. Everyone was quietly looking at Qin Yan. This was a life-and-death battle. Xiao Long was not dead yet. Next, Qin Yan would definitely kill Xiao Long. Qin Yan, quickly stop. Palace head Yang of the Western Palace shouted anxiously. Xiao Long has already been defeated. You have obtained victory and those prizes. Are you still not satisfied? Although Xiao Long had been defeated, his foundation was still there. The Golden Sun martial spirit was very rare. He was still a promising talent. This is a life-and-death battle. Qin Yan's heavenly lion arm turned into a lion claw as he walked towards Xiao Long. The Yang family was the angriest. This was because Xiao Long had promised them that once he successfully married Xianxia, the seniors of the Yang family would receive a lot of benefits. But now, Xiao Long had suffered a crushing defeat to Qin Yan and was about to be killed. They would not be able to obtain those good items. Suddenly, a tall and skinny old man from the Yang family took out a water jar from his storage spirit artifact. A pale-faced, absent-minded middle-aged man was soaking in the water jar. The middle-aged man was very weak and could barely open his eyes. When Xianxia saw the middle-aged man in the water jar, she suddenly cried out in grief, "Father!" The tall and skinny old man said with a sneer, "Xianxia, quickly get Qin Yan to let Xiao Long go and then marry Xiao Long. You must know that all these years, it was Xiao Long who provided the medicinal liquid to prolong your father's life." Xianxia looked at Qin Yan. She, who had always been strong and aloof, could not help but tear up. The way she cried in pain caused Qin Yan's heart to shatter. Suddenly, a skinny old man appeared. It was Wu Xiang. "I can also concoct that medicinal liquid." Wu Xiang rushed over and shouted, "The person in the water jar has been poisoned." Furthermore, the medicinal liquid provided also contains a small amount of poison, which is why he is always half dead. Now, everyone came to a realization. The person in the water jar was Yang Shiyu's father, the patriarch of the Yang family who had been in seclusion all year round, Yang Yuanming. But now, Everyone knew that Yang Yuanming was not in seclusion. He was soaking in a water jar filled with medicinal liquid. Those medicinal liquids were all provided by Xiaoyang Long. It could be seen that there was a conspiracy behind this. The few people from the Yang family who wanted to snatch the position of patriarch had also cooperated with Xiaoyang Long and done such a thing. They did not kill Yang Yuanming because they wanted Yang Shiyu to successfully marry Xiaoyang Long. They had been using this as a threat. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly. He was infuriated. This kind of method was common. Previously, Xiaoyang Long had planned to use Xiao Yuemei to threaten Xiao Yuelan, but he did not succeed. When the tall and skinny old man from the Yang family saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly took out a knife and placed it on Yang Yuanming's neck. He shouted, "Don't act recklessly, otherwise I will kill Yang Yuanming. Although he is half dead, he can still be saved. Do you want to kill him?" Yang Shiyu was filled with grief and anger, but there was nothing she could do. She could only grit her teeth and look angrily at the few elders with tears in her eyes. "Yang Shiyu, come here quickly!" The tall and skinny old man shouted with a sinister expression. Yang Shiyu could only go over and look at the tall and skinny old man with a face full of killing intent. The tall and skinny old man's expression suddenly turned extremely sinister as he struck Yang Shiyu's abdomen with a palm. With a boom, Yang Shiyu let out a miserable cry and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Yang Shiyu was caught off guard and was heavily injured by the power of the great Dao of the martial Dao realm. This was extremely serious, and it was extremely likely that she would be crippled. "Teacher!" Qin Yan roared angrily. Lan Fengjin and Lan Huayu also rushed over and checked on Yang Shiyu's injuries. "Sister Lan, how is she?" Qin Yan asked hurriedly. "Don't come over or I'll kill Yang Yuanming." The tall and skinny old man had also gone crazy. He had actually heavily injured Yang Shiyu, a saint disciple. Palace head Yang of the Western Palace also hurried over and said, "Yang Shiyu, quickly get Qin Yan to let Xiaoyang Long go. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The tall and skinny old man laughed coldly as he forcefully grabbed Yang Yuanming's throat. Yang Shiyu lay in Lan Fengjin's embrace. Lan Huayu, Shuchuan, and the palace master of the Eastern Palace were also combing through her injuries. Wu Xiang also came over and took Yang Shiyu's pulse. With a serious expression, he said, "It's not looking good. Although she has stabilized, her Dao core and martial spirit are severely injured. I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover in the future, and it will affect her for the rest of her life." On the battling platform, Qin Yan could not walk out of the formation. He could only stare blankly at the haggard Yang Shiyu. Xiaoyang Long laughed sinisterly in a low voice, "Qin Yan, if I can't obtain it, I will destroy it. Yang Shiyu has already been crippled, ha ha ha. Xiaoyang Long, you bastard. You married teacher Yang only to cultivate demonic arts with her and use her as a cauldron." Qin Yan cursed angrily as he took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant belonged to Xiaoyang Long's disciple, Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was killed by you." When Xiaoyang Long saw the jade pendant, he suddenly thought of many things. The beast oil in the Beastman mountain range had been ignited. It was clearly Qin Yan's doing. When Palace head Yang of the Western Palace found out, he was even more furious. The beast oil was something that could allow the Western Palace to dominate the Blue Spirit Star Palace. However, this plan had been destroyed by Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, quickly release Xiaoyang Long or Yang Yuanming will die." Palace head Yang said angrily. Suddenly, Yang Yuanming, who was half dead in the water jar, laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha. I'll die now. Let's see what you can do." With that, Yang Yuanming let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a large mouthful of blood before dying in the water jar. "Father," the weak Yang Shiyu screamed miserably, her eyes filled with tears. She had endured humiliation in the Yang family for so long just to let her father recover. But now, her father was dead. Everyone watched quietly. Only Yang Shiyu's cries echoed in the square, filled with desolation and pain. Qin Yan's mind suddenly went blank. He clenched his fists tightly and blamed himself in his heart. "Teacher, I'm sorry." Qin Yan roared as he grabbed Xiaoyang Long and placed his hand on Xiaoyang Long's abdomen. He had used the soul refining art on Xiaoyang Long. "Ah." Xiao Yanlong immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Everyone immediately looked at the battling platform and saw that Xiao Yanlong's abdomen was shining with a golden light. The golden sun martial spirit was slowly extracted by Qin Yun. The soul extraction technique was a demonic technique. Lan Huayu, what are you still standing there for? Quickly remove the formation and capture Qin Yun. Palace head Yang of the Western Palace shouted anxiously with red eyes, he's using the soul extraction art. There had been rumors before. After Qin Yun fell into the forbidden area, it was extremely likely that he would learn the soul refining demon's soul refining art. Everyone was now very sure that the rumors were true. The weak Yang Yu also saw this frightening scene and hurriedly said to Lan Fengjin, Sister Lan, quickly help Qin Yun. He will be killed if he uses this kind of demonic art. Xia Wufeng said expressionlessly, don't worry, even if I die, I will help Qin Yun escape from Blue Spirit Star Palace. Qin Yun, you devil. Palace head Yang came to the side of the battling platform and crazily attacked the formation. It had to be said that Lan Huayu's array pillar was extremely powerful. It was able to withstand Palace head Yang's power. Qin Yun pulled out Xiao Yanlong's martial spirit and allowed his nether sun martial spirit to devour it. Suddenly, a wave of black gas leaked out from his body, the arm of the heavenly lion flickered with a purplish gold light. At this moment, Xiao Yanlong was in incomparable pain and despair to the extreme. He let out a painful cry as he cursed Qin Yun. Qin Yun closed his eyes and saw that the surface of the vibration inner core, nether sun inner core and thunder fire inner core had clear markings on them. The great Tao life marks had completely appeared on the surface of the three inner cores. Whoosh, his body suddenly trembled as an incomparably violent power of the great Tao surged out. The vibration and purplish gold lightning and fire energy waves penetrated the great formation and engulfed the Western Palace Plaza. This was the power of the Great Tao. Qin Yun had released the power of the Great Tao, which meant that he had stepped into the martial Tao realm. He was not even 20 years old and he possessed dual martial spirits, dual Tao cores, dual totems. He was even a high-ranked inscription master. Such talent could only be described as heaven-defying. The experts outside the battling platform were all stunned. Like stone statues, they stared at Qin Yun, whose entire body was surging with black gas. Lan Huayu was the closest to the battling platform, so he could feel how terrifying the power of the Great Tao was. He was very sure that Qin Yun had truly stepped into the martial Tao realm. The power of the Great Tao, he has stepped into the martial Tao realm. Qin Yun is a martial Tao realm cultivator. This must be fake. That power of the Great Tao can only be released by someone in the martial Tao realm. It's really the martial Tao realm. He's not even 20 years old and he's already in the martial Tao realm. This guy is too terrifying. The plaza of the Western Palace was enveloped in waves of exclamations as it boiled over. Go on a rampage, Xiao Yanlong stopped shouting. He was already stunned by the terrifying power of the Great Tao on Qin Yun's body. He looked at Qin Yun with incomparable fear. Qin Yun, who was at the 9th level martial body realm, was already extremely terrifying. When he fought with his life on the line, he was comparable to a martial artist at the 1st level of the martial Tao realm. As for Qin Yun, who had stepped into the martial Tao realm, one could imagine how strong he was. You evil demon, devour my martial spirit to break through. The terrified Xiao Yanlong screamed with a trembling voice. Xiao Yanlong, you have done all sorts of evil. You should be satisfied to be able to live until now. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yanlong and said coldly. His heavenly lion arm suddenly transformed into a lion's claw. Once the 6th style wind slayer was unleashed, it brought with it a purplish gold lightning and fire that enveloped him. Don't kill me, Xiao Yanlong, who was enveloped by the violent purplish gold lightning fire, screamed loudly. In the end, his body was chopped into pieces and turned into dust by the violent lightning fire. The noisy Western Palace Plaza suddenly quietened down. Then, a burst of shouts erupted. Xiao Yanlong was dead. Crown Prince Tian Shao, a young martial Tao realm cultivator, the head disciple of the Western Palace, who possessed the Gold Sun martial spirit, was actually killed by Qin Yun, who was not even 20 years old. Lan Huayu also hurriedly closed the array. The development of the situation had already exceeded his expectations. When the Nangong Palace's palace master sensed Qin Yun's terrifying power of the Great Tao, he hurriedly retreated. The palace master of the Northern Palace was the same. the hatred between them and Qin Yun was not as great as that of Palace Head Yang of the Western Palace. Qin Yun had exposed his soul-refining technique because he planned to risk his life. Although Qin Yun had just stepped into the martial Dao realm, the power of the two totems was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. If he were to rashly fight Qin Yun, it was extremely likely that he would be severely injured. Lan Huayu finally closed the formation. Only Palace Head Yang of the Western Palace rushed in with a sword in his hand. You and Xiao Long are in cahoots, and you know that he wants to use Teacher Yang as a cultivation furnace. Then, go to hell. Qin Yun threw out a few body-securing talismans to immobilize Palace Head Yang. As Palace Master Yang was too angry, he momentarily forgot that Qin Yun had a body-securing talisman. At the moment he was frozen, Qin Yun flew over. Qin Yun's heavenly lion arm suddenly transformed into a lion's claw. It swept out with a wave of purple-gold lightning fire that howled and danced, tearing Palace Master Yang into several pieces. Boom! Qin Yun aimed at the fragments on the ground and used his thunder and fire inner force to burn them. Seeing this scene, everyone gulped. They were nervous, excited, and terrified. Qin Yun actually killed a palace master. The way things had developed up to this point was shocking and surprising. Palace Master Yang of the Western Palace was usually high and mighty, an existence that many disciples could only look up to, but now, he was killed by Qin Yun in a few moves. After Qin Yun stepped into the martial Dao realm, his strength became even more terrifying. Everyone was alarmed as they looked at Qin Yun with eyes filled with fear. With a whoosh, Qin Yun used the flame cloud steps and flew out of the battling platform. In the blink of an eye, he landed near the Yang family elders. Ah! Save me! Although the tall and skinny old man who injured Xianxia was also in the martial Dao realm, he was extremely afraid of Qin Yun. Qin Yun leaped over like lightning and punched the old man's abdomen. Ah! The tall and thin old man screamed. His Dao core was cracked and heavily injured. Die! Qin Yun's heavenly lion fighting dragon claw raged with thunder and fire. With a few swipes, he tore a few elders of the Yang family into pieces. Another martial Dao realm cultivator had died. A martial Dao realm cultivator was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Qin Yun. Here, only Zhuchuan and Lan Huayu had the strength to restrain Qin Yun. However, they are all Qin Yun's friends. Furthermore, they hate Palace Master Yang and the few people from the Yang family, so they did not take action. Teacher, I'm sorry. Qin Yun looked at Xianxia and Lan Fingjin's arms and said with self-blame. Don't say any more. Hurry up and lead Blue Spirit Star Palace. Xianxia said anxiously in a low voice. She was very happy to see Qin Yun step into the martial Dao realm. Lan Huayu was also beside Qin Yun. He handed Qin Yun a box containing the Blue Spirit Profound Robe, Sun Moon Profound Bowl, Sun Flame Liquid, Star Runes, and Xian Artifact Blueprints. Qin Yun had defeated Xiao Long. This was the reward he had won. There were also a few elders from the Saint Palace here. Their duty was to maintain order. At this moment, they flew over and surrounded Qin Yun. The Grand Palace Master will be here soon. Qin Yun, surrender. An old man said. If Palace Master Yang really allows Xiao Long to cultivate demonic arts, then he deserves to die. As for you killing the people from the Yang family, that is only a grudge between the two of you. We don't care. However, you have to accept punishment for using demonic arts to extract your martial spirit. Qin Yun, your strength is indeed terrifying. We do not wish to clash with you. If you truly repent, then stand there obediently and wait for the Grand Palace Master to deal with you. Xianxia shouted softly, Qin Yun, ignore them. Charge out. Wu Xiang and Old Tan also hurriedly came to Qin Yun's side. Ah Yun, leave this to us. You can leave. Old Tan said in a low voice as he took out his royal spirit cannon. Brat, if we wait for the Grand Palace Master to arrive, we won't have a chance. That guy is at the spirit realm. He can kill a large number of martial Dao realm cultivators with a single slap. We are just like ants in front of him. Wu Xiang hurriedly advised. The elders of the sacred palace also felt a lot of pressure. If Qin Yun's friends were to interfere, a great battle would be inevitable. Xia Wufeng also stood beside Qin Yun and said in a low voice, Brother Yun, let's go. The Nangong Palace's palace master suddenly said, Qin Yun has mastered the soul-devouring art. We must work together to capture him. Otherwise, if the Grand Palace Master blames us, all of us will be responsible. Shuchuan, Lan Huayu, you are the strongest martial Dao realm cultivators here. Are you going to protect the evil demons? Just because he's your friend? Humph. The palace master of the northern palace also hurriedly stood up and shouted, Qin Yun is a devil. If we protect him, the Grand Palace Master will definitely not let him off. Qin Yun looked at his friends who wanted to help him and felt extremely touched. Back then, when he was in the imperial palace and had his spirit vein extracted, he was still alone. No one helped him. Now, there were so many people who trusted him and did not view him as an evil demon. Everyone, thank you very much. To be able to befriend you, I, Qin Yun, will die with no regrets. Qin Yun's eyes were moist as he cupped his fists at Xia Wufeng and company. Finally, he glanced at Yang Shiyu and nodded at Lan Fengjin, indicating for her to take good care of Yang Shiyu. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Xia Wufeng hurriedly asked. Just as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently as Qin Yun flew straight into the air. Qin Yun used the mysterious star steps to soar into the sky before rushing towards the east side of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Quick, chase! The elders of the Saint Palace hurriedly shouted. At the same time, Lan Chen's powerful aura of the spirit martial realm surged over from the Saint Palace. The Grand Palace Master is here. Qin Yun, don't even think about escaping. An old man shouted. Shuchuan, Lan Huayu and Xia Wufeng were also flying in the air as they chased after Qin Yun. If Qin Yun was really captured by Lan Chen, they could also plead for mercy on his behalf. When Qin Yun sensed Lan Chen's powerful aura, he was secretly alarmed. He also knew that the elders and palace masters of the Star Palace could use spirit artifacts to send messages to Lan Chen. That was why Lan Chen had arrived so quickly. Qin Yun is flying towards our eastern palace, an old woman said. She was the palace master of the eastern palace and she was following behind with Shui Hui. They did not plan to interfere in this matter. They were just watching from the sidelines. But now, Qin Yun was flying towards their eastern palace. Shui Yihui asked in puzzlement, why is Qin Yun going to our eastern palace? Qin Yun's speed was extremely fast. Many old martial Dao realm cultivators were unable to catch up to him. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, they saw a mountain in front of them. That mountain was 1,000 meters tall and it was the kind of mountain that went straight up. The stones on the entire mountain were silvery white, making it look very strange. When they saw the silvery white mountain peak, the martial Dao realm cultivators who were chasing after them all sucked in a breath of cold air. This mountain was located in the Eastern Palace and it was also very famous in the Blue Spirit Star Palace. This was because the terrifying inscription gate was in this mountain. Qin Yun, don't enter the inscription gate. Lan Huayu shouted, once you enter, you'll be finished. Brother Yun, quickly stop. Xia Wufeng hurriedly shouted as he desperately increased his speed. At this moment, everyone knew that Qin Yun's goal in going to the Eastern Palace was to enter the inscription gate. Lan Chen's aura was also approaching. His speed was extremely fast and in an instant, he surpassed Lan Huayu and company as he chased after Qin Yun. Grand Palace Master, you must stop him. Lan Huayu shouted anxiously. I will. Lan Chen's voice was heard, causing Xia Wufeng and Lan Huayu to feel a lot more at ease. Qin Yun sensed Lan Chen's aura approaching. He gritted his teeth and combined the fire cloud steps, teleportation meteor steps and the mysterious star steps. Like a meteor, he charged towards the silver-white mountain. Soon, Qin Yun arrived at the foot of the mountain and rushed into a cave filled with black gas. Just as he entered, Lan Chen released a powerful force that enveloped the cave. He wanted to pull Qin Yun out but it was already too late. Lan Chen sighed and patted his bald head in annoyance. Then, he stomped his feet fiercely, causing the Eastern Palace to tremble violently. Following that, Lan Huayu, the 3 palace masters and a group of elders slowly descended in front of the cave. Grand Palace Master. Where's Qin Yun? Lan Huayu asked anxiously. He went in. This guy ran with all his might and suddenly increased his speed. Lan Chen let out a long sigh and said, what a pity. What a pity. Master, you. Don't you plan to punish Brother Yun? Xia Wufeng hurriedly asked. The expressions of the other sacred palace elders and the 3 palace masters also changed slightly. Nangong's palace master hurriedly said, "Grand Palace Master, that Qin Yun used the soul-devouring evil art to devour Xiao Yanlong's son martial spirit and kill Xiao Yanlong and Palace Master Yang. Xiao Yanlong fought a life-and-death battle with him. It's understandable that he was killed. Qin Yun only extracted his martial spirit in passing. It's no big deal." Lan Chen's words caused all the martial Dao realm cultivators present to be speechless. Extracting a martial spirit was actually not a big deal. They all suspected that they had heard wrongly. "All of you are ignorant and ill-informed." Lan Chen looked at Zhuchuan and asked, "You are the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace. You should know that this kind of thing is nothing, right?" The road of trial other than Xia Wufeng, the rest of the martial Dao realm cultivators here were all old, but they had never heard of such a thing. Shui Yihui said with a frown, "Grand Palace Master, then what does this mean? Why haven't we heard of it?" Lan Chen sighed, "That's because there are too few soul refiners. It's hard to meet one in decades, so naturally, we lost our attention. Qin Yun has mastered the art of soul refining and he is also an inscription master. If he were to inscribe inscriptions into his martial spirit while refining his soul, he would be able to make his martial spirit even stronger. What a pity, he went into that damned place." Everyone looked at the pitch-black cave entrance and felt extreme shock in their hearts. Only now did they know that soul extraction and refining was a lost technique. Furthermore, it could make a person very strong. But Qin Yun killed Palace Master Yang. The Nangong Palace Master continued, "This is a great crime. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. There are still a few elders in the Western Palace. I will personally interrogate them and find out what heinous crimes Palace Master Yang has committed over the years." Lan Chen snorted and soared into the sky, flying towards the Western Palace. Xia Wufeng looked at the cave and said, "Maybe Brother Yun will be able to come out alive." Dream on. Right now, our Blue Spirit Star Palace only has one Grand Palace Master in the Spirit Martial Realm. Do you know why? Because 2 seniors of the Spirit Martial Realm went in and have yet to come out. The Palace Master of the Northern Palace said with a cold snort, "No matter how strong Qin Yun is, can he be stronger than someone at the Spirit Martial Realm?" Xia Wufeng's expression changed. He had just found out that a Spirit Martial Realm cultivator had died inside. Now, he understood. Why was Lan Chen so sure that Qin Yun would not be able to come out when he saw that Qin Yun had entered so quickly? "Let's go back first and take a look at Miss Yang's injuries." Lan Huayu sighed and patted Xia Wufeng's shoulder. Zhuchuan was also very regretful. His relationship with Qin Yun was not bad. As for Qin Yun, he was currently in the martial Dao realm. His inscription talent was very high. In the future, he would definitely be able to head to the martial desolate land and become famous there. But now, Qin Yun had entered the cave. After entering, it meant that he would have to accept the mysterious and terrifying trial of the inscription gate. In the Western Palace Plaza, Lan Chen checked on Yang Shiyu's injuries. He frowned and sighed, "The Dao core is severely injured, but it's not difficult to recover. The most difficult part is the recovery of the martial spirit. The purple gold moon martial spirit is severely damaged and has been torn into many pieces. Most of the martial spirit fragments have left the body and need to be restored to its original state. It will take at least a few decades." "Grand Palace Master, where's Qin Yun?" Morong Darren asked. "He entered the inscription gate." Lan Chen lightly sighed and said, "Feng Jin, bring her back to rest. I have already stabilized the moon martial spirit. In the future, she will need to slowly recover by herself." When Yang Shiyu learned that Qin Yun had entered the inscription gate, she was stunned for a moment before feeling extremely pained. She had stayed in the Eastern Palace before and knew how terrifying the inscription gate was. Morong Darren, Huazhong, Lan Fengjin and Shuazai were also well aware of how terrifying the inscription gate was. When they learned that Qin Yun had entered, they felt that Qin Yun had left them forever. Qin Yun's friend immediately fell into grief. Lan Chen looked at the few elders of the Western Palace and said coldly, "All of you, follow me to the Heaven Punisher Tower." When the elders heard this, their bodies swayed. They were extremely terrified, but they could only follow. The people in the Western Palace Plaza also dispersed. On the way back, they discussed this matter non-stop. In front of the cave entrance of the inscription gate, the triplets were all standing there. They had followed Qin Yun and had always hoped that Qin Yun would enter the Eastern Palace. However, they never expected that he would enter their Eastern Palace in such a manner. Shuizai, Murong Darren and Hua Zhong were also there, looking at the pitch-black cave. Brother Yun is different. Maybe he can come out? Hua Zhong said. Maybe. Murong Darren said, this situation is not bad. It's better than us knowing of his death. At least it gives us a glimmer of hope. There are many seniors who have entered the inscription gate and there are quite a few in the martial Dao realm. After decades and centuries, no one has ever been able to come out. De Yao said. Your Eastern Palace's inscription gate is really sick. Why did you create this trial? It caused the deaths of so many Star Palace disciples and also caused the decline of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Murong Darren could not help but curse. Hua Zhong said, second brother Murong, let's go back. Brother Yun has already stepped into the martial Dao realm, we need to quickly become stronger. Qin Yun had just entered the cave of the inscription gate when he fell into a killing array. As for this killing array, it was a combination of the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation and the Flaming Soul-splitting formation. Ice and Fire killing formation. Qin Yun lay on the array and shouted softly. Thankfully, he had awakened his heavenly lion bloodline and was not afraid of the power of ice and fire. However, the power of the soul-splitting formation was attacking his soul, causing him pain. This killing formation was different from the one he had used in the previous competition. The killing formations used in the competition could be used at any time. As for the killing formation of the inscription gate, once one entered, they would be trapped inside. They would need to break the formation themselves. No wonder so many people can't get out. The vast majority of people will die here the moment they enter. Qin Yun thought to himself. His surroundings were pitch black. He could not see or sense anything else. What he needed to do now was to break the formation. Mo, do you know how to break the formation? Qin Yun asked anxiously. If he were to break the formation himself, it would definitely take a lot of time. I'll release my mental energy to take a look. Mo could not come out either. Otherwise, if the weaker her was attacked by the killing array, her life would be in danger. Mo's mental energy was very strange. It was similar to her primordial spirit. It turned into a white thread that extended out from the first bead of the Nine-Yang divine spirit. Qin Yun looked at the wisp of mental energy. While he was alarmed, he also recalled the matter of the second bead of the Nine-Yang divine spirit. Previously, he had been unable to open the second bead because he was not strong enough. Now that he had stepped into the martial Dao realm, he should be able to open the second bead. What will the second bead be? Currently, Qin Yun's soul was being attacked by the killing array. His mind was greatly affected and he could not immediately attempt to open the second bead. Mo was using her mental energy to probe the killing array. After a moment, she said with some guilt, Brother Yun, I can't find anything. If I can get out, I should be able to investigate even more carefully. How about, let me go out and give it a try? No, it will be very dangerous for you to come out. Qin Yun also had the bloodline of the heavenly lion. That was why he was not afraid of the ice and fire powers in the killing array. However, his mental energy was being ravaged. I'll just endure it. Although Mo was delicate, she was not afraid at all. She was also trying to help Qin Yun. Qin Yun suddenly thought of the blue spirit profound robe. He took it out and tried it on his body. He realized that it could withstand the mental attack of the killing array. He hurriedly dripped blood to make the blue spirit profound robe recognize him as its master. This way, he would be able to unleash an even stronger defensive power. Not long after, Qin Yun, who was wearing the blue spirit profound robe, revealed a smile. That was because the pain in his head had disappeared. He released Mo and stuffed her under the clothes. This way, it would be more convenient for her to investigate the situation of the killing array. As for Qin Yun, he condensed his mental energy to open the second bead of the Nine-Yang divine spirit. In the past, his mental energy had always been blocked outside the second bead. Now, he could finally take a step forward. Through his mental energy, he could see that there was a formation in the second bead. Damn it, it's blocked. I have to break this formation. Xianxia cursed in a low voice when he saw the formation that blocked his mental energy from advancing. He carefully looked at the formation and realized that it was not too difficult to break through. It just needed some time. Right now, he was in a killing array. He could not calm down to break through the formation, so he could only wait until he was safe. When Xianxia thought about how he would be able to open the second bead, he was secretly excited. He was filled with incomparable anticipation and wished that he could open it. Mo suddenly said, "All right, I've temporarily paralyzed the more critical spirit inscriptions of the killing array." Xianxia could also sense that the power released by the killing array was gradually weakening. He kept Mo into the first bead. He took out a night illumination pearl and illuminated the area in front of him as he walked out of the killing array. He was in a square passageway in the cave. It was 4 to 5 meters wide and tall, and the walls were engraved with many strange runes. This is really a damned place. Xianxia saw that the passageway was filled with all sorts of strange runes. He was secretly alarmed. They were all extremely complicated formations. What made him feel strange was that there should be many corpses on the ground, but it was now completely clean, as if someone had cleaned it up. When he thought of this, Xianxia could not help but shiver. He also became especially careful. Soon, he discovered that there was a formation in front of him. He did not know what kind of formation it was. He did not need to know what kind of formation it was because releasing Mo would quickly cause the formation's inscriptions to fail and temporarily cause the formation to fail. After entering, the passageway of the cave became curved and led upwards. They circled around. Along the way, there were many different kinds of formations that were destroyed by Mo one by one. Xianxia still had a few dragon beast crystal eggs. One was enough for Mo to replenish her energy. After walking for more than half a day, he finally arrived at a path without any formations. Mo, you go in first. I'm worried that there's a trap up ahead. Xianxia kept Mo into his storage space and carefully walked in front. The 4 walls here were very clean and there were no runes at all. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia was worried that there was a trap. Xianxia released the spirit lion king and let the puppet lion walk in front. If there really was a trap, it would just be the lion being attacked. This path without any inscriptions was also very long. Although Xianxia was inside the passageway, he knew that he was halfway up the mountain. The passageway spiraled upwards. He walked very slowly and stopped from time to time. A day had passed and there were no traps. It was actually very safe along the way. What Xianxia did not know was that the trial path with the inscriptions was extremely terrifying. 335 Chapter 335 Bone Transformation Star Deterrence. After Xianxia walked the safe path, he was blocked by a golden screen of light. He looked at the one next to him. On it were the words "Path of Bone Transformation" written neatly. Bone transformation? Xianxia looked at the screen of light in front of him and secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that after passing through the golden screen of light, one would be on the path of bone transformation. In the martial body realm, the Vajra bone was the most important. And this path of bone transformation was clearly targeted at the Vajra bone. Xianxia did not dare to enter because he did not know how terrifying the path behind the golden screen of light was. I have to investigate it clearly. He couldn't go in, nor could his mental force enter. He didn't know how to investigate. After some thought, he took out a few beads and inscribed spirit marks on them. He wanted to refine a few eyeballs. After the beads were refined, he took out the beast tendons of spirit beasts. After tempering them, he made them very thin and connected them to a bead. He threw the bead into the light screen. He could connect his mental force with the bead through the beast tendons that were connected to it. This way, he could see the situation inside through the bead. The bead entered the golden light and floated in the air. Through the bead, he could see that there was a lot of light golden water behind the light screen. It could allow the light bead to float. Behind the golden screen of light, there was actually a lot of water. In other words, it was a water passageway. Following that, he threw in another spirit beast's thigh. As soon as the spirit beast's thigh entered, the bones inside gradually melted, but the flesh was fine. What a strange liquid. It only melted the bones. Xianxia secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The bones of spirit beasts were so strong, but they were all melted. The path of bone transformation was too terrifying. If he was not prepared, the Vajra bone in his body would definitely melt. When he thought of this, he shuddered. He frowned as he sat on the ground, thinking of a solution. Xianxia thought of several methods, but he felt that they were unreliable. For example, he could refine a powerful outer shell to wrap him up, or he could refine protective clothes to resist the liquid, right, the water-repelling spirit mark. He suddenly remembered that when he entered the beast oil pool, the water-repellent talisman also played a big role. It allowed him to dive into the depths of the beast oil pool without touching it. Xianxia threw a water-repelling bone talisman at the golden light barrier. After the water-repelling bone talisman entered, no liquid entered the space within 2 to 3 meters of the bone talisman. It's useful. Xianxia was secretly delighted. Then, he began to refine waterproof equipment. Of course, he wasn't just refining talismans now. He wanted to refine a set of spirit beast skin clothes and engrave many sets of water-repelling spirit inscriptions on it. Alright, in order to be absolutely safe, let's refine it to the level of a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Xianxia took out beast skins and many other materials and began forging in the passageway. It took him a whole day to finally refine a set of clothes. It was a set of supreme-grade spiritual artifact clothes with multiple sets of water-repelling spiritual tattoos carved on it. I hope it works. He took a deep breath, activated the water-repellent spirit pattern on his clothes, and rushed into the golden light curtain. As soon as he entered, the liquid around him automatically retreated. With the inner strength of my 3 Dao cores, I can support this set of water-repellent equipment for a few days. I don't believe that I can't finish this path of bone transformation in a few days. Xianxia quickly swam on the path of bone transformation as he continued to climb upwards. As long as he reached the peak, he would be able to pass the trial of the inscription gate and become a disciple of the inscription gate. The inscription gate did not have any inner disciples, so whoever could pass the trial would be the sect leader. What chief disciple? I don't care. I want to be the sect leader of the inscription gate. That's cool enough. Xianxia felt that he was not far from the position of sect leader. He secretly looked forward to it. This waterway was also quite long. He swam for 3 days before passing through. On the way, he did not find any corpses. He could not help but suspect that the corpses had been absorbed as energy. Xianxia came out of the golden light barrier and ended the trial of the path of bone transformation. He arrived at a pitch-black passageway. This kind of darkness could not be illuminated. Xianxia took out the night illumination pearl. Only the night illumination pearl emitted light. When the light hit the walls, it was all devoured. At the same time that he was alarmed, he carefully observed the pitch-black walls around him. He could see some weak spots of light. It's not an inscription. Xianxia could not see the inscriptions and he did not sense any power attacking him. He let Momo come out and also sensed the inscriptions. Momo carefully probed but did not sense any fluctuations from the inscriptions. I should be at a relatively high place now. I'm almost at the top of the mountain. Xianxia guessed that this incomparably dark passageway was the final stage of the trial. After resting for a moment, he mustered up his courage and walked forward. After walking for a short while, he was surprised to discover that those weak dots of light were actually stars. The further he went, the brighter the stars were and the more there were. Not long after, he felt that everything he saw was very familiar. This reminded him of the great formation on the soul-guiding star peak. Back then, when he was immersed in that great formation, he had deeply felt the terror of the vast sea of stars. In the vast sea of stars, there were countless incomparably huge stars, causing one to feel oppressed and terrified. It would make one feel that in the incomparably vast sea of stars, one would appear insignificant and powerless. As Xianxia walked through the passageway, an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He could not help but sweat profusely. Steady heart. He hurriedly recited the incantation of the star refinement art. It could stabilize his mind and prevent him from getting lost in the vast sea of stars. He kept chanting the incantation and his fearful heart was gradually comforted and calmed down. As Xianxia walked, he understood why no one had been able to pass the trial for so many years and why they were unable to leave. First was the first stage. There were many terrifying killing formations that required one to be extremely proficient in inscription formations in order to break through them one by one. The second stage was the path of bone transformation. If one did not make thorough preparations and did not investigate carefully, even if one was at the spirit realm, their bones would still be melted away. The third stage required one's mental state to reach a certain level. Xianxia guessed that only those who cultivated the Star Yang Heart Sutra would be able to overcome their fear and walk through the third stage of the Star Intimidating Road. It was also because he was able to comprehend the Star Refinement Art. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully pass through this path. A few days had passed and Xianxia was still walking on the Star Intimidating Road. His speed had also increased by a lot. This road is really long. Xianxia looked at Momo in his storage space and asked, Momo, how many days have passed since I entered this star path? 5 days, what's wrong? Haven't you walked out yet? Momo asked. Xianxia thought that it was an illusion, but he never expected that 5 days had really passed. Yes. It's a good thing that I don't need to consume anything on this path. According to his estimations, he should have reached the top of the mountain by now. There was no danger on the Star Intimidating Road and his speed was very fast. He should have arrived long ago. Helpless, he could only continue walking. A few more days passed and Xianxia was still on the Star Intimidating Road. He was alarmed. Because he did not know if he could reach the end. In the past few days, he had been running forward and had only rested for 2 to 4 hours a day. Not to mention a mountain, even if there were dozens of them, he would still be able to climb over them. But now, he was still in this passage filled with stars. A few more days passed. Xianxia sat on the ground. After resting, he got up and continued running. He also understood why Lan Chen, a warrior at the spirit martial realm, did not chase after him. Even if it was someone at the spirit martial realm, they might not be able to leave alive. The killing array passageway can't stop me. The path of bone transformation didn't melt me and the path of star intimidation didn't scare me to death. Instead, it bored me to death. Xianxia ran madly on the Star Intimidating Road. He was about to go crazy. After running for more than 10 days, he still hadn't reached the end. He suspected that this Star Intimidating Road had a very profound spatial rune that extended this road for a very, very long time. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already been running on the Star Intimidating Road for half a year. He was about to cry. Suddenly, he saw a bronze door in front of him. He was so excited that he cried. Ha ha ha. I've finally reached the end. Xianxia could not suppress the joy in his heart as he laughed out loud. Although he was very happy, he did not let down his guard. He cautiously approached the door. Spirit Lion King, I'm sorry. I can only trouble you again. Xianxia released the lion puppet and allowed it to touch the bronze door. He had to be careful. It had been so difficult for him to get here. He could not die on this last stretch of the road. The Spirit Lion King touched the bronze door a few times, but it only produced a sound. There was no other reaction. Originally, he had planned to let the Spirit Lion King open the door, but he was unable to do so. He could only go over himself. Xianxia kept the Spirit Lion King and checked the light inscription equipment, water repellent equipment and blue spirit profound robe he was wearing. He had 3 layers of equipment to protect himself, so he looked fat and comical. After confirming that there were no problems, he walked over and placed his hands on the door. Then, he used a little force and slowly pushed open the bronze door. The door opened bit by bit and a burst of white light seeped out from the crack, illuminating the Black Star Intimidating Road. After the bronze door opened, Xianxia walked in and arrived at a hall. It was a very simple circular hall. It was not very big and was about 20 meters wide. There was a plaque hanging on it with the words Inscription Gate written on it. Is this the front hall of the Inscription Gate? It's too shabby. Xianxia curled his lips. In the circular hall, there were more than 20 chairs against the wall. The chair at the front was relatively large and should be the seat of the sect leader. Along the way, Xianxia had seen all sorts of terrifying traps in the Inscription Gate. Therefore, he was still very cautious when entering this place. He carefully examined it before taking a step forward and walking towards the large chair in front of him. Have I passed the trial? Xianxia carefully sat on the chair. His heart was thumping as he looked around. He realized that there was only this hall in the inscription gate. There were no secret rooms or anything. Suddenly, a round stone table slowly rose in the middle of the hall. There was a box on the stone table. When Xianxia saw these things, he was secretly excited. He walked over and opened the box. Inside the box was a white jade pendant in the shape of a whirlpool. It looked like a whirlpool of stars. Other than the jade pendant, there were also 2 thin beast skin books. 336 Chapter 336 Violet Spirit Star Palace. Xianxia had originally thought that there would be spirit inscriptions and Xian inscriptions in the inscription gate. He never expected that they would be even more special star and moon inscriptions. He quickly picked up the 2 booklets and flipped through them. He discovered that the inscriptions inside were very complicated. Every page was densely packed and messy. There was no pattern at all. These things can't be mastered in a short period of time. It's too difficult. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. When he flipped to the end, he saw a piece of hard paper at the end of the page. There was a line of words written on it: those who are unable to pass the 3rd trial are not allowed to learn the star and moon inscriptions. Xianxia did not know why. The inscription gate was much more mysterious than he had imagined. There were very powerful star and moon inscriptions, but they were not passed down to the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Furthermore, they had set up an extremely terrifying 3 trials, causing the deaths of many geniuses. I wonder what other secrets this inscription gate is hiding. Xianxia looked at the white jade pendant and permeated his mental energy into it. A strange feeling surged. He dripped his blood onto the jade pendant and the feeling became even clearer. Immediately, a lot of information surged into his mind. Very quickly, he gained a lot of understanding of the inscription gate. So that's how it is. The star and moon inscriptions of the inscription gate are both taboo inscriptions. If you don't have the necessary conditions to learn them, you will suffer a backlash from the inscriptions and die. These forbidden inscriptions would also attract a certain amount of tribulation. Without sufficient strength, rashly using these forbidden inscriptions would put one's life in danger. Xianxia only knew this. After he dripped his blood on the jade pendant, he could also control the hidden door of the hall. He held the jade pendant tightly and opened the door. He walked out and stood at the entrance of a cave at the top of the mountain. It's been more than half a year. I'm finally out. Xianxia had entered the cave because he had nowhere else to go. Now, he had passed the trial and become the only disciple of the inscription gate. He could be considered the sect leader. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked down at the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace. He was also anxious to find Xianxia and see how her injuries were. There seems to be someone down there. Xianxia looked at the cave entrance at the foot of the mountain. Standing there were 3 purple-robed people. He could not help but frown. The disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace are all wearing blue robes. Now, they are suddenly wearing purple robes. What the hell is this? Xianxia landed from the sky and saw 3 youths who looked exactly the same. They were the triplets, Triple Radiance. Dao was the first to see Xianxia. Xianxia was wearing the Blue Spirit Profound robe and a black robe on the outside. His hair was disheveled and he looked a little down and out. However, his eyes were bright and filled with confidence. My lord! Dao shouted in astonishment. The triplets had the same look of surprise on their faces, which made them look a little funny. Xianxia said with a smile, "Have you been waiting for me? By the way, why are you wearing purple clothes? The color of Blue Spirit Star Palace's clothes has changed? My lord, it's really you. You have succeeded, you are the sect leader of the inscription gate." Dao was incomparably excited as he shouted loudly. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed. "Quickly answer me, what's going on with your purple robes?" At the mention of this matter, Dao let out a long sigh. Our Blue Spirit Star Palace is finished. There will be no more Blue Spirit Star Palace in the future. What's going on? Xianxia frowned and hurriedly asked. Dao made a long story short and told Xianxia everything that had happened in the past 6 months. It turned out that a sect called Violet Spirit Star Palace had descended from the martial desolate land. This sect had a deep relationship with the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The Violet Spirit Star Palace only accepted female disciples, but they were very powerful. There were 5 or 6 martial artists in the entire sect who were at the spirit realm. The head of the Violet Spirit Palace had issued a bet to Lan Chen. If she lost, the Violet Spirit Star Palace would merge with the Blue Spirit Star Palace. If she won, then the Blue Spirit Star Palace would be merged into the Violet Spirit Star Palace. In the end, Lan Chen lost, so the Blue Spirit Star Palace was annexed. When Qin Yan heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "What about Lan Chen? Grand Palace Master?" He said he wanted to explore the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range and left with Xiao Wufeng. De Yao said unhappily, "The martial Dao realm cultivators of Blue Spirit Star Palace are all unconvinced by the Violet Spirit Star Palace, so they went their separate ways. This damned Baldy, he lost the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace and just patted his butt and scrammed. He really has guts." Qin Yan could not help but curse. Originally, when he became the sect leader of the Inscription Gate, his position in the Blue Spirit Star Palace would definitely be second. Other than Lan Chen, he was the most awesome, but now, Lan Chen had lost the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace. This made him extremely angry. "De Yao, are the people from the Violet Spirit Star Palace easy to talk to?" Qin Yan asked hurriedly. "They are all women and they are stronger than our Blue Spirit Star Palace, so they look down on us." De Yao said helplessly, "I heard that the Violet Spirit Star Palace suddenly descended because of the Immortal Graveyard." "That's right. Lady Lan Fengjin is tied up in front of the entrance of Blue Spirit Star Palace," Yao suddenly said. Qin Yan was taken aback and immediately said angrily, "Why are you treating Sister Lan like this? Let's go, to the gate." Lan Fengjin was his disciple, yet she was tied up at the entrance. On the way to the gate, Qin Yan also learned that Lan Huayu had also left the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Many of the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace had been arranged to go out and fight magical beasts. They were no longer as free as before, so they had all secretly left. There weren't many disciples left in the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The reason why Lan Fengjin was tied up was because she refused to take the people of the Violet Spirit Star Palace as her master. Her innate talent in inscriptions and martial arts were not bad. She was also a woman, so she naturally attached great importance to her. Qin Yan also learned that Yang Shiyu and Xiao Yuelan had been taken away by the Violet Spirit Palace's palace master. Most of the female disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace had gone to the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Only the male disciples remained here, waiting for orders. In front of the main entrance of Blue Spirit Star Palace, Lan Fengjin, who was dressed in black, was tied to a pillar by shimmering chains. Her hair was a mess, her face was haggard and colorless, and her eyes were bloodshot. In front of Lan Fengjin stood a few middle-aged women in purple robes. Outside the gate, there were also many disciples of the Star Palace watching. The original disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace all looked at the tied-up Lan Fengjin with heartache. One of the women with a sharp chin pinched Lan Fengjin's face and said coldly, "Lan Fengjin, you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Our Violet Spirit Star Palace's Granny Zwen wants to accept you as her disciple but you refuse. Even we can't be envious of such an opportunity. Can't you just honestly agree?" "Humph, I have a master." Lan Fengjin snorted coldly, "That Granny Zwen used such a lowly method to force me to acknowledge her as my master. It can be seen that she isn't much. Even your grandfather, Lan Huayu, has to admit defeat in front of our Granny Zwen. What does your master count for?" The middle-aged woman with a sharp chin said angrily, "Granny Zwen is not someone you can slander as you please." Having said that, she slapped Lan Fengjin hard on her dark face. "Bah!" Lan Fengjin was infuriated. "In front of my master, you are all bullshit. Isn't your master very powerful? Let him come out. Even if I beat you to death, he won't appear." The middle-aged woman raised her palm again and slapped Lan Fengjin. Just as the slap was about to land, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. A tall and sturdy black-robed youth appeared beside Lan Fengjin. Pow! A slap was heard. The one who was slapped was not Lan Fengjin but the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman who wanted to hit Lan Fengjin was sent flying with a slap. It was unknown where she flew to, but in short, she flew very far away. Those disciples immediately cried out in alarm. One had to know that the middle-aged woman was at the martial Dao realm. Yet, she was sent flying with a single slap. As for the black-robed youth who suddenly appeared, although his hair was messy, he was extremely handsome. His angular face was confident and resolute, filled with charm. When the disciples saw this face, they all cried out in surprise. "It's Qin Yun. He entered the inscription gate and actually came out alive. He is the sect leader of the inscription gate. The Grand Palace Master left too early. Otherwise, he would definitely be very happy." "Right, didn't Qin Yun master the soul-devouring evil art?" "That's not some evil art. Qin Yun is the pride of our Blue Spirit Star Palace." Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the purple-clothed women standing beside Lan Fengjin hurriedly retreated. "I am Lan Fengjin's master. Who tied her up here? If she doesn't kneel down and apologize, I will tear down the Violet Spirit Star Palace." Qin Yun's voice was very calm, but it contained a powerful and angry killing intent. The few purple-clothed women were also in the martial Dao realm, but they did not dare to act rashly. Qin Yun's heavenly lion arm flashed with purple lightning as it hacked at the chain on the pillar, instantly breaking it. The weak Lan Fengjin fell into Qin Yun's arms. "Master!" Lan Fengjin could not help but cry softly, excited and happy. Lan Fengjin had already taken Qin Yun as her master. However, the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. This was because Qin Yun's inscription talent was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, he was currently the sect leader of the inscription gate. "Qin Yun, you devil who has mastered the soul-devouring evil art." A middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and said. Qin Yun said with a sneer, "Soul-devouring evil art? Perhaps even your palace master would wish for nothing more than to learn this evil art." He channeled the power of the tree totem to Lan Fengjin, allowing her to recover a lot. He asked, "Sister Lan, who tied you up?" "It's them." Lan Fengjin said angrily, "They were originally responsible for persuading me to take that granny as my master. I refused, so they used this despicable method." Qin Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged women. He said coldly, "Do you want to kneel down and admit your wrongs to Sister Lan, or do you want me to force you to kneel? Make your own choice." 337 Chapter 337 Dragon Fist Sect. These middle-aged women were originally from the Blue Spirit West Palace, Nangong and Beigong. There were also two from the Tian Shao Empire who had monitored Xiao Yuan. Now, they had all joined the Violet Spirit Star Palace. They were martial Dao realm cultivators. Even in the Violet Spirit Star Palace, their status was very high. As for Qin Yun, he wanted them to kneel down and admit their wrongs. How could they agree? The middle-aged woman who had been sent flying was also supported over. Half of her face had been beaten black and she was dizzy. She was in a semi-conscious state. "Qin Yun, aren't you being too arrogant? Don't think that just because you have two martial spirits, you can be so presumptuous. We are not as weak as those trash from your Blue Spirit Star Palace. I'll count to 2. If you don't kneel down and admit your wrongs to Sister Lan, I'll make my move." Qin Yun said coldly, 1, 2. After he finished counting, a black gas suddenly surged out from his body and enveloped the middle-aged women. Following that, the earth began to shake. Qin Yun's eyes turned pitch black. He had used the power of the vibration martial spirit. Those evil women were also at the first level of the martial Dao. They were enveloped by this vibrating force and their bodies were constantly being pressed by the explosive force. Immediately, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. "Kneel!" Qin Yun roared angrily as the ground shook. The arrogant women all screamed as they knelt on the ground, crushing the stone tiles on the ground. When the disciples saw this scene, they could not help but be terrified. A few powerful seniors were actually forced to their knees and vomit blood by the internal energy released by Qin Yun. "Scram!" Qin Yun waved his hand and slapped them, sending them flying far away. Following that, he carried Lan Fengjin and flew towards the Eastern Palace's mysterious Silver Mountain. He entered a cave at the top of the mountain. Lan Fengjin sat on a chair and looked at the hall. She said excitedly, "Master, you really passed the trial of the inscription gate. I really didn't expect it. Unfortunately, grandfather has already headed to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and might even go to the Martial Desolate." Qin Yun smiled. "Sister Lan, you will be my disciple from now on and also a disciple of the inscription gate. Don't worry about that Violet Spirit Star Palace. The Violet Spirit Star Palace is actually not bad. There were a few wicked women who were jealous of me, that's why they treated me like that. Lan Fengjin coldly snorted, in short, I have you as my master. I will not acknowledge anyone else as my master. Yuelan, Ziyi, and teacher, are they all in the Violet Spirit Star Palace? Qin Yan asked worriedly. Lan Fengjin nodded. Yes. Shiryue's injuries are very serious. The injuries of the Purple Gold Moon Martial Spirit are very serious. The people from the Violet Spirit Star Palace can cure her, but there is a price, and that is to stay in the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Yuelan and Zai are both outstanding female disciples. They were taken away a long time ago. I heard that they were personally taught by the Violet Spirit Palace Master. Qin Yan paced back and forth in the hall. Did the Grand Palace Master really go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? He went with grandfather. They said that they were going to investigate the Immortal Graveyard. If they don't come back, they might have gone to the Martial Desolate Land. Lan Fengjin said. Suddenly, a series of shouts came from outside. Qin Yan listened carefully. It was Shui Hui's voice. He hurriedly walked out and landed on the ground. Shui Hui, the palace master of the Eastern Palace, and a dozen or so martial Dao realm elders were all there. They looked at Qin Yan in astonishment. Qin Yan, you have become the sect master of the Inscription Gate? Shui Hui took a deep breath and asked in surprise. Qin Yan took out a jade pendant and said, I've obtained this. I wonder if it's a keepsake for the sect master. When they saw the jade pendant, Shui Hui and company took a few deep breaths. Greetings, sect master. Shui Hui hurriedly bowed and shouted respectfully. The other elders of the martial Dao realm also bowed to Qin Yan. The sect master of the Inscription Gate actually had such a status. Even Qin Yan himself was somewhat surprised. Everyone, there's no need to be polite. What's the situation with the Blue Spirit Star Palace now? Qin Yan said with a frown, Grand Palace Master, how long have you been at the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? The Blue Spirit Star Palace has already been merged into the Violet Spirit Star Palace. They sent people to manage it. And the Eastern Palace is still managed by Palace Master Ling. Shui Hui looked at the old lady beside him. Palace Head Ling was also a woman, so she was directly accepted as a disciple by the Violet Spirit Star Palace. In the Violet Spirit Star Palace, she was also an elder. Then, am I, the sect leader of the Inscription sect, considered to be from the Violet Spirit Star Palace? Qin Yan asked. Forget it. However, there should be other preferential treatment. The Violet Spirit Star Palace also knows the importance of the Inscription Gate. Palace Master Ling said, Sect Master Qin, the Violet Spirit Palace Master has sent a letter for you. Palace Lord Ling handed Qin Yan a letter. Qin Yan opened it and read the contents. It was a letter from the Violet Spirit Palace Master. First, he sincerely apologized to Lan Fengjin. Then, he invited him to the Violet Spirit Star Palace to discuss some matters and asked him to bring Lan Fengjin there. Have you seen Palace Master Violet Spirit before? How is his character? Asked Qin Yan. You're quite polite. When she was in the Martial Desolate Land, she was also a good person. Lan Fengjin's matter this time was all because of those evil women who acted on their own. They will also be severely punished. Palace Head Ling said, if you want to go to the Violet Spirit Star Palace, I can take you there. Those evil women were originally the more snobbish ones in the Blue Spirit Star Palace. If they found an opportunity to attack Lan Fengjin, they would naturally not be lenient. Qin Yan also wanted to meet Xiao Yuelan. He nodded and said, all right, I'll go with Sister Lan. He flew up and brought Lan Fengjin down. After resting, Lan Fengjin's complexion had improved a lot. She had also changed into a beautiful purple dress. Qin Yan, Lan Fengjin, and Palace Head Ling sat in a carriage as they headed for the Violet Spirit Star Palace. The Violet Spirit Star Palace was only a few hundred miles away from the Blue Spirit Star Palace. They would be able to reach it very quickly. Qin Yan was in the carriage. He opened the window and saw the Violet Spirit Star Palace below. It looked to be about the same size as the Blue Spirit Star Palace, but it was completely purple. The magnificent building inside was made of sparkling purple crystals. It was very dazzling. Palace Head Ling's status was still relatively high. She was able to directly fly her carriage into the Violet Spirit Star Palace and land in a noisy plaza. In this plaza, there were many people surrounding the battling platform. On the battling platform, an extremely intense battle was taking place. When Qin Yun and company got off the carriage, they saw a woman dressed in purple on the battling platform. She was sparring with a man dressed in gold. These two people were both martial artists at the 9th level martial body realm. Palace Head Ling, what's going on? Who are the disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace competing with? Qin Yun asked. The disciples of the Dragon Fist sect. Palace Head Ling said, the Violet Spirit Star Palace, the Dragon Fist sect, the Wind Spirit sect and the Floating Spirit Valley. These 4 sects have descended on this border area together. These 4 sects are all spirit level sects. They are all subordinate forces of a Xian level sect. They were sent here to investigate the situation in the Immortal Graveyard. Now they are letting their disciples compete in martial arts to fight for leadership. Although these sects are all subordinate forces of a mystic sect, they often engage in all kinds of battles. Qin Yun did not find it strange. The family clans and factions in an empire also had intense struggles. He was only surprised that 4 powerful sects had suddenly descended here. It could be seen that the martial desolate land placed great importance on the Immortal Graveyard. As for the Immortal Graveyard, there was a great secret hidden within. It had a lot to do with Xiaqiru. Ah! The purple-clothed woman on the martial stage suddenly screamed as she was sent flying and crashed into the array pillar of the martial stage. Ha ha ha. Little girl, I won't kill you just like that. I have to play with you first. The burly man from the Dragon Fist sect laughed sinisterly as he walked towards the purple-clothed woman. The purple-clothed woman's face was deathly pale, and her face was filled with terror and despair. She closed her eyes, and her face was covered in tears. Qin Yun frowned and said, is this a life-and-death battle? Palace Head Ling sighed, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, whoever survives on the battling platform will be the victor. During this period of time, the Great Formation will not be closed, so we can only allow the people inside to do whatever they want. This kind of competition has always been like this, it's extremely cruel. Lan Fengjin frowned and said, I've heard of it but I've never seen it before. I never thought that in order to fight for the leadership of the sect, a disciple would be sacrificed. This is too cruel. With a ripping sound, the clothes on the purple-clothed woman were torn apart by the wretched man, leaving only her undergarment. Could it be that this guy is going to rape that woman on the spot? Qin Yun said with a frown. His voice was filled with anger. It should be. But no one can stop him. Palace Head Ling's face was also filled with anger. The disciples watching the battle were all from the 4 sections. Other than the female disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, the male disciples of the other sects all had faces full of anticipation. They cheered excitedly and urged the wretched man to hurry up and make his move. Qin Yun was infuriated. He immediately soared into the air and flew over. Bastard, quickly stop. Qin Yun floated in the air above the battling platform and roared. A few martial Dao realm elders who were supervising the competition also suddenly flew over. Who are you? Do you want to cause trouble? A golden-robed elder asked angrily. The golden clothes on his body were the same as the wretched man on the battling platform. He should be a martial artist of the Dragon Fist sect. Qin Yun said angrily, did you not see what that beast is doing? Below, many of the female disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace saw a handsome and valiant youth suddenly step forward. At the same time, they were surprised, they were also filled with reverence. They had never known what a hero was, but when they saw Qin Yun, they seemed to understand what a hero looked like. This is a martial arts competition, a life and death battle. When the old man sensed Qin Yun's aura, he was somewhat alarmed. However, when he saw how young Qin Yun was, he did not think much of it. Don't insult the martial arts competition. I've never heard of anyone doing such a thing to a beast during a martial arts competition. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent as he said in a deep voice. When the woman on the battling platform saw that someone was standing up for her, she was extremely touched. However, she was still in despair because only by breaking the array formation on the battling platform would she be able to save her. The wretched man on the battling platform laughed sinisterly and said, "That bastard up there, you've never seen anyone do such a happy thing on the battling platform, right? Then I'll do it for you right now, ha ha ha. If you want to save this slut, you have to break the formation first. This kind of formation would not close until it consumed all the energy it had put in. Even the spirit martial realm can't easily close it. Ha ha ha. Just open your eyes wide and watch how happy I am. Damn bitch, why are you crying? In any case, you will be killed by me sooner or later, so you might as well be killed by me." 338 Chapter 338 Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the burly man below. His heart was infuriated to the extreme. The female disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace could not help but close their eyes when they saw their fellow disciples being beaten up. Furthermore, they were about to be brutally humiliated. "Uncle, quickly leave. The people from the Dragon Fist sect are very vicious. They will take revenge on you." When the woman on the battling platform saw Qin Yan's furious expression, she was worried that Qin Yan would act impulsively and attack here. She hurriedly tried to persuade him. The group of women below also tried to persuade Qin Yan to leave quickly so that he wouldn't be hated by the people from the Dragon Fist sect. "Uncle, I accept my fate. I am satisfied that you can stand up for me." The woman shouted again when she saw that Qin Yan was indifferent. Her skirt was torn, revealing a pair of bruised thighs. The woman gritted her teeth and cried. As for the wretched middle-aged man, he grimaced and grinned sinisterly. He was incomparably ugly. The incense stick at the bottom of the battling platform had only burned half of it. Only when it was completely burned would the great formation automatically close. "Big brother, hurry up and leave. Don't clash with the people from the Dragon Fist sect. Big brother, we, the disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, will be very grateful to you. We are very grateful to you for having such intentions. After all, no one could save that woman. If Qin Yan were to clash with the Dragon Fist sect again, it would not be worth it. Ha ha ha, little girl, I will let you die comfortably." The wretched man laughed maniacally. The male disciples also opened their eyes wide and looked on with great anticipation, shouting non-stop. "Big guy, hurry up and get on top of her. Don't dawdle. The Violet Spirit Star Palace's shameless bastards are so aloof. We must kill them." The group of people below jeered. The old man floating in the air also smiled as he watched, stroking his beard. Suddenly, the earth shook. Everyone immediately cried out involuntarily. Qin Yan, who had been gathering his strength, took a deep breath as black gas surged from his body. The vibration martial spirit in his body roared with rage. The invisible vibration power shook the earth and released its rage. Boom! Qin Yan suddenly charged down from the sky. The heavenly lion's arm exploded with purple gold lightning and fire. The furious lion's roar echoed out and the sound waves whistled across the horizon, causing the wind and clouds to surge, roar. Qin Yan's fist exploded with purple gold lightning fire. It transformed into a ferocious and mighty gigantic purple gold lion head. It was filled with might as it charged into an array pillar. Rumble, the top of the pillar was struck by Qin Yan's furious lion fist and immediately shattered. The shattered rocks, along with the shock wave, caused the disciples of the Dragon Fist Spirit sect near the battling platform to be riddled with bloody holes. In order to see the wretched man humiliate the purple-clothed woman, these disciples all rushed forward and chased the disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace to the back. And now, they have also been hit by Qin Yan's vibration storm and all of them are seriously injured. The battle stage's formation had been destroyed. Furthermore, it was broken so violently. Qin Yan stood on the stage and looked at the vulgar man. He said coldly, "Your existence has already insulted the martial Tao. I'm lucky enough to become a martial artist, so I can't let scum like you disgrace the spirit of martial arts. I can't let you trample on martial arts. You can go and die now." With that said, Qin Yan punched out with the superb flaming light fist. A blazing flame filled with the power of justice entered the wretched man's body and burned him to ashes. "You. Who are you? How dare you? How dare you interfere in this kind of martial arts competition?" The old man from the Dragon Fist Spirit sect who was floating in the air was also stunned. After being shocked, he roared angrily. The more than 10,000 people around the battling platform also sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone had really broken through that sturdy formation and even killed the martial artists on it. Xianxia took off his black robe and covered the injured woman. He said softly, "My robe has high-grade light runes engraved on it. It can help you recover quickly." Following that, Lan Fengjin also flew over to protect the woman. When the female disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace saw Xianxia's broad and sturdy back, they could not help but feel a sense of worship. They were very excited, but most of them were worried. They were worried that the heroes on the battling platform would be punished. "Uncle. Thank you." The female disciple who had been saved had tears in her eyes as she said gratefully. Xianxia looked at her and smiled. "Don't call me uncle, I'm only 18 years old. I'm even younger than you." Below the martial stage, there was an uproar. Such a powerful figure was actually only 18 years old. This caused the eyes of many of the female disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace to flash with stars. Immediately, a deep sense of love rose in their hearts. "You. Quickly answer me, who exactly are you?" The old man was ignored by Xianxia. He was even more furious. At that moment, the martial Dao realm cultivators from the other sects had also surrounded him. Xianxia said indifferently, "A villain like you is not worthy of knowing my name. If I let you know my name, I would feel that it's an insult. Hurry up and F***ck off. Just looking at you makes my eyes hurt. Brat, you're courting death." The old man was instantly enraged. He fiercely punched out and the ferocious power of the great Dao shot out like the roar of a dragon. The Dragon Fist Spirit Sect's strongest technique was the Dragon Fist art. The punch was fast and ferocious, but in Xianxia's eyes, it was very slow. "The one courting death is you." Xianxia snorted disdainfully and punched out. The power of the great Dao immediately exploded out, causing the entire battling platform to collapse. Xianxia's fist trembled as he mixed the dense internal supreme force with the power of the great Dao and gathered it. Then, coupled with a totem martial art like the Heavenly Lion's lightning force, the power was extremely terrifying. The old man never expected that Xianxia would actually exchange blows with him. Boom, the Dragon Fist and Lion Fist collided, and the dragon and lion roared. The two great Dao energies shattered the large plaza. The terrifying aftermath even swept up a hurricane. "Ah!" The old man let out a blood-curdling scream. The arm he used to punch was broken at the shoulder, and his upper body was covered in blood. An old man of the martial Dao realm was actually defeated by an 18-year-old youth with a single punch. "Fine, since you're courting death, I'll tell you my name. This way, when you see the King of Hell, you can also tell him who killed you. Tell him not to thank me. Listen up, my name is Xianxia. I'm the sect master of the Blue Spirit Star Palace's inscription gate." Xianxia could sense the other party's intense killing intent. He took 2 steps forward and used his hand as a blade to execute the 6-style Wind Slayer, chopping the old man into pieces that burned with purple flames. The elder of the martial Dao realm was dead. After the calm and tranquil square, everyone was stunned. The few old men in charge of supervising the competition were also shocked as they looked at Xianxia in shock. They didn't dare to go over. At this moment, they also knew who the person who had suddenly appeared was. It was the famous Xianxia of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Xianxia had mastered the art of soul refining, was a high-ranked inscription master, and had stepped into the martial Dao realm before the age of 20. Furthermore, he had dual martial spirits, dual Dao cores and dual totems. No matter which one it was, even in the martial desolate land, he was a rare genius, not to mention that all of them were on him. Blue Spirit Star Palace has merged with the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Even if you are the sect master of the inscription gate, you are still a part of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. But now, you have destroyed the martial arts competition that our 4 sects have agreed upon. How are you going to take responsibility? An old woman from the drifting Spirit Valley took a deep breath and asked loudly. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Responsible? I am a member of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, so I naturally have to be responsible for the disciples of my sect. I can't just watch as a disciple of my Violet Spirit Star Palace is humiliated in public. Saving her is the same as being responsible. Killing the person who wants to humiliate her is also a responsibility. Scram back and tell your sect leader. Our Violet Spirit Star Palace disdains cooperating with a mob like you. There's no need for this martial arts competition. Even if we obtain the leadership, we will give up. We don't want to lead you bunch of animals. The disciples and seniors of the Wind Spirit sect, Floating Spirit Valley and Dragon Fist sect were infuriated when they heard Qin Yun's words. However, none of them dared to breathe loudly. In the martial desolate land, they knew very well how terrifying a totem martial artist who had stepped into the martial Dao realm was, not to mention a martial artist with 2 martial spirits and 2 totems. The disciples of the Dragon Fist sect were the most injured and also the most heavily injured. However, they deserved it. At this moment, a voice came from the distant sky. All of you, go back. If you have any dissatisfaction, ask your sect leader to come here and discuss it with me. I, Xianxia, will definitely give them a satisfactory answer. The voice that suddenly sounded was ethereal and agile. Amidst the gentleness, there was a trace of power that no one dared to resist. Xianxia was the Violet Spirit Star Palace of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Palace Master of the Violet Spirit Palace, we will report this matter to the sect leader. An old man snorted coldly and left with his injured disciple. The disciples of the various sects quickly left. Many of them even ran away. This was because Qin Yun's domineering killing intent was simply too terrifying. Only the female disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace were left. They could not help but discuss in low voices as they looked at the handsome Qin Yun with an extraordinary bearing. He's Xiao Yuelan's husband. He is indeed not simple. He's truly a dragon amongst men. Moreover, he's filled with justice and he's also very good-looking. I heard that in order to save Xianxia, he engaged in a great battle that shook the heavens and the earth. It's unbelievable that such a genius could be born in this border region that is lacking in resources. Some of the female disciples approached, wanting to see Qin Yun's appearance clearly. When Qin Yun saw them approaching, he smiled. Don't call me big brother or uncle in the future. You're making me old. This caused the girls to burst into laughter. Many of the female disciples also went to pay their respects to the injured female disciple. Lan Fengjin said in a low voice, she's fine now. Thank you. Sect leader Qin. The woman's face was flushed red as she returned the black robe to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun put it on, he glanced at the nearby Palace Master Ling. Before Palace Master Ling brought Qin Yun here, she would never have imagined that Qin Yun would actually kill a martial Dao realm cultivator here. Qin Yun, come to the Qingqing Pavilion. I want to talk to you. Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded again. The female disciples immediately cried out. The Qingqing Pavilion is the Palace Master's most private place. Men are never allowed to enter. The Palace Master has made an exception to allow Sect Master Qin to enter. How rare. Being tied up when Qin Yun heard the discussions of the female disciples, he knew that Xianxia attached great importance to him. Otherwise, she would not have invited him to the Qingqing Pavilion. Palace Master Violet Spirit, let me ask you, why didn't you save our sect's disciples just now? Qin Yun did not immediately agree. Instead, he coldly questioned, I was originally a disciple of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Now that I have merged with your Violet Spirit Star Palace, I have also become a part of you. However, when you saw that your sect's disciples were about to be humiliated, you didn't do anything to save them. I don't want to see an irresponsible palace master like you. The female disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace immediately fell silent as they secretly exclaimed in their hearts. They were very surprised that Qin Yun dared to speak to their palace master in such a manner. However, their hearts felt warm because Qin Yun was very concerned about the disciples of their sect. Xianxia's voice did not come for a long time. It was obvious that she did not know how to reply. After a long while, Xianxia's light and ethereal voice slowly sounded, I was wrong. I, Xianxia, hereby apologize to the disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. I guarantee that this will never happen again. I will definitely cherish the disciples of my sect in the future. You didn't even show your face. Your apology is insincere. Qin Yun said with dissatisfaction. The disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace were very surprised to be able to make Xianxia apologize. They also forgave their palace master in their hearts. However, Qin Yun felt that it was not sincere enough. I have some reasons right now, so I can't leave the Qingqing Pavilion for the time being. When I get out I will definitely apologize to the disciples in person. Xianxia faintly sighed and asked, "Can you come to Xianxia Pavilion now? I'll wait for you at the inscription gate." Xianyan's answer was very shocking. It was rare for the Violet Spirit Palace Master to invite a man to her Xianxia Pavilion, but he was rejected time and time again. Although Xianxia did not show her face, everyone could guess that she must have a dumbfounded expression on her face. Xianyan continued, "That's your territory and you are at the spirit realm. I'm worried that you are plotting against me. So, you should come to my inscription gate." Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if they could see Xianxia flipping the table. Sect Leader Qin. "Aren't you worried too much? How could Palace Master Violet Spirit possibly plot against you?" Palace Master Ling hurriedly whispered. "What's impossible about it? I have 2 martial spirits, 2 totems, and I am also the inscription sect leader. I have mastered high-level inscriptions and my looks are unparalleled. There are many people who have improper thoughts about me, so of course I have to be on guard." Xianyan said with a serious expression, "Palace Master Violet Spirit never allows men to enter her boudoir. Now that she has invited him in, she definitely has ill intentions." Xianxia's voice didn't come out. She was probably speechless, or perhaps she was so angry that her delicate body was trembling, unable to speak. "Palace Master Violet Spirit, if you come to the inscription gate to find me, it's best if you come during the day. If you come at night, I'm afraid my reputation will be tarnished." "Alright, I'm going back. I just had a fight and I'm very tired." With that said, Xianyan pulled Lan Fengjin and flew into the sky. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. The group of female disciples from the Violet Spirit Star Palace stared blankly at Xianyan's disappearing back. In their hearts, they felt even more admiration for this great hero. Lan Fengjin followed Xianyan and flew in the air. She said with a charming smile, "Master, you were so cool just now." "Oh right, why didn't you go to the Xianxia Pavilion? Are you really afraid of that Palace Master Violet Spirit? I heard that she's a heavenly beauty." Xianyan curled his lips. "Of course I can't just agree to it. I'm the sect master of the inscription gate after all. If I had to do whatever she says, how would I be able to survive in the future? I have to show her my strength first. Furthermore, I have to let her know that I, Xianyan, am not the kind of man who thinks with his lower body. I'm not that easy to control." "That's true. After all, Master is the boss of the inscription gate. If you want to master a high-level inscription, you have to put on some airs and show off." Lan Fengjin thought for a moment and felt that Xianyan's actions made sense. Xianyan said with a smile, "Didn't she do as I asked her to apologize to those female disciples? This is called taking the lead. I want her to follow my rhythm. Otherwise, she will ride on top of my head." Lan Fengjin smiled and gave Xianyan a thumbs up. Soon, Xianyan and Lan Fengjin flew back to the Silver Mountain and entered the hall from the cave at the top. Xianyan took out the jade pendant and opened up a few passageways. There were many stone doors in the passageways. They were all stone rooms. Lan Fengjin could now be considered a disciple of the inscription gate and could also live here. The moment she received the high-grade spirit inscription from Xianyan, she hurriedly entered a stone room and studied it seriously. Xianyan sat in the hall, took out the star flame liquid and dripped it into his eyes. The risk of dripping the star flame liquid into his eyes was great, but if he succeeded, he would be able to release a very strong flame from his eyes. It's a success. Xianyan's eyes absorbed the energy of the star flame liquid in an instant. To him, the process was like sand entering his eyes. He controlled the purple flames to gush out from his eyes. They condensed into 2 extremely hot flames that struck a piece of high-grade bone steel. The bone steel instantly turned red. The consumption is quite high. It's not bad to use it to trick people. Xianyan nodded in satisfaction. He had defeated Xiaoyang Long and obtained a Sun-Moon Profound Bowl. The Sun-Moon Profound Bowl could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and condense a liquid that could accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs. This thing is indeed severely damaged. The 2 blood inscriptions are damaged, but they can still be used. If they are repaired, it should be a very high-grade Xian artifact. Xianyan put away the Sun-Moon Divine Bowl. He would use it when he needed pills in the future. Right now, the most important thing was to open the second bead of the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. This would take a period of time to break through. The second bead's formation, just as he was about to enter the stone room, he suddenly sensed a very strong aura. He hurriedly opened the door and a fragrant and intoxicating breeze blew in. A beautiful woman wearing a purple dress appeared in the hall. She wore purple accessories, a purple hairpin, purple earrings, and a beautiful purple dress. It made her look even more noble and dignified, with peerless beauty. Qin Yan did not need to guess to know that it was Xianxia. Previously, he had also seen Shuazai dressed in purple. However, her style was cold and simple. As for the Xianxia in front of him, she was extremely beautiful and dignified. She was very different from Shuazai. She was at the spirit martial realm and her aura was very strong. She gave off a high and mighty feeling that no one dared to look at her. The moment Xianxia entered, she carefully sized up Qin Yan. Qin Yan was also looking at her. Furthermore, he was looking at her from head to toe without restraint. He felt that the Xianxia in front of him might not be the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but she had a unique charm and temperament. It might also be related to her powerful strength. Who are you? This is too rude. Qin Yan was initially stunned by Xianxia's aura, but he quickly regained his senses. You already know the answer. Xianxia frowned slightly and snorted with her gentle voice, I am Xianxia. Qin Yan laughed and said, so it's the palace master of the Violet Spirit Palace. You came really quickly. But this doesn't seem too polite. If you barge in like this and I'm taking a bath or something, that would be awkward. Qin Yan, you asked me to come find you. I'm here. Now, can we get down to business? Xianxia seemed to be able to tell that Qin Yan did not want to discuss business with her directly. This was intentional. It was to show her some strength. Qin Yan pointed to a chair and said, then please take a seat. Oh right, how are Teacher Yang's injuries? What about Yuan? Has she stepped into the martial Dao realm? Shuyua's situation is rather complicated. She won't be able to recover in a short period of time. However, with her purple moon martial spirit, I will definitely do my best to help her recover. Xianxia sat down gracefully. She looked at Qin Yan, who was sitting at the seat of honor. She felt somewhat displeased. After all, she was the palace master of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. However, Qin Yan was talking to her from above. Yuan is in seclusion. It's only a matter of time before she breaks through. Qin Yan nodded and said, Palace Master Violet Spirit, what business do you have with me? Xianxia said, 2 things. First, in the plaza of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, you killed 2 warriors of the Dragon Fist sect and injured many disciples of those 3 sections. They will definitely come looking for trouble with you. Second, if you can pass the examination of the Inscription Gate and obtain the inheritance of the Inscription Gate, I hope that you can help me when my Violet Spirit Star Palace needs your help in the future. The inscription inheritance I obtained from the Inscription Gate is not something that I can grasp right now, so I can't help you right now. Qin Yan sighed. He was telling the truth. Those star runes and moon runes were indeed extremely difficult to learn. Then, the soul refining technique and high-grade spirit inscriptions that you have mastered will also be of great help to our Violet Spirit Star Palace. Xianxia said in a low voice, if you need it, please do your best. In terms of reward, I will not treat you unfairly. That's easy to say. When you need it, let's talk about it again. Then let's leave it at that for today. I still have urgent matters to attend to. Palace Master Z, please. Qin Yan walked out of his seat to send Xianxia off. Xianxia frowned as a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. She said with a bitter tone, Qin Yan, don't you plan on talking to me about the future development of our Violet Spirit Star Palace? Let's talk about it later, I'm really busy. Qin Yan was in a hurry to open the second bead to take a look. He wished that he could send Xianxia flying with a kick. Xianxia was immediately stunned. She now viewed Qin Yan as a very important person in the Violet Spirit Star Palace. That was why she had planned to discuss future development with him. However, Qin Yan had ordered her to leave. Not to mention this, she was the dignified palace master of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Even in the martial desolate land, she was a distinguished guest of many famous sections. However, the little demon in front of her was in a hurry to chase her away. Qin Yun, you are going too far. If you don't give me any face, I will have to give it to you. I have to show my might. Ziqingqing's face was cold. As soon as she stood up, she took out a rope that flickered with a purple light. She threw the rope out and it transformed into a purple light that leaped towards Qin Yun, tying him up. You. What are you doing? After Qin Yun was tied up, he could not help but be alarmed. He also realized that the rope was extremely powerful. It was at the level of a Xian artifact and was not something he could easily break free from. Talisman weapon. Without saying a word, Ziqingqing carried Qin Yun out of the hall of the inscription gate. After walking out of the cave, the stone door automatically closed. Outside the cave, there was a luxurious purple-gold carriage. Ziqingqing threw Qin Yun into the carriage and entered the carriage herself. Under her control, the carriage began to fly quickly. Damn fat woman, what are you doing? Qin Yun could not help but shout angrily. This Ziqingqing had tied him up for no reason, which made him very angry. You. What did you call me? Ziqingqing was also dumbfounded. She really wanted to look at her face in the mirror to see if she had really become fat. Listen up, darn fat hag, darn fat hag, darn fat hag. Qin Yun kept shouting. Ziqingqing was so angry that she was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she asked angrily, "You're talking nonsense. How am I fat?" She wasn't fat, it was just that her face was a little round. Furthermore, her skeleton was relatively large and her body was slightly plump, making her look relatively large. Look at your face, I can squeeze out a lot of meat. Qin Yun snorted, hurry up and let me go. If the news of me being kidnapped by you gets out, my reputation will be ruined. You. What are you thinking? Who is ruining your reputation? I just want to bring you into the Qingqing pavilion and have a good talk with you. Ziqingqing was also infuriated. No one had ever called her fat, but this brat in front of her had actually called her a fat woman. Qin Yun said with a worried expression, I have dual martial spirits and dual totems. What if you master some evil arts and want to plot against me? Besides, a woman with a cultivation like yours is probably a few hundred years old. You must be like a wolf or a tiger, sitting on the ground and sucking up the earth. It's very dangerous for a young man like me to fall into your hands. Ziqingqing was about to go mad with anger. She wished she could immediately throw Qin Yun out and beat him up. I really want to hit you. Ziqingqing waved her hand and slapped him. However, she did not hit Qin Yun's face. Instead, she pinched Qin Yun's handsome face. Little brat, you're so annoying, I'll pinch you to death. Ziqingqing bared her jade teeth as she rubbed Qin Yun's face with both hands. Damned fat woman, you. You dare to disrespect me, I won't let you off. Qin Yun felt very uncomfortable being needed, he kept shouting loudly. Qin Yun's face was red from being tormented, and his hair was a mess. He shrank into a corner of the limousine and didn't say a word. After rubbing Qin Yun's handsome face for a while, Ziqingqing felt much better. Qin Yun never expected that this cold and aloof strong woman would act like a child when she lost her temper. Furthermore, she did not play by the rules and kidnapped him for no reason. Ziqingqing still looked at Qin Yun angrily and said, Qin Yun, you should already know that our sects have descended to investigate the immortal graveyard, right? Of course I know. I also know that your spirit-level sects are all subsidiary forces of a black-level sect. Now that they've been sent here, they're most likely here to die. It can be seen that none of you spirit-level sects are valued highly by your superiors. Qin Yun curled his lips. Ziqingqing nodded, smart. Indeed, that Xian sect has over 30 subordinate sects, and the few of us are the weakest. Therefore, we were arranged to be here. If we are unable to find any clues about the immortal graveyard within the stipulated time, we will be completely abandoned by them. So be it. Qin Yun said indifferently, I think this is pretty good. I don't have to be their dog. Ziqingqing sighed softly, things are not as simple as you think. Next, there will be many powers coming here for the immortal graveyard. If we didn't have the protection of a Xian sect behind us, we would only be swallowed up and controlled by others. Qin Yun, if you have ambition, you should join hands with us and manage the Violet Spirit Star Palace well. When you grow stronger in the future, you will become a Xian sect. Qin Yan immediately thought about it. He felt that Zi Qingqing was very ambitious. She wanted to grow up in the borders and become independent, leaving behind that Xian sect. Yuelan has the immortal graveyard diagram on her. Zi Qingqing said again. Palace Mistress Z. Don't you dare have any ideas about Yuelan. The immortal graveyard is not as simple as you think. Qin Yan's expression turned cold as he said, if you want to rely on the immortal graveyard to make the Violet Spirit Star Palace stronger, then forget it. Zi Qingqing hurriedly explained, don't worry, Yuelan's aptitude is very good. I won't let her take the risk. I'm just telling you, the situation at the borders. Because this is the immortal graveyard near the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, many sects will be stationed here soon. Right now, there is a Xian sect behind our Violet Spirit Star Palace, so we don't have to worry about being attacked. Qin Yan also knew that there were many powerful sects in the martial desolate land. A half-dead sect like the Violet Spirit Star Palace was a very powerful existence to the empires and martial academies at the borders, let alone the Xian and Qing sects. As the carriage slowly flew, Qin Yan fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the flying caravan suddenly trembled, accompanied by a very strong magical beast aura pouring in. Zi Qingqing's expression suddenly changed. Crap, we've been attacked by a flying magical beast. She hurriedly closed her eyes to investigate the situation outside. Her beautiful jade-like face also turned heavy. The carriage has been swallowed. We're in the body of a flying magical beast. She opened her eyes and said solemnly. Qin Yan's expression changed as well. Could it be that the flying carriage was swallowed just now? Zi Qingqing nodded. The Violet Spirit Star Palace was not far from the Blue Spirit Star Palace, but there were very few powerful flying magical beasts that appeared here. To be able to fly over and swallow the carriage, a flying magical beast must be extremely large. Right now, the flying carriage was inside the gigantic flying magical beast's body. Don't worry, this flying magical beast is only a spirit beast. It's not my match. Zi Qingqing closed her eyes as her body emitted a purple aura that contained a terrifying power. The carriage also began to shake violently. The flying magical beast seemed to have made a big move. Half an hour later, the limousine suddenly trembled. The flying magical beast couldn't withstand my strength and fell to the ground. As Zi Qingqing spoke, an even stronger force burst out from her body and penetrated the carriage. The carriage was wrapped in a purple mist as it suddenly rose up, piercing through the body of the magical beast and successfully running out. However, just as the carriage flew out, it was struck by several forces, and this time, it was the power of a human. It was a very dense power of the Great Tao. This level of Great Tao power should be at the 6th or 7th level of the Martial Tao realm. There are a total of more than 10 Martial Tao realm cultivators attacking this carriage. Zi Qingqing was immediately infuriated. Someone wants to ambush me. She hurriedly ran out, leaving Qin Yan inside. This damned fat woman, she actually didn't untie me. Qin Yan struggled for a moment before cursing softly, so careless, you really have big breasts and no brains. You still want to achieve great things, I'm not going to accompany you. Qin Yan took out an eyeball that he had refined and threw it out. Then, he used his mental energy to look at the situation outside. He quickly saw that the gigantic flying magical beast was dozens of meters long. It seemed to be a giant black eagle lying on the ground. It should be dead. Zi Qingqing was able to kill a very strong spirit beast in the carriage. Her strength was indeed very strong. They were in a forest. The trees here were all over 100 meters tall and were very huge. However, they were all flattened by the shockwaves produced by the falling flying magical beast. Zi Qingqing floated in the air, a few meters above the ground. Looking at the dozen or so elders in front of her, she said coldly, Dragon Fist Sect, Wind Spirit Sect, Floating Spirit Valley. Your 3 sects actually joined forces to attack me. Aren't you afraid that I'll report this to the higher-ups? A gray-haired old man said, this is our private action. It has nothing to do with the sect behind us. Zi Qingqing, your Violet Spirit Star Palace has reaped a great harvest. You have obtained Blue Spirit Star Palace, Xiao Yuelan, who possesses the immortal graveyard diagram, and Qin Yun, who has mastered the art of soul refining. Seeing that you have just returned from Blue Spirit Star Palace, you should have come to an agreement with Qin Yun. Xianxia, now that you have so many resources in your hands, have your ambitions skyrocketed? You want to leave the higher-ups and leave us alone? Qin Yun killed our Martial Dao Realm Elder and an outstanding Martial Body Realm disciple. How do you plan on compensating us? When Xianxia saw the weapons in their hands, she said with a sneer, you guys are holding a few royal-grade talisman weapons. This is something even more precious than ordinary Xian artifacts. Only the elders of the spirit realm and the sect have them. They must have lent them to you. You still say that this is your private operation? Aren't you lying? Qin Yun was alarmed. He had never heard of a talisman weapon. He felt that he should ask Shuchuan. This seemed to be an extraordinary item. Attack. After the gray-haired old man finished speaking, he threw out a long sword in his hand. After the long sword flew out, it actually flashed with lightning and turned into purple lightning, striking at Xianxia. Xianxia waved her sleeve and formed a purple screen of light. The flying sword collided with the purple screen of light, stirring up a violent thunderstorm that forced Xianxia to retreat dozens of steps. The resulting shockwave also sent the RV flying. The crystal eyeball that Qin Yun had released had also been shattered. As a result, he could not see what was happening outside. However, he could hear deafening sounds coming from the carriage. The carriage was also pushed by the waves of air until it was finally stuck at the root of a large tree. Mo, come out and see if you can get rid of this rope. Qin Yun said. Mo came out to take a look and said, it shouldn't be a problem. If I destroy a tiny bit of the dark lines, I can make this Xian artifact lose its effectiveness. Indeed. She quickly succeeded. Qin Yun spent a lot of effort to break free from the rope. He was in a sorry state and his clothes were in a mess. Outside, it had quietened down as well. Qin Yun threw out a crystal eyeball and saw blood flowing from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Her face was pale and she was spreading her arms, releasing waves of purple gas. The dozen or so elders around her were all holding a mirror that was half the height of a person. Those mirrors seemed to have a very strong power. When they shone on Xianxia, she was unable to move. In order to activate the power of the mirror, the dozen or so elders were under a lot of pressure. All of them had serious expressions on their faces. Although Xianxia could not move, she was still at the spirit realm and the power she released was very strong. Those dozen or so elders could not take her down in a short period of time. These fellows from the martial desolate land have a lot of strange things in their hands. There are more than 10 of them in the martial Dao realm and each of them can use a mirror to restrain that damned fat woman. They really do have some ability. Extracting Spirit Marks Chapter 341 Extracting Spirit Marks Qin Yun took out more than 10 high-grade bone talismans and walked out of the carriage. If we persist like this, it won't do anyone any good. Xianxia suddenly said, if a spirit beast comes, once we are interrupted, all of us will be injured. As long as our mysterious mirror seal's power successfully breaks through your defense, we will be able to seal you. Xianxia, you won't be able to hold on for long. The explosion of our talisman weapons just now also heavily injured you. Quickly give up. Xianxia sneered, this Xian mirror seal magic tool is connected to your souls. If you do not succeed and are interrupted, your souls will definitely be torn apart. You are really taking a risk. The gray-haired elder said, as long as we take you down. We can capture Xiao Yuelan alive, obtain the immortal graveyard diagram and immediately return to the martial desolate land. If we report to the higher-ups, we don't have to stay in this damned place. You are hiding Xiao Yuelan and refusing to let her hand over the immortal graveyard diagram. It is obvious that you want to monopolize the secrets of the immortal graveyard. Suddenly, someone saw Qin Yun. Brat, who are you? A yellow-haired elder saw Qin Yun walk over from the carriage. I am your uncle Qin Yun. Qin Yun hurriedly walked over and placed a talisman on the yellow-haired elder's forehead. The dozen or so elders immediately sucked in a deep breath of cold air. When they saw Qin Yun's clothes in disarray as he came out of the carriage, they immediately thought of something. Xianxia, you are truly despicable. In order to obtain Qin Yun's soul-refining technique and the mysterious inscriptions of the inscription gate, you actually seduced him. I really didn't expect that the pure and aloof Xianxia, who is known as the Violet Spirit Jade Maiden, would actually sell her pure and holy body in order to achieve her goal and have an affair with a little brat in a flying carriage. Xianxia, Qin Yun is Xiao Yuelan's husband. You actually seduced a married man. If this news were to spread to the Marshal Desolate, no one would believe it. Xianxia was so angry that her entire body was trembling. More blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Fat woman, I already said that it's easy for people to overthink this. Qin Yun cursed softly. He arrived in front of the old man and ruthlessly slapped him a few times. The old man, who was slapped a few times, roared in anger, Qin Yun, you are courting death. Qin Yun said with sneer, you are about to die, yet you still have so much bullshit to say. At this moment, Qin Yun stuck a talisman on each old man's forehead, and they were all slapped by Qin Yun more than 10 times. One had to know that they were all at the 6th or 7th level of the martial body stage. With this kind of strength, they had quite a bit of status in the sect. However, they were ruthlessly slapped in the face by a brat. Slapping the face doesn't hurt the body, but it hurts the self-esteem. This made them feel extremely humiliated and they wished they could swallow Qin Yun alive. Qin Yun, what talisman is that? Let's talk this out. An old man suddenly said with some fear. A superior grade poison spirit talisman. It's something that can poison people with spirit runes. I don't know how effective it is. I've made more than 20 of these talismans, but I've never tried them. Qin Yun smiled. You are saying that I'm having an affair with Xianxia? That's impossible, but if you go back alive, you'll definitely talk nonsense, so don't even think about living. After he finished speaking, he activated the poison spirit talismans. The talisman immediately released a black aura, releasing waves of talisman power that poured into his head from his forehead. Aha! The old man let out miserable cries and had no choice but to drop the mirrors in their hands and roll on the ground. Xianxia's delicate body went limp and she nearly collapsed. Thankfully, Qin Yun walked over to support her. So heavy, and you still say you're not fat. Qin Yun hugged Xianxia and curled his lips. Then, he carefully placed her on the ground. The old men were all poisoned and were rolling on the ground in pain. Qin Yun walked over and put away all the mystic mirror seal magical artifacts. When he went to take the old men's storage spirit artifacts, he found that they all had blood contract markings. He could only helplessly destroy them. Qin Yun, you should have killed them quickly just now. There's no need to waste talismans on them. Xianxia felt much more relaxed as she hurriedly circulated her energy to heal her injuries. That won't do, I have to extract their martial spirits. Qin Yun chuckled as he walked over and extracted the martial spirit from a gray-haired elder. Very quickly, the old man let out a series of miserable screams like a pig being slaughtered. Golden sword martial spirit, trash martial spirit. Qin Yun was somewhat disappointed. However, a mosquito's leg was still meat, so he accepted it for now. The other elders were all poisoned and injured. However, they were still at the 6th or 7th level of the martial Dao realm, so they wouldn't die that quickly. Therefore, they could all see the process of Qin Yun's soul extraction. Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened as she watched. She was secretly alarmed. Following that, the sound of pigs being slaughtered could be heard as Qin Yun extracted the martial spirits of the elders one by one. The strongest is only a platinum ice martial spirit. Sigh. It's all trash martial spirits, a waste of my energy. Qin Yun placed the martial spirits into the soul sealing pearl and kept them properly. The poisoned old man lying on the ground was filled with incomparable resentment. His heart was bleeding and he was in endless despair. What infuriated them the most was that Qin Yun had extracted their martial spirits and even despised them. Qin Yun, we have no enmity with you. Why are you so vicious to us? You are so vicious at such a young age. You will definitely be an evil demon in the future. The gray-haired elder said angrily. Pfft. Didn't you say that you wanted to capture Yuelan alive? She is my wife. You want to capture her alive and take away her immortal graveyard diagram. And you still say that you have no enmity with me? Qin Yun snorted and took out a furnace. Also, even if you are about to die, I still want to tell you that nothing happened between me and Xianxia. She's still far from being able to seduce me. After Qin Yun finished speaking, He threw the elders into the furnace one by one. Then, he used the nether sun purple flame to activate the alchemy runes inside and turned them into ashes. Hurry up and get out of here. We have already passed the Cloud Dragon River. This place is extremely dangerous. Xianxia suddenly sensed a strong magical beast aura and hurriedly said. She stood up, pulled Qin Yun, and ran towards the limousine. After entering the caravan, she hurriedly controlled the caravan to fly away from this place. Not long after, the caravan landed. That was because Xianxia was getting weaker and weaker. They did not know why. The purple gold caravan landed on a large tree and was stuck in the dense branches. What's wrong with you? Qin Yun was also somewhat worried about Xianxia. She was a martial artist of the spirit realm. If she was severely injured and attacked by a powerful magical beast, it would be very dangerous. I was injured by a talisman weapon. Xianxia bit her lips and said in a low voice, once you are hit by a talisman weapon, your body will be branded with spirit marks. If you can't get rid of the spirit marks in time, it will cause great harm to your body. I'm good at this. Where are those spirit marks? Qin Yun rolled up his sleeves and said. It's here. Xianxia rubbed her chest with her hand. Qin Yun frowned and said, this place doesn't seem to be very convenient. It hurts my hand. There's one on my back as well. There are a total of 2 spirit marks branded on my body, both on my chest and back. Xianxia sighed helplessly, those fellows came prepared. If it wasn't for you, I might have been captured by them. Humph, to think you tied me up. If it wasn't for the fact that I could untie myself, we would all be finished. You are really careless. Qin Yun reprimanded. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Xianxia also apologized with a sense of self-blame. She was also very surprised that Qin Yun could untie her rope. That was a Xian rank spirit weapon. Qin Yun came behind her and said, I'll help you get rid of the spirit marks on your back first. Xianxia nodded slightly and turned around, her back facing Qin Yun. The purple dress on her upper body slowly slid down, revealing her tender, snow-white back, as well as her jade-like waist. Qin Yun looked at the alluring jade back and remained unmoved. That was because all his attention was focused on the black spirit marks on the jade back. He reached out his hand and rubbed the spirit marks on Xianxia's back. He could not help but say, you're really a little fat. It feels like you're fleshy. Ah. Little rascal, hurry up and do something serious. Xianxia let out a soft moan and scolded. Qin Yun did not know what kind of spirit marks it was, but there were both bright and dark marks. He said, I might need some time. I want to collect the spirit marks on your back. It might be useful to me. It's quite complicated, it should be a royal grade spirit mark. I only have a lot of high-grade spiritual inscriptions. I have very few supreme grade and royal grade spiritual inscriptions. He hurriedly took out a pen and paper and quickly recorded the spirit marks on Xianxa's back. Xianxia wanted to curse in her heart. Her current situation was very serious. However, Qin Yun was excitedly recording the spirit marks, as though he had picked up a treasure. Qin Yun spent more than an hour to record the spirit mark. Then, he used the power of the blood soul to combine it with his mental force to slowly erase the black spirit mark. It only took a moment. So fast. If it was me, I might need several months to remove the spirit mark. Although Xianxia was very dissatisfied with Qin Yun, she had no choice but to praise Qin Yun's ability. You can do it yourself. Qin Yun said, I'm a gentleman, so I won't take advantage of you. This was the first time Xianxia had met a man who despised her so much. One had to know that in the martial desolate land, the experts who pursued her could fill the entire plaza of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. No, you have to help me remove that spirit mark as soon as possible. If I were to do it myself, it would take me more than half a year. This is a waste of my time and energy. Xianxia bit her lips and made a difficult decision. Qin Yun looked at her and said seriously, this is your own request. Don't use this matter to talk to me in the future. Also, you must keep it a secret. There's no need for you to tell me that. I'll keep it a secret. Xianxia snorted, if I were to go into seclusion for half a year, the situation outside would change and I wouldn't be able to react in time. During this period of time, I have to maintain my best condition. For the sake of the overall situation, I will only. Before she finished speaking, Qin Yan reached out his hand and pulled down her dress. Xianxia was taken aback. She never expected Qin Yan to be so swift. Heart flies to the martial desolate. Xianxia closed her eyes. She was extremely nervous and the carriage was very quiet. She could hear her own heartbeat and the rustling sound of Qin Yan's pen on the paper. You little rascal, you're actually recording the spirit inscription so seriously. She opened her eyes and saw that Qin Yan was completely focused on recording the spirit inscriptions on her upper body. He did not pay any attention to anything else. This made her secretly wonder if she was really that unbearable to not be attractive to men at all. Xianxia looked at Qin Yan with some hidden bitterness and said softly, You. Can you make good use of these spirit inscriptions? Of course I can. Qin Yan looked at Xianxia's chest without blinking. It was unknown if he was looking at the spirit inscriptions or something else. Xianxia felt that as long as she did not tell anyone about this matter, it would be fine. However, she still felt very shy. Her jade-like face turned red and her eyes were filled with shyness. Hurry up! She shouted softly. I'll be done soon. This spirit inscription is not as complicated as the back. Qin Yan said as he continued to seriously record the spirit inscriptions. After he finished recording, he used his finger to draw on the spirit inscriptions on Xianxia's body. He erased those spirit inscriptions at a very fast speed. After she was done, Xianxia hurriedly put on the purple dress and wrapped her body tightly. However, the feeling of Qin Yan caressing her body remained deep in her mind. As for Qin Yan, he was staring at the two spirit inscriptions in a daze. It was as if nothing had happened. I never thought that your mental state would be so high. Xianxia used her cultivation to recuperate and said softly. Now, I finally know why you're so heavy even though you don't look fat. The meat is growing where it should grow. Qin Yan chuckled. Xianxia's face immediately flushed red. She closed her eyes and stopped talking. Qin Yan put away the two pieces of paper and suddenly extended his hand. He placed it on Xianxia's slightly round face and rubbed it back and forth. Little rascal, what are you doing? Xianxia was immediately infuriated as she shouted. You rubbed my face like that before, I was just taking revenge. Qin Yan chuckled and said, Your bun face is really easy to rub. Xianxia released an aura and pushed Qin Yan away. She shouted angrily, You're the one with a bun face. Qin Yan leaned against a corner and glanced at the spot where Xianxia had been branded with spirit marks. When Xianxia saw the look in his eyes, she suddenly realized that the steamed bun that Qin Yan was referring to was not only her face, but something else. She fiercely glared at Qin Yan, then closed her eyes and continued to nurse her body. She suddenly felt that ever since she came into contact with Qin Yan, the anger she felt was more than all the anger she had felt over the years. Xianxia had recovered quite a bit of her strength. She controlled the carriage and quickly flew through the air, crossing the Cloud Dragon River and flying towards the Violet Spirit Star Palace. It was also Qin Yan's first time going to the other side of the Cloud Dragon River. Now that he had some understanding, he knew that the trees there were very large, and there were many powerful magic beasts hidden there. Looks like the Dragon Fist sect and the others can control spirit beasts. Right now, they are extremely afraid of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. They can't wait to take care of me because they are worried that I will swallow them up or that I will be the first to find clues to the immortal graveyard. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Your struggle is really intense. Now, it's the three sects that have joined forces to deal with me. Although I have annexed the Blue Spirit Star Palace, Lan Chen of the Blue Spirit Star Palace and a few other martial Dao realm cultivators have left. In the Blue Spirit Star Palace, only you can be considered powerful. When Xianxia mentioned this matter, she seemed to be somewhat angry. They don't accept me. Is it because I'm a woman? After Lan Chen lost the Blue Spirit Star Palace, he patted his bald head and left. The other martial Dao realm elders were also unwilling to submit to a woman like Xianxia, so they all left the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Qin Yan sighed as well. The Blue Spirit Star Palace had disintegrated just like that. When I see Lan Chen in the future, I will definitely mock this damned baldy for running away after losing. Xianxia smiled. Qin Yan, now, Are you willing to be the pillar of our Violet Spirit Star Palace? Not really. When I see Yuan and Teacher Yang, I'll discuss it with them. Qin Yun did not immediately agree. That would be very tiring. This? Qin Yun. Zi Qingqing's expression changed slightly as she appeared to be in a difficult position. With a face full of guilt, she said, Yuan and Shiriyue are no longer in the Violet Spirit Star Palace. When Qin Yun, who was sitting in the corner, heard this, he stood up abruptly and shouted in shock, "Where did they go?" Sister Lan told me that they are all in your Violet Spirit Star Palace. It's mainly because Shiriyue's injuries are too troublesome. I had no choice but to send 2 old grannies of the Spirit Martial Realm to send her through the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range to the Martial Desolate. Yuan and Zi also want to go and I agreed. Zi Qingqing lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Yun. Passing through the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range was extremely dangerous. Qin Yun was very worried when he heard this. He was very angry as he said coldly, "You lied to me. Why didn't you tell me before?" When Zi Qingqing saw that Qin Yun was angry, she hurriedly explained, "Qin Yun, I know you're worried about Yuan. After all, she has the immortal graveyard diagram on her. But don't worry, I'll send them to the Martial Desolate and arrange for them to join a very strong Xian sect. That sect only accepts female disciples. They will be very safe inside. Their martial talent is very high. It will also be very beneficial for them to enter a Xian sect as soon as possible. Moreover, this is also where they decided to go. At that time, they all thought that you wouldn't come out of the inscription gate that quickly." Qin Yun also thought of many things and asked, "You didn't tell me before because you were afraid that I would immediately follow them if I found out that they had gone to the Martial Desolate? The Violet Spirit Star Palace has lost 2 seniors of the Spirit Realm and the other 3 sects also know about it. That's why they ambushed you, right?" Zi Qingqing sighed and nodded. "I just want to keep you here for a while so that the Dragon Fist sect and the others won't dare to act recklessly. Just wait for those 2 old grannies to return. Can you really guarantee that Yuan and Teacher won't be threatened by other people?" Qin Yun asked seriously. Zi Qingqing hurriedly nodded and said, "The reason why I sent them to the Xian sect in the Martial Desolate is to give her more protection. The Xian sect they entered was also my former sect. I was expelled because I made a mistake and then entered the Violet Spirit Star Palace. In the end, I inherited the position of Palace Master. Although I was expelled, I have a lot of feelings for that sect. Furthermore, they had secretly helped me before. With Yuan and Shiriyue's talent, they will definitely be able to develop very well there." When Zi Qingqing saw Qin Yun's doubtful expression, she said again, "I promise you. Once I stabilize this place, I'll bring you to the Martial Desolate. And Feng Jin. I've also heard about her being bullied and those evil women were also killed by me." The corner of Qin Yun's eyebrows twitched. Those evil women were all in the Martial Dao realm. They were not weak to the Violet Spirit Star Palace but they were killed by Zi Qingqing so quickly. "How do you want me to help you?" At that moment, Qin Yun also wanted to go to the Martial Desolate to take a look. "If possible, you can provide us with some of the inscriptions you obtained from the inscription gate," Zi Qingqing said. Qin Yun shook his head and said, "The inscriptions I obtained from the inscription gate cannot be spread out. Of course, if your inscription masters can pass the trial of the inscription gate, I will pass it to you. Even if Sister Lan is my disciple, I can't pass it to her." Zi Qingqing was somewhat disappointed as she sighed softly. "Have you heard of beast oil? Is this thing of great help to you?" Qin Yun felt that Zi Qingqing's ambition was not small. He could help her appropriately. If she could really strengthen the Violet Spirit Star Palace in the future, it would be of great help to him. When Zi Qingqing heard the beast oil, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly nodded. "Of course I've heard of it. This thing is very useful and is rather rare in the Martial Desolate. It can be used to quickly refine Xian Yuan steel or to refine materials. In short, it's very useful. I'll give you some. This will be of great help to you, right?" Qin Yun said. Zi Qingqing smiled and asked, "How much?" Half a day later, Qin Yun followed Zi Qingqing to the Violet Spirit Star Palace. They entered a very large underground secret room. There was a very large pool here, which was originally used to store spirit liquid. But now, it had been filled with beast oil by Qin Yun, the beast oil was poured out by Qin Yin from a bottle. There was still a lot of beast oil inside. Is that enough? Qin Yin looked at Xianxia's stunned face and could not help but reach out to pinch it. Sister Steamed Bun, this beast oil should be enough for you to use for a long time. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. She was very excited and her face was full of smiles. Even though Qin Yin had pinched her face and called her sister Steamed Bun, she was no longer angry. After obtaining so much beast oil, she hurriedly went to inform the inscription masters of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. As for Qin Yin, he also left the Violet Spirit Star Palace. To the imperial city of the Tianqin Empire, Qin Yin arrived at the imperial palace of the imperial city and discussed many things with his father in the study. Qin Long also knew that his son had done many great things in Blue Spirit Star Palace. Now that he saw Qin Yin return and that he was at the martial Dao realm, he was very happy. Qin Long sighed. The dragon totem on his face was constantly flashing, "Little Yun. The matters of this border area are really one wave after another before one has even subsided. It's like the attack of magical beasts. Now, there are a few large sects that are far stronger than our imperial palaces." After Qin Yin stepped into the martial Dao realm, he realized that his father was not at the first level of the martial Dao. Instead, he was at the second or third level of the martial Dao. He was far stronger than the first level. Qin Yin asked, "Father, I've been in contact with the Violet Spirit Palace Master. She said that in the future, there will be more sects stationed here in order to investigate the immortal graveyard. Then, what plans does our Tianqin Empire have for the future?" "I've already discussed it with the Demon King. When the time comes, I will choose a more reliable sect to rely on." Qin Long smiled. "I had originally planned to join the Violet Spirit Star Palace, but the situation is still unclear. It won't be too late for me to make a decision after the Violet Spirit Star Palace and the other sects have decided who is stronger." Sacrifice Qin Yin originally wanted to go to the Divine Inscription Palace to take a look because Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Xianqin are in the Imperial City's Divine Inscription Palace. However, Qin Long told him that Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Xianqin had gone to the Martial Desolate. They went with Shuchuan. Shuchuan, Duanqian and the others also headed to the Martial Desolate. Xiao Xianqin and Xiao Yuemei naturally followed along. There was also Meng Feiling, who was on the same journey as them. They all went to the Martial Desolate land. I also want to take a look. Qin Yin was currently flying towards the Star Xianwu Academy. When he arrived at the Star Xianwu Academy, he met Du Guo. Du Guo was old and no longer had that kind of drive. Therefore, he did not go to the Martial Desolate land but continued to stay here. Qin Yin chatted with Du Guo for a while and learned that Qi Malian and her mysterious teacher had gone to the Martial Desolate land. Originally, he also wanted to come and see Qi Malian. At this moment, he could only hope that she could safely reach the Martial Desolate land. When Qin Yin left the Star Xianwu Academy and flew over the Myriad Star Lake, he could not help but think of his elder sister, the Grand Preceptor, who was hiding below. He hovered above the Myriad Star Lake and looked at the huge waves that rose from time to time on the surface of the lake. He then looked at the 9 suns in the sky before looking at his wrist. 9 Young Divine Spirit, Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, Emoji's daughter, Immortal Graveyard, what secrets are they hiding? Qin Yin felt that he would soon head to the Martial Desolate land. He did not know when he would have enough strength to enter the mysterious Immortal Graveyard. Mother's soul is in the Immortal Graveyard. As long as we go in and retrieve her soul, we can resurrect her. Qin Yin recalled Xiaoqiru's words and felt secretly excited. He also knew that if he wanted to successfully enter the Immortal Graveyard, he had to possess very strong strength. Even Xianxia, who was at the spirit realm, did not dare to casually investigate the Immortal Graveyard, much less the Martial Dao realm. Qin Yin hurriedly rushed back to Blue Spirit Star Palace. He wanted to quickly open the second bead of the 9 Young Divine Spirit and see what was inside. Could it help him obtain even more power? After flying for half a day, Qin Yin finally arrived at the entrance of Blue Spirit Star Palace. However, the moment he arrived, he sensed that the Blue Spirit Star Palace's defensive formation had been broken. What's going on? Qin Yin's heart jolted as he hurriedly flew towards the Eastern Palace's inscription gate. As soon as he entered the East Palace, he sensed a few strong auras. It was the aura of the spiritual martial realm. Qin Yun was immediately alarmed. The auras of the spirit realm were filled with ruthless killing intent. It was afternoon, and the 9 scorching suns were very hot. However, the Eastern Palace was shrouded in a cold murderous aura. Sister Lan. Qin Yun looked at the cave on top of the silver mountain. When he saw the stone door automatically close, he felt a lot more at ease. He was tied up by Zi Qingqing, and the stone door closed automatically. Lan Fengjing couldn't come out either. Just as he was flying towards the silver mountain, a murderous aura suddenly attacked him. It's the warriors of the spirit martial realm. They are still in the East Palace. Qin Yun did not know what was going on. He hurriedly used teleportation meteor and ran at an extremely fast speed. Qin Yun, you won't be able to escape, an aged voice filled with maniacal laughter rang out like thunder. Boom, a very powerful force descended from the sky, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning. It landed on Qin Yun's body and struck him down. After Qin Yun was struck, his body felt as though it was being torn apart by a numbing and painful force. Even though he was wearing the blue spirit profound robe, he was unable to withstand the powerful lightning power. The power of the spirit realm was actually this terrifying. Bang! Qin Yun was struck down from the sky. He fell onto the flat ground at the foot of the mountain, just outside the entrance of the trial path of the inscription gate. Just as he landed, an old man wearing a dragon robe appeared and stomped heavily on Qin Yun's chest. This old man was from the Dragon Fist sect and he was a martial artist of the spirit realm. Qin Yun felt as though his heart was about to shatter when he was heavily stomped on. Thankfully, he had the vibration Dao core in his heart, blocking the impact. Haha, let's see how you can still be arrogant. You actually killed someone from our Dragon Fist sect. The old man in the golden dragon robe laughed sinisterly. Qin Yun, do you know who I am? I am the sect leader of the Dragon Fist sect. Even that slut, Zi Qingqing, is not my match. Don't expect her to come and save you. Qin Yun endured the pain and said angrily, old fellow, you better kill me immediately. Otherwise, I will definitely make you die a miserable death in the future. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This brat actually said that he wants me to die a miserable death. The Dragon Fist sect leader immediately laughed loudly. At this moment, many people walked out. Among them, there were 2 at the spirit realm and more than 20 at the martial Dao realm. In addition, there were also hundreds of martial artists at the 8th or 9th level martial body realm. So many people from the Dragon Fist sect had come. Ever since the Blue Spirit Star Palace was taken over by the Violet Spirit Star Palace, many disciples had run away. Many of the inscription masters had defected to other powers, causing the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace to be empty and there was no one to maintain the Great Formation. As for the Violet Spirit Star Palace, they were unable to take over, which was why they were in such a situation. After all, the Blue Spirit Star Palace had already collapsed and was no longer of much value. No one can save you. The Dragon Fist sect leader laughed loudly, you won't be able to escape. Just as he finished his sentence, he saw a few old men in blue robes suddenly appear, and moreover, they swiftly rushed over. Elder Shui. Qin Yun could not help but shout when he saw the expressions of Shui Yihui and company, who were unafraid of death. Qin Yun. You are the only hope of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Shui Yihui's eyes were red. To be able to see a successor of the inscription gate, I will die without regrets. Qin Yun, we will do our best to save you. An old man shouted as well. The Dragon Fist sect leader smiled disdainfully, you bunch of old fellows, have you lived enough? I'll send you on your way. Elder Shui, you all. Qin Yun's eyes could not help but turn red. He was moved by the spirit of Shui Yihui and the other elders. Even Lan Chen had given up on the Blue Spirit Star Palace, however, Shui Yihui and the other elders of the Eastern Palace were bitterly defending. For many years, they had been looking forward to the day when the Blue Spirit Star Palace would rise. The reason why the Blue Spirit Star Palace had once been glorious was because of the existence of the Inscription Gate. Now, the Inscription Gate finally had a successor. This gave them hope, therefore, Shui Yihui and the others had risked their lives for the sake of the hope that they had held on to for so many years. Shui Yihui and company were only in the martial Dao realm. In front of the spirit realm, they could not even withstand a single blow. However, when they rushed over, the Dao cores in their bodies suddenly swelled up and flew out of their bodies, charging towards the Dragon Fist sect leader. The originally contemptuous Dragon Fist sect leader and the others could not help but have a drastic change in expression when they saw the few Dao cores flying over. The power of the self-detonation of a Dao core could not be said to be great, but it was not small either. With his cultivation at the spirit realm, although he would not be injured, he would still be in a very sorry state. Furthermore, those Dao cores were all flying towards the group of martial Dao realm and martial body realm cultivators. The Dragon Fist sect leader and the other two were at the spirit realm. Naturally, they had to go and block them. Otherwise, not even half of the disciples they brought would be able to return. Furthermore, they would all be severely injured. The Dragon Fist sect leader and the others at the spirit realm had no choice but to abandon Qin Yun to protect their disciples. Qin Yun was already shocked by the feat of Shui Hui and company. His eyes were moist. "Elder Shui, I, Qin Yun, have let you down," he roared. After releasing the Dao cores, Shui Hui and company lay on the ground. Only Shui Hui was still alive, but he was about to die. He smiled at Qin Yun. "Whether or not we can pass this trial will depend on you. We have lived long enough to be able to see a successor to the inscription gate. We are already satisfied." Qin Yun let out a deep roar as he used his strongest mental energy. He used the Imperial Spirit Art and stored the dying Shui Hui into his storage space. Then, he used the Imperial Spirit Art to lift his injured body up and charged towards the trial path. All of this happened too quickly. No one had expected that Shui Hui and company would have the courage to separate their Dao cores from their bodies. It was extremely painful. Boom. 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 The explosion of the Dao cores destroyed most of the buildings in the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The violent ripples gradually weakened. The sky above Blue Spirit Star Palace was still shrouded in thick clouds. Dust danced in the air, accompanied by lightning. The Blue Spirit Star Palace had turned into ruins. Only the Silver Mountain still stood tall, shining with silver light, as sturdy as a fortress. The three warriors of the Dragon Fist Spirit sect also heaved a sigh of relief. If they had been any slower, not many of those disciples would have been able to survive. Hundreds of disciples were enveloped by their powerful energy barriers, preventing them from being injured by the exploding Pil Dao. Those old fellows actually wanted to drag our disciples down with them before they died. The Dragon Fist sect leader cursed angrily. That brat Qin Yun, he ran towards that cave. The entrance to the road of trial was still pitch black, like an evil mouth. After entering, there was no way to get out. "Sect leader, should we chase after him?" An old man said. "We can't let him escape just like that. This guy's potential is very terrifying. What should we do when he comes back to take revenge on us in the future? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him just now." The Dragon Fist sect leader coldly snorted and said, "Are you blaming me for not being straightforward enough and not killing him immediately? What do you know? The value of capturing Qin Yun alive is enormous. You saw it too. Those old fellows self-destructed their Dao cores to protect Qin Yun. You know his value. The mysterious Silver Mountain was once the glory of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. It once allowed the Blue Spirit Star Palace to become a Xian sect. Later on, because no one was able to pass the trial, the inheritance of the inscriptions was gradually cut off. Now that Qin Yun has passed the trial, it means that he can make the Blue Spirit Star Palace rise again. As long as we capture him alive and think of a way to obtain his inscriptions, our Dragon Fist sect can also become a Xian sect in the future." The old man nodded repeatedly. Sect leader is truly far-sighted. "Then what should we do now? This mysterious Silver Mountain is famous for being hard. We definitely won't be able to break through it. Could it be that we have to enter the trial path? Wait. I don't believe that he won't come out." The Dragon Fist sect leader sneered. "Our other people are currently attacking the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Once we take down the Violet Spirit Star Palace, we will be the overlord of this border area." Qin Yun entered the trial path, but the array formation inside did not attack him. He had the jade of the sect leader of the inscription gate in his hand, which allowed him to easily pass the trial. These guys actually attacked the Violet Spirit Star Palace. No wonder Zi Qingqing didn't come. Qin Yun heard the conversation outside the trial path. He was temporarily safe on the road of trials. Earth Lightning Claw Shui Yi had been saved by Qin Yun, but his injuries were severe. Furthermore, without the support of the Dao Core, he had become extremely weak. Even if he recovered from his injuries, he would quickly die of old age. By cultivating a Dao Core and condensing the power of the Great Dao, one's lifespan would increase. If it was a powerful person, they could even use the power of the Great Dao with pills to preserve their appearance forever. For example, Zi Qingqing. Shui Yihui had lost his Dao Core and the wrinkles on his face gradually increased. It was filled with an aura of death. Qin Yun passed through the trial path and arrived at the hall. He placed Shui Yihui on the ground. Then, through the tree totem, he condensed a strange life force and injected it into Shui Yihui's body. Shui Yihui, who was unconscious, gradually regained some consciousness, his eyes half opened. He looked around and said excitedly, "Is this the inside of the inscription gate?" Qin Yun smiled. "Yes, although this place is a little crude, its defense is very strong. Before I die, I'm satisfied to be able to see the true sacred land of our Blue Spirit Star Palace." Shui Yihui revealed a satisfied smile. It was as if he had long since become indifferent to life and death. Lan Fengjin also hurriedly came out of a secret chamber. After learning about the situation outside from Qin Yun, she was infuriated. "Qin Yun, don't waste your energy on me." Shui Yihui's voice was very low and weak. "No. I must cure you," Qin Yun said very seriously. If not for Shui Yihui's sudden appearance and self-destructing the Pill Dao, Qin Yun would not have had the chance to escape. Shui Yihui was his savior. "I don't even have my Dao Core anymore. Even if I'm cured, I won't be able to live for long." Shui Yihui smiled faintly. "You must promise me that in the future, you must carry forward the inscriptions of the inscription gate." "Definitely." Qin Yun hurriedly nodded as he continued to channel his inner force into Shui Yihui's body. Suddenly, the Dragon Fist sect master's shout came from outside, "Qin Yun, you good for nothing, hurry up and come out. You won't be able to hide inside for long. If nothing unexpected happens, the Violet Spirit Star Palace will be breached by us. When I capture your wife, Xiao Yuan, you will still fall into my hands, ha ha ha." The Dragon Fist sect master only knew that the Violet Spirit Star Palace was missing 2 warriors of the Spirit Realm. He did not know that the 2 Spirit Realm cultivators had escorted Xianxia and Xiao Yuan to the martial desolate land. "These guys, I will definitely kill them." Qin Yun is very angry. He grabbed the jade pendant tightly and closed his eyes to sense the information inside. This jade pendant could control the formation of the entire mysterious Silver Mountain. Within the mysterious Silver Mountain, there were many powerful formations. As long as one obtained that jade pendant, they would be able to control the activation of those formations. "Sister Lan, take good care of Elder Shui. I'll take a rest first before going out to kill those guys." Qin Yun sat in the middle of the hall and controlled the mysterious Silver Mountain's array formation. He gathered the 9 Sun spiritual energy for them to absorb. The 9 Sun spiritual energy in the hall immediately became extremely dense and colorful. The spiritual energy could be seen with the naked eye, like clouds and mist. Shui Yihui and Lan Fengjin were extremely excited to see this level of 9 Sun spiritual energy. "Master, are there many powerful formations in the mysterious Silver Mountain? Can it attack the outside?" Lan Fengjin quickly asked. "Yes. I'll give it a try in a moment. Even if I can't kill those bastards, I have to let them know what pain is," Qin Yun said coldly. The Dragon Fist Spirit Sect was acting alone and did not join forces with other sections. It could be seen that they had made sufficient preparations to annex the Violet Spirit Star Palace and take down the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The strength of the Dragon Fist Sect leader was not the strongest in the Dragon Fist Sect. Those elders were the strongest in the Spirit Realm and they had all gone to attack the Violet Spirit Star Palace. There were also some elders overseeing the Violet Spirit Star Palace. If they were to fight, the commotion would definitely not be small. "Qin Yun, not only do I want to capture your wife, I also want to kill my way to your Tianqin Empire. I want to kill all the people in the cities and use their corpses to feed the magical beasts. When the time comes, I will definitely capture your father and hang him here to beat him up, haha." The Dragon Fist Sect leader laughed loudly. Qin Yun was infuriated once again. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Shui Hui scolded, "These bastards, they came to this borderland and did whatever they wanted. They are just a bunch of lackeys that were abandoned by the Xian sections. That's why they were arranged here." The Violet Spirit Star Palace and the Dragon Fist sect were arranged to be at the edge of the city. The Xian sects behind them no longer needed to provide resources to these spirit sections. It was equivalent to losing power. They really think that they are the kings of the mountains after coming here. Just you wait. Qin Yun was filled with rage as he sat in a formation in the middle of the hall, activating the great formation of the mysterious Silver Mountain. In the sky above the ruined Blue Spirit Star Palace, the thick clouds suddenly dispersed. Intense sunlight shone down, enveloping the ruins. The mysterious Silver Mountain shone with a gold and silver light as it crazily absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the 9 suns. The earth suddenly shook. The people below the mysterious Silver Mountain did not know what was going on. Is this place going to collapse? Maybe those old things self-destructed their Dao cores just now and caused a huge earthquake. The Dragon Fist sect leader said, "Everyone, don't panic. We can't leave this place right now. If Qin Yan were to escape, we would have come here for nothing." Just as he finished speaking, he sensed a strong energy flowing underground. "There's something down there." Someone shouted, "Quickly float into the air." They had just discovered something. Many places on the ground suddenly cracked open. Suddenly, a large rock arm stretched out and grabbed many people's feet. The Dragon Fist sect leader was immediately alarmed. He took out a golden saber and slashed at the rock arm beneath his feet. Bang! When the saber slashed at the hard stone arm, it actually failed to cut it off. Furthermore, it even caused a very strong energy wave to splash out. "This is a killing formation," the Dragon Fist sect leader roared. Just as he finished speaking, strands of electricity seeped out from the stone arm and poured into his body, causing him to cry out loudly from the electricity. This was the killing formation of the inscription gate that Qin Yun had activated. It was called the Earth Lightning Claw and it was set up using star runes. The hundreds of people from the Dragon Fist sect were all grabbed by the Earth Lightning Claw. They were constantly being struck by the lightning that was being released. At this moment, they were all looking at the peak of the mysterious Silver Mountain. They discovered that the place was enveloped by a multicolored glow. The 9 suns' spiritual energy had turned into a mist that enveloped the top of the mountain. It was channeling energy to the mysterious Silver Mountain and activating the killing formation. This is the great formation of the inscription gate. The Dragon Fist sect leader cried out in pain. His body was constantly being infused with thunder and lightning power, causing him to feel incomparably numb from the electricity. At this moment, they were unable to mobilize their powerful strength. They also knew that the killing formation of the inscription gate was extremely terrifying. However, they never expected that it would be activated by Qin Yun. Just as they were feeling alarmed, they saw a person suddenly fly down from the top of the mountain. It was Qin Yun. Qin Yun was dressed in white but his entire body was overflowing with black gas. "You bunch of bastards, you are courting death again and again. Since you are so eager to die, I will send you off." Qin Yun's cold voice was filled with boundless killing intent. It was as if it came from hell. The Dragon Fist sect leader was horrified. At this moment, they were trapped by the killing array and were unable to retaliate. This meant that they were about to be killed. "Qin Yun, we can discuss this. There's no need to fight to the death. I am the sect leader of the Dragon Fist Spirit sect. I can promise you that the Dragon Fist Spirit sect will merge with your Blue Spirit Star Palace." When the Dragon Fist sect leader saw Qin Yun's murderous aura, his heart immediately turned cold as he hurriedly said. Qin Yun snorted coldly and slapped the Dragon Fist sect leader's face. "Cut the crap. You previously said that you wanted to capture my wife and destroy my Tianqin Empire. This is a death grudge." The disciples here were all the most outstanding ones in the Dragon Fist sect. They were filled with incomparable respect for their sect leader. However, at this moment, the sect leader that they revered had been slapped in the face. Bang! 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 Qin Yun used the 10,000 horse palm to whip the Dragon Fist sect leader crazily, causing him to scream in anger. The disciples of the Dragon Fist sect were all dumbfounded. That was the high and mighty sect leader in their hearts. To think that he would be beaten up in such a manner. The Dragon Fist sect leader's heart was filled with incomparable humiliation. He was at the spirit realm. If he wasn't trapped by the formation, he would have been able to kill Qin Yun with a single palm strike. He, who was humiliated to the extreme, was also terrified to the extreme. This was because it was not easy for him to cultivate to the spirit martial realm. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would be able to live for a long time. To be able to stand above tens of thousands of people in the sect, one could live a carefree life, but now, it was extremely likely that he would be killed by a young man who had just stepped into the martial Dao realm. Trash like you want to obtain the inheritance of the inscription gate? Dream on. Qin Yan sneered as he placed his palm on the abdomen of the Dragon Fist sect master. Ah, the Dragon Fist sect master let out a blood-curdling scream that pierced through the sky. It was extremely tragic. Those disciples can only see that a large hole has been ripped open on their sect master's abdomen and a platinum pearl is being slowly sucked out by Qin Yun. It was a Dao core. There were 9 life marks on it, and the 9 life marks were squirming. The Dao core of the spirit martial realm was actually like this. Qin Yun also looked at the Dao core in curiosity and astonishment. There were 9 levels in the martial body realm and each level required the formation of a life mark. The process was extremely difficult and long. After condensing 9 life marks and cultivating them into a spirit, the life marks would be able to move and they would be at the spirit martial realm. The Dragon Fist sect master screamed in despair. This Dao core was his 1,000 years of cultivation and it was taken out just like that. Qin Yun, you demon! If you hadn't come looking for trouble with me, you would have definitely been able to live a good life. You can't blame me for this. Qin Yan sneered before looking at the other 2 elders of the spirit realm. When the 2 elders of the spirit realm came into contact with Qin Yan's sharp gaze, their bodies could not help but tremble. Linggu Dao Pil Qin Yun was very grateful to the formation of the inscription gate. It prevented these people from retaliating. He walked in front of an old man at the spirit martial realm and took out the Dao core just like before. You. A demon like you will be hunted down by thousands of sects in the martial desolate. Taking out a martial artist's Dao core is something that cannot be tolerated by the orthodox sections. You will be wanted by thousands of orthodox sects. The old man screamed. At the side, the Dragon Fist sect master seemed to have suddenly aged dozens of years. He said fiercely, Qin Yun, if this matter were to spread, you would be viewed as a member of the demonic Dao. Humph, could it be that your actions have been acknowledged by the orthodox sects? If that was the case, then those orthodox sects weren't good people either. You bunch of beasts have slaughtered many of our Blue Spirit Star Palace disciples. If the orthodox sects want to protect you, then how are they different from the demonic sects? Qin Yun sneered as he drew the 3rd spirit martial Dao core. After a series of miserable screams, the last martial Dao realm Dao core was taken out by Qin Yun. The disciples of the Dragon Fist sect were immediately filled with incomparable despair and fear. Their previous swagger had disappeared without a trace. The might they had displayed when they slaughtered the Star Palace disciples had already been obliterated by despair. The 3 warriors of the spirit martial realm had all gone through 1,000 years of cultivation to have today's powerful strength. Only then could they do evil everywhere and bully the weak. But now, all of this was destroyed. You should have experienced what retribution is. Qin Yan looked at the Dragon Fist sect master with a cold expression. They had done too much evil, but they had never suffered any retribution, so they never thought that they would fall. With a cold expression, Qin Yan walked towards the martial Dao realm cultivators. Immediately, they wailed. Qin Yun, let us go. We only killed a few Star Palace disciples. Is there a need to treat us like this? At most, we will capture a few hundred slaves for you. Those Star Palace disciples are all trash at the 6th or 7th level of the martial body realm. Yet, you want us to repay them with our lives. You are crazy. We will be your slaves. Don't take away our Dao cores. Qin Yan said coldly, it seems like you still don't know where you are wrong. With that, he fiercely took out a Dao core, causing the old man to howl in pain. The other martial Dao realm cultivators begged in despair as their Dao cores were taken away. Sister Lan, you can start now. Qin Yin shouted towards the top of the mountain. Lan Fengjin flew down from the top of the mountain with a long sword in her hand. She charged into the crowd and madly brandished her sword, crazily slashing at the group of Dragon Fist sect disciples. At this time, the three brothers who were hiding also rushed out. After obtaining Qin Yan's consent, they also went to kill the disciples of the Dragon Fist sect. "Don't worry, after I get rid of you, I will deal with the rest of you," Qin Yan said to the dying sect master and then sent out a palm strike. "Ah!" That sect master screamed and was scared out of his mind. The other two warriors of the spirit realm were so terrified that their faces contorted. They regretted attacking Blue Spirit Star Palace and they regretted attacking Qin Yan even more. "You guys can go on your way too." Qin Yan used the Heavenly Lion's Fighting Dragon Claw and with a few swipes, he killed the two elders of the spirit realm. Following that, he charged towards the martial Dao realm cultivators and used the 6-style Wind Slayer to continuously slash at them with his lion claws. Qin Yan recalled the elders who had self-destructed in order to save him. His killing intent immediately surged as he mercilessly killed them. The foot of the mysterious silver mountain was shrouded in cries of fear. However, it only lasted for a moment before it stopped. The Dragon Fist Spirit Sect, 3 at the Spirit Realm, more than 20 at the Martial Dao Realm and hundreds of martial body disciples were all killed at the foot of the mysterious silver mountain. Qin Yan returned to the hall and controlled the array to retract it. As for Lan Fengjin and the three brothers, they were burning the corpses below. "Elder Shui, all the villains who attacked our Blue Spirit Star Palace are dead." Qin Yan looked at Shui Yihui who was sitting on a chair and felt very sad. Shui Yihui was extremely weak and could not hold on for more than a few days. That's good, that's good." Shui Yihui was also very happy. His wrinkled face was filled with a smile. Qin Yan recalled the Dao cores he had taken out and hurriedly said, "Elder Shui, you don't have any Dao cores, which is why you became like this. How about I put the Dao cores I obtained into your body?" "This? I don't know if it will work, but I can give it a try. I'm about to die anyway." Shui Yihui smiled. "Do whatever you want. This can also increase your experience in this area." Qin Yan took out the Dao cores of the martial Dao realm. The power that Shui Yihui's body could withstand was only at the martial Dao realm, so he could not use the Dao cores of the spirit realm. These Dao cores are all connected to Master's soul and there are a lot of Master's various mental powers within them. The energy within these Dao cores is also very turbid. After Qin Yan inspected it, he frowned. He first extracted the martial spirits from the Dao cores one by one. Most of them were gold and platinum martial spirits. Shui Yihui's original martial spirit was a water martial spirit and among those martial spirits, there was also a platinum water martial spirit. Qin Yan took out the furnace and placed all the Dao cores of the martial Dao realm inside. Then, he used his powerful mental energy to sense the Dao cores. He wanted to remove the energy that entangled his soul and mind from the Dao cores. Only by doing so would he be able to obtain extremely pure energy. 80 to 90% of the energy within each Dao core carried the mental and soul power of the original owner. This was something that could not be used, so it was eliminated by Qin Yan. After he had selected and refined more than 20 Dao cores, there was only a small amount of inner force left within them. Under his control, he fused the 20 or so Dao cores together into a single Dao core. Then, he used the soul refining technique to fuse the platinum water martial spirit into it. There are no great Dao life marks. After Qin Yan finished refining, more than half a day had passed. Lan Fengjin and the three brothers were watching from the side. "Master, hurry up. Elder Shui can't hold on any longer," Lan Fengjin urged. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and placed the Dao core into Shui Yihui's mouth. Then, he used his mental energy to control the Dao core into his abdomen and then guided the Dao core spiritual aura to pulse. After resting for a period of time, Shui Yihui's spirit gradually improved. "Elder Shui, try to control your 3 great scriptures and establish a connection with the Dao core." Qin Yan was slightly delighted as he hurriedly said. Shui Yihui had almost died just now. Now that he could open his eyes, they were no longer as turbid as before. They had become clear and bright, filled with traces of life. "It's a success." Diao cried out in alarm. "Master, you're too awesome. You actually gave Elder Shui a new Dao core." Lan Fengjin also laughed in pleasant surprise. Shui Yihui felt his body gradually regain its vitality. Waves of pure energy came out from his dantian, nourishing his dying body, causing him to feel his strength gradually recovering. He also tried to control his 3 great scriptures and connect them with the new Tao core. Sister Lan, Triple Radiance, wait for me here. I'll go take a look at the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Qin Yan said, the Violet Spirit Star Palace is very strong. If they are destroyed, this border area will be occupied by the Wind Spirit Sect and the Floating Spirit Valley. These 2 sects are not good people either. Lan Fengjin nodded and said, Master, be careful. Qin Yan flew from the peak of the mysterious Silver Mountain towards the Violet Spirit Star Palace. As he flew high in the sky and neared the Violet Spirit Star Palace, he sensed a very strong aura rising from below and covering the top of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Qin Yan was no stranger to this aura. It belonged to Xianxia. Xianxia was fighting with someone at the Spirit Martial Realm. Have they been fighting for more than half a day? From high up in the sky, Qin Yan saw that the area within a radius of dozens of miles of the Violet Spirit Star Palace was riddled with potholes. Sure enough, in front of the main entrance of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, there were hundreds of disciples wearing golden dragon robes. They were all from the Dragon Fist sect. There are also 3 people at the spirit realm here. And they're at the Doyan level. Qin Yan sensed the aura below and said with a frown, on the side of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, there's only Xianxia's aura. Could it be that she's fighting 1 against 3? He took a closer look and saw that Xianxia was engaged in an intense battle with a golden-haired old man. Every time they made a move, it would cause a huge commotion. It would set off waves of violent winds that seemed to be able to tear apart the world. The people from the Dragon Fist sect here don't seem to know that their sect leader has been killed by me. Qin Yan watched from the sky. He did not know what was going on. He only saw that Xianxia was sparring with an old man. Qin Yan thought of Lan Chen. Back then, Lan Chen had lost to Xianxia in a martial arts competition. As a result, he had lost control of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. He guessed that the battle between Xianxia and the old man might also decide the fate of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Xianxia suddenly let out a stern shout as a purple-gold light flashed behind her. A purple-gold rock flew out from the purple-gold light and let out a clear cry. It was Xianxia's martial spirit, the purple-gold rock. The purple-gold rock spread its wings for dozens of meters. It was extremely huge, and after flying out, it charged towards the old man at the spirit realm at lightning speed. The old man did not expect that Xianxia would release her martial spirit to fight. Furthermore, the rock's flying speed was extremely fast, like a violent bolt of lightning. The purple-gold rock flew over and its sharp beak smashed apart the defensive light screen that the old man had released. Bang! The old man's body was ruthlessly struck by the purple-gold rock. He landed on the ground and created a deep crater. His body cracked and the armor on his body was also destroyed. He lay on the ground and fainted. Xianxia panted slightly as she retracted her martial spirit. A guy at the spirit realm is indeed powerful. The martial spirit he released is actually so terrifying. Qin Yan yearned for this kind of power. He thought of Xia Wufeng's sword. It seemed to be in such a powerful state. Xianxia was also tired. She slowly landed on the ground and her slightly round face was ice cold. You've lost. According to the agreement, your Dragon Fist sect will be merged into our Violet Spirit Star Palace. There were 2 old men at the spirit realm here. When they heard Xianxia's words, they laughed out loud. We are not the sect leader, how can we decide such a thing? Xianxia, you are too naive. The sect leader exploded. When Qin Yan saw the disgusted expression on Xianxia's face, he knew what she was feeling. Mistress, we will close the formation and let you in. On the wall of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, an old woman hurriedly shouted. Please don't. Once the formation is activated, they will definitely attack. We've fallen into a trap. Xianxia shouted anxiously, don't close the formation. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed when he heard that. Xianxia came out to accept the challenge. She thought that it would be fine as long as she won, but she didn't expect the other party to be so sinister. Now, she had won, but she had also expended a lot of energy. As for the Dragon Fist Spirit Sect, there were still 2 very strong Spirit Realm cultivators. Ha ha ha. Little girl. You are a few hundred years younger than me, but you have the same cultivation level as us. Furthermore, you can stay young forever. How enviable. The wretched hunchbacked old man laughed sinisterly and took out a black wolf teeth club. Xianxia gritted her teeth and hurriedly soared into the sky. She wanted to escape from this place, but she was struck down by another one-eyed old man with a punch. How despicable of you! Aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will find out? Xianxia said angrily. The hunchbacked old man laughed loudly and said, "We are all abandoned sects, they don't care if we live or die here. He even hopes that we will kill each other. This way, the winner will become stronger and be able to concentrate his strength to search for clues to the immortal graveyard." The one-eyed old man sneered, "Xianxia, since you obtained Xiaoyuan, you must have grasped the clues to the immortal graveyard. Do you want to head to the immortal graveyard alone and seize the immortal treasures inside?" Xianxia hurriedly swallowed a golden pellet. She had to quickly recover her energy, or else she would definitely be taken down. "Palace Master, do you want us to go out?" an old woman shouted worriedly. "No, don't come out. You are the last guarantee of the Violet Spirit Star Palace." Xianxia shouted sternly, "I am the Palace Master, you must listen to my orders. No matter what, you cannot close the formation, nor can you come out. All of you must protect the Violet Spirit Star Palace." Xianxia's expression was resolute, as if she was prepared for the worst. She, who was exhausted, had no chance of winning against two powerful spirit martial realm martial artists. "Let's see how long you can last." The hunchbacked old man sneered and flew over. He quickly waved the wolf teeth rod in his hand. That was a Xian artifact. The power it released was extremely terrifying, causing the soil on the ground to fly up. The one-eyed old man also attacked. His weapon was a long trident. He rushed over from behind and stabbed at Xianxia. The weapons Xianxia used were two long purple hooks, which were also Xian artifacts. The old woman on the door scolded, "Dragon Fist Spirit Sect, you guys are fighting 2 against 1, and you even took advantage of the time when people are tired to attack. How shameless!" "So what if I'm shameless? You old hag, just you wait. It won't be long before I strip off your palace master and let all the disciples enjoy her, ha ha ha." The hunchbacked old man laughed sinisterly. The disciples of the Dragon Fist Spirit Sect also shouted excitedly. Xianxia was furious. Moreover, she had been hit a few times and her injuries were not light. Her purple dress was dyed red with blood. The old women from the Violet Spirit Star Palace were also incomparably furious and sad. This was because they could not help their palace mistress when she was being humiliated outside. Previously, when Qin Yun saw the disciples of the Dragon Fist sect humiliating a woman on the battling platform in the Violet Spirit Star Palace, he knew that this sect was not a good thing. Now, even the strongest elders of the Dragon Fist sect were of the same character. This group of fellows still claimed to be from an orthodox sect. Perhaps even the devil sect isn't as vicious as them. Qin Yun sneered in his heart as he took out a Dao core of the spirit realm. The moment this Dao core appeared, it emitted waves of aura. When the hunchbacked old man and the one-eyed old man sensed this aura, their faces were filled with joy. As for Xianxia, her expression suddenly changed. It was filled with despair. "Haha, the sect leader is here. It looks like he has already taken down the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Xianxia, you slut, just surrender. Don't hurt your body, otherwise how will we enjoy it? It really is the aura of the sect leader. The pure and clean Violet Spirit Palace mistress will soon be ours, haha." The disciples of the Dragon Fist Spirit sect all laughed sinisterly, causing Xianxia to feel angry and disgusted. Boom, Xianxia was unable to do as she wished and was also extremely tired. She was accidentally hit by the wolf teeth club and was sent flying. The disciples of the Violet Spirit Star Palace who were standing on the wall looked at Xianxia who had fallen to the ground with tears streaming down their faces. The hunchbacked old man and the one-eyed old man originally wanted to go over, but when they sensed their sect leader's aura approaching Xianxia, they stopped. "Sect leader, I'll leave it to you in the end." "Sect leader, you really came at the right time. We just beat that slut to the ground and you came over to take advantage of her, haha." Just as the two elders of the spirit realm finished speaking, they saw a white-clothed Qin Yun land beside Xianxia. Xianxia also thought that the Dragon Fist sect leader had come because she could sense the aura of the Dragon Fist sect leader. However, she never expected that the person who had come was actually Qin Yun. "Elder, that fellow is Qin Yun." Why does he have the aura of the sect leader? Qin Yun, you. What's that in your hand? When the hunchbacked old man saw the golden bead in Qin Yun's hand, he cried out involuntarily. Zi Qingqing also saw the shining bead in Qin Yun's hand. It was a Dao core. On the wall, the few old women at the martial Dao realm from the Violet Spirit Star Palace were all shocked. What Qin Yun held in his hand was the Dao core of the Dragon Fist sect leader. That meant that the Dragon Fist sect leader had been killed by Qin Yun. As for Qin Yun, he was only at the martial Dao realm. He was actually able to kill someone at the spirit realm and even took out such a complete Dao core. This immediately shocked the entire audience. Everyone looked at the shining bead and fell into a momentary daze. Hua! The disciples of the Dragon Fist Spirit sect let out a sorrowful cry. Sect leader's Dao core. The sect leader is dead. How is this possible? Qin Yun killed the sect leader. The sect leader is at the spirit realm. Even someone at the spirit realm would not be able to kill him easily. This is not true. Quickly kill him. Elders, quickly kill him and avenge the sect leader. The disciples of the Dragon Fist Spirit sect cried out in grief and indignation as if they had lost their parents. They could not believe that this was true. Qin Yun looked at the two elders and smiled coldly. Don't be sad. I'll return the sect leader to you right now. Take it. Don't let your sect leader explode. With that, he hurriedly picked up Zi Qingqing and poured a wave of energy into the spirit martial Dao core before throwing it out. Run. The hunchbacked old man was at the spirit realm, but he could not stand the explosion of a spirit realm Dao core. Boom, the Dao core exploded, releasing a large amount of golden light. It created a golden astral wind that enveloped an area of a few hundred miles. The people who were enveloped within screamed miserably. A martial artist of the martial body realm was torn to shreds. The people in the Violet Spirit Star Palace were not affected due to the protection of the Great Formation. However, they were still shocked by that terrifying power. After a while, the world quietened down and the thick dust dispersed. In front of the entrance of the Violet Spirit Star Palace, there was a huge crater. There were still more than 20 people alive in this deep pit. There was not a single piece of flesh on their bodies that was unharmed. Most of them had their hands and feet torn apart. It was a tragic sight. Even the two cultivators of the spirit martial realm were struggling in the ground and wailing. They were both seriously injured. Palace Master, Qin Yun, the old woman on the wall shouted. Ha 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 ha, they're also dead. The hunchbacked old man spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. The hearts of the people from the Violet Spirit Star Palace trembled as they looked at the huge pit that was a few hundred meters wide in grief. They looked at the flat ground around the huge pit as they searched for Qin Yun and Zi Qingqing. Don't shout, they're all dead. The one-eyed old man laughed and said, although we're seriously injured, we're still alive, haha. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed movement underground. Voila, a shadow flew up from the ground. It was Qin Yun. He carried Zi Qingqing and rushed into the sky from the ground. When he landed, he ruthlessly stomped on the hunchbacked old man's abdomen. Ah! The hunchbacked old man's blood-curdling screams pierced through the clouds, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Yun had been carrying Zi Qingqing earlier. Then, he used the Earth Escape Talisman to hide deep underground. He was not affected. Put me down. Zi Qingqing said softly, I'm feeling better. After Qin Yun put her down, he fiercely stomped on the hunchbacked elder a few more times, causing the elder's voice to turn hoarse. When the martial Dao realm disciples of the Dragon Fist sect saw this scene, they felt extreme despair. Even their elders of the spirit martial realm were ravaged by Qin Yun. The consequences for them could be imagined. Qin Yun. You little bastard. Before the one-eyed elder could finish cursing, Qin Yun had already sent him flying with a kick. Then, he grabbed him through the air and placed him together with the hunchbacked elder. He took out the giant king spirit hammer and used the 6-style forging dragon, constantly hammering the two spirit realm cultivators. A martial artist of the spiritual martial realm would not die so easily. Qin Yun continuously struck them with the 6-style forging dragon, causing them to scream miserably. The martial Dao realm and spirit martial realm elders of the Violet Spirit Star Palace also came out. They stood beside the crater and stared blankly at Qin Yun. Their hearts were filled with extreme shock. The young Qin Yun was actually able to beat up a powerful spirit realm cultivator. Zi Qingqing was also watching from the side. Her beautiful eyes widened. Even she was somewhat astonished as she secretly feared Qin Yun's ability. The Dao core has shattered, it's useless. Qin Yun curled his lips inwardly as he extracted the martial spirits of the two elders. They were both platinum martial spirits. One was a staff martial spirit and the other was a cross martial spirit. After the martial spirit was extracted, even those at the spirit realm were half dead. Qin Yun took out a furnace and placed the two elders at the spirit realm into it to be incinerated. Qin Yun, leave those martial Dao realm cultivators to us. A middle-aged woman suddenly said before flying over. Purple Fairy Pond. Zi Qingqing looked around. Originally, there were many trees planted outside, but now, it had become a mess. She recalled the thrilling experience just now and felt a lingering fear in her heart. She had almost died. Qin Yun also went over and extracted the martial Dao realm martial spirits one by one. Although they were all relatively weak martial spirits, they could be preserved for a long time. They might even be useful in the future. Qin Yun, you were also injured just now, right? Come with me. After Zi Qingqing finished speaking, she immediately grabbed Qin Yun's hand, worried that he would run away. Qin Yun was indeed quite tired. Although he ran very fast, he was still affected a little. Where to? He asked. I'll take you to heal your injuries. Zi Qingqing pulled Qin Yun and floated in the air. There was a small lake in the center of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. On the small island in the middle of the lake, there were many purple flowers and trees. It was a very beautiful purple garden. In the garden, there was a 3-story pavilion. This was Zi Qingqing's Qingqing Pavilion. Zi Qingqing led Qin Yun into the first level. After passing through a few corridors, they walked down a staircase that led underground. Not long after, they arrived at a stone room filled with gentle white light. In the stone room, there was a round pool that was 5 to 6 meters wide. The water in the pool was purple, and it was emitting a purple mist. Sister Steamed Bun, I seem to have saved you twice, right? Qin Yun stood beside the pool and said with a smile. Zi Qingqing snorted, don't call me Sister Steamed Bun. Sister Steamed Bun, Sister Steamed Bun, Sister Steamed Bun. Qin Yun insisted on calling her. Furthermore, he called her a few times, causing her to stomp her feet in anger. That's right, you did save me twice. Then now, I will repay you by letting you enter my Violet Immortal Pond. Zi Qingqing pointed at the pond and said. Qin Yun looked at the pool and said with a frown, is this purple immortal pool very powerful? Of course it's powerful. The reason why I can't look old is because of this purple immortal pond. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also temper the body. Zi Qingqing said proudly, this is my secret. Where did this water come from? Qin Yun asked again. Don't worry about it. Are you going down or not? Zi Qingqing snorted. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I want to take off my clothes, you turn around. Zi Qingqing blushed and quickly turned around. She only turned around when she heard a putong sound. How do you feel? She asked quickly. Qin Yun sensed it slightly and discovered that the energy in the purple immortal pool was extremely special. It was a type of 9-sun spiritual energy. Although it was only a single type of 9-sun spiritual energy, after it was condensed into a liquid, it had a very significant contribution. Some of the hidden injuries in his body and his exhausted body quickly recovered after absorbing the energy from the purple celestial pool. Moreover, he also felt that his body was numb, warm, and comfortable. His flesh and blood were being strengthened. Not bad. He sighed comfortably and closed his eyes. Not long after he closed his eyes, he felt the ripples in the purple immortal pool. He quickly opened his eyes and saw Zi Qingqing soaking in the pool. She only revealed her snow-white shoulders, but it made one's imagination run wild. You. How could you do this? This is too shameless. Qin Yun was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said. It took me 100 years to collect this purple immortal's due. Of course I have to come down as well. When Zi Qingqing saw Qin Yun's disdainful expression, she could not help but have a face full of hidden bitterness. Qin Yun warned with a serious expression, Sister Steamed Bun, don't come over and touch me. To think that you are so pure and clean, to think that you would be so brazenly in the same pool as me. Are you wearing any clothes? Xianxia was so angry that she bared her teeth and said, I'm not wearing anything, what's wrong? Then don't act recklessly. Xianxia hurriedly shrank into a corner. You little brat, seriously. I was worried that you would act recklessly. Xianxia snorted and turned her head away, no longer looking at him. Xianxia said with a serious expression, Sister Steamed Bun, are you trying to seduce me? When Xianxia heard that, she hurriedly said, what are you thinking? Quickly close your eyes and absorb the energy of the purple immortal dew. Xianxia did not say anything else. He clamped his legs together and shyly shrunk into a corner. He even closed his eyes vigilantly. When Xianxia saw his appearance, she could not help but giggle. She asked with a charming smile, little rascal, you can't still be a fledgling, right? I am as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Naturally, I can't compare to an experienced steamed bun like you. Xianxia snorted. Don't talk nonsense. All these years, only you have seen me. Xianxia thought of that matter and spat. When Xianxia heard that, he became even more worried. He rolled his eyes at Xianxia and said, then why are you still laughing at me? You're a 1,000-year-old leftover woman. Damn brat, don't talk nonsense. I'm not even 1,000 years old. Xianxia hurriedly splashed some water at Xianxia. Xianxia closed his eyes and ignored Xianxia. He calmly absorbed the energy of the purple immortal pond. After more than 20 hours, he opened his eyes and saw that the pool of water had turned transparent. Xianxia also stood up from the pool and walked up. Xianxia widened his eyes as he looked at her, you lied to me. You actually put on your clothes and came down. Xianxia harumphed. Xianxia only used a purple cloth to wrap her chest and waist. However, one could still see her slender, jade-like legs. Disappointed, aren't you? Xianxia said with a pleased smile. Damn steamed bun. Xianxia hurriedly stood up and put on his clothes. He felt that his body had become much stronger. He had just stepped into the martial Dao realm. After soaking in the purple immortal dew, it also helped him consolidate his cultivation. What surprised him was that the star crystal in his mind had turned silver. This meant that his mental strength had increased by a lot. Sister Steamed Bun, your purple immortal dew seems to be able to increase your mental strength. How did you do it? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Secret. When Xianxia saw the joy on Xianxia's face, she said, originally, I could soak myself for more than 10 days. It hasn't even been a day since you came in. Then let me know the next time you make it. Let's continue. Xianxia chuckled. That will depend on whether or not we are fated. Because this will happen 100 years later. In 100 years, many things can happen. Xianxia sighed softly and led Xianxia out. Xianxia's star crystal was originally a transparent crystal, but now it had turned silver. This meant that he had improved greatly. It was also because he had absorbed a large portion of the purple immortal dew's energy. Xianxia, in a few days, the 2 old grannies who escorted you along will be back. At that time I will cross the martial desolate with you. Xianxia brought Xianxia to the living room above and said. Xianxia had wanted to go to the martial desolate for a long time. He nodded repeatedly. I'll go with Sister Lan. Xianxia said, are you staying here or are you going back to the mysterious Silver Mountain first? I'm going back. Xianxia said, before I leave, let me pinch your little bun face. No, hurry up and leave. When Xianxia heard that, she said somewhat angrily. I've saved you twice. It's a life-saving grace. Xianxia stuck out his tongue. Good people don't get rewarded. All right then, pinch it. Xianxia thought about it. If Xianxia had not saved her twice, the consequences would have been dire. Xianxia chuckled as he extended his hands to rub Xianxia's beautiful, slightly round face. After rubbing it for a while, he finally stopped in satisfaction. You little rascal. Xianxia's face turned red from being pinched. She rolled her eyes at Xianxia and said angrily, hurry up and leave. Xianxia chuckled as he whistled and flew towards the entrance of the Violet Spirit Star Palace. When Qin Yan returned to the mysterious Silver Mountain, the sky gradually darkened. Shui Yihui sat cross-legged in the hall of the inscription gate, absorbing a large amount of Nine Suns spiritual energy. His complexion had become much better and the wrinkles on his face had magically disappeared. Unfortunately, this great formation can only be activated once every 10 years. Qin Yan said with some regret. The activation of a great formation had a certain amount of time. The main thing was to accumulate enough energy. This process was very long. Shui Yihui sighed and said, I'm already very satisfied to be able to keep my life. Thank you, sect leader. You're welcome. If it wasn't for Elder Shui's help, I might have been finished. Qin Yan smiled before taking out a piece of paper and handing it to Shui Yihui. Lan Fengjin was also here. She leaned over to take a look and read the words on it: Star Underworld, Sun View, Heart Firm, Spirit Condensed Star. The 9 suns are different, the divine abilities are myriad, the sun god's soul flying, the divine abilities enter the body. After she finished reading, she said in surprise, Isn't this the mantra left behind by Patriarch Lan Shao to fool us for thousands of years? Qin Yan smiled. This is true. It's called the Star Yang Heart Sutra, but you guys have yet to comprehend it. Shui Yihui clearly remembered that when he first met Qin Yan had obtained these 2 chants. However, at that time, he had also said that this was a joke made by Patriarch Lan Shao. The Blue Spirit Star Palace had already been destroyed, so all that was left was the inscription gate. Those who could still stay here were all loyal and devoted to the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Qin Yan felt that Shui Yihui and company were qualified to comprehend the Star Yang Heart Sutra. Shui Yihui, the 3 brothers and Lan Fengjin all looked at Qin Yan in surprise. I've only comprehended the first sentence, but I benefited a lot from it. Qin Yan smiled and began to talk about his understanding of the first sentence, as well as the need to cultivate a primordial spirit in order to cultivate the Star Refining Spirit chapter. This caused Lan Fengjin and company to be stunned. Finally, Qin Yan also mentioned the mysterious trial path of the inscription gate, causing Shui Yihui and company to exclaim in surprise. Qin Yan stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the ruins of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. He also mentioned what had happened at the entrance of the Violet Spirit Star Palace yesterday. The fact that so many of the Dragon Fist Spirit Sect's Spirit Martial Realm had been annihilated made Shui Yihui very happy. This meant that in the following period of time, the Violet Spirit Star Palace would be the strongest. Even if the Floating Spirit Valley and the Wind Spirit Sect joined forces, they would still not be a match for the Violet Spirit Star Palace. Elder Shui, Triple Radiance. I'm preparing to go to the Martial Desolate. I'll leave this inscription gate to you guys. I'll refine a jade pendant for you to enter and exit the hall. Qin Yan said. Shui Yihui nodded. You can only grow faster if you go to the Martial Desolate. I'm going to rest. You guys properly comprehend the Star Yang Heart Sutra. It won't be too late to cultivate the mental cultivation method after you cultivate your primordial spirit. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he entered a secret chamber. Now, he finally had the time to break through the formation of the second bead of the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. 348 Chapter 348 Mysterious Pill Scripture. In a stone room, Qin Yan permeated his mental energy into the second bead. Soon, he saw the formation that was blocking his mental energy from advancing. If it was before, it would have taken him a lot of time to break through this formation. But now, after soaking in the purple immortal dew, his spirit star crystal had become much stronger, causing his mental energy to advance by leaps and bounds. In less than half a day's time, he had used his silver-colored mental force to break through the array. Qin Yan was immediately excited as he checked the space inside the second bead. The second bead's space was not big. It was only the size of a small room and there was only one book inside. With a thought, he took out the book and held it in his hand. This book was golden in color and had a total of more than 100 pages. Each page was made from a very thin golden beast skin. From this, it could be seen that the content recorded in it was extremely important. Qin Yan flipped through it and was alarmed. There were actually many pill formulas recorded in this book. They were all Xian pill formulas. Not only were there pill formulas, there were also detailed records of the required medicinal herbs and their cultivation experiences. Other than the pill formulas, it also recorded the refining methods of the utensils needed to refine medicine. Qin Yan had also heard that refining pills and medicines required a certain level of foundation in refining inscriptions. This could be used to refine different medicinal herbs into the corresponding utensils, allowing one to quickly refine pills and medicines. These utensils all need to be engraved with star or moon runes needed to refine medicine. This book has all of them. Qin Yan's heart skipped a beat. One had to know that the alchemy runes needed to refine pills were only royal-grade spirit runes or Xian runes. As for the alchemy runes in the mysterious pill scripture, there were both star runes and moon runes. The required medicinal herbs are not easy to find. I can only go to the martial desolate land and start again. As he flipped through the book, a very thin token suddenly fell out. It was only a little thicker than paper, but it was extremely sturdy and golden in color. Ancient Garden Pass. When Qin Yan saw the words on it, he did not know what the ancient garden meant. He could only ask about it in the future. He opened the second bead and his harvest was great. Pills were necessary for one's cultivation to increase. Alchemists and inscriptionists were equally respected. After Qin Yan came out of the secret chamber, he made a trip to the Tian Qin Empire's imperial palace and found Qin Long. "Father, I'm preparing to go to the Martial Desolate." Qin Yan said, "When are you going?" "I plan to wait a little longer. Let's wait until the situation here stabilizes." Qin Long patted Qin Yan on the shoulder. "Little Yun, you're not even 20 years old and you're already in the martial Dao realm. I don't have to worry about you. If you go to the Martial Desolate, you must always be on guard against Totem Pavilion." "Totem Pavilion? What does it do?" Qin Yan asked immediately. Qin Long's voice was cold and he said solemnly, "They specialize in collecting totem patterns. If you have a totem on your arm, they will chop it off. If you have a totem in your heart, they will dig out your heart. If you have a totem on your face, they will behead you." Isn't this an existence from the Fiend sect?" Qin Yan exclaimed. "No. It was said that Totem Pavilion was spread throughout the Magical Desolate, Demon Desolate and Martial Desolate. Furthermore, they are very powerful. Many king-level sects have close cooperation with Totem Pavilion." Qin Long warned, "When you go to the Martial Desolate, you must pay extra attention. There are very few people who know about Totem Pavilion. This is a very mysterious existence." Qin Long also had a totem and it was a mysterious dragon totem. "Alright, you just need to pay attention. In the future, we father and son will definitely meet in the Martial Desolate." Qin Long smiled. "Don't worry, go and see the vast world of martial arts." Qin Yan nodded. He was also overwhelmed with emotions. When he thought of the grand world of the Martial Desolate, he wished he could immediately go and experience it. "Oh right, this is something that an old man called Wu Xiang gave me." Qin Long took out a large box and handed it to Qin Yan. Qin Yan opened it and was slightly delighted. "It's Xianyuan steel iron. It can refine Xianyuan steel and is something needed to refine Xian artifacts. Your friend is quite powerful too." Qin Long chuckled. Qin Yan put away the box of Xianyuan steel iron. He wanted to give Qin Long some beast oil, but Qin Long did not want it. In the end, the father and son duo had a few good drinks before saying their goodbyes. Qin Yan felt that his father definitely knew something about the immortal graveyard. He just did not say it out loud. Qin Yan returned to the mysterious silver mountain and quickly refined a few jade pendants. He gave them to Shui Yihui and Triple Radiance so that they could enter and exit the hall and activate some array formations. Zi Qingqing had already arrived outside the cave at the top of the mysterious silver mountain. She was wearing light purple clothes and pants. She did not have any gorgeous headgear on her head. However, she had 2 beautiful purple earrings and the headband she used to tie her ponytail was also purple. Her current attire was very refreshing and simple. She looked full of youthful energy, like a very lively little girl. Lan Fengjin, on the other hand, was dressed in a fiery hot outfit. She wore light blue shorts that revealed her sexy waist. She wore a short-sleeved shirt that was extremely fiery hot. The first time Qin Yan saw her, she was dressed like this. "In the past 2 days, we've already gone to take care of the remnants of the Dragon Fist sect. We've wiped them all out," Zi Qingqing said when she saw Qin Yan come out. Is there still a spirit martial realm in the Dragon Fist sect? Qin Yan asked. No more. There are more than 10 people in the martial Dao realm, but they have all been killed by us. Zi Qingqing took out her purple gold carriage and opened the door for Qin Yan and Lan Fengjin to enter. When Shui Yihui saw that Zi Qingqing was accompanying him to the martial desolate land, he felt much more at ease. Qin Yan, don't worry. When I have time, I will visit the Tianqin Empire more often. Shui Yihui waved his hand and bid farewell to Qin Yan. My lord, the next time you come back, we will definitely become stronger. De Yao laughed. Du Gui also agreed to accept the 3 brothers as his students and guide them in their cultivation of mental energy. Alright, we'll meet again. Qin Yun shouted. Zi Qingqing controlled the carriage and flew into the depths of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. The Cloud Dragon River roared and roared as it became more and more turbulent. Even though Qin Yun and company were sitting in the carriage, they could still hear the furious roar of the waves below. Lan Fengjin looked out of the window and said faintly, I wonder if grandfather and the others are going to the martial desolate land or to investigate the immortal graveyard. They should be going to the martial desolate land. Zi Qingqing asked, Fengjin, do you plan on following Qin Yun? Of course, he's my master. If I don't follow him, who should I follow? Lan Fengjin said as she looked at Qin Yun with a gentle smile. Zi Qingqing said, I have a few friends in the spirit realm in the martial desolate land. They are all women and they have quite a high status in the Xin sections. Do you want to follow them? Lan Fengjin looked at Qin Yun and did not immediately make a decision. Qin Yun asked, Sister Steamed Bun, did you send Yuelan and the others to a Xin sect? Moon Profound Valley. When you go to the martial desolate land, you will know that this is a very powerful place. Zi Qingqing said. It's actually the Moon Profound Valley. That is a Xian sect that can be ranked in the top 10 in the martial desolate land. Furthermore, they are all women. Lan Fengjin said in surprise. She also felt some yearning. Qin Yun said with a smile, Sister Lan, do you want to go as well? I am a little bit. Because I heard that there is a cultivation technique that is suitable for women to cultivate. It can allow women to advance by leaps and bounds and maintain their youth forever. Lan Fengjin said. I can arrange for you to enter. Zi Qingqing chuckled. So Sister Steamed Bun is from the Moon Profound Valley but she was chased out. Qin Yun chuckled. Zi Qingqing hurriedly glared at Qin Yun. After all, this was her disgraceful past. Lan Fengjin also found it strange. Why did Qin Yun call Zi Qingqing Sister Steamed Bun? However, she did not ask. She only asked curiously, Sister Qingqing, why were you chased out? Because she often steals food and grows too fat. She shames the Moon Profound Valley, so she was chased out. Qin Yun said with a laugh, look at her face. It looks like a bun. Zi Qingqing snorted, you little rascal, do you believe that I will throw you out right now? Lan Fengjin could not help but laugh and said, Sister Qingqing is not fat. It's just that her face is a little round. Not long after the carriage flew over the Cloud Dragon River, a low roar suddenly came from outside. Qin Yun hurriedly retracted the smile on his face and opened the window to look outside. Did I hear wrongly? I heard something roaring just now. Qin Yun asked. We have crossed the Cloud Dragon River now. There are many powerful demonic beasts and magical beasts here. Zi Qingqing's expression was solemn as she hurriedly controlled the carriage to enter the clouds and hide. Lan Fengjin said, Master, you didn't hear wrongly. I also heard the roar just now. This kind of beast's voice is very scary. Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin looked at the solemn Zi Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, what kind of beast is that? Lan Fengjin asked softly. I'm not sure, unless I can hear it again. Just as Zi Qingqing finished speaking, the roar sounded out again. Hearing this sound, Zi Qingqing's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly controlled the carriage to land in the forest below and hid in the crown of a huge tree. Seeing her reaction, Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin knew that the beast that had roared was extremely terrifying. What is it? Qin Yun asked hurriedly. It's a dragon. Zi Qingqing was so scared that her face turned pale. I've heard the sounds of many ancient beasts from some of the sound shells left behind from ancient times, and the dragon's roar is the easiest to remember. I can't remember it wrong. Lan Fingjin's face was also filled with shock. Her eyes revealed a look of fear. This Cloud Dragon mountain range is hiding a dragon. It seems like it's not a legend. Let's wait and see. We'll leave after the sound is gone. Xianxia let out a long sigh. I hope we don't meet them or we'll be killed by the dragon. How strong is the dragon? Just as Xianxia finished asking, the dragon's roar suddenly sounded out. This time, the sound was even stronger, causing the leaves to shake. Xianxia said solemnly, I don't know. In short, it's very strong. It's definitely not something I can deal with. I don't know what's going on, but there really is a dragon. A beast of this level should not appear here. The dragon's roar continued, but it gradually weakened. Immortal tomb, I didn't look at the day before I left. Why am I so unlucky? A real dragon has appeared in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Xianxia muttered worriedly. Xianxia was also somewhat alarmed. The commotion just now was not small. They could clearly sense the dragon's aura, bringing with it a very hot wind. More than 2 hours had passed. Xianxia said with some joy, I don't think I've heard any dragon roars in these 2 hours. Could it be that the dragon has gone far away? Lan Fengjin took out a set of blue armor and quickly put it on in the carriage, wrapping around her voluptuous body. It looks like it won't be easy for us to pass through the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Lan Fengjin was also prepared for battle. Xianxia sighed and said, I hope we can reach the Martial Desolate safely. Although Sister Lan and I are both in the Martial Dao realm, the Cloud Dragon mountain range is becoming more and more restless. There are more and more powerful things. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, we won't be flying in the air. We'll be in the forest and walk through the Cloud Dragon mountain range. This will be safer. It's easier to be discovered by the dragon in the air. Xianxia and Lan Fengjin nodded. Xianxia was at the spirit realm. Even if she encountered a very strong demon beast, she would be able to deal with it. After they walked out of the carriage, Xianxia put away the carriage and quickly ran through the forest. Inside, there were many poisonous insects, snakes, flowers, and thorns. However, to Martial Dao realm cultivators, they were nothing. Only powerful magical beasts or demon beasts could pose a threat to them. As Xianxia ran, she said in a low voice, as far as I know, there are quite a few powerful warriors who have entered the Martial Desolate land. During this period of time, there has been some movement in the Immortal Graveyard, which is why many people have come to investigate. Movement? Could it be that the Immortal Graveyard has been discovered? Lan Fengjin said in surprise. I don't know yet. It's just that the Fengshui Grandmaster saw some clues and said that the Immortal Tomb inside has attracted the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi or something. Xianxia shook her head. In short, what did the Fengshui Grandmaster say? Xianxia was somewhat worried that someone would find the Immortal Graveyard because it contained a secret regarding Xiaqiru. Furthermore, the souls of him, Xiao Yuelan and Qi Malian's mother were all in the Immortal Graveyard. Rumor has it that after crossing the Cloud Dragon River, we will reach the area of the Immortal Graveyard. Xianxia said. There is indeed such a saying. This area belongs to the Immortal Graveyard, but no one knows where the real Immortal Graveyard is. Xianxia said, legend has it that this place was originally a desolate land. Later on, it was built into a huge cemetery and became the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Xianxia and company ran in the forest for 2 days. They only rested for 4 to 6 hours a day. They also encountered some magical beasts and demonic beasts, all of which were spirit-level magical beasts and demonic beasts. However, the moment Xianxia released the aura of the spirit martial realm, those magical beasts were scared away. At noon, after Xianxia and company rested, they continued running. Suddenly, Xianxia shouted, Stop, there's someone in front. Xianxia and Lan Fengjin did not discover anyone in front of them. This made them immediately vigilant. They took out their weapons and prepared to fight. In this forest, the trees were all 200 to 300 meters tall. They were extremely dense and blocked out the sunlight, causing the forest to be damp and a cool breeze to blow. It was quite surprising to meet people in such a place. If a few powerful magical beasts jumped out, they wouldn't be surprised. Are they heading to the martial desolate land like us? Qin Yan said in a low voice. Xianxia's expression was solemn. It could be seen that the people in front of them were very strong. They've discovered us. Xianxia took out a pair of long hooks and prepared to fight. If the other party is very strong, I'll drag them down. You guys just need to run. As soon as she finished speaking, 10 people appeared and surrounded them. Qin Yan and Lan Fengjin were immediately alarmed. These 10 or so people were all at the spirit realm. Furthermore, most of them looked middle-aged. This meant that their talent was not bad and they had long stepped into the spirit realm. Isn't this Xianxia? A middle-aged man in black armor smiled and said, Your Violet Spirit Star Palace has been destroyed? Why did you come to this place by yourself? Xianxia put away the long hooks in her hands and her expression eased up quite a bit. It was as if she knew all of these people. There are dragons here. You guys should know, right? Aren't you afraid of attracting the dragon by gathering together and releasing your aura? Qin Yan sized up the people at the spirit realm. There were 7 men and 3 women and they all looked middle-aged. In the spirit realm, there were relatively few people like Xianxia who maintained their youthful appearance. Of course we know. A red-clothed woman looked at Xianxia with a trace of jealousy in her eyes and said, We found that immortal tomb. We are searching everywhere to make sure that the dragon is not nearby. Qin Yan's heart skipped a beat. The immortal tomb had actually been found. Really? Xianxia asked in surprise, Isn't this too easy? What, you want to go? No way. We spent a lot of effort to find it. The red-cloaked woman sneered. A gray-robed middle-aged man took out a spatial communication pearl as if he was communicating with someone. Master Wang said that they can go over. The gray-robed middle-aged man said. Following that, Xianxia led Qin Yan and Lan Fengjin over. On the way, Qin Yan also learned that these 10 people came from a few Xian sections. In the Xian sects, they could only be considered disciples. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of a Xian sect was. Qin Yan was very worried. He did not wish for the immortal tomb to be opened right now. He was afraid that it would affect Xiaqiru's plans. They followed the group of people at the spirit realm and ran for more than half a day before arriving at a tall mountain. It was night time, but from the mountain, one could see that there was a huge crater that was thousands of meters wide below. In the middle of the crater was a huge golden pagoda that was hundreds of meters wide and over 100 meters tall. The most terrifying thing was that this golden pagoda was completely red, as if it had been dyed red by something. A burly man said, There were originally many mountains here, but they were all moved away by us. Furthermore, with our combined efforts, we dug out a huge pit and revealed this immortal tomb. Qin Yan sighed inwardly, Has the immortal graveyard really been found? Doesn't that mean that the immortal graveyard diagram on me is useless? Xianxia said with a frown, Is it because you guys dug out this immortal tomb that you attracted a dragon? Lan Fengjin also asked, There should be a very strong tomb guardian beast or something like that here. The dragon appeared very early. There were some tomb guardian beasts, but they were all ghost beasts and we killed them. Go down, Wang Tianshi said he wants to see you. The middle-aged man in the lead said. Qin Yan also saw that there were a few houses on the side of the huge pit that was thousands of meters wide. This kind of house could be considered a spirit artifact. Because it was refined by a weapon refiner, it could become big or small and was very convenient to carry around. This kind of house was also very expensive and not just anyone could have one. Xianxia said in a low voice, An operation of this scale can only be done by the combined forces of at least a few Xian sects. That's right. The Moon Profound Valley is also participating. The middle-aged man said with a smile, Xianxia, are you very excited to be able to see the immortal tomb with your own eyes? However, you don't have a share in it. You can only watch from the outside. Qin Yan never expected that he would meet a dragon halfway through the martial desolate land and then meet a group of people who had found the immortal tomb. Now, he had seen this immortal tomb with his own eyes. At night, the moonlight was pleasant and the stars were resplendent. The golden pagoda flickered with a bright red light as if it was absorbing the light of the stars and moon. It looked demonic and frightening. Qin Yan and company also arrived at a house and sat in a very spacious hall. Very quickly, many people appeared in the hall. Among them, there were a few elders with the most terrifying strength. That kind of pressure was far above the spirit realm. Qin Yan now had a clearer understanding of the power of the Xian rank powers in the martial desolate land. Those few elders were at the Xian realm. When these few elders came out, the others all bowed in greeting. Only after they sat down on their chairs could everyone stand up straight. Even martial artists in the spiritual martial realm had to be respectful to these old men. Qin Yan also realized that in the hall, only he and Lan Fengjin were in the martial Dao realm. Other than the few in the Xian realm, the other 20 or so people were all in the spirit realm. Among them, a long-bearded old man wearing an 8 trigrams Daoist robe walked towards Qin Yan. Then, he circled around Qin Yan and nodded repeatedly. His face was filled with pleasant surprise. Wang Tianshi, how is it? A skinny old man at the Xian realm asked. Not bad, not bad. Wang Tianshi said with a bright smile. Qin Yan felt his hair stand on end. He did not know what Wang Tianshi was looking at. Zi Qingqing and Lan Fengjin, on the other hand, were extremely worried. At this moment, Zi Qingqing regretted following them. Seniors, what's so special about this kid? Zi Qingqing asked softly. We just so happen to be lacking sacrifices. We need a martial Dao realm boy. It's very hard to find. I didn't expect you to send it over. Wang Tianshi chuckled. Qin Yan hurriedly cursed in his heart before saying, Senior, I'm almost 20 years old. I'm no longer a child. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as it's a boy. Kid, you're not bad. You're already in the martial Dao realm at such a young age. Furthermore, you're so dutiful. Wang Tianshi was very happy as he patted Qin Yan on the shoulder with a chuckle. Senior, sacrifice. Do you want me to die? Qin Yan was taken aback as he asked. Wang Tianshi nodded. Qin Yan immediately cursed in his heart as he hurriedly said, Senior, you know that I'm not even 20 years old and I'm already in the martial Dao realm. This is not easy, Zi Qingqing also hurriedly said, Senior, he is a very good martial arts genius. Wang Tianshi said with a smile, this kind of talent is not bad but it can still be found in the martial desolate land. So, I'll have to wrong him. After this, I'll give you some compensation. Zi Qingqing was enraged as her face turned cold. Don't touch him. You bastards, even if I, Zi Qingqing, die, I will fight you all to the death. The dragon is here. Amongst the few old men at the Xian martial realm, an old woman with a walking stick suddenly stood up and said, Brothers, please give me, old lady Do, some face and let this brat go. When Zi Qingqing saw that old lady Do had stepped forward, she was very grateful. However, she did not dare to look up. Old Madam Do, although your moon profound valley has contributed quite a bit, but this is the key. You have to know that young geniuses of the martial Dao realm are better, but it is very rare to find a martial Dao realm cultivator who still maintains a child's body. An old man at the Xian realm sneered, once we break through the immortal tomb, if we can obtain an immortal pill, we might be able to step into the martial king realm. Qin Yan cursed the entire family of these people in his heart. He also felt that there was no justice in this world. He had clearly kept his place and maintained his body as a child, but in the end, he had become the best sacrifice. Old Madam Do, this is none of your moon profound valley's business. When the immortal tomb opens, you can follow us in. Please leave. A black-clothed old man holding a black heavy sword stood up and said with a stern voice. Although old Madame Du was at the Xian realm, she was the only one who helped Zi Qingqing. From this, it could be seen that her relationship with Zi Qingqing was not bad. Wang Tianshi said, Today is the night of the full moon and the yin qi is slightly heavy. It is more suitable for sacrifice now. If we open the immortal tomb, we will be able to reap great rewards tonight. You bullshit heavenly master, don't speak nonsense. Qin Yan. Qin Yan is my husband, you are not allowed to sacrifice him. Otherwise, I will self-destruct my Dao core and perish together with all of you. Zi Qingqing was anxious as she cursed angrily. Qin Yan and Lan Fengjin were also taken aback. In order to save someone, Zi Qingqing had actually thrown caution to the wind. Self-destruct? Hee hee. The sword-wielding old man flashed over in an instant. It was unknown when his sword had been unsheathed and was stabbing towards Zi Qingqing's throat. Old Madame Du coldly snorted as she hurriedly struck the sword with her cane. with a dang sound, the sword was opened with a crisp sound. The speed of the two of them was so fast that it was impossible to catch them. Old Madame Du, if you continue to obstruct us, I guarantee that all 100 disciples of your Moon Profound Valley will be buried here. The old man holding the sword said angrily. Xianxia, as the sect leader of the Sword Profound Mountain, are you openly declaring war on our Moon Profound Valley by saying such words? Old Madame Du shouted coldly. The opening of the immortal graveyard is beneficial to both of us. Wasn't it just sacrificing a little brat? Is there a need for us to go to war? A skinny old man sneered. The other Xian martial realm old men also voiced their agreement and expressed their determination to sacrifice Qin Yun. Qin Yun's heart was dripping with blood. How dare he look down on his life like that? He, Qin Yun, had gone through many hardships to achieve his current achievements. But now, he was going to be sacrificed. What infuriated him the most was that this group of powerful cultivators from the prestigious sects looked down on his life. Old Madame Du, I'm sorry. A Xian realm cultivator condensed a ball of light mist in his palm, as if he was preparing for a big battle. The other Xian martial realm cultivators are also ready to fight. Old Madame Du was alone. She had no chance of winning against a few people at the Xian martial realm. Wang Tianxia was the fastest to act. He captured Qin Yun through the air and placed him in a golden cage. Zi Qingqing was infuriated. Her face was filled with killing intent as the energy of her Dao core surged. She planned to go all out and self-destruct her own Dao core. Old Madame Du did not expect Wang Tianxia to move so quickly. It was too late to save Qin Yun now. She hurriedly took out a pagoda and stored Lan Fengjin and Zi Qingqing inside. Let's go, we'll be able to open the immortal graveyard soon. Save some strength to seize the immortal treasure. Wang Tianxia laughed out loud. He used his mental power to lift the cage and walked out of the hall. Old Madame Du clenched her fists tightly and sighed helplessly. At this point, there was nothing she could do. She could only protect Zi Qingqing. The other elders of the Xian realm also laughed and followed him out. The warriors of the spirit realm all heaved a sigh of relief. If a great battle broke out between the elders of the Xian realm, not only would it affect them, it would also attract the dragon. You bunch of old beasts, you are all a bunch of bastards. What kind of bullshit Xianxia are you? You're from the Sword Profound Mountain, right? Just you wait, your Sword Profound Mountain, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. And you beast Wang Tianxia, what sect are you from? If you have the guts, tell me. Inside the cage, Qin Yun was also sealed by waves of energy. He was unable to mobilize the inner force of his Dao core. Brat, I'll let you scold me to your heart's content now. You're going to die soon anyway. Wang Tianxia laughed out loud. You bunch of old beasts, old bastards, old dogs. Qin Yun cursed out all sorts of profanities, causing Wang Tianxia and the other Xian realm cultivators to be so angry that their faces twitched. No one had ever scolded them like this before. Furthermore, it was in front of so many disciples. There were thousands of sect disciples in that huge pit. They had all seen these experts of the Xian realm being cursed at by a brat. If not for the fact that Qin Yun was an extremely important offering, the few Xian realm cultivators would have killed him hundreds of times over. You bunch of naive pigs, do you really think that you can obtain treasures just by opening the immortal graveyard? Dream on. I'm afraid you won't have the life to get what's inside. Qin Yun was tied to a stone platform in front of the golden-shaped pagoda as he cursed non-stop. This stone platform was made of bronze and looked extremely ancient. This was the sacrificial altar, something that came with this giant pagoda. Many people were surrounding the sacrificial altar, waiting with incomparable anticipation. Wang Tianxia laughed, we need to release his blood. For a martial Dao realm like him, his blood is very special. It can cause the sacrificial altar to produce a special power and close the formation of the immortal graveyard. How can you sacrifice your grandpa? The consequences for you will be very miserable, your grandson who grew up eating shit. Qin Yun cursed angrily when he felt his wrist being cut open. Qin Yun's blood flowed out. The sacrificial altar seemed to have some sort of magical power as it constantly drew out the blood from his body. In order to prevent himself from losing too much blood and dying, he could only constantly consume the energy in his body and constantly produce blood. His blood was the blood of a heavenly lion. It was extraordinary. Seeing his heavenly lion's blood constantly flowing out, Xianxia felt his heart ache. He could only curse those beasts. Am I really going to die? Xianxia felt the sacrificial altar tremble as he felt despair in his heart. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar could be heard. A glowing blue cloud appeared in the night sky, obscuring the moon and stars. Within the blue clouds, a huge dragon's body could be faintly discernible. The dragon had appeared. Furthermore, it was a light blue dragon. Its body was several hundred meters long and it was extremely huge. It soared through the clouds and covered the sky. Ha ha ha. You guys must have suffered retribution. The dragon is here, the dragon is here. You bunch of grandsons let out my blood, the dragon is here to kill you. When Xianxia saw the few Xian realm elders, their faces were filled with fear. He could not help but laugh out loud. The moment old Madame Du heard the dragon's roar, she hurriedly flew away. A Xian realm martial artist, after encountering a dragon, had actually fled in panic. Boom, the scarlet golden pagoda suddenly cracked open. When the immortal tomb opened, the dragon appeared as well. Xianxia was still tied to the sacrificial altar, unable to move. Lying on the sacrificial altar, he could clearly see the gigantic dragon in the sky. The dragon's might pressed down, causing the earth to tremble. The disciples of the martial Dao realm hurriedly led the other disciples of the martial body realm to evacuate. There were only a few seniors of the Xian realm and 20 to 30 warriors of the spirit realm watching. The sacrificial altar did not continue absorbing blood because the immortal tomb had already opened. The crack that appeared on the scarlet pagoda was several hundred meters wide, splitting the entire pagoda into two sides. In the middle of the pagoda was a bottomless hole. Wang Tianshi, what's going on? Why is the immortal tomb like this? And that dragon, why did it suddenly appear here? Xianxia hurriedly asked. He was also prepared to evacuate, but when he saw the opened immortal tomb, he was extremely reluctant. Wang Tianshi said with a frown, I don't know. The situation of this immortal tomb is somewhat different from what I expected. Xianxia secretly admired the courage of these fellows. He hurriedly shouted, hurry up and let me go. The immortal tomb has already opened and the dragon above is about to come down. Aren't you going to run? Brat, you have to continue staying there. The time limit for this sacrifice is 24 hours. Only when the sacrificial altar devours your flesh and blood will it be considered a success. Wang Tianshi said. Xianxia looked at the dragon in the sky and said, this guy only dares to circle around it. He doesn't dare to come down. It looks like he's afraid of something inside the immortal tomb. Haha, we don't have to be afraid of this dragon. Let's continue. Wang Tianshi laughed loudly. The immortal tomb has just been opened. It has been filled with yin energy and death energy for many years. It's also very dangerous. Let's wait for a while before entering. The dragon in the air danced and roared. It did not come down, nor did it attack. The originally pitch-black ground was now illuminated by the light blue clouds in the sky. Xianxia could no longer feel any more blood flowing. He also found it strange that the sacrificial altar did not seem to continue absorbing blood. In other words, the sacrifice was over. This immortal tomb is really powerful. Even dragons are afraid of the things hidden inside. What exactly is it? Xianxuanzi's old eyes were filled with fanaticism and excitement as he looked at the huge, pitch-black tomb of the immortal tomb. The tomb was filled with black gas, emitting a bitterine qi. It was filled with a sinister aura, even though it was very frightening. However, those at the Xian martial realm were not afraid. Wang Tianshi also said that this was a normal phenomenon. The sacrificial altar that Xianxia was at was the closest to the tomb. He could feel the terrifying evil energy within the tomb the most. That power was gradually getting stronger. Xianxia did not know why, but the totem on his heavenly lion arm was extremely manic. Suddenly, black gas gushed out from the huge tomb and shot straight into the sky, blowing away the thick blue cloud. Roar! A low, deep, and sinister roar shook out from the deep pit beneath the tomb. There was actually a huge beast and it was extremely terrifying. When Xianxia heard the roar, he was even more shocked. That was because he could tell what kind of beast it was. Ghost Lion King. Previously, Xianxia and Xiao Yuemei had encountered a golden fire lion beside the Cloud Dragon River. The giant lion had said that their clan was responsible for guarding the immortal graveyard or something. When he thought of this matter, he didn't find it strange. He was only surprised that there was such a powerful heavenly lion hidden in the immortal tomb. Impossible, impossible. Wang Tianxia kept shaking his head and said, "This immortal tomb has existed for tens of thousands of years. It's impossible for there to be anything alive inside. Furthermore, it's such a powerful beast." The dragon circling in the night sky was also roaring non-stop. The earth suddenly shook and a black shadow flew out from the tomb. It was indeed a heavenly lion. However, its entire body was pitch black, and compared to the dragon, it was much smaller. It was only a few dozen meters long. However, this black heavenly lion was extremely brave and fierce. As soon as it flew out, it used the heavenly lion's roar at the dragon in the sky. The explosive roar shook the world. The ground around the tomb immediately rose and fell like a monstrous wave. Those at the Xian martial realm all had faces full of fear. This kind of terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the world. Qin Yun, who was lying on the sacrificial altar, felt his blood boil as he watched. This was the authentic heavenly lion's roar. It was terrifying to the extreme. It's the Ghost Lion King, the legendary heavenly lion from the immortal graveyard. It has now turned into a ghost beast. Wang Tianxia shouted in shock. The Ghost Lion King flew high into the sky and waved its claws, transforming them into a huge black claw that was more than 100 meters long. It grabbed at the dancing dragon. It was the heavenly lion fighting Dragon Claw. This Ghost Lion King was fighting with the dragon. Roar. Roar. The dragon was not to be outdone. It used its tail to sweep the Ghost Lion King. At the same time, it constantly roared and spat out lightning from its mouth. As the Ghost Lion King roared, it also spat out a black flame that attacked the lightning. The battle between the dragon and lion seemed to shake the heavens and earth. It was extremely intense. While the Ghost Lion King is holding back that dragon, we have to hurry up and go in. Wang Tianxia hurriedly shouted. Although Jian Xuanzi was terrified of the strength of the dragon and the Ghost Lion King, their passion for immortal treasures made them fearless. They all rushed towards the tomb. However, just as they were about to rush over, a golden light suddenly shot out from the huge tomb. An immortal treasure has appeared? Jian Xuanzi cried out in surprise. Sure enough, something suddenly flew out from the tomb. It was a cauldron that was burning with golden flames. It was several meters tall. After it flew out, it gradually shrank until it was only 2 meters tall. It was a square cauldron with 4 heavenly lion heads, and the body of the cauldron was engraved with heavenly lion totem carvings. The ears of the cauldron were also 2 heavenly lion heads with their mouths open. When Qin Yun saw the cauldron, he immediately felt a sense of regret. Of course he could tell that this was an extremely powerful cauldron. However, it was going to fall into the hands of Jian Xuanzi and his group of bastards. It's the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. Wang Tianxia exclaimed, "Quickly get it over here." Jian Xuanzi's face was filled with ecstasy. Using his own power, he condensed a purplish gold belt of light and wrapped it around the dragon suppression cauldron. This is an ancient Tao artifact. Use your blood essence to refine it. Wang Tianxia hurriedly cut open his wrist and mixed his mental energy into his blood. He released it and injected it into the dragon suppression cauldron. The other elders of the Xian martial realm also hurriedly let out their blood to refine it. Qin Yun, who was tied to the sacrificial altar, was extremely astonished. Although he was a high-ranked inscription master, he did not know that he needed to use such a method to subdue an ancient Tao artifact. A Tao artifact was above a Xian artifact. As for an ancient Tao artifact, it was even more terrifying. The refining techniques and various Tao runes used were all lost. Furthermore, there was a heavenly lion totem carved on the dragon suppression cauldron. That was even more powerful. Even though we are letting out blood to refine it together, whoever bleeds more will have the dragon suppression cauldron. Jian Xuanzi said coldly, "If anyone obtains it, they are not allowed to snatch it." Everyone wanted to obtain the dragon suppression cauldron. At this moment, they were desperately bleeding. The dragon suppression cauldron floated in the air and continuously rotated, absorbing the blood of the Xian realm. The tomb had only just opened and such a thing had already flown out. It made people feel that there must be something else inside. Just as they were refining the dragon suppression cauldron, the scarlet pagoda that had split in the middle gradually closed. The immortal tomb was closed. Don't worry, that little demon is still here. Wang Tianshi looked at Qin Yun and said with a chuckle, it's a good thing we didn't kill him just now. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to open the immortal tomb. Whoosh, the dragon suppression cauldron suddenly trembled and a scorching gale burst out. As it spun, it constantly shot out balls of flames that flew everywhere. Suddenly, the lid of the dragon suppression cauldron opened and a large red ball of fire surged out from within. Be careful. The dragon suppression cauldron is attacking us. This guy is a Dao artifact, it has its own consciousness. Xianxia shouted. The ball of red flame flew out and towards the sacrificial altar. Not good, it's going to destroy the sacrificial altar. It's going to destroy the only way to enter the tomb. Just as Wang Tianshi finished speaking, the ball of fire smashed towards Qin Yun. Boom, a large wave of fire surged out, destroying the sacrificial altar and causing a fiery and stiff rock to fly out. The sacrificial altar and the little demon are gone. Xianxia said in shock. The sacrificial altar is so sturdy but it was blown up in an instant. The most shocked person was still Wang Tianshi. Xianxia said, let's not worry about it for now. Let's take down the dragon suppression cauldron first. At this moment, the other spirit martial realm warriors also joined in. They released their blood essence to suppress the irritable dragon suppression cauldron. Qin Yun was struck by the ball of flames but he did not feel any injuries. Instead, he was wrapped up by the ball of flames and flew far away with the ferocious force. I'm saved. Qin Yun was lying in a crack in the ground. At that moment, he was still in the huge pit where the gigantic tower was. He fell into the crack that had been torn out. Qin Yun touched his body and was extremely astonished. Mother **Ker, that's not a flame but the artifact soul of the dragon suppression cauldron. That's the most important thing in a Dao artifact and it actually flew out by itself. He looked at his own nether sun Dao core. The artifact soul was in the shape of a small cauldron, hiding inside his Dao core. Even if they obtained the dragon suppression cauldron, without the artifact soul, it would only be a relatively sturdy piece of iron. Qin Yun was secretly delighted as he crawled out of the crack. The Ghost Lion King and the dragon were still engaged in an intense battle, causing the world to be enveloped by all sorts of loud noises. The violent shaking of the earth did not stop at all. Qin Yun crawled out of the crack and saw Xianxia smiling. That was because he had obtained the dragon suppression cauldron. Let's leave first. Regardless of whether the Ghost Lion King wins or the dragon wins, they will come to deal with us. Wang Tianshi's expression was solemn as he looked at the battle between the dragon and lion in the distant sky. Xianxia hurriedly took out a large piece of beast skin and spread it out with many people. With a single glance, Qin Yun knew that it was a teleportation array. This guy actually has such a thing. No wonder they are so calm. Qin Yun cursed softly. He hated Wang Tianshi and Xianxia to the bone. They had captured him to be a sacrifice. Xianxia and the others at the Xian martial realm and more than 20 at the spirit martial realm were all standing on that huge piece of beast skin. Let's inject energy together and activate the teleportation array. 1, 2, 3. Xianxia shouted. When Qin Yun saw that the teleportation array was about to open, he hurriedly took out a spirit realm Dao core and flew into the air. Look! It's that brat, he's not dead. An old man at the spirit realm shouted. That's great, catch him. We might be able to use it in the future. Wang Tianshi said in pleasant surprise. Go to hell, you bunch of beasts. Qin Yun threw the spirit realm Dao core in his hand with all his might. Because of the great battle between the dragon and lion in the sky, the aura in the world was tyrannical. Therefore, they could not sense that it was a Dao core. They had no idea what was flying towards them. When the Dao core approached, Xianxia hurriedly cried out in alarm, it's a spirit realm Dao core, it's about to explode. As for Qin Yun, he hurriedly activated his blue spirit profound robe and used teleportation meteor steps to leave the crater. Boom, a loud explosion erupted from within the crater, the energy wave spread out for a radius of 100 miles, causing a large amount of dust to fly everywhere, filling the sky. Qin Yun was also sent flying far away by the shockwave. Fortunately, he ran fast and was not at the core of the explosion. He was not injured at all. After the intense explosion, Xianxia, Wang Tianshi and company were all near the huge crater. They floated in the air and looked at the huge crater that had collapsed beside the Scarlet Tower. Their faces were filled with shock. That little bastard actually has a spirit realm Dao core in his hands. How did he get it? Wang Tianshi was fine, but he was also in a sorry state. As for those at the spirit realm, they were more or less injured. Fortunately, a few Xian realm warriors protected them in time. However, that precious teleportation array had been blown to pieces. Xianxia roared, "My ancestral teleportation array! I want to skin that brat alive!" Roar! For some reason, the Ghost Lion King suddenly stopped fighting with the dragon and charged down. This scared the Xian realm warriors to the point that they covered their heads and fled in all directions. Now that the Ghost Lion King was here, they ran as fast as they could. The warriors of the spirit martial realm were all complaining bitterly because those at the Xian realm were running very fast and they could not catch up at all. That little bastard, he's killed us. Damned brat, he destroyed the teleportation array and even alarmed the Ghost Lion King. If not, we would have already returned safely. If this brat is still alive, I must get even with him. The powerful martial artists who were fleeing were all cursing Qin Yun in their hearts. Qin Yun, who was fleeing, was also cursing the group of martial artists in his heart. He had almost been tormented to death by the sacrifice. In order to take revenge, he had only thrown away a Dao core. Qin Yun ran through the forest for a few days before gradually distancing himself from the immortal tomb. He was only at the martial Dao realm. It was still somewhat dangerous for him to travel alone, but he could not care too much about it. At that moment, the sky was dark. Qin Yun used the shadow power in the night to quickly travel. Thankfully, Zi Qingqing had previously told him a direction, allowing him to know where the martial desolate land was. Traveling at night was the safest for him because the shadow power allowed him to hide in the darkness. When it was almost dawn, Qin Yun was planning to rest when he realized that the artifact soul within the Nether Sun Dao core was trembling slightly. Could it be? The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron is nearby? This cauldron was obtained by that old bastard, Xianxia. Is he nearby? Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Qin Yun knew very well that he had no chance of winning against Xianxia, who was at the Xian martial realm. Furthermore, Xianxia hated him to death. Once he was caught, he would not immediately die, but he would definitely be tortured to the point where he wished he was dead. I have to avoid this old thing. Qin Yun wished that he could kill Xianxia as well. However, he did not have the strength to do so. Qin Yun could sense its location through the artifact soul, so he deliberately stayed away from that direction. However, the artifact soul became even more agitated, as if it wanted to escape from his body. Could it be that the artifact soul wants me to track Xianxia? Qin Yun stopped in his tracks and thought to himself. The artifact spirit within his Nether Sun inner core continuously jumped about violently. It always charged in one direction, which was the direction where Xianxia was. If I don't go over, the artifact soul will escape. Qin Yun was very reluctant to part with the artifact soul. After all, this was the soul of an ancient Dao artifact. It was much better than the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. He gritted his teeth and made a decision to head in the direction of Xianxia. Master Artifact Soul, don't trick me. Qin Yun thought to himself, when the time comes, you must show off your might and deal with Xianxia. Otherwise, both of us will fall into the hands of villains. As Qin Yun ran, he looked at Momo in his storage space. She had the dragon beast crystal egg to eat, so she had been very happy during this period of time. Momo. I'm going on an adventure again. He greeted Momo and told her to get ready. Momo also nodded worriedly. She had made up her mind to die with Qin Yun. Therefore, no matter what danger she encountered, she would not leave Qin Yun. At night, Qin Yun used his shadow power and carefully tracked Xianxia. This old guy is at the Xian realm. I wonder if he can discover me? It seems to be very close to me. I don't know what the artifact soul is planning, but it wants me to come find Xianxia. Could it be that it wants to take back the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron? Qin Yun thought to himself as he carefully walked through the forest. Through the artifact's soul, He could sense that the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was right in front of him, and it had stopped moving. Who? Jian Xuanzi's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yun was given a huge fright. He never expected that Jian Xuanzi would be able to discover him. After all, he was only in the martial Dao realm and Jian Xuanzi was in the Xian martial realm. His cultivation was countless times higher than his. Qin Yun stood motionless on the spot. Jian Xuanzi came over. He could sense a faint fluctuation. He held a heavy sword in his hand and walked lightly without making any sound or aura. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. If Jian Xuanzi were to hide, it would be very difficult to discover him. If he did not have the artifact soul, he would not have been able to sense Jian Xuanzi's existence. What's there? Jian Xuanzi shouted and struck out with his palm towards Qin Yun's location. A powerful palm energy struck out, shattering dozens of trees into powder. Qin Yun was also sent flying, exposing himself. It's you. Ha ha ha. When Jian Xuanzi saw that it was Qin Yun, he laughed out loud and said, "You brat, you actually want to sneak attack me? Where does your confidence come from? After all, the older the wiser, and this piece of ginger was 1,000-year-old ginger." Qin Yun vomited blood and cursed the artifact soul for not appearing to protect him at the critical moment. He thought that the artifact soul would be able to display its divine might, but now it is holed up inside his nether sun inner core. I've been tricked to death. Qin Yun cursed in his heart as he retreated. Jian Xuanzi kept the heavy sword in his hand and smiled as he took out a very thin willow leaf sword. It was as if he was a cat looking at a mouse. Brat, doesn't my sword look very beautiful? This is called the flying blood sword. When it stabs into your body and pulls it out, it will bring out a large amount of flesh and blood. Jian Xuanzi said with a sinister smile. Qin Yun stood up and hurriedly ran. However, with a flash, Jian Xuanzi appeared in front of him. Be it speed or strength, Qin Yun was far from Jian Xuanzi's match. Swoosh, Jian Xuanzi stabbed his sword into Qin Yun's right arm before pulling it out abruptly. It brought out a large amount of flesh and blood, causing Qin Yun to cry out in pain. Ha ha ha. It must be great. You brat, you actually blew up my ancestral teleportation formation. I will definitely not let you die a quick death. Jian Xuanzi thought of the precious teleportation formation that had been destroyed and immediately flew into a rage. He stabbed at Qin Yun's thigh and pulled out the sword with all his might, pulling out a large piece of flesh and blood. The white robe on Jian Xuanzi's body was also dyed red by Qin Yun's blood. Old bastard, you deserve it. Qin Yun cursed angrily. You're still being stubborn, I'll kill you. Jian Xuanzi stabbed at Qin Yun's right shoulder. Qin Yun cried out in pain. In front of Jian Xuanzi, he was like a scarecrow that was casually stabbed. That flying blood sword was a very vicious weapon. Not only did it pull out a large amount of flesh and blood, it also caused a person great pain. After being stabbed a few times, more than half of the blood in Qin Yun's body had flowed out. Furthermore, he did not have the time to recover, which made him extremely weak. Jian Xuanzi laughed sinisterly. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being. It's not easy to find an offering like you. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of dragon aura suddenly came from the sky. That dragon suddenly came over and it was extremely fast. Jian Xuanzi's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly abandoned Qin Yun and fled. The most terrifying thing was that with a sweep of the dragon's tail, it swept away a few hundred meters of thick soil and giant trees. Jian Xuanzi was also sent flying. The dragon's target was actually Jian Xuanzi. Jian Xuanzi did not know what kind of bad luck he had to encounter this dragon one after another. The strange thing was that this dragon had been far away before, but it seemed like something had attracted it over. Qin Yun also felt that the appearance of the dragon was strange, but now, he had time to recover the blood he had lost. The night sky was illuminated by the angry blue dragon. The dragon cloud soared and the dragon's might shocked the heavens. The furious dragon roared nonstop as it swung its gigantic dragon tail and swept the ground, creating a huge crater that was a few hundred meters wide. Jian Xuanzi dodged left and right, wanting to escape from this place, but the dragon did not let him go. Evil creature, watch me suppress you. Jian Xuanzi was infuriated as he took out the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. The glittering golden heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron caused the dragon's attack to stop. Following that, the dragon let out an even more ferocious roar. That 100-meter-long dragon tail carried a violent blue lightning as it swept towards Xianxia. The dragon's attack speed was much faster. Xianxia had no time to dodge and the two of them were sent flying with the cauldron. The heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron was completely useless. Xianxia was also infuriated. What he obtained was actually trash. The dragon was not afraid at all. Bang! The dragon tail swept out once again, sending the cauldron flying. When Xianxia saw this, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly used teleportation meteor and flew over. After stepping into the martial Dao realm, he had even more inner supreme force. Furthermore, he had 3 Dao cores that stored inner supreme force, allowing him to use teleportation meteor for a long period of time. Although the dragon suppression cauldron could not deal with the dragon, it was still an ancient Dao artifact. It was still very precious. When Xianxia saw Xianxia store the cauldron into his storage bag, he immediately roared angrily, "Brat, that's mine." Xianxia's heart was beating rapidly. The main reason was because he was very excited. Furthermore, the current situation was extremely dangerous. It made him feel extremely excited. "Master Long, thank you." Xianxia laughed out loud as he used teleportation meteor. With a few flashes, he disappeared from Xianxuanzi's line of sight. Xianxuanzi roared and threw out a few extremely powerful talismans, sending the tail of the dragon flying. However, the dragon did not let him off. It spat out a bolt of lightning and sent him flying. When Xianxuanzi was sent flying, he hurriedly used the Earth Escape talisman to distance himself from the dragon. At the same time, he was also searching for Xianxuan's aura and tracking him. Soon, Xianxua was far away from the intense battlefield. Xianxuanzi was extremely sensitive to auras, and when Xianxua was running with all his might, he could not hide his aura at all. "This aura is a little strange, it's a very powerful blood." Xianxuanzi suddenly sensed that the blood on his robe had a very strong life force. He hurriedly stopped and took off his robe. He used his tongue to lick the blood on it and suddenly jolted. It's the bloodline of an ancient beast." Xianxuanzi was shocked. The blood on his robe was Xianxua's. "I understand. That dragon was attracted by these bloodlines." Xianxuanzi hurriedly took off his robe. He was extremely shocked. He recalled the scene when Zi Qingqing protected Xianxua. He remembered that Zi Qingqing had said that she was Xianxua's wife. Now, he understood why a beautiful woman like Zi Qingqing, who was at the spirit realm, was willing to be Xianxua's wife. That was because Xianxua had a powerful ancient beast bloodline. Mother****, no wonder this guy could casually take away the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. He has the bloodline of a heavenly lion in his body. Xianxuanzi suddenly understood many things. Originally, the sacrificial altar needed to absorb blood for 24 hours, but it was completed in an instant. Furthermore, it even produced a ghost king heavenly lion. The dragon had also come. That was all because it was summoned by the fresh heavenly lion bloodline. That idiot Wang Tianshi, he went to release his own blood and he actually couldn't tell that it was the bloodline of a heavenly lion. If we were to eat this kind of bloodline, we would definitely be able to obtain a powerful bloodline power. Xianxuanzi constantly cursed Wang Tianshi in his heart. If they knew that Xianxua had the bloodline of a heavenly lion, they would definitely deal with him differently. Xianxuanzi was also covered in wounds from the raging dragon. All of them were serious injuries. However, in order to escape and chase after Xianxua, he could not care less about healing his injuries. It was daybreak. Xianxua, who was running through the forest, was extremely exhausted. Just as he was about to rest, he sensed Xianxuanzi's angry aura. That old bastard, Xianxuanzi, actually caught up. Xianxua cursed loudly. He could only endure his exhaustion and continue running. Even though Xianxuanzi was heavily injured, his strength was still equivalent to the spirit realm. Even if he were to deal with Xianxua at his peak, it would be more than enough. "Brat, your heavenly lion bloodline is mine now, haha. I will eat you alive, even your bones will be gnawed to pieces, I won't even let go of your hair." Xianxuanzi laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness. Xianxua immediately felt a wave of disgust. He had long heard from Mo that many people wanted to eat people with bloodlines. Now, he was certain that it was true. Xianxuanzi laughed loudly and increased his speed. The corner was in front of Xianxua. Xianxua hardened his heart and threw out his remaining spirit martial realm Dao core. Old bastard, eat my Dao core. A rare victory. When the Dao core exploded, Qin Yin immediately took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, wrapped it around the cauldron and hid behind it. Boom, the Dao core exploded, flattening a large part of the forest. The scariest thing was that this alerted the dragon in the distance. The explosion of the Dao core had caused a huge sound, attracting the dragon over. This was the most fatal thing. Jian Xuanzi's entire body was blasted into a bloody mess, but he was after all a warrior of the Xian realm and his bones were extremely strong. As long as his bones were not damaged, he could continue running and chase after Qin Yin. Qin Yin hugged the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and was sent flying. Although Xiaochen's body was shaken, it was not a big deal. He was satisfied with the defense of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. While he was holding the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, the artifact spirit of the Nether Sun Dao core also came out of his body and entered the cauldron. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron was complete, and it was also the strongest. Don't you need to refine anything? In an instant, Qin Yin established a connection with the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Just as he was in ecstasy, he sensed Jian Xuanzi chasing after him. He quickly put away the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron and started running with the mysterious star steps. Brat, don't run. I will definitely eat you alive. Jian Xuanzi shouted crazily. He was a dignified Xian realm martial artist, the sect leader of the Sword Profound Mountain, but now, he was being tormented by a little brat to such a state. If word of this got out, he would definitely lose all his face. Qin Yin never expected that he would be able to torment Jian Xuanzi to such a state. Looks like my Heavenly Lion blood attracted that dragon. This Heavenly Lion bloodline also has the ability to summon dragons? Qin Yin thought to himself as he ran. Although Jian Xuanzi, who was chasing from behind, was severely injured, his speed was not inferior to Qin Yin's. He could even catch up to Qin Yin. Qin Yin was being chased closely. He did not know how Jian Xuanzi was doing, so he did not dare to attack rashly. He could only continue running and wait for an opportunity to attack. The two of them had been running crazily for more than a day and were very tired. Qin Yin hurriedly released the Spirit Lion King. Under his control, the Spirit Lion King charged towards Jian Xuanzi. When Jian Xuanzi saw the Spirit Lion King, he was secretly alarmed. He never expected Qin Yin to use such a puppet. This kind of thing can't deal with me. Jian Xuanzi sneered as he struck the Spirit Lion King with his palm. Crack, the Spirit Lion King was split open by the palm strike, but it could still move and was entangled with Jian Xuanzi. Qin Yin hurriedly threw out all sorts of talismans at Jian Xuanzi. Boom boom boom, Jian Xuanzi was struck by all sorts of talismans and was in an extremely sorry state. Mother ***, if I wasn't injured by that dragon, I would have died. You little bastard will definitely skin me alive. The main reason why Jian Xuanzi's injuries worsened was because he was struck by the spirit realm's Dao core. Qin Yin knew very well that if he continued to be chased, he would definitely be caught. Furthermore, he would be exhausted when the time came. Jian Xuanzi was in the Xian martial realm and his body was extremely strong. Even if he did not use his inner force, he could still deal with a martial Dao realm cultivator. I'll chop you into pieces. Jian Xuanzi's entire body was charred black and he was in a sorry state. He did not look like a human at all, but rather like a ghost. After he killed the Spirit Lion King, he charged at Qin Yin and used the heavy sword to stab at him. Qin Yin hurriedly took out the Dragon Suppression Cauldron and placed it in front of him. Clang! The heavy sword stabbed into the Dragon Suppression Cauldron and produced a fierce impact, sending Qin Yin and the cauldron flying. This fellow's strength is actually so terrifying. Qin Yin also knew that the Xian realm he was facing was also a top-tier one. When Jian Xuanzi saw how well Qin Yin controlled the Dragon Suppression Cauldron, he became even more envious. He believed that it was all thanks to the Heavenly Lion bloodline. As long as he ate Qin Yin, he would be able to obtain such a bloodline. The totem on Qin Yin's Heavenly Lion arm suddenly lit up and resonated with the totem on the Dragon Suppression Cauldron. When Jian Xuanzi saw the Heavenly Lion totem tattoo on Qin Yin's arm, he was astonished and jealous. Brat, you actually have totem tattoos. Jian Xuanzi was so jealous that his eyes turned red. He also felt ecstatic because he believed that Qin Yin would definitely be killed by him today. When Qin Yan saw his heavenly lion totem tattoo react with the dragon suppression cauldron, he was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly threw the cauldron out. After the dragon suppression cauldron flew out, it suddenly became as huge as a mountain. The mouth of the cauldron faced the ground and pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia never expected that the dragon suppression cauldron would become so huge. Furthermore, when it pressed down, it could envelop him inside. "Little bastard, I'm going to bite off your flesh one bite at a time." Inside the cauldron, Xianxia shouted crazily. Qin Yan hurriedly controlled the dragon suppression cauldron to shrink before coming to the side of the cauldron. He quickly activated his nether sun purple flame and poured it into the cauldron. The strongest part of the dragon suppression cauldron was that it could strengthen flames. After absorbing the nether sun purple flame, it became even stronger. "Aha! What kind of flame is this?" "Nether sun flame, you actually have the nether sun martial spirit." Xianxia let out an incomparably terrified cry from within the cauldron. "Old thing, you didn't expect this, did you?" Qin Yan said with a sneer. At that moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't be complacent," Xianxia roared. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, which had shrunk, was sent flying. Qin Yan's cultivation was still too low. He was unable to unleash the power of the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. However, after the cauldron flew away, it hurriedly flew back and smashed towards Xianxia, who was covered in black flames. Boom! Xianxuanzi's head was ruthlessly smashed, releasing an extremely terrifying explosive force. Qin Yan hurriedly controlled the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron and constantly smashed Xianxuanzi. In just a few moves, Xianxuanzi was beaten to the ground. "Old bastard, your life is really tough." Qin Yan hurried over and placed his palm on Xianxuanzi's abdomen, using the soul extraction technique. Xianxuanzi, who was beaten to the point of being unable to retaliate, screamed loudly, "You are extracting my martial spirit. This is the art of soul extraction. Aha! If you had listened to old Madame Du and not used me as a sacrifice, there wouldn't have been so much trouble," Qin Yan said with a sneer as he pulled out Xianxuanzi's martial spirit. It was actually a dragon sword martial spirit. On the body of the sword, there was a small dragon coiling around it. This was a very powerful martial spirit and could be considered a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. "My martial spirit! My martial spirit!" Xianxuanzi shouted. "Your martial spirit is mine." Qin Yan grinned. When Xianxuanzi saw Qin Yan smile, he could not help but feel fear. However, Qin Yan, who was in the martial Dao realm, suddenly made him feel incomparable fear. He did not know why Qin Yan had the bloodline of a heavenly lion or why he had the nether sun martial spirit. Furthermore, he knew how to extract souls. These things were extremely rare even in the ancient times, but now, they were all concentrated on a single person. Qin Yan placed Xianxuanzi into the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron and released the nether sun purple flame. It began to burn and he poured in a large amount of beast oil. Before Xianxuanzi died, his resentment overflowed to the heavens. He died in an extremely aggrieved manner. Not only was a Xian realm martial artist unable to die with dignity, he was also tortured to the point of hovering between life and death. What made him most indignant was that the person who killed him was a young man who had just stepped into the martial Dao realm. After confirming that Xianxuanzi was dead, Qin Yan laid on the ground and heaved a long sigh. Thinking back to the various dangers from before, he still felt a lingering fear. The place he was at was also a mess. The surrounding trees were all broken into pieces. The commotion from before was very big, so it was not appropriate to stay here for long. After recovering a little, he put away the dragon suppression cauldron, picked up the broken spirit lion king and hurriedly left the place. Qin Yan found a large tree with a hole in it and hid inside. What surprised him was that through the 9 yang divine spirit and the tree totem, he could undergo a strange fusion with the big tree. He could absorb the 9 sun spiritual energy through the big tree. One had to know that there were countless leaves on the canopy of a huge tree. These leaves could be fully illuminated by the sun. Qin Yan was able to quickly absorb the Nine Sun's spiritual energy after undergoing a miraculous fusion with the tree. Furthermore, this spiritual energy was the essence of plants. It could quickly recover from injuries. Qin Yan did not know much about the abilities of the tree totem. Momo only knew how to evolve the totem. She did not know the specific uses of the totems. He could only wait for him to dig it out bit by bit. In 2 days, all of Qin Yan's injuries had recovered. He happily walked out of the tree hole. He changed into a set of black clothes and after finding a direction, he continued rushing to the martial desolate land. It would take a long time to pass through the martial desolate land from the border. Even for those at the spirit realm, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to make a round trip. Qin Yan could only run on the ground by himself and avoid the beasts everywhere. He realized that after he left the Cloud Dragon River, the number of magical beasts he encountered became fewer and fewer. On this side, most of them were demon beasts. What he found inconceivable was that many demon beasts would not take the initiative to attack him. Sometimes, they would even brush past him. If the demon beasts don't take the initiative to attack me, I won't attack them either. Qin Yan remembered the teachings of a teacher. There were also many powerful demon beasts. For example, spirit-level demon beasts were called spirit beasts. Their strength was the same as the martial body realm. This kind of spirit beast had a higher intelligence. Furthermore, they had a very strange feeling. As long as they felt that humans did not have any intention of attacking them, they would not attack humans. As Qin Yan entered the depths of the Cloud Dragon mountain range, he gradually felt more at ease. He had thought that he would have to deal with many powerful demon beasts. Big Brother Yun, it's also possible that you have the bloodline of a heavenly lion, so the demon beasts won't take the initiative to attack you. Momo suddenly said. She was very happy that Qin Yan was safe and sound. For the past few days, she had been worried that something would happen to Qin Yan. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Is that so? It seems like the heavenly lion bloodline has many benefits." The forest was very cool. The trees here were all 1,000-year-old trees. Although they were very old, they absorbed the Nine Sun's spiritual energy very quickly. The big tree absorbed a large amount of Nine Sun's spiritual energy and also released a very rich amount of plant essence. Humans and demon beasts could quickly replenish their stamina by absorbing it. Qin Yan ran along the way and felt very relaxed. Looks like there are many magical beasts only in the area near the Cloud Dragon River. Qin Yan said, "Those magical beasts are very despicable. They want to eat anyone they see." He also thought of Xianxia. Previously, he wished that he could eat him like a magical beast. Arriving at the martial desolate previously, Qin Yan had been warned by his father to hide his heavenly lion totem well. On the side of the martial desolate, there was a totem pavilion that specialized in plundering totems. Of course. Momo said, "It's not difficult." Qin Yan hurriedly jumped onto a big tree and released Momo. It was noon. Although the sunlight was intense, it was blocked by the canopy of trees. However, the sunlight could still squeeze in through the gaps in the leaves and shine on the totem on Qin Yan's heavenly lion arm. The heavenly lion totem on his arm was mighty and domineering. But at that moment, it was slowly wiped away by the adorable Momo with a small hand. The heavenly lion totem tattoo was still on Qin Yan's arm. However, under the control of Momo's secret technique, it was hidden under his skin. My heavenly lion bloodline must be hidden well. Unless I have no other choice, I can't expose it. When Qin Yan thought of Xianxia, he was secretly alarmed. Xianxia was shouting that he wanted to eat even his hair because he had the bloodline of a heavenly lion. Momo smiled sweetly and said, "Brother Yun, since you can experience the power of the heavenly lion bloodline, others will definitely want to as well. For many martial artists whose power is limited, obtaining this bloodline is a way to obtain even stronger power." Qin Yan nodded. "The heavenly lion bloodline is extremely important to me. I can't lose it. After all, it has acknowledged me." It was precisely because of the heavenly lion bloodline that he had obtained the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. Previously, Xianxia and the others, who were at the Xian martial realm, had to put in a lot of effort to barely refine the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. As for Qin Yan, he only needed to touch the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron to obtain its approval. Mo carefully examined Qin Yun's heavenly lion arm. After confirming that the totem tattoo would not be discovered, she nodded in satisfaction. Following that, she hid the dragon and tiger totem on the surface of her heart. This way, even if someone discovered the vibration martial spirit, they wouldn't be able to see the totem tattoo. As for the tree totem within the Nether Sun Dao core, it was hidden very well. Lan Chen was at the spirit martial realm and even he was unable to detect it. Qin Yan recalled the totem on Lan Chen's bald head and said, Lan Chen is an idiot. Isn't he afraid of being captured by Totem Pavilion after exposing his totem tattoo? Or does he not know that there is a Totem Pavilion? I don't know him. If you see him, you can remind him. After Mo helped Qin Yan hide the totem runes, she entered the storage space. Qin Yan continued on his way as he said, Mo, there might not be any magical beast crystal eggs left in the martial desolate land. What should I make for you to eat? Well, let's talk about it when the time comes. The dragon beast crystal eggs you have here are enough for me to eat for a while. Mo said. Qin Yan jumped down the tree and continued on his way. After 2 months of traveling, Qin Yan entered a different region. Here, there were many traces left behind by human beings. In other words, he was close to the martial desolate. This area was definitely a place where many martial artists from the martial desolate land often came to hunt demonic beasts. Qin Yan was secretly excited. He was finally about to arrive at the martial desolate land where martial arts flourished. After a few days, Qin Yan finally walked out of the forest and arrived at a flat grassland. Is this the martial desolate? Qin Yan looked at the 9 suns in the sky and realized that the spiritual energy of the 9 suns was indeed much denser than that of the borders. If he went to some special places, the spiritual energy of the 9 suns would be even denser. Qin Yan greedily breathed in the air. He was eager to experience the difference in the martial desolate land. He walked out of the grassland and arrived at a barren mountain. There was a road here. It was a muddy road because many people walked it often. There should be some cities outside the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. After all, this place is very close to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. There must be many hunters who often enter the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. There must be a city built nearby. Qin Yan's guess was very accurate. He followed the mud road and soon saw a large city without city walls. Generally speaking, large cities without city walls were rather chaotic and there was no one to manage them. Qin Yan felt that with his strength, he would not be at a disadvantage in such a place. Thus, he walked in with ease. In this kind of place where fish and dragons mixed together, it was easier to inquire about some things. For someone like Qin Yan who had just arrived in the martial desolate land, he knew nothing about this place. If he were to inquire about it in a proper city, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of many people. It was different here. He could casually tip the waiter with a few crystal coins and quickly inquire about the matters of the martial desolate land. Qin Yan changed into relatively ordinary gray clothes, draped a robe over his shoulders and wore a conical bamboo hat as he entered the city. As he walked, he quickly found out that purple coins were used to trade here. My crystal coins are all in my crystal card and they are all white crystal coins. Qin Yan cursed in his heart, the prices of the martial desolate land are really different. He had previously heard from Lan Fengjin that because of the location of the martial desolate land, many purple crystals had condensed under the ground. However, Lan Fengjin had never told him that most of the transactions here were done with purple coins. There were only a few dozen purple coins in Qin Yan's storage space. It could be considered rather shabby. If this was his hometown, it would be tens of thousands of crystal coins. It would be enough for him to eat and drink for a long time. Looks like I have to join a better sect first. Not only will I be able to get a lot of resources, I will also be able to learn more about the martial desolate land. Qin Yan guessed that Zi Qingqing and Lan Fengjin were most likely in the Moon Profound Valley. Xia Wufeng, Hua Zhong and Morong Darren had followed Lan Huayu and company to the martial desolate land. They might even join a sect. Yu Lan and Teacher Yang should be in the Moon Profound Valley. Old Madame Du of the Moon Profound Valley is not bad. She stood up for me. Although she did not succeed in the end, it is still rare for her to have such a heart. I wonder where Yu Mei and little Mei Lian are. Qin Yan suddenly recalled that the Divine Inscription Palace was also spread throughout the martial desolate land. He could go to the Divine Inscription Palace first. Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Xianqin had followed Shuchuan through the martial desolate land. If he could find Shuchuan, he would know Xiao Yuemei's whereabouts. Qin Yan spent a few purple coins and asked a few children. He also learned that there was no Divine Inscription Palace in this broken city. Only in a Xian city would there be a Divine Inscription Palace. If one wanted to enter a Xian city, they would have to spend 100,000 purple coins to buy a year's pass. In the martial desolate land, there were spirit-level cities, Xian-level cities and king-level cities. Even in a spirit-level city, one would need to spend 10,000 to buy a pass. Therefore, the people who gathered in a dilapidated city like this were all the poorer ones. If it was an inner disciple of a Xian sect, they would be able to use the sect's identity token to enter a spirit-level city and a Xian-level city for free. However, to enter a king-level city, they would still have to spend 1,000,000 purple coins to buy a pass. Qin Yan could not even enter a spirit-level city, much less a Xian-level city. However, he was not worried about the source of the purple coins because he was an inscription master and he had a lot of refining materials in his storage space. He only had an initial understanding of this mysterious martial desolate land. If he wanted to understand it clearly, he would have to explore further. Although Qin Yan had arrived at a dilapidated city, there were also some places of higher quality. Many of the people who entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain range were wealthy hunters or disciples of sections. When they came in and out, they naturally had to rest here. Right now, Qin Yan had arrived at a 10-story tall iron building called the Dafeng Restaurant. He found a seat on the first floor and ordered some food. The dishes here were all demonic beast meat. A plate cost more than 10 purple coins and they were the inferior kind. Qin Yan ordered 2 or 3 plates and spent all of the purple coins in his hands. He only found out after he finished counting. I still have a few inferior spirit artifacts in my hands. They should be able to sell for some purple coins. Qin Yan sighed as he picked up a dish and tasted it. At the next table, an old man sighed and said, "A few Xian sects entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to search for tombs and suffered heavy casualties. More than 10 experts of the spirit realm died. Isn't that so? A dragon actually ran out. That's something that only a martial king can deal with." It's said that the martial kings of several martial countries are discussing about slaying dragons. After discussing for so long, there's still no movement. Maybe they're all afraid. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. If a martial king were to make a move, he might really succeed. He had seen the dragon's strength before. Although it was very strong, there was a limit to it. Back then, Jian Xuanzi had held on for a long time and he could tell that the dragon's strength was equivalent to a martial king. The martial king realm was one realm higher than the Xian realm. If a few martial kings joined forces, it was possible for them to slaughter that dragon. The martial king of Hongwu country originally said that he was going but he still hasn't moved. He's most likely afraid. If you're afraid, then don't say it. Now you're embarrassing yourself. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed when he heard this. One had to know that the king of a martial kingdom was at the martial king realm. His strength was above the Xian realm. He controlled at least 1 king-level city, 10 Xian-level cities and 100 spirit-level cities. Only with such a scale could one be called a martial kingdom. Therefore, a martial king would definitely not easily shoot empty cannons. If he really didn't do it, he would be laughed at. Just as the people at the table were chatting enthusiastically, the man in black sitting at the table in the corner slammed the table. "Don't talk nonsense. Our Hongwu country's Hongying martial king has already entered the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. It won't be long before he returns after slaying the dragon. Place the dragon head at the gates of our Hongwu royal city." The black-clothed man was wearing a straw hat. He looked very young and very thin. His eyes were filled with sharpness, and he exuded an innate arrogance. At this moment, those experienced and knowledgeable seniors could tell that this skinny man had an extraordinary identity. "Yo, so you're a member of the Hongwu royal family?" Someone laughed disdainfully. "Look at how certain you are, it seems like you're very clear about it. If you really understood, you wouldn't be sitting in such a place drinking wine." This restaurant was not bad but the first floor's grade was relatively low. "Can't I save purple coins?" The skinny youth was somewhat unhappy. He looked coldly at the middle-aged man and released a wave of hot Great Tao energy. Hong Yan was very calm. He could tell that the skinny youth was in the martial Tao realm, but he was only at the first level of the martial Tao. His Great Tao life mark was only at the first stage. It could be seen from the aura of the Great Tao power. In the martial desolate land, there were indeed quite a few martial Tao realm cultivators. In this place where fish and dragons mixed together, there were quite a few. 7th Prince Hongwu, please be magnanimous. If you were to fight here, this old man's hotel would be destroyed. We are just trying to make a living. If you want to fight, you can go outside and fight. A little old man dressed in luxurious red clothes walked down from upstairs and ran to the skinny youth's table. The expressions of the people on the first floor changed drastically. They could not help but look at the skinny youth in shock. The middle-aged man who had just spoken to the skinny youth was immediately sweating profusely. 7th Prince, I'll take your purple coins for this meal. You can also go to the top floor and enjoy the best, free of charge. In order to calm the matter, the owner of the hotel hurriedly said with a smile. Xianxia looked at the little old man. His aura was at the 6th or 7th level of the martial Tao realm. He had to be polite to the 7th Prince. No one had expected that they would actually meet a member of the royal family here. Furthermore, it was a prince. The reason why I don't go up there is not because I'm poor but because I like this kind of place. I, Hong Yan, am not the kind of person who likes to put on airs. I don't want you to do it for free either. I'll pay as many purple coins as I should pay. The skinny youth said indifferently, don't worry, I have my principles. I won't destroy your hotel. Even if I do, I'll compensate you as much as I should. Everyone could not help but give the 7th Prince a thumbs up. It was indeed rare for a dignified son of a martial king to be so polite. The king of Hongwu country is the Hongying martial king. I heard that he has hundreds of daughters. This Hongwu 7th Prince is only at the first level of the martial Tao realm. He should be very young, so why is he ranked 7th? One must know that the Hongying martial king is at least 1 to 2,000 years old. A youth curiously asked the elder beside him in a low voice. Xianxia was also extremely curious about this. 7th Prince Hong Yan seems to be only in his 20s. I heard that he just competed with someone else and lost miserably. It was unknown who had the guts to say this in a low voice. Hong Yan said indifferently, only a son who is recognized by my father can be conferred the title of king and have the title of prince. I was conferred the title of Fire King when I was 10. Behind me are the 8 kings and 9 kings. Although they are all several hundred years old and have higher cultivation than me, they are ranked behind me. Many people also knew that the Wu Kingdom's princes were ranked according to the king's personal preferences. Some children didn't even have a Q number. That was very pitiful. Just the thought of it gave Xianxia a headache. He was also born in a royal family. He only had a few brothers, but they fought until their heads bled. In a huge martial country like the martial desolate, the king's children numbered in the hundreds and thousands. One could imagine that the king's harem of 3,000, a real 3,000. The Wu Kingdom is so powerful. Just the king's children alone might be comparable to a Xian sect. Someone suddenly said. When everyone heard this, they immediately fell silent. When Xianxia thought about it carefully, he was quite shocked. The strongest son of a martial king was definitely at the Xian martial realm. There was no need to talk about the other martial Tao realm cultivators. Just the thought of this kind of strength was terrifying. Even though the martial kingdom was so powerful, no one dared to call themselves the emperor. This was because once they declared themselves the emperor, it would mean that the other martial kingdoms would be unified. This would lead to war. And now, in the martial desolate, there seemed to be no such level of power. Everyone had a deeper understanding of Hong Yan's position as the 7th prince. Hong Yan took off his straw hat. He was actually bald and there was a cluster of flames on his head. It was a very strange shape. Is this Hong Yan's strange fire spirit vein? It grew on his head. No wonder he was recognized by the Hongying martial king and conferred the title of Fire King. I heard that he also has a nickname, King Fin. Because he's thin. His martial spirit seems to be the dragon flame martial spirit, which is between a legendary and a heavenly martial spirit. Many people were discussing the 7th prince in low voices. They only dared to speak because they saw that Hong Yan was easy to talk to. Hong Yan suddenly stood up and walked towards Qin Yan's table. "Brother, we are both at our own table. How about we share a table? This way, you can eat more and it won't be so boring." Hong Yan asked with a smile on his face. Hong Yan looked rather kind and his face was rather handsome. However, because he was too thin and small, he did not give off the feeling of a handsome martial artist. It was also very easy for others to look down on him. This way, he could conceal himself and then pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Qin Yan also said with a smile, "I'm very willing." Hong Yan smiled and sat down. Then, with a wave of his hand, he used his powerful mental force to lift up the dishes on his table and move them to Qin Yan's table. Qin Yan had just said that he was willing, but not long after, he regretted it. This was because Hong Yan ate a lot very quickly, as if he was the reincarnation of an evil spirit. Qin Yan was not someone who was willing to suffer a loss. He hurriedly increased the speed at which he picked up the dishes and swept through the dishes. Not long after, the two of them had eaten everything. Many people also noticed that this made them feel somewhat strange. This was because these two young men seemed to have been starving for hundreds of years. "My dear friend, looking at your attire, did you just come out of the Cloud Dragon mountain range?" Hong Yan said with a smile before calling a waiter over to settle the bill. Qin Yan and Hong Yan each paid their own bills. "That's right, I want to go to a decent city. I wonder if Fire King has any recommendations?" Qin Yan asked. "The closest city to here is the Northern Spirit City. It's under the control of Yuwu country. It's not bad." Hong Yan said, "If brother wants to go, we can go together." "All right." Qin Yan hurriedly agreed. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of Hong Yan. Hong Yan chuckled and left the restaurant with Qin Yan. Everyone was somewhat envious of Qin Yan for being able to befriend such a prince. Qin Yan followed Hong Yan as he wandered around the city. "Brother, how should I address you?" Hong Yan asked. "Qin Yan." Qin Yan smiled. "Seventh Prince, when are we going to the Northern Spirit City?" "This. Let's buy 2 tiger horses first. This way, we won't be so tired on the road. If we're hungry, we can even kill them to eat." Hong Yan smiled and said, "I'll take you to buy a horse right now." "Brother Yun, to be honest, I'm a little tight on money. I don't have any purple coins left." Hong Yan smiled awkwardly and said, "You can pay for the horse for me for now. I'll definitely return it to you in the future. As the dignified 7th prince, I won't go back on my word." Qin Yan was taken aback. He stopped in his tracks and carefully examined the person in front of him. The dignified 7th prince actually did not have the money to buy a horse. "If you were the 7th prince, I wouldn't be afraid. But you don't look like the real 7th prince." Qin Yan said with a smile, "Your father is a martial king who can slay dragons. Why are you so poor?" When Qin Yan thought of how he had shared a table to eat, he could not help but curse inwardly. This Hong Yan was even poorer than him. Hong Yan sighed, "To be honest, I lost to someone in a martial arts competition and lost everything. Weapons, armor, storage spirit artifacts, clothes, hair, accessories. I lost them all. I even picked up this set of clothes. I've been in the Cloud Dragon mountain range for a few days and I haven't even found a single hair of a demon beast." When Qin Yan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He had thought that Hong Yan had shaved his head for the sake of his personality and to highlight his unique fire spirit vein. He never expected that the hair was actually because he had lost this. "It's really tragic." Qin Yan laughed dryly. "Brother Yun, I saw that you were fated to be my friend." Hong Yan said with a smile, "It's a deal then. Let's go buy a horse." Qin Yan felt that Hong Yan had found him because he was honest and easy to deceive. "To be honest, I'm also poor. I spent all the purple coins on that meal just now." Qin Yan said. He was telling the truth. "Brother, you must be joking. You're already so poor and you're still spending purple coins on such a sumptuous meal." Hong Yan said with a smile in disbelief. Qin Yan chuckled and said, "Brother, aren't you the same? You're already so poor, why are you still buying a horse? You can just walk there." "I'm planning to go to the Northern Spirit City and gamble on the horse. Maybe I can make a comeback. Hong Yan said, brother, you're not a member of the royal family. If you don't have enough purple coins, you won't be able to enter the northern spirit city. Xianxia rolled his eyes and asked curiously, Seventh Prince, you're not weak either. You actually lost in a martial arts competition. You must have lost many times. Hong Yan coughed dryly twice. I lost in the northern spirit city. I lost 7 times in a row and I lost to the same person. What the hell? It's fine if I lose, but my reputation. Sigh, I won't dare to return to Hongwu Royal City for a while. I'll be laughed to death by those royal brothers. Oh right, I have a storage bag on me. How much is it worth? Xianxia took out a storage bag and handed it to Hong Yan. He also wanted to exchange for some purple coins. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in this place. Hong Yan took it and looked at it. He said in pleasant surprise, Brother Yun, your luck is really good. Where did you pick it up? The quality of this storage bag is not bad. It can be sold for 5,000 purple coins. It's just that I don't have the certification of a famous person. Otherwise, I would be able to sell it for double the price. 5,000 purple coins. If it was in the border area, it would be equivalent to 5 million crystal coins. It was also very expensive. What's with the certification of a famous person? Xianxia asked. It's the Divine Inscription Palace's Golden Book of Inscriptions. There are a total of more than 2,000 inscriptionists. As long as it's refined by these guys, the last one will be able to double the value of the storage bag. Hong Yan said with a smile. Hong Yan seemed to be very familiar with this place. He quickly found a place to pawn his storage bag. After some haggling, he finally obtained 5,000 purple coins. Hong Yan only borrowed 1,000 and returned 4,000 to Xianxia. Xianxia was worried that it would be snatched away. Following that, the two of them headed for the northern spirit city. Brother Yun, wait for me outside the city. I'll lend you the purple coins after I turn the tables and let you buy the pass. Hong Yan said with a smile. Xianxia did not expect Hong Yan to make a comeback. He had lost 7 times in a row and the chances of him making a comeback were very small. After all, this was a martial arts competition. It did not rely on luck but strength. He had lost 7 times in a row. From this, it could be seen that his strength was inferior to that person's. Who did you lose to? That person must have a strong background, right? Furthermore, to be able to make you, the 7th prince, lose so badly, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Xianxia said. Northern Spirit City. When Xianxia heard Xiao Yuemei's name, he was immediately stunned. Xiao Yuemei was truly sinister. She was indeed a crafty little girl. Xianxia had been schemed against before, but now, she had become the princess of Xiaowu country. 7th Prince, are you sure that girl is the princess of Xiaowu country? Xianxia asked, could she have lied to you? It shouldn't be wrong. The Northern Spirit City is the territory of Yuwu country, but the 109th Prince of Yuwu country is very concerned about this girl. Hong Yan said, I heard that Xiao Yuemei has just been conferred the title of princess. She's ranked 3rd. Xianxia said, it looks like your Hongwu country has very few titles. The other martial kingdoms are all lined up in the hundreds. Our Hongwu country only has 10 titled positions. Unless one of them dies, the others will take their place. I'm lucky, the one who was originally ranked 7th died and my aptitude is not bad. In addition, my mother is favored, so I became the 7th prince. Hong Yan smiled proudly. He sighed, I had originally planned to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to see if I could meet my father so that he could help me. I didn't expect to not even see a single hair of his. Xianxia suddenly felt that Hong Yan, the 7th prince, was a big deal. Previously, when he was in the hotel, he had a good impression of him because of Hong Yan's words. But now, it seemed that because Hong Yan was too poor, he did not go and show off. He even pretended that he was not greedy for vanity and luxury. This was also to not be underestimated by others. The son of a martial king was in such a miserable state. There was no one else like him. Actually, this was also Hong Yan's own fault. He had lost everything in the martial arts competition, so who could he blame? Qin Yan and Hong Yan ran through the desolate mountains and spent more than 2 days to arrive at the city gates of the Northern Spirit City. The Northern Spirit City was a spirit-level city. It was surrounded by walls that were dozens of meters tall and protected by a great formation. The city gates were tightly shut and many people were queuing outside, waiting to open the gates to enter. Every morning and afternoon, the gates would be opened for 2 hours to let people in. Hong Yan wore a straw hat to hide his bald head and fire spirit vein. He and Qin Yan were also queuing outside the city gates. Qin Yan had asked Hong Yan about the use of the fire spirit vein. It was to absorb a single fire attribute spiritual energy from the 9 suns spiritual energy. Moreover, in a relatively hot place, he could also absorb the fire spiritual energy that was useful to him. As they lined up, the door suddenly opened. It's not time yet. What's going on? Just as Hong Yan finished speaking, he saw a large caravan land not far away. It's that guy. The 109th Prince of Yiwu country. Hong Yan coldly snorted, in the past, I also had such a flashy caravan. Unfortunately, I lost to that girl. Qin Yan had only lined up to accompany Hong Yan. He did not really want to enter the Northern Spirit City. He did not have 10,000 purple crystal coins, so he could not buy a pass. When the limousine slowly drove over, a man wearing luxurious golden clothes walked down from it. He was tall and thin, and his skin was very white. Coupled with his luxurious clothes, he looked very noble. This was the 109th Prince of Yiwu country, Xianxia. In contrast, Hong Yan was dark and swarthy, and he was very short. He wore a set of black clothes that he had stolen from somewhere, and he even wore an old straw hat on his head. He did not look like a prince at all. Haha, isn't this the famous 7th Prince of Hongwu country? It's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Xianxia waved his fan as he walked over, his face full of ridicule. There were more than 200 people in the queue and most of them were in the martial Dao realm. They all looked at Hong Yan in shock. Hong Yan was still very famous. After all, he was able to become the 7th Prince of Hongwu country at such a young age. His talent was also very good, so he naturally became the focus of discussion. Furthermore, everyone in the Northern Spirit City knew that Hong Yan and Xiao Yuemei had competed in 7 matches and lost every single one of them. He had lost everything he had to Xiao Yuemei. Now that Hong Yan had appeared here, it was obvious that he was here to make a comeback. Hong Yan ignored Xianxia and continued chatting with Qin Yan. Xianxia looked at Qin Yan, who was standing behind Hong Yan, and said with a faint smile, Hong Yan, I didn't expect you to find a servant so quickly. Not bad, he looks very young, but he's already in the martial Dao realm. Hong Yan said to Qin Yan, ignore him. Xianxia looked at Qin Yan and said, you are Hong Yan's dog slave only because of the purple coins. How about this, you lick the dust off my shoes and call me master. From now on, you will be my dog slave. I guarantee that if you are by my side, your treatment will definitely be better than now. Qin Yan listened quietly to Xianxia's words. He was not surprised. Xianxia was the son of a martial king. Although he was ranked 109th, his status was still very high. Because of the generous rewards, many martial Dao realm cultivators were willing to be his servants. As for a prince like Hong Yan, he was a rather strange existence. It was rather surprising. Xianxia, he's my friend. Hong Yan was slightly angry as he shouted. So that's how it is. Xianxia smiled. Then, friend, I'll give you 10,000 purple coins. Just scold Hong Yan for being a fool. How about it? Don't care about his feelings. Friends are meant to be sold out. I see that you are so poor, so I'll give you a chance to earn purple coins. 10,000 purple coins, that's not a small amount. Don't worry, Xianxia, will never go back on my word. Qin Yan looked at Hong Yan and said, Hong Yan is a fool. When Xianxia heard this, he laughed out loud. As expected, he took out a large bag of purple coins and threw it in front of Qin Yan. This caused many people to be extremely envious of him. Hong Yan, did you see that? Even though you are the 7th Prince of Hongwu country, no one would treat you as a prince with your appearance. You only became a prince because you were lucky. You are not even comparable to a single finger of mine. Xianxia said with a happy smile. Qin Yan opened the large bag and said to Hong Yan with a smile, "Seventh prince, we agreed just now. I'll take 7 and you'll take 3,000 purple coins." Hong Yan chuckled and hurriedly took out 3,000 purple coins from the bag. There are so many fools these days. It's easy to give away purple coins. It's worth it to earn so many purple coins without any effort. Just now, Hong Yan and Qin Yan had already discussed this matter. It would be a waste not to earn purple coins from such a spendthrift. He had only been scolded once. It was normal for friends to curse each other with all sorts of vulgarities. The complacent smile on Yuxia's face disappeared in an instant and became gloomy. He had originally thought that Hong Yan would be angry because of his friend's betrayal. He never expected that he would actually conspire to earn 10,000 purple coins from him, making him look like a fool. A fool's purple coins, it's so good to earn them. Hong Yan happily carried a large bag of purple coins on his back. He did not have a storage bag, so he could only leave it there. As for Qin Yan, he had a storage bag and a spirit artifact. He immediately put it away. Those who had a storage spirit artifact were not considered too poor. Furthermore, they were in the martial Dao realm. They more or less had some ability. Yuxia felt that it was one thing to be cheated by Hong Yan. After all, Hong Yan was a prince. As for Qin Yan, in his eyes, he was just a nobody. He had actually swindled him of his purple coins. When he thought of this matter, he flew. Into a rage, Yuxia pointed at Qin Yan and said angrily, "You trash, you have quite the guts. How dare you tease me? It seems that you have some ability. Do you dare to compete with my follower? If you win, you will be able to obtain 10,000 purple coins. If you lose, you will have to pay 10,000 purple coins. Of course, your lowly life might also be lost." Hong Yan hurriedly tugged at Qin Yan's clothes, telling him not to agree. "You Wu's 109th prince, how about I fight? Although I, Hong Yan, am the 7th prince of Hong Wu, I have never looked down on anyone. Even if it's your follower, I will treat him as a martial artist and fight him fair and square." Hong Yan's tone carried a sense of heroism as he smiled at the old follower. He looked very polite and graceful. It was worthy of praise. Compared to the arrogant Yuxia, the difference in strength was obvious. Yuxia sneered and said, "Hong Yan, who doesn't know your strength? If my follower were to compete with you, he would definitely lose. It's better to let your trash friend come." Qin Yan said, "You said that as long as I win against your follower, I will be able to obtain 10,000 purple coins? I'm a man of my word. 10,000 purple coins might be a lot to you, but it's nothing to me." Yuxia wanted to win back the 10,000 purple coins he had just given out just to gain back some face. Qin Yan nodded and said, "All right, I'll compete with your follower." When Yuxia heard this, he laughed and said, "Straightforward." He looked at a middle-aged man with a treacherous face beside him and said, "If you can defeat that guy, you can get 10,000 purple coins." The middle-aged man's face was filled with excitement as he hurriedly walked out. Everyone immediately retreated, allowing them to compete here. Qin Yan looked at the middle-aged man and was extremely calm. The black-clothed middle-aged man sneered, "Looking at how you're dressed, you should be a servant. What a joke to say you're a friend. You're a dog, you're a dog. How dare you lie to our Prince Xia? I'll teach you a lesson. Begin." The one who shouted was Yuxia. The middle-aged man seemed to know as well, so he immediately rushed over and took out his weapon. It was a pair of black-hooked claws that viciously grabbed at Qin Yan. Motherf **Ker, he can actually use weapons. Hong Yan cursed in a low voice and shouted at Qin Yan, "Brother Yan, be careful. The dog servants beside Yuxia are all quite strong." Qin Yan dodged left and right, easily dodging his opponent's sinister attack. Yuxia was secretly astonished when he saw how impressive Qin Yan's movement technique was. Hong Yan never expected that Qin Yan, who looked so poor, would be so strong. After Qin Yan dodged the middle-aged man's most ferocious attack, he saw that his opponent's aura had weakened. He used tsunami technique and Vajra inner strength to strike out with 9 shockwaves. The middle-aged servant was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. As for the shockwaves, they surged in all directions, stirring up a violent gale. White Maple Villa bang bang, the middle-aged man was punched twice and screamed twice. His mouth was full of blood and his teeth had been shattered by Qin Yun. The flaming light fist could make one's fist burn extremely hot. The heat it released also made Hong Yan, a fire refiner, feel alarmed. Even Yu Sha was astonished by Qin Yun's moves. He was also in the martial Dao realm, so he could naturally tell that Qin Yun was not an ordinary martial Dao realm cultivator. He was proficient in all aspects. Even the outstanding martial Dao realm disciples of many sects were at this level. Boom! Qin Yun charged forward and punched the middle-aged servant in the abdomen, sending him flying to Yu Sha's feet. The middle-aged servant spat out blood and rolled around in pain. He lost. Take out 10,000 purple coins. Qin Yun said indifferently. Yu Sha never expected that he had misjudged him. He had previously thought that Qin Yun was the kind of lackey who wanted to curry favor with Hong Yan. He never expected him to have such powerful strength. The warriors lining up at the door were also secretly alarmed. They had also thought that Qin Yun was Hong Yan's lackey. But from the looks of it, such strength was definitely not ordinary. Yu Sha's face was filled with anger as he gave Qin Yun another 10,000 purple coins. This amount of purple coins was nothing to him, but it made him lose face. People like him were very prideful. You sure are heavy-handed. You must be a ruthless and vicious martial artist. A person like you cannot enter our northern spirit city. I will stand at the door later and have the guards forbid you from selling the pass. Yu Sha said coldly before walking to the city gate. He took a chair and sat there. Hong Yan said, Brother Yun, I really have eyes but failed to see. I have misjudged you. Your strength is not bad. Just what is your background? Qin Yun smiled, I'm just a wandering martial artist. Hong Yan did not believe him at all, but he did not ask further. He only planned to investigate in the future. Qin Yun wanted to enter the northern spirit city because Xiao Yuemei was inside. However, he was stopped by Yu Sha. There was nothing he could do about Yu Sha. After all, he was the son of King Wu. Although he would not meet King Wu's father many times a year, if he killed him, it would be like slapping King Wu's face. The consequences would be severe. Qin Yun was no match for someone at the spirit martial realm, much less the Xian martial realm, which was above the spirit martial realm. The martial king realm was even stronger than the Xian martial realm. Suddenly, Qin Yun saw an old man take out a golden badge. It was the badge of a high-ranked inscription master. When Yu Sha saw this kind of inscription master, he revealed a smile and greeted him. Seventh Prince, a high-ranked inscription master can casually enter and exit a spirit-level city? Qin Yun hurriedly asked, I remember that a high-ranked inscription master might have a pass. Why don't you know anything? Did you just come out of your mother's womb? Hong Yan said with a smile, a high-level inscription master can buy a pass at half price. If you are a high-ranked inscription master, Yu Sha will not be able to stop you from entering. High-level inscription master, that is the status symbol of the Divine Inscription Palace. If someone denies the status symbol, that would be denying the Divine Inscription Palace. If you have a personal grudge with an inscription master, fighting and killing is not a problem. But if you violate the contract between the Divine Inscription Palace and the major cities, then it will be troublesome. Therefore, even a prince cannot restrict the passage of an inscription master. Qin Yun, who was standing behind Hong Yan, secretly felt relieved. He had the gold badge of a high-ranked inscription master. It was given to him by the Divine Inscription Palace. Although he had obtained it from the Divine Inscription Palace, it was still common here. Everyone found it strange. Qin Yan had been restricted by Yu Sha, but he was still queuing up. Hong Yan only thought that Qin Yun was here to talk to him. Hong Yan had a token to begin with. As long as he confirmed that his pass was real, he would be able to enter. After he passed through the guards, he prepared to bid farewell to Qin Yun at the city gate. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun took out a bag of purple coins. I've said it before, it's very dangerous for someone like you to use heavy hands during a martial arts competition. You can't enter. Yu Sha said proudly, hurry up and scram. Hurry up and leave, don't waste our time. Prince Sha already said that a ruthless person like you can't enter. Didn't you hear him? Why are you so thick-skinned? Hurry up and leave. Qin Yun took out a golden badge at a leisurely pace. Yu Sha, who was sitting on a chair, could no longer sit still when he saw the badge. He suddenly stood up. The people in the queue who were blindly shouting also immediately quietened down. This was the badge of a high-ranked inscription master. In the martial desolate land, high-ranked inscription masters were more common. However, it was rare to see such a young high-ranked inscription master. The guards who often guarded the gate were no strangers to this kind of badge. They could tell if it was real or fake at a glance. The old man in charge of selling the pass said to Xianxia in a low voice, "Prince Xia, this is real. The badge belongs to him. This is a high-ranked inscription master." Hong Yan was even more dumbfounded. His talent in fire was not bad, his flames were very strong and his control over fire was also very good. However, he did not have the slightest bit of talent in inscriptions, so he was unable to become an inscription master. He never expected that the fellow who had been with him for 2 or 3 days was actually a high-ranked inscription master. Xianxia, if you dare to stop him, all the members of the royal family of Yuwu country will not be able to enter the divine inscription palace in the future. Hong Yan laughed. Xianxia was both angry and alarmed. He could only wave his hand and ask the old man to sell the pass. A young inscription master with a strong combat strength was rather rare. Generally speaking, inscription masters studied the Tao of inscriptions and their combat strength was average. It was only when they used magic treasures and talismans that they had a high combat strength. Qin Yin used 5,000 purple coins to buy a pass. Hong Yan was extremely excited. He never thought that he would be able to befriend an inscription master. He immediately brought Qin Yin into the city with a laugh. When Xianxia saw Qin Yin walk away, he immediately sent someone to investigate Qin Yin's background. Everyone felt that such an inscription master must have a great background. There were many people in the northern spirit city and the buildings here were all relatively old. The spiritual energy here was much denser than outside. This was also the credit of the Great Formation. Because it was close to the Cloud Dragon mountain range, it became a place where many hunters traded and recuperated. Hong Yan brought Qin Yin to a relatively narrow street. This kind of place was usually rather messy. Inns in spirit-level cities are very expensive. If it's an inn in a bustling area, it would cost 700 to 800 purple coins a day. Here, it's only 200 purple coins. Hong Yan had also been poor for a period of time before he understood these things very well and learned to be meticulous. They stayed in an inn and asked for a small suite with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It was only 500 purple coins a day. "I'll rest well first. Tomorrow, I'll challenge Xiaoyuemei. I must win back my things." Hong Yan looked full of confidence. He looked at Qin Yin and asked curiously, "Qin Yin, tell me honestly, are you an old man?" "No." Qin Yin asked doubtfully, "Why do you say that?" "You're an old man. Such a young high-level inscription master with such a strong combat strength, this is very rare." Hong Yan said with certainty, "Uncle Qin, you're an old man, don't lie to me." Qin Yin smiled. "Alright, if you think I am, then I am." Hong Yan chuckled and said, "Uncle Qin, the storage bag you refined is of a very high grade. You must have been training hard, so you don't know much about the outside world. I'll follow you for a period of time and bring you to understand the outside world. Have you never seen an inscription master in the royal family of Hongwu country?" Qin Yin found it strange when he saw Hong Yan trying to get close to him. Hong Yan said, "Our Hongwu country has a Dao inscription master who can refine Dao artifacts. There are also other inscription masters but they rarely show their faces and it's not easy to communicate with them." It was very difficult for Hong Yan to meet an inscription master like Qin Yin who could chat with him. Qin Yin and Hong Yan chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. Qin Yin was also in a hurry to see Xiaoyuemei. Therefore, at night, he quietly left the inn. Previously, he had learned from Hong Yan that Xiaoyuemei lived in a villa. The northern spirit city was very big and the bustling area was right in the middle. White Maple Villa was a very mysterious villa. Even Hong Yan did not know who this villa belonged to. White Maple Villa. There's also a great formation. Qin Yin arrived outside the walled villa. After sensing it, he was secretly alarmed. With a great formation, it would not be so easy to sneak in. Qin Yin used a shadow power and lingered outside the gate for a while. Suddenly, he saw a caravan drive over. He had seen this car outside the city gate today. It belonged to Xianxia. What is this fellow doing in the white maple villa? Qin Yun hurriedly hid under the carriage. At that moment, the sky was dark and he had concealed himself well, so he was not discovered. The carriage smoothly drove into the villa. This made Qin Yun even more curious as to what kind of existence this villa was. Qin Yun came out from under the carriage and entered the pitch-black area to prevent the light from shining on him. The villa was very spacious. There were many gardens, pavilions, lakes, rivers, rockery, and so on. It was like a pleasant little mountain village. He followed the carriage to a garden. In the middle of the garden, there was a 2-story building. Yusha was the only one in the carriage. He was wearing a set of red clothes, rubbing his hands as he walked towards the 2-story building with a face full of anticipation. When he arrived at the door, Yusha knocked on the door and asked, "Princess Yueme, I'm Prince Xia. You told me to look for you tonight, so I'm here." Qin Yun was taken aback. Hidden in the darkness, he hurriedly entered the small building. As soon as he entered, he sensed Xiao Yueme's aura. Xiao Yueme did not discover Qin Yun. She hurriedly went to open the door. After Yusha opened the door, he saw Xiao Yueme wearing a light and elegant white dress. He said happily, "Princess Yueme, it's so late. Why did you ask me to come here?" "Of course I have a favor to ask of you." Xiao Yueme laughed tenderly. There was a trace of charm in her laughter. This made Yusha laugh even more happily. As soon as he entered the house, he quickly closed the door. The moment he closed the door, Xiao Yueme took out several long needles and pierced them into Yusha's body. Xianxia selection Yusha never expected that Princess Yueme, who was usually as gentle as water, would actually stab him in the back. The needle in Xiao Yueme's hand was not an ordinary needle either. When it pierced into Yusha's body, it sealed the power of Yusha's Dao core. Furthermore, his entire body was powerless and he was unable to move. "Prince Xia, how do you feel?" Xiao Yueme giggled as she took out a bundle of iron chains and tied Yusha up. Yusha was terrified as he wailed, "Princess Yueme, what are you doing? I've never offended you and I've treated you very well." Xiao Yueme sat on a chair, crossed her legs and said with a charming smile, "You dog, you've done so many things that are worse than beasts. I'm only doing justice for the heavens by killing you." What have I done that is worse than beasts?" Yusha was somewhat angry. "If you kill me, Yuwu country will definitely pursue this matter to the end. It might even cause a war between the two countries." "I said I'm the princess of Xiaowu country, did you really believe me?" Xiao Yueme took out her mirror martial spirit and shone it on Yusha's abdomen. "Think about it carefully. What evil things have you done?" Yusha thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that I used living people to practice throwing knives? Or did I burn thousands of useless slaves? It seems like you've done too many evil things." Xiao Yueme looked at her mirror and said, "Your martial spirit is not bad. It's a platinum wind martial spirit. It's barely passable." Yusha said angrily, "Those slaves are useless. If I don't burn them to death, do I have to wait for them to die and stink? I used living people to practice throwing knives and they were all cripples who could not practice martial arts. What's wrong with that? I am the dignified son of a martial king, they can die in my hands." Pow! After Xiao Yueme finished speaking, she slapped Yusha's face and shouted angrily, "Enough. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you're no different from a cripple in my eyes. I can kill you however I want. Just like how you killed those people. You dare. I am the son of a martial king." Yusha shouted angrily, "If I die in the northern spirit city, you definitely won't be able to escape." Xiao Yueme took out a short sword and slashed at Yusha's neck. Boom! On Yusha's body, there was a very strong protective magic treasure. Under the control of his consciousness, it exploded with a very strong force, destroying the small building. Qin Yun and Xiao Yueme were blown away by the violent explosion and enveloped by the ruins. "Someone, save me!" Yusha shouted. Xiao Yueme never expected Yusha to have such a powerful thing on him. With a wave of her hand, she retrieved the needles. She had originally planned to go over, but she suddenly sensed a few powerful auras of the martial Dao realm. They were all at the 5th or 6th level of the martial Dao realm. Qin Yun hastily flew over and grabbed Xiao Yueme. He poured shadow power into her body and made her hide in the darkness. Xiao Yuemei sensed Qin Yan's aura and is pleasantly surprised. She did not resist. Qin Yan brought Xiao Yuemei and flew out of the villa. They quickly shuttled through the pitch-black path and quietly returned to the inn. After returning to his room, Qin Yan placed Xiao Yuemei down. "Brother." Xiao Yuemei hugged Qin Yan tightly. She was so happy that tears streamed down her face. "I thought I would never see you again. You damned girl, you're too reckless." Qin Yan pinched her sweet and adorable face and smiled in relief. Xiao Yuemei looked at Qin Yan seriously and touched his handsome face. She stared into Qin Yan's eyes and said, "It's great to be able to see you again." Xiao Yuemei had grown up a lot. She was tall and beautiful. In front of Qin Yan, she was still as beautiful as ever. Furthermore, she had also stepped into the martial Dao realm. "Aren't you with Aunt Xiao? How did you become the princess of some Xiaowu country by yourself?" Qin Yan scratched her cute nose. Xiao Yuemei sat down on the table and said, "Aunt brought me into a sect. I didn't like the life inside, so I secretly ran out. I like to be free and unfettered. I didn't expect to meet you here." Following that, Qin Yan learned a lot about the martial desolate from Xiao Yuemei. He also said a lot about himself. After Xiao Yuemei finished listening, she let out a long sigh and said, "Lan Chen and Xia Wufeng have both entered the Xianxia's Heavenly Sword Profound sect. Big Sister, Sister Shiriyue and Sister Zai are in the Moon Profound Valley. Aunt has entered the Divine Sound Profound Mountain. Huazhong and Murong Shaoran are both in the Wild Beast Profound sect. Lan Huayu has joined the Divine Inscription Palace. I don't know about little Malian. Lan Fengjin and Zi Qingqing should also be in the Moon Profound Valley." Qin Yan pinched Xiao Yuemei's face and said with a smile, "What about you? Do you want to enter the Moon Profound Valley?" "I don't want to, I want to be free and unfettered." Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue and said with a charming smile, "Brother, what are your plans? You and I are different. You need to find a place to obtain a large amount of resources to cultivate. After all, you have 2 Dao cores. Are you really alright?" Qin Yan asked worriedly. "My mirror martial spirit is very special. I have to walk around and find more martial spirits to enter. This way, I can increase my cultivation. It's a very special cultivation." Xiao Yuemei took out her small mirror and shook it. Qin Yan also took out many of the martial spirits he had drawn and handed them to Xiao Yuemei. "So powerful, this is the purple gold dragon sword martial spirit and the purple gold saber martial spirit." Xiao Yuemei was overjoyed as she giggled. Qin Yan said, "Yuemei, I want to enter a Xian sect. Do you have any recommendations?" "I'm not too sure either. The battles and fierceness within the Xian sects are filled with all kinds of competition. Most of them are like this." Xiao Yuemei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Oh right, prepare to have a Xianing selection meeting. It is jointly organized by 10 Xian sects and allows the martial artists of the martial desolate northern region to participate. If they perform well, they will be selected to enter the Xian sect." She smiled and said, "Brother, with your strength, you will definitely succeed. At that time, you will also be able to understand the situation of many Xian sects and choose a suitable one for you to join. When you enter a Xian sect, you will have the chance to meet Big Sister and meet your good friends and brothers. This is because these Xian sects will often join hands to conduct trials and various competitions." "When will the Xianing selection begin?" Qin Yan was also eager to make a move as he put away the soul-sealing pearls that contained martial spirits. "There are still more than 10 days left. If I can make it in time. It will be held at the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain. There's no need for a pass or anything." Xiao Yuemei said, "If you enter a Xian sect, you will have a way to obtain resources." Qin Yan was very confident in his strength. He nodded. "It's very difficult to break through in the martial Dao realm. Furthermore, I have 2 Dao cores. It looks like I have to enter a Xian sect." Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan chatted about all sorts of things and did not feel tired. They chatted until dawn before leaning into Qin Yan's embrace and taking a nap. "Uncle Qin, I'm going to challenge that damned girl Xiao Yuemei. I'll definitely defeat her today and beat her until she cries like a sheep." "Ha ha ha," Hong Yan laughed as he opened Qin Yan's door. When he saw a woman in Qin Yan's embrace, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. he took a closer look, and when he saw Xiao Yuemei's face, his expression changed drastically. Xiao Yuemei. When Hong Yan saw Xiao Yuemei slowly open her eyes, his teeth could not help but tremble. His face was filled with astonishment. He was shocked to the extreme. This was because in the northern spirit city, everyone knew that Xiao Yuemei was like a fairy. She looked as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Moreover, she was extremely gentle and beautiful. But now, she was delicately leaning on a man's embrace. Xiao Yuemei was not surprised to see Hong Yan. That was because Qin Yun had already told her that Hong Yan was in the next room. She said with a charming smile, "Red-eyed skinny guy, you're so powerful. You can even beat me to tears." Hong Yan looked at Qin Yun. While he was astonished, he was also filled with admiration. In just one night, he had captured the powerful Princess Yuemei and even trained her to be obedient. What's going on? Hong Yan was also dumbfounded. When he saw that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei had such a good relationship, he no longer had the heart to challenge Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei took out a storage bag and threw it to Hong Yan. She said, "I'll give it back to you. I don't like any of these things. But you have to remember, this is what you owe me." Hong Yan looked at the things inside. There were his top-grade spirit artifacts and some clothes. "Oh right, I won't be able to return your hair," Xiao Yuemei said again. Qin Yun could not help but laugh. Xiao Yuemei was very mischievous to think of shaving someone else's head. Hong Yan said, "Don't worry, Hong Yan, will definitely personally send 50,000 purple coins to Xiaowu country. I'm not the princess of Xiaowu country, I'm just lying to you." Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, "Furthermore, I almost killed you Sha last night. Now that he's severely injured by me, it might not be that easy for us to leave the northern spirit city. The city must have been sealed by now. It's fine. Enter my storage space and we'll leave the city immediately." Qin Yun did not find it difficult. Yusha only knew that it was Xiao Yuemei who did it. When he left the city, he would definitely only investigate her. Hong Yan curled his lips and said, "Uncle Qin used a lot of purple coins to buy the pass. It's a waste." "It's fine, I got tens of thousands of purple coins from Yusha and there are also quite a few good things." Xiao Yuemei patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said generously, "Brother, do you want purple coins? I'll give it to you." "No, you can keep it for yourself." Qin Yun's heart warmed as he said with a smile. Xiao Yuemei also entered the space of Qin Yun's first bead. She also saw the cute and charming fairy Momo. The two of them were mischievous and immediately started playing together. When Qin Yun and Hong Yan walked out of the inn, they learned that there were soldiers everywhere, searching for Xiao Yuemei. When they left, the examination at the city gate became even stricter. Of course, Qin Yun and Hong Yan were both men, so they easily left the northern spirit city. Although the northern spirit city was a large city, it was very old everywhere. There was no divine inscription palace, so Qin Yun was too lazy to go shopping. Only a Xian city was attractive to him. Qin Yun and Hong Yan began running after leaving the city. Only at night did he release Xiao Yuemei. "Brother, I won't follow you anymore. I've made you Sha, the son of a martial king, into such a miserable state. I'll definitely be wanted everywhere. If I follow you, I'll be a burden to you." Xiao Yuemei hugged Qin Yun and said reluctantly. Black Tortoise Mountain. Xiao Yuemei kissed Qin Yun's face, then giggled and skipped away. In a short while, she disappeared without a trace, going to live her carefree and unfettered life. Hong Yan did not speak much along the way. After all, he had lost to Xiao Yuemei several times and could not raise his head. Now that Xiao Yuemei had left, he said, "Uncle Qin, what is your background? This girl has a very good relationship with you. She's a little sister, I know." "How naughty?" Qin Yun said with a smile. "Not only is she naughty, she's also cunning. Furthermore, she's very strong. She's actually not a princess, I've been tricked by her." Hong Yan could not help but curse in a low voice. He was also grateful to Qin Yun. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get those things back. Hong Yan knew where the Black Tortoise Mountain was. Xiao Yuemei had also instructed him to bring Qin Yun there. "Uncle Qin, let me tell you first. If you want to participate in the Xianing selection, you need to be in the martial Dao realm below the age of 40. Hong Yan said, "You must be around 100 or 200 years old. Why are you joining in the fun?" Xianxia said with a frown, "Could it be that they can tell my true age? Is it that powerful?" Zi Qingqing looked like a woman in her 20s, but she had lived for a long time. He could not tell. "You don't know, but those fellows have a special tool that can detect a person's age." "I don't know the specifics, but I'll be able to see it when I get there," Hong Yan said with a smile. In the Martial Desolate, the area near the Cloud Dragon mountain range was the northern region. There was a very famous mountain here called the Black Tortoise Mountain. This mountain was very tall. From afar, it looked like a pillar that extended straight into the sky. It was said to be over 100,000 meters tall. At the highest peak of the mountain, it was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It was also known as the Land of Ice and Fire. Xianxia and Hong Yan traveled for almost 10 days before they finally saw the Black Tortoise Mountain. "It's really high," Xianxia could not help but exclaim when he saw it from afar. "At the top of the mountain, there's a very powerful king-level sect." Hong Yan looked at the top of the mountain with some yearning. "My father told me before that he would try his best to send me to a king-level sect." King-ranked sects were on par with the Wu Kingdom in terms of strength. What was more impressive about them was that they had many martial arts inheritances. If the princes of the Wu Kingdom could enter those king-level sects, they would be able to learn more martial arts. It was also a way to increase their strength. "We don't care about profound sects. Our targets are all king sects." Hong Yan smiled proudly. "After a while, I will be able to become a disciple of a king-level sect. At that time I will definitely celebrate properly and invite Master Qin to our Hongwu country to play." "No problem." Xianxia felt that it would be good enough if he could enter a Xian sect. If ordinary people like them wanted to enter a monarch-level sect, they would have to perform outstandingly in a black-level sect before they would be selected. There weren't many king-level sections. In the entire Martial Desolate, there were only 7. And there were dozens of Xian sects. At the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, there was a huge piece of flat land. There was a huge battle stage that was 200 to 300 meters wide built here. The battling platform was surrounded by 81 pillars that were more than 10 meters tall. It was possible to carry out an extremely intense martial arts competition on it. Not far from the battling platform, there was a large hall. Registration was carried out in the hall. When Xianxia and Hong Yan arrived, it was already the last day. They hurriedly entered the hall to register. It was empty inside. Those who wanted to participate had long since registered. At this moment, they were all setting up tents and resting at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the start. Every 5 years, 1 to 2,000 martial Dao realm cultivators would participate in the Xianning selection. Those who were able to step into the martial Dao realm under the age of 40 had pretty good aptitude and were recognized by the various Xian sections. "I want to sign up for the selection." Xianxia walked to a counter and said to an old granny. The old granny took out a disc and said with a benevolent smile, "Place your hand on the disc. I'll check your age." Hong Yan also stretched his neck to look. He also wanted to know Xianxia's true age. In his heart, Xianxia was an old man over 100 years old. After Xianxia placed his hand on it, the word 19 appeared on it. This caused Hong Yan to look at Xianxia in astonishment. His eyes widened to the size of an egg. To step into the martial Dao realm at the age of 19, that's not bad. The old granny chuckled and said, "However, you still have to pass the selection before you can see your true strength." "My name is Xianxia," Xianxia said. "All right, this is your identity jade token. It's a registration fee of 10,000 purple coins," the old granny said. Xianxia paid the 10,000 purple coins with a pained heart. He took the jade token and dripped blood on it to recognize its owner. Hong Yan followed Xianxia out of the hall and did not speak a word along the way. Others only knew that Xianxia was a martial Dao realm cultivator, but Hong Yan knew that Xianxia was also a high-ranked inscription master. He knew very well that it was rare for Xianxia to have such achievements at the age of 19 in the martial desolate land. "Uncle Qin." Hong Yan felt that it was strange for him to call Xianxia uncle for so long. He hurriedly changed his words and said, "Brother Yun, you're really young. You're actually a high-ranked inscription master." Xianxia smiled. "I've never said that I'm an old man. You're the one who thinks so. Hong Yan cupped his hands at Qin Yun and said, I was wrong. Don't worry, with your strength, it won't be a problem for you to sneak into a Xian sect. The two of them did not set up a tent. They only took out chairs and sat down. They would begin the selection examination at dawn tomorrow. At the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, there was a very tense atmosphere. In the martial desolate land, there were many large and small martial arts families. If these aristocratic families wanted to become stronger, they could only enter those sects to cultivate. Of the 2,000 martial Dao realm cultivators, only 20 to 30 would be able to enter a Xian sect. No one knew what the contents of the selection examination were, but it wouldn't be a martial arts competition. Although there was a battling platform there, it would take a lot of time for nearly 2,000 martial Dao realm cultivators to compete. At daybreak, the martial artists participating in the selection were all standing on the battling platform. The person in charge of the selection examination was the old granny who had registered. The people here called her Granny Yi. Granny Yi wore a set of light silver armor and looked very spirited. She was a martial artist at the 8th level of the martial Dao realm. She was approachable and was a very benevolent old granny. She floated in the air and said, the selection process is very simple, but it's not easy to enter a Xian sect through the selection. You need to go to a height of 70,000 meters above the Black Tortoise Mountain. There are a lot of condensed Xian ice there. You need to channel the Xian ice chi into that jade tablet and fill it up before coming back. The first 16 people to return here will be chosen by the Xian sects. Everyone looked at the peak of the Black Tortoise Mountain. The area that was frozen was the area with the Xian ice chi. It wouldn't be easy to get to that place. Do you understand? Then hurry up and go now. Be careful. If you can't hold on, don't try to be brave. You will die. After Granny Yi finished speaking, she shouted, begin. After it began, many martial artists hurriedly used their movement techniques and flew towards the Black Tortoise Mountain. As they approached the mountain wall, they realized that there was a strange cold current that was constantly pressing down. If he wanted to fly up, he would have to withstand the strong cold current and ascend. This would consume a huge amount of energy. Qin Yin gave it a try and felt that it would not be easy to ascend. The energy consumption was very fast and he would definitely not be able to reach the height where the Xian ice chi was. He had climbed up the mountain wall and reached the place where the ice was condensed. When climbing, he would not be affected too much by the cold current. However, he could not go up that quickly. Nearly 2,000 martial Dao realm cultivators had only just begun and there was already a large group of people at the front. This group of martial artists was also the strongest group. Among these people, one could immediately tell how strong they were. Qin Yun was relatively close to the front. From afar, the gigantic Black Tortoise Mountain had many small dots constantly climbing up. There were hundreds of people in front of them at the fastest speed. In the end, there were only 16 people who could enter the Xian sect. The competition was extremely great. With my current speed, I'll need at least a day or two to reach the place where the Xian ice is condensed. Qin Yan looked up and hurriedly increased his speed. In order to obtain a more stable ranking, he used 80% of his strength to climb with all his might. A day had passed and it was night time. It was extremely cold at the top of the Black Tortoise Mountain. Originally, there were nearly 2,000 martial artists climbing, but now, more than 1,000 people had fallen. Some of them were even seriously injured. Even at night, Qin Yin continued to climb upwards. This was because there were more than 200 to 300 people at the same height as him. If he were to stop, he might fall behind. Martial Dao realm cultivators who could reach this height were all of similar standards. Qin Yin looked around and realized that many of them were in their 30s or 40s. They were people who had long stepped into the martial Dao realm. They also had all sorts of equipment on them and were well prepared. Some martial artists even had pills to eat. I have to be faster. The night was very cold and many people slowed down. I have the bloodline of the heavenly lion, so I'm not afraid of the cold. Qin Yin suddenly increased his speed, causing many warriors to be secretly surprised. They had originally thought that everyone would feel the same cold at night and their speed would be about the same. But now, there were more than 10 martial artists who suddenly increased their speed. They endured the cold current that was constantly pressing down and rapidly climbed up the mountain wall. Qin Yan did not expect that there would be many experts here. During the day, they would only maintain the same speed as everyone else. At night, they would suddenly increase their speed and widen the distance. The cold night was extremely difficult to endure. When the martial artists on the mountain wall saw the 9 suns rise, they could not help but cheer. In just one night, more than 100 people could not hold on any longer and slowly descended the mountain. There were dozens of people climbing at the top and they were all very far apart. Furthermore, with the wind and snow blowing, they could not see each other. "This brother. Can you come over and help me? I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now. Give me some inner force and let me endure it. That way, I'll have the strength to go down and not fall to my death." A man in a leather coat shouted at Qin Yan, who was not far away. They were tens of thousands of meters high and the cold current was getting stronger and stronger. If they fell, even if they didn't die, they would still be seriously injured. Qin Yan thought for a moment before slowly moving his body over. "Bro, I'm the grandson of Luo Xian City Lord, Xing Fei. I'm really happy to get to know you." When Xing Fei saw Qin Yan approaching, he hurriedly said with a smile, "Nice to meet you." Qin Yan smiled politely. 9 Extinction Gatexing Fei's fist exploded with a violent shockwave. After it struck Qin Yan, it continued to explode violently. Boom, boom. Boom, a large portion of the rocks on the mountain wall were sent flying as Qin Yan fell along with the rocks. "Ha ha ha. This guy is the 20th one I took down." Xing Fei laughed proudly. Qin Yan, who was falling, was infuriated as he cursed himself for being careless. In such an intense competition, there would definitely be all sorts of schemes and tricks. He should be on guard. This bastard, he actually used my sympathy. When Qin Yan fell, he followed the cold current and was very far away from the mountain wall. Even if he wanted to fly to the mountain wall, it would still take some time. However, during this period of time, he would be pushed down even further by the cold current. No matter what, he would fall behind others by a large margin. There's no hope of passing the selection this time. I was careless. Qin Yan blamed himself. Suddenly, a white light flashed over. Qin Yan felt that his body was suddenly bound by something. "It's a rope?" Qin Yan was alarmed as he was pulled over. After he heard a deep shout, he saw the person who released the rope. It was a tall, burly man with a full beard. "Little brother, can you still go up?" The bearded man laughed straightforwardly. "If you can't, do you want me to pull you up?" "Thank you for saving me, big brother. I can continue up." Qin Yan was taken aback as he hurriedly said gratefully. At that moment, Qin Yan was also steadily climbing up the mountain wall. He never expected to meet such a warm-hearted person in such a competition. Not only did he pull him back, he even said that he would bring him up. Qin Yan's heart immediately warmed as he smiled. After all, there were still many good people in this world. Of course, he was also a warm-hearted person, but he had been used by a villain. "I am Qin Yan. May I know how to address you, big brother?" Qin Yan hurriedly climbed a few times and arrived beside the burly man. "Xianxia." The burly man smiled and asked in puzzlement, "Brother, I see that you are full of energy. It doesn't seem like you fell down from exhaustion. Why did you suddenly fall so far?" At the mention of this matter, Qin Yan's face was filled with anger as he said, "I met a scoundrel up there." After that, he told Xianxia how he had been plotted against by Xing Fei. After Xianxia heard this, his face was also full of anger. As martial artists, we should draw our swords to help when we see injustice. However, there would always be people who would bite the hand that fed them. This kind of fellow is not fit to be a martial artist. He is not fit to cultivate the martial way. Brother Hu, we have to be careful when we go up. Some people are unscrupulous to achieve their goals. Qin Yan warned, "If not for Brother Hu's help just now, I wouldn't have any hope of entering a Xian sect. You are young, but you are also in the martial Dao realm. Furthermore, your strength is not inferior to mine. You will definitely be able to enter a Xian sect." Xianxia smiled and said, "Come, let's speed up and quickly go up." With someone accompanying him, Qin Yan was filled with vigor as he quickly climbed up. While climbing up, Qin Yan also learned that Xianxia was the son of a martial arts club owner. The dojo master's intention in building the martial arts dojo was mainly to guide poor children with martial arts aptitude to cultivate martial arts and change their destiny. Xianxia was originally a poor child with no parents. Later on, he was taken in by the dojo master and even adopted as his son. After he was raised, he stepped into the martial Dao realm at the age of 37. With limited resources, to be able to step into the martial Dao realm at this age was already quite good. Now, Qin Yin understood why Xianxia was so kind-hearted. It was because he had been helped or helped others since he was young. Helping each other seemed to have become his creed in life. Of course, Xianxia had also been cheated many times because of his warm heart. However, his spirit of helping others had never been extinguished. "Brother Hu, what was the thing that you tied me up and dragged back?" Qin Yin asked. Xianxia said with a smile, "That's the power of my martial spirit. My martial spirit is the tree martial spirit. In the eyes of others, the tree martial spirit is very weak, but I think it's very good. I also like my tree martial spirit. What I released just now was a tree vine." Qin Yin had a tree totem and knew of the uncle's strange power. He hurriedly said, "The tree martial spirit is not weak at all. There is no such thing as a weak martial spirit, only a weak martial artist. As long as you cherish your martial spirit and don't let it down, and work hard to cultivate the martial way, it will become stronger along with you." "Yes, that's the truth." Xianxia laughed and said, "Brother, you must be a descendant of an aristocratic family, right? Your martial spirit must be very good." Qin Yin said with a smile, "Brother Hu, I have a one-son spirit vein. I have also been mocked and looked down upon. Now, those people who mocked me have all been left behind by me." After Xianxia recovered from his surprise, he said with a smile, "It seems that brother has suffered a lot to have such a cultivation at such a young age." The two of them talked as they climbed. Soon, they arrived at a height where there was a mysterious ice aura. At a height of more than 70,000 meters, this snowstorm was extremely cold and one could not see far into the distance. At this height, the mountain walls were all covered with thick ice. They could only insert their weapons into the ice to stabilize themselves. When Qin Yin and Xianxia came up, they encountered two warriors who had frozen to death halfway. "This jade tablet absorbs the Xian ice qi very slowly," Xianxia said with a frown, "It might take a day or two." Qin Yin was secretly alarmed because his absorption speed was extremely fast. He thought to himself, could it be because I have the 9-yang divine spirit that I can absorb it so quickly? "Brother Hu, give me your jade tablet. I'll give it a try," he shouted to Xianxia. Xianxia handed the jade tablet to Qin Yin. Qin Yin placed the jade tablet on the wall of the Xian ice mountain and guided the jade tablet to absorb the Xian ice qi. The speed was also very fast. "Brother Hu, I can absorb it very quickly. I'll help you fill it up first," Qin Yin said. He wanted to focus on filling the jade so that he could absorb it quickly. "Brother, how can you do this? Hurry up and do it yourself. Why are you helping me?" Xianxia immediately became unhappy. "I'll do it myself," Qin Yin said. "Brother Hu, you're already 37 years old. The next Xianing selection is in 5 years. You can't participate if you're over 40 years old. And I'm still young. Even if I can't do it this time, there's still a next time. So I'll help you fill it up quickly and let you return to the battling platform so that you can be more stable." "No. This opportunity is also very rare for you," Xianxia said with a frown. Qin Yin knew very well that if Xianxia had not pulled him up, he might have fallen down. His plan was also for Xianxia's future. Qin Yin had many tricks up his sleeves. Even if he couldn't go to a Xian sect, he could still develop his Tao of inscriptions and obtain cultivation resources. As for entering a Xian sect, it was extremely important for Xianxia. In the future, if he succeeded in his cultivation in the sect and went back to develop the martial arts dojo, he would be able to benefit more poor children and unearth more people with martial arts talent. "Brother Hu, help me fill my jade tablet with Xian ice qi." Qin Yin handed his jade tablet to Xianxia. Xianxia could only take it and do as he was told. After half a day, Qin Yin said with a smile, "Brother Hu, your jade tablet is full. You can go back now." "Brother, why don't I wait for you to go down together?" Jiang Jihu took his jade tablet and did not want to leave. No, you have to hurry up and enter the top 16. Qin Yan said, I'll be able to go down soon. Don't worry. Jiang Jihu gritted his teeth and said, then I'll go back first. You will definitely be able to pass the selection. Qin Yan nodded with a smile. Jiang Jihu quickly descended. With the help of the tree vines, his descent speed was very fast and very safe. Qin Yan began to channel the Xianxia into his jade token with all his might. Originally, he could have done both at the same time, but that would have taken more time. If he concentrated on filling up a jade tablet, he would be able to do it faster. This would give Jiang Jihu a greater chance of entering the top 16. Qin Yan spent half a day to fill up his jade tablet before quickly descending and returning. When he returned, Qin Yan saw many corpses on the mountain wall. It was a pity to die in such a selection. Not all of them might have fallen to their deaths. Qin Yan thought of Xing Fei. Xing Fei had also said that he had taken down more than 20 people. Behind him, there would definitely be quite a few who had been taken down by him. Other than Xing Fei, the others might also be secretly scheming to take down their potential competitors. In order to safely descend, Qin Yan had spent quite a bit of time. When he arrived on the ground, he rushed towards the battling platform. Jiang Jihu was pacing back and forth below the battling platform, looking very anxious. When he saw Qin Yan rushing over, he shouted in pleasant surprise, "Brother, hurry up, there's still one more spot." Qin Yan was delighted. He never expected that he would be the 16th to pass. He flew to the battling platform. Grandma Yi also smiled in relief. How rare, how rare. You are the youngest martial artist to pass this selection. Everyone, this young man's name is Qin Yan. He's 19 years old. Which Xian sect would accept him? Grandma Yi looked at the dozens of tables below the battling platform. Those people were all sent by the Xian sects to accept disciples. When they heard that a 19-year-old martial Dao realm cultivator, they were all moved. How many spirit veins does he have? An old man shouted. Grandma Yi hurriedly took out a mirror to test. She believed that for Qin Yan to be able to step into the martial Dao realm at such a young age, he must have quite a few spirit veins. Grandma Yi, who was originally smiling, was extremely shocked after the test. The smile on her face immediately disappeared. Lad, you only have one spirit vein? Grandma Yi said in astonishment, how is this possible? Could it be that there's something wrong with my item? Qin Yan said with a smile, that's right, I only have one spirit vein. However, a spirit vein doesn't mean anything. Aren't I in the martial Dao realm now? Just now, the group of elders from the Xian sect were all ready to make a move, planning to snatch him away. Now that they knew that Qin Yan only had one spirit vein, they were all extremely disappointed. Looks like he's a medicine jar. He relied on eating pills to improve himself. Forget it. There's not much point in breaking through like this. If he had 4 spirit veins, that would be very good. To be able to cultivate to such a young age with 1 spirit vein. This must be a medicine jar. His family is really willful, wasting so many pills on him. 1 spirit vein, the room for improvement in the future is too small, unless I continue to consume pills to cultivate. Jiang Jihu felt very sad when he saw that many of the Xian sects and sects despised Qin Yan. Suddenly, a tall and skinny old man with short hair and a goatee walked onto the battling platform with a benevolent smile on his face. He said with a benevolent smile, Qin Yan, right? My 9 Extinction Profound Gate accepts you. Are you willing to join my 9 Extinction Profound Gate? Qin Yan hurriedly nodded. The others immediately began to mock him. Burning Spider. When Qin Yan heard this, he felt that it was nothing. For a sect to be able to grow into a Xian sect, there must be something powerful about it. The Violet Spirit Star Palace and the Blue Spirit Star Palace were only spirit-level sects, but they were powerful enough. As for the Blue Spirit Star Palace, it was once a Xian sect because of the inscription gate. No matter how weak a Xian sect was, it was definitely stronger than a spirit sect. Therefore, Qin Yan did not believe that a Xian sect was inferior to a spirit sect. The headmaster of the 9 Extinction Gate was not affected by the mocking laughter. He said to Qin Yan with a smile, Qin Yan, our 9 Extinction Gate is not as powerful as the other sects, and we do not have many disciples. However, I guarantee that as long as you sincerely join the 9 Extinction Gate, we will definitely not disappoint you. Senior, are you the headmaster of the 9 Extinction Gate? Qin Yan asked. Yes, yes, yes. I am the headmaster of the 9 Extinction Gate, Wei Zhongxing. The old man hurriedly nodded with a smile. Qin Yan looked at Wei Zhongxing and was somewhat alarmed because he could not sense the old man's aura. Since Wei Zhongxing was the headmaster, he was definitely at the Xian realm. However, he did not release any of his aura and hid it extremely well. Furthermore, the people sent by the other Xian sects to accept disciples were only elders at the spirit realm. As for the 9 Extinction Gate, it was the headmaster of the Xian realm who had personally come to accept disciples. From this, it could be seen that the 9 Extinction Gate was extremely concerned about accepting disciples. Grandma Yi smiled and said, "Now, the 16 people who have passed the selection have successfully entered a Xian sect. Then, the next step is after the selection. The 16 people who have passed the selection will compete in martial arts. If anyone can obtain first place, many seniors of the Xian realm and the spirit realm will join hands to create a great Dao life mark for the martial artist who obtains first place." When Qin Yan heard Grandma Ye's words, he could not help but look at Wei Zhongxing in surprise. He asked softly, "Headmaster, is this true?" Wei Zhongxing nodded and said with a smile, "Of course it's true. This is the tradition of the Xianing selection. As long as they are not at the 3rd level of the martial Dao realm, it is relatively easy for everyone to work together to form a life mark." An elder beside Wei Zhongxing also said with a smile, "Qin Yan, if you can obtain first place, no matter how much they hate you, they will work together to create a great Dao life mark for you, allowing your realm to rise by 1 level. Following Wei Zhongxing were 4 elders. They were all elders of the 9 Extinction Gate and were all at the spirit realm. They are very kind to Qin Yan. They patted Qin Yan's head and asked him a few questions. "Everyone, rest first. We'll start tomorrow morning." After Grandma Yi finished speaking, she let the 16 warriors go up on stage and draw lots to decide the order of appearance. Jiang Jihu patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, I was so worried about you." "Nothing." Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, "Let's go, I will take you to meet a friend of mine." After greeting Wei Zhongxing and company, Qin Yan led Jiang Jihu towards Hong Yan. Hong Yan set up a large tent. It was unknown where he got a lot of food from. "Brother Yan, it's not a good choice for you to enter the 9 Extinction Profound Gate." Hong Yan busied himself as he placed the plates on the table. Jiang Jihu was invited to sit down by Qin Yan. Qin Yan also introduced Hong Yan to Jiang Jihu. Hong Yan was the 7th prince. He was originally a little arrogant, but after meeting Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan, he could no longer be arrogant. He also completely understood how big this world was. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Therefore, Hong Yan also happily drank with Jiang Jihu. As for Jiang Jihu, he did not know Hong Yan's true identity. "Is there a problem with the 9 Extinction Profound Gate?" Qin Yan felt that Wei Zhongxing was a good person. Just this point alone was not bad. What's so good about a declining Xian rank sect? Hong Yan curled his lips. The 9 Extinction Profound Gate is still a Xian rank sect and it is only supported by Wei Zhongxing himself. In this sect, he is the only martial artist at the Xian martial realm. In a powerful Xian rank sect, there were many Xian martial realm martial artists. This was also how to judge the strength of a sect. Jiang Jihu said, "It's fine. This kind of sect won't be too competitive." Hong Yan sighed, "That's because there's nothing to compete with. Brother, with your inscription skills, you will definitely be able to enter one of the top 10 Xian rank sects. I myself think, if I choose a Xian sect, I should choose one with a good overall style. This 9 Extinction Profound Gate gives me a pretty good feeling." Qin Yan said with a smile, "7th brother, don't worry about me." Alright. You'll regret it in the future. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. Hong Yan was a person who knew how to eat. Those dishes were all made by him. Early morning, at dawn. Qin Yan, Jiang Jihu, and Hong Yan walked out of the tent together and headed for the battling platform. The sect that Jiang Jihu had joined was the Gourd Profound Island. It was also a pretty good Xian sect. Xing Fei's Xian rank sect is the sword-profound mountain. Qin Yan looked at Xing Fei with rage in his heart. Here, many martial artists had been tricked by Xing Fei and they didn't dare to say anything. Xing Fei was the grandson of the city lord of Luoxian City. It was said that the city lord of Luoxian City was also on his way to watch this martial arts competition. The city lord of Luoxian City was an old martial artist at the Xian martial realm and was highly valued by a martial king, therefore, no one dared to provoke Xing Fei. During the martial arts competition, one could not use weapons. The 16 martial artists would compete in several rounds to determine the first place. It was now the first round, and there were 8 matches to be fought. Qin Yan was in the third match. Around the battling platform, there were many martial artists who had failed in the selection as well as their elders who had come with them. They did not go back immediately because they wanted to see how strong the martial artists who had passed the selection were. Qin Yan, Wei Zhongxing and company stood together with Hong Yan by their side. There were a total of 5,000 to 6,000 people watching the battle and there were 2 or 3 at the Xian realm. The Xian realm warriors of the other sects were all on their way. They would arrive at the scene during the final battle. At that time, those Xian realm experts who had rushed over would join hands to form a life mark for the victor. The first match began. It was Jiang Jihu and a square-faced man. Jiang Jihu used the tree martial spirit extremely well. For example, those tree vines could entangle people to death. Furthermore, the tree martial spirit could also allow a person to recover very quickly. The square-faced man who was competing with Jiang Jihu had a wolf martial spirit. His attacks were fast and fierce but he was helpless against Jiang Jihu, who was like an iron plate. He could only be defeated with hatred. Jiang Jihu had also obtained victory in his first match. This caused the old man from the gourd Xian Island to nod his head in satisfaction. The second match was very eye-catching. This was because there was a cold and elegant woman with disheveled hair and a red dress on the stage. This woman was 35 years old and her name was Yan Liru. She was the third martial artist to pass the selection and also the only female martial artist. She was accepted as a disciple by the Moon Profound Valley. As for the man who was competing with Yan Liru, he was 30 years old and his strength was not weak. However, the pressure on him was great. From the looks of it, Yan Liru was an ice beauty. However, at the beginning of the martial arts competition, her originally ice-cold face was filled with charm and her charming eyes were filled with affection. Furthermore, the seductive smile on her sexy lips was even more captivating. Many men could not help but exclaim in their hearts. On one hand, they were praising Yan Liru's charm and on the other hand, they were praising her methods. Hong Yan cursed in a low voice, "This kind of woman is really scheming. I guarantee that I'll be able to see even more of her seductive methods in the future." Indeed, the young man who was competing with Yan Liru did not know what was going on. After a few blows, he was stunned and admitted defeat after being hit by Yan Liru's palm. The battling platform was protected by a formation barrier, so one could not be sent flying. Therefore, one could only admit defeat or else they would be beaten to death. Now, it was finally Qin Yan's turn. This was also an eye-catching match because Qin Yan only had a one-sun spiritual pulse and he was the youngest martial Dao cultivator here. As for whether he was a medicine jar or not, this battle would be enough to tell. Qin Yan did not know much about his opponent. He only knew that his opponent had a 5-sun spiritual pulse and his name was Zhu Hu. His martial spirit was a beast-type martial spirit. "I heard that you are the youngest martial Dao cultivator. But from the looks of it, you are also a top-heavy medicine jar." After Zhu Hu finished speaking, the clothes on his back suddenly split open and a 2-meter-long spider leg appeared. Spider martial spirit. No wonder this guy came back second. From the looks of it, he should have easily ascended the Black Tortoise Mountain. The Yuan Beast Mysterious Sect also seems to know that he has a beast martial spirit, so they are fighting to take him in as a disciple. Spider martial spirit is quite rare. This is an insect martial spirit, right? This was the first time Qin Yan had seen the power of such a martial spirit. Zhu Hu smiled proudly as he charged forward at an extremely fast speed. He did not attack but a ball of white light appeared on his abdomen, constantly spewing out a large amount of spider silk. The spider silk shot out and quickly wrapped around Qin Yan. Although the battling platform was very large, it was covered in spider silk in the blink of an eye. The moment Qin Yan's body touched the spider silk, he found it difficult to struggle free. The spider silk had a very strange power that could suck his body in. Very quickly, the battling platform had turned into a huge spider web. Qin Yan was wrapped up like a dumpling, making it difficult for him to struggle free. Medicine jar. It should be very delicious. The spider legs on Zhu Hu's back moved nimbly as they quickly moved through the spider web. If he did not admit defeat, he would be beaten to death, but when facing Zhu Hu, he would be eaten. Is cannibalism something that an orthodox sect would do? Wei Zhongjing said coldly. An old man from the Yuan Beast Mysterious sect hurriedly shouted, Zhu Hu, it's fine if you're joking with him. Quickly beat him until he admits defeat. In the so-called orthodox sects, there were quite a few people who ate people. Qin Yan was almost eaten by the Sword Profound Mountain sect master. A trace of malevolence appeared in Zhu Hu's eyes. He licked his lips and said with a smile, what a pity. Trash like you want to eat me? Qin Yan bellowed as purple light suddenly burst out from his body. A burst of purplish gold flames suddenly surged out from his body, violent flames and electric threads exploded on the battling platform, burning the spider webs here. In the blink of an eye, the spectacular gigantic spider web on the battling platform was enveloped by the purplish gold flames. Zhu Hu was also burned to the point of screaming. A poisonous bug like him was very afraid of fire. As for the old martial artists below the battling platform, they were all moved when they saw Qin Yan release the purplish gold lightning fire. Poisonous bug, the cobwebs on the battling platform were burnt to a crisp in a few moments. Zhu Hu had almost turned into a roasted spider, his entire body charred black. He lay on the ground and looked at Qin Yan with a face full of fear. With a trembling voice, he said, I admit defeat. Qin Yan clapped his hands. After the array was removed, he walked off the battling platform. Previously, they had thought that he was a medicine jar. Feeling the remnant heat on the battling platform, they could tell that Qin Yan's inner strength was vigorous, his inner strength was terrifyingly pure. This was definitely not a medicine jar. The other elders of the Xian sect immediately regretted their decision. Because they had missed a good seedling, not to mention anything else, just Qin Yan's powerful flame alone would be able to yield twice the results with half the effort if he were to help alchemists or inscriptionists. Zhu Hu was hurriedly carried away. As a poisonous spider, he was extremely afraid of flames. Originally, he thought that he would definitely win, but now, he had not even released the poison and was almost burnt to a crisp. Hong Yan was not surprised. He knew that Qin Yan's strength was on par with his. Little Yun, good job. I never thought that your flames would be so strong. Wei Zhongjing chuckled and said, in the future, you can assist me in refining medicine. If you cultivate for a few more years, your flames will definitely be stronger. Wei Zhongjing was actually an alchemist. Qin Yan was also interested in alchemy. If he had a master to guide him, it would definitely be better than fumbling around by himself. The next few matches were also extremely tragic. Those who lost were all severely injured. Especially Xing Fei, his attacks were extremely ruthless and he almost crippled his opponent. However, because he had a grandfather at the Xian martial realm, no one would say anything about him. The 8 matches ended very quickly. In the afternoon, the second round of the 8 would begin. Everyone only rested for more than 2 hours before the second round of the competition began. The second round was still a draw to determine the opponent. This round, Qin Yan was the first match. The person competing with him was a young man in his 30s. He was very tall, more than 2 meters tall. When he spoke, he was very polite. When Qin Yan competed with others, he also looked at the person. For example, the young man who was competing with him right now was not a mean and snobbish person. Therefore, the two of them were really sparring with each other. This kind of sparring was a competition of martial techniques. By targeting the opponent's weaknesses, one would be able to benefit greatly. Therefore, they fought for a long time in this competition. Finally, Qin Yan used the mountain-shaking stance to defeat his opponent. After sparring with Qin Yan for so long, the youth knew that his strength was inferior to Qin Yan's. Therefore, after he was knocked down, he hurriedly shouted defeat. The next 2 matches were held in a very short amount of time, and the outcome was quickly determined. The 4th match was a match between Jiang Jihu and Xing Fei. At this time, it was almost evening. After Jiang Jihu walked onto the stage, his expression became extremely solemn. He knew that Xing Fei was an extremely vicious person. When he was climbing the mountain, he had even schemed against Qin Yun and many other warriors. You and Qin Yun are good friends, you should have some understanding of me. Xing Fei laughed sinisterly. He was dressed in green and was tall and thin. His thin face was filled with sinister intent, giving off a very evil feeling. Jiang Jihu was infuriated because not only did Xing Fei not repent, he was even proud of it. You despicable fellow, when you climb up, you beat Brother Yun down. I won't let you off. Jiang Jihu roared. Xing Fei laughed out loud and said, then come. Jiang Jihu angrily rushed over and began an intense battle with Xing Fei. Before Qin Yun went on stage, he had warned Jiang Jihu to be careful. He was also very worried that Xing Fei would use vicious methods to deal with Jiang Jihu. Jiang Jihu was very strong and was evenly matched with Xing Fei. This immediately made people have a whole new level of respect for this straightforward and forthright man. One had to know that Xing Fei's grandfather was at the Xian martial realm. He had grown up in a Xian city and his starting point in martial arts cultivation was higher than many people. And at this moment, Jiang Jihu, who came from an ordinary background, was on par with Xing Fei. Qin Yun had been watching the match with a frown. Especially when Xing Fei's face was filled with anger, he watched with wide eyes. Suddenly, when Xing Fei waved his palm, a few very thin things flashed out and struck at Jiang Jihu. Brother Hu, there's a concealed weapon. Qin Yun shouted in alarm. If Qin Yun could tell, many of the seniors of the spirit realm could as well. Jiang Jihu was hit by the concealed weapon and could not help but feel pain all over his body. Xing Fei also rushed over and gave Jiang Jihu a vicious beating. The great formation was suddenly removed. Grandma Ye's face was filled with anger as she protected Jiang Jihu. Xing Fei, you used a concealed weapon. That's against the rules. Grandma Ye said angrily. That's my seven-sword martial spirit. The 7 swords have been made very small by me, how can they be considered concealed weapons? Xing Fei sneered, if you don't believe me, look inside his body and see if there are any concealed weapons left. An old man from the sword-profound mountain also walked up and said with a smile, Grandma Yi, Aka's martial spirit is indeed the 7-sword martial spirit, it's not some concealed weapon. Grandma Yi checked Jiang Jihu's body. There were a few very small wounds that had been pierced by a small, sharp object. She carefully examined it, but did not find anything. Brother Hu, are you all right? Qin Yun asked hurriedly. I'm fine. That fellow is really despicable. Although Jiang Jihu had been punched a few times, his body was very strong. The tree martial spirit in his body also protected his Dao core and was not damaged. Grandma Yi, did Aku win this match? The old man from the sword-profound mountain asked. Xing Fei Ku wins. Although Grandma Yi was very unhappy, she could only announce it because she did not have any evidence to prove that Xing Fei Ku had used a concealed weapon. Qin Yan came to Wei Zhongxing's side and said with a low snort, this Xing Fei Ku really has many tricks up his sleeve. When I was on the mountain, I was beaten down by him. Hong Yan said, this guy, in order to get first place, he is willing to do anything. The attraction of first place is indeed great. As long as I win, I will be able to raise my cultivation realm. Even I regret not participating in the selection. Hong Yan was also at the first level of the martial body realm. Breaking through to the second level was also very difficult for him. Wei Zhongxing frowned and said, Little Yun, if you meet such a fellow, you must be careful. His martial spirit was the 7-sword martial spirit, but what he shot out just now was definitely a concealed weapon. However, it disappeared after entering his body. It's a very brilliant concealed weapon. Sect Master, I will be careful. Qin Yun nodded. Although they were all martial Dao realm cultivators, they ended in an afternoon. When the sky turned dark, everyone returned to their tents to rest. The sun illuminated the earth as everyone walked out of their tents. At this moment, they also knew that a few seniors of the Xian realm had arrived. Today, the first place would also be decided. Then, many seniors of the Xian realm would join hands to form a life mark for the victor, allowing him to step into the second level of the martial Dao. In the morning was the third round of the martial arts competition, 4-2, Qin Yan's opponent was the woman named Yan Liru. The first match was the match between Qin Yun and Yan Liru. They quickly arrived at the battling platform. Yan Liru was wearing a light pink dress. She stood on the battling platform and squinted her charming eyes as she looked at Qin Yun. As her eyes flowed, she was extremely charming. Qin Yun also looked into Yan Liru's eyes. Unknowingly, his body felt somewhat hot. "Let the competition begin," Grandma Yi shouted. After it began, Qin Yun's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw Yan Liru's pink dress turn into a pink mist. The mist was faintly discernible, faintly lingering around her snow-white and graceful body. It was very mesmerizing. Qin Yun was immediately alarmed. At that moment, he also felt Yan Liru's palm coming at him. "This woman is using her psychic power to confuse me." Qin Yun's mental strength was extremely powerful. He immediately reacted. He hurriedly struck out with the 10,000 horse palms, using the power of the great Tao to strike at Yan Liru's jade palm. "Ah!" Yan Liru screamed. She never expected that Qin Yun would be able to wake up from her bewitchment and even ruthlessly strike her with his palm. "I admit defeat." Yan Liru's palm turned red. She glanced at Qin Yun with hidden bitterness and walked down the stage. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. Yan Liru's body looked frail, but her defense was very strong. After colliding with the 10,000 horse palm, he only took 2 steps back and his palm turned red. Yan Liru knew that her charm was useless against Qin Yun. After exchanging a palm strike with Qin Yun, she determined that she was no match for him. Therefore, she hurriedly admitted defeat. Otherwise, she would be injured. In this way, Qin Yun would be able to enter the final round. Xing Fei was in the second round. His opponent was a sharp-faced man. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he cleverly admitted defeat. Now, Qin Yun and Xing Fei would compete for first place in the afternoon. The finals would only begin when the warriors of the Xian martial realm arrived. The Xian rank sects that participated in the Xianing selection would all send out warriors of the Xian martial realm. There would be a total of 20 to 30 of them. With their combined strength, they would be able to help the martial artist who obtained first place condense a life mark. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from the tent on the gourd island. When Qin Yun heard this, he hurriedly rushed over with Hong Yan. Wei Zhongxing also followed. Inside the tent, Jiang Jihu was vomiting black blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed incessantly. Brother who? Brother who?" When Qin Yun saw this, his face turned pale with fright. "Brother who? You have to be careful of that bastard Xing Fei." Jiang Jihu endured the pain and spat out black blood as he spoke. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly went over and pressed his palm on Jiang Jihu's chest. His expression suddenly changed. "It's a very terrifying poisonous bug. It resides in the heart and constantly absorbs blood to strengthen itself." Fortunately, the poisonous bugs did not reproduce. The old man from the gourd island frowned and said, "Why are there poisonous bugs?" "It was Xing Fei who got it in." Qin Yun said coldly, "I won't let this fellow off. There are also these poisonous bugs inside my Dao core." Jiang Jihu was no longer in so much pain. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly went to check on the Dao core and then used his own strength to kill the poisonous bugs. "The damage to the Dao core is quite serious." The old man from the gourd island probed and his expression changed. "Jiang Jihu, with your current situation, you can't enter our gourd island." Jiang Jihu's expression changed drastically. "Elder, how can you go back on your word? It was Xing Fei who did this to me. Aren't you going to settle the score with him?" The responsibility of a hierarch, Wei Zhongxing hurriedly said, "Jiang Jihu, if the mysterious gourd island does not accept you, our 9 extinction profound gate will. Don't worry, we will do our best to cure your poison." When Jiang Jihu heard this, he was extremely touched and nodded repeatedly. Qin Yun and Hong Yan helped Jiang Jihu to Wei Zhongxing's tent. Wei Zhongxing and a few elders of the spirit martial realm also quickly healed Jiang Jihu. Hong Yan and Qin Yun waited outside the tent. "All right. I will no longer look down on the 9 extinction profound gate. Just based on the character of the sect leader, he is much stronger than the other mysterious sects." Hong Yan smiled at Qin Yun. Qin Yun was filled with reverence and gratitude towards Wei Zhongxing. Such a sect master was a good sect master. The gourd Xian island must have seen that Jiang Jihu was severely injured and his foundation was destroyed. That's why he went back on his word. Otherwise, if they accepted a crippled disciple back, they would be blamed. Qin Yan looked at Xing Fei and said coldly, "This beast is truly sinister. It's fine if he uses concealed weapons, but he actually mixed in poisonous insects." Hong Yan said angrily, "Luo Xian City is Yiwu Country Xian City. I've long heard that Luo Xian City Lord is very vicious, and now I finally see it from his grandson." At that moment, many cultivators of the Xianqi layer arrived one after another. They were all smiling and greeting each other. Qin Yan also saw Xing Fei happily welcoming a green-robed elder. That was Luo Xian City Lord. In the afternoon, when the competition was about to begin, Wei Zhongxing and the others also came out of the tent. "Brother Hu!" Qin Yan shouted happily when he saw Jiang Jihu come out. "Brother Yun, I'm much better now. I'll be able to recover after some rest." "Thank you, sect master and elders. I, Jiang Jihu, will definitely become an outstanding disciple of the Nine Extinction Gate and repay the Nine Extinction Gate," Jiang Jihu said with great gratitude. "You're welcome. From now on, you will be our disciple." Wei Zhongxing smiled and said, "Little Yun's match is about to begin. Let's go." When Qin Yan saw Xing Fei walk onto the battling platform, he hurriedly walked over. "Xing Fei Ku, you really are sinister when you put the poisonous bug into Brother Hu's body?" Qin Yan asked angrily in a low voice. "Don't slander me." "Haha. My grandfather is here. If you anger him, even your lousy sect master won't be able to save you." Xing Fei became even more pleased with himself as he said with a sinister smile, "If I were you, I wouldn't have come up to compete because I would have died very miserably." Qin Yan clenched his fist as his eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Suddenly, he sensed many familiar and powerful auras surging over. From afar, more than 10 people floated over. There were 3 Xian martial realm cultivators and more than 10 spirit martial realm cultivators. This aura was also very strong. This was an aura that Qin Yun was familiar with. During the sacrifice in the immortal graveyard, the 3 old men of the Xian realm and the dozen or so warriors of the spirit realm were present. These bastards. Why are they here? Qin Yan was infuriated when he thought of how he was captured and sacrificed. Those 3 Xian martial realm old men also saw Qin Yan's face from afar and promptly flew over. They did not greet the others. Instead, they hurriedly flew towards Qin Yun. This caused the people here to be somewhat puzzled. "It's you." When an old man saw Qin Yan's face, he immediately shouted angrily. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly flew over and stood in front of Qin Yun. He shouted coldly, "He is a disciple of our Nine Extinction Gate. What are you doing?" The 15 warriors of the spirit realm also landed on the battling platform. When they saw Qin Yun, their faces were immediately filled with anger. "It's this brat who used a spirit realm Dao core to destroy Jian Xuanzi's ancestral teleportation formation. This caused us to be unable to teleport back from the immortal graveyard and more than a dozen of us at the spirit realm died. There are also 2 friends at the Xian martial realm who were killed by the dragon. As for Jian Xuanzi, he is still missing and there is no news of him. It's all this kid's fault. When we were activating the teleportation formation, he suddenly took out a Dao core and threw it over. He caused us to suffer." The 3 Xian martial realm old men cursed at Qin Yun one after another. When everyone heard this, they cried out in alarm. Everyone knew that a few Xian sects had explored the immortal graveyard and they had suffered heavy losses. Who would have thought that it was all Qin Yun's fault? Hong Yan also looked at Qin Yun in a daze. He was extremely astonished. He had killed 2 Xian realm warriors and more than 10 spirit realm warriors. With such a big move, those Xian sects would definitely not let Qin Yun off. Furthermore, Qin Yun had even used a Dao core to blow people up. This was a taboo in the martial desolate land. When Xing Fei learned of what Qin Yun had done, he was alarmed. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated Qin Yun. "You bunch of old bastards. You were the ones who sacrificed me to kill me." Qin Yun retorted angrily, "You are all-powerful. You captured me and placed me on the sacrificial altar to bleed without regard for my life. Why didn't you say anything about this?" Old Madame Du was also present at that time. "She can prove it. If you can't, you can ask her." Wei Zhongxing had felt that it was a thorny problem, but when he heard Qin Yun's words, he said coldly, in order to open the immortal graveyard, you actually used a living person as a sacrifice. You deserve to be retaliated by little Yun in anger. You. But he used a Dao core to blow us up. This is a taboo in the martial desolate land. If he uses other methods to take revenge on us, then we will accept it. Furthermore, he used a Dao core of the spirit realm. An old man at the Xian martial realm refused to let go of the matter of the Dao core. More than 20 old men at the Xian martial realm and dozens of people at the spirit realm all accused Qin Yun of using a Dao core. You bunch of bastards. Qin Yun said angrily. He never expected them to be so shameless. They actually admitted that they had used a living person as a sacrifice and even said that they could take revenge on them openly. At this moment, many old men at the Xian martial realm wanted to suppress Qin Yun. Although Wei Zhongxing was at the Xian martial realm, his strength was limited. He could not defeat so many people. In this matter, Qin Yun's fatal weakness had been grasped. It was not easy to deal with. Wei Zhongxing, if you shield him, you will be going against all the famous righteous sects of our martial desolate land. The old man at the Xian martial realm said coldly. What a righteous sect. Qin Yun nearly vomited when he heard that. Wei Zhongxing took a deep breath and said, the spirit martial realm Dao core in little Yun's hands must have been picked up. He was captured by you as a sacrifice and luckily escaped. Because of his anger, he used it to take revenge on you. This is understandable. But you were also in the wrong first, so why don't we both take a step back? I, Wei Zhongxing, am willing to accept your punishment on behalf of Qin Yun. I will stand here without moving. Those of you who were in the immortal graveyard can come and hit me with a palm. How about it? Qin Yun was taken aback as he hurriedly said, Sect Master, I will take responsibility for my own actions. This has nothing to do with you. Don't negotiate with them, they were the ones who did evil first. Wei Zhongxing looked at Qin Yun and said, you are already a disciple of my 9 extinction gate. I am willing to bear the consequences of your mistakes. Just don't do it again in the future. If anyone wants to use you as a sacrifice again, then I, Wei Zhongxing, will never let him off. After some discussion, the 3 warriors at the Xian martial realm agreed. After all, it was a disgraceful thing for them to use Qin Yun as a sacrifice. If Qin Yun did not have a sect background, then so be it. However, he was now part of the 9 extinction gate. If they were to continue pestering him, they would not let go of the matter of using a living person as a sacrifice. Alright, let's begin. An old man at the Xian realm said. The others retreated from the dueling platform and activated the formation. Qin Yun was also pulled down from the dueling platform by a few elders from the 9 extinction gate. At that moment, he was furious to the extreme. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the group of people. Suddenly, the old man charged at Wei Zhongxing and struck him in the abdomen with his palm. Boom! The palm force of the Xian realm was extremely terrifying. Even though there was a great formation blocking it, it still caused the earth to shake violently for a while. Wei Zhongxing only had blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. He did not take a single step back. I heard that Wei Zhongxing is at the peak of the Xian realm and is about to step into the martial king realm. His strength is also very terrifying. The old man who attacked just now did not use all his strength. Otherwise, the formation would not have been able to hold on. Wei Zhongxing also saw this point. That's why he let them hit him here, because they did not dare to use their true strength. Otherwise, they would destroy this place. The king-level sect of the Black Tortoise Mountain will definitely pursue this matter. The second old man at the Xian realm went up and also struck Wei Zhongxing with a powerful palm strike. This time, Wei Zhongxing took a few steps back and his expression turned much uglier. After the third old man at the Xian realm went up, he sent Wei Zhongxing flying far away with a single palm strike, causing him to crash into a pillar. Sect Master. Qin Yun's eyes were red and filled with tears. This was clearly his matter, but in order to settle this matter, Wei Zhongxing was willing to be injured for him. Such a righteous headmaster also made many people secretly admire him. Everyone could tell that Wei Zhongxing was severely injured, and following that, there were still 15 warriors at the spirit realm who wanted to go up and beat him up. Although they were at the spirit realm, each person's powerful palm strike was still very terrifying. After a warrior at the spirit realm went up, Qin Yun hurriedly shouted, Wait! Let's continue the martial arts competition after we're done. Grandma Yi was also on Qin Yun's side. She hurriedly said, "That's right, we can't miss the martial arts competition at the Xianning selection. Qin Yun, Xingfei Ku, come on stage and prepare for the match." Wei Zhongxing was helped down as the four elders of the spirit realm hurriedly healed him. Qin Yun planned to stall for time on the battling platform so that Wei Zhongxing could recover faster. How could the old fellows here look down on his thoughts? Luo Xian City Lord was very familiar with the few Xian realm warriors, so he definitely hated Qin Yun. He said to Xingfei Ku, "Ah Ku, don't let him delay for too long. Finish the battle quickly. Furthermore, kill him. You are also a disciple of the Sword Profound Mountain. Qin Yun is the one who caused the disappearance of the Sword Profound Mountain sect leader. If you kill him, you will be able to establish your prestige in the Sword Profound Mountain. If Jian Xuanzi returns, he will also reward you." When Xingfei heard this, his face was filled with excitement. The viciousness in his eyes was not concealed at all. After Xingfei walked onto the battling platform, Hong Yan and Jiang Jihu were extremely worried. Qin Yun was not afraid. When he was at the 9th level martial body realm, he was able to defeat Xiaoyang Long. As for Xingfei, he had only just stepped into the martial Dao realm. He had relied on all sorts of underhanded methods to reach this stage. His true strength was not that strong. If he did not use underhanded methods, he would not have been able to defeat Jiang Jihu. After Grandma Yi activated the array, she shouted, 3, 2, 1, begin. Xingfei stood on the spot and waved his hand, sending out a golden mist. Qin Yun immediately guessed that Xingfei was going to use underhanded methods. The moment the golden mist appeared, Qin Yun was enveloped by it. He also sensed something flying over. Another hidden weapon. To form a life mark. Xingfei's hidden weapon was a small needle. It had a strong penetrating power and could quickly pierce into flesh and blood. Then, it would quickly melt and release the poisonous insects inside. This kind of concealed weapons refining technique was also very brilliant. Only those masters could refine it. Obviously, this kind of hidden weapon was given to him by his city lord grandfather. However, against Qin Yun's vibration barrier, this kind of hidden weapon is completely useless. The golden mist on the battling platform dissipated. When Xingfei saw that Qin Yun could not stand still, he thought that he had succeeded and hurriedly ran over. Without putting up any defenses, he raised his palm and slapped Qin Yun's cheek. "Brother, be careful." Jiang Jihu shouted anxiously. Qin Yun's trembling palm was filled with Vajra inner strength that had been condensed for a long time. When he saw Xingfei coming over, he waved his palm and slashed at Xingfei's throat. With a whoosh, Qin Yun's palm wind was like a boulder striking a wave, causing a wave to splash. Wind Slayer second style, wave breaker. Ah! Xingfei's throat was hit, and his tongue was stuck out. He let out a strange cry, and then he coughed hurriedly, unable to speak. When everyone saw this scene, they were also a little surprised. This was because Xingfei was attacking Qin Yun at close range. He was not prepared to defend. "Ack!" Luo Xian City Lord shouted worriedly. Xingfei covered his throat with both hands and retreated. However, Qin Yun's speed was extremely fast. Using the teleportation meteor step, his body streaked towards Xingfei like a ray of light. Such a fast speed caused many martial Dao realm cultivators to take a deep breath because they were unable to reach such a speed. Qin Yun once again chopped down with his palm. His palm chopped down like a large saber. That aura seemed to be able to split a huge mountain. Who? Bang! Wind Slayer second style, mountain splitter. Ah! Stop. The Luo Xian City Lord panicked and looked at Granny Yi. Quickly closed the formation. When Qin Yun saw Luo Xian City Lord coming over, he hurriedly activated the power of the Great Dao and used the 6th-style Wind Slayer. Hua hua hua. Hoo hoo hoo. That imposing manner seemed to be able to break through huge waves, split open mountains, tear apart the earth, sever the flowing rivers, and cleave apart swift and violent lightning. The 6th-style Wind Slayer that was executed with the power of the Great Dao struck Xingfei's body one after another. In the blink of an eye, Xingfei was lying on the ground, twitching. His entire body was like a piece of mud, and there was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. This caused the spectators below the stage to suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone could tell that Qin Yun had just used a saber technique. although there was no saber, it was still incomparably terrifying. This guy's strength is really scary. Even someone at the second level of the martial Dao realm might not be his match. Xingfei is just a weak chicken in front of him. Motherf *Ker, calling him a medicine pot guy is just a snob. It's hard to imagine that he's actually a one-son spiritual pulse martial artist, and not even 20 years old. Many martial artists exclaimed one after another. Even those at the spirit martial realm were dumbfounded. They can all see that Qin Yun has terrifying potential. To be able to use a weapon martial art to the fullest with one's body meant that one's mastery of the weapon martial art had reached the acme of perfection. This kind of martial arts perception was the most amazing. Qin Yun, I will crush you. Luo Xian City Lord's voice trembled. It was filled with incomparable rage as it shook the earth. Everyone suddenly came back to their senses. Qin Yun had completely crippled Xingfei. As for Xingfei's grandfather, he was right below the battling platform. This kind of courage was once again admirable. Previously, everyone knew that Qin Yun had used a Dao core to blow up Jian Xuanzi's teleportation array. At that time, they were filled with admiration for his courage, and now, he dared to cripple Xingfei in front of Luo Xian City Lord. It could be seen that he was deliberately provoking Luo Xian City Lord. Hong Yan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air as he broke out in a cold sweat for Yu Sha. Now, he was very sure that if Yu Sha were to provoke Qin Yun, he would definitely end up the same as Xingfei on the stage. The array was closed and Grandma Yi stood in front of Qin Yun. Although she was only at the martial Dao realm, she was not afraid of Luo Xian City Lord at all. Luo Xian City Lord's hands trembled as he picked up Xingfei's mud-like body. He could not help but roar as he glared at Qin Yun, I will crush you into ashes. Wei Zhongxing, who had been recuperating for a period of time, also hurriedly flew onto the battling platform and stood in front of Qin Yun. I didn't break any rules in the sparring just now. Qin Yun was calm and composed as he looked at Luo Xian City Lord. Without any fear, he said, it's because he's too weak. He can't even block a few of my moves before he becomes like this. To be honest, I originally wanted to stall for some time so that sect leader could recover from his injuries. And your grandson is really something, to actually be so weak, ruining my plan to stall for time, what bad luck. Luo Xian City Lord's skinny body was trembling in anger, everyone was shocked speechless. At this critical juncture, Qin Yun was still using words to provoke Luo Xian City Lord. I will kill you. Luo Xian City Lord exploded like thunder as a powerful aura erupted, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Luo Xian City Lord, if you dare to injure Qin Yun, I guarantee that the people from the mighty heavenly royal clan will definitely kill you. Granny Yi said coldly. The mighty heavenly royal clan was the king-level sect at the peak of the Black Tortoise Mountain. The Xianing selection was held here, but they had borrowed the mighty heavenly royal clan's battling platform. As for Granny Yi, she had been ordered by the mighty heavenly royal clan to preside over the selection and martial arts competition. Many Xian sects had a certain connection with the mighty heavenly royal clan. It was said that many of the founders of the Xian sects came from the king-level sections. As for the outstanding disciples of the Xian sects, they could also be sent to the king-level sections. Now that so many Xian sects had come to participate in this selection, it was obvious that they had something to do with the mighty heavenly royal clan. When Luo Xian City Lord heard Granny Ye's words, he retracted his anger and carried his grandson down the battling platform. The Luo Xian City Lord, who had been furious just a moment ago, was actually so afraid of the mighty heavenly royal clan. Granny Yi said, according to what we agreed before, all the participating Xian realm and spirit realm warriors will come over to help Qin Yun condense a great Dao life mark. The battling platform was surrounded by the pillars used by the formation pillars. On the pillars stood warriors of the Xian realm and the spirit realm. Qin Yun sat cross-legged in the middle of the battling platform, waiting for it to begin. The participating warriors of the Xian realm and the spirit realm also included those who had captured Qin Yun in the immortal tomb. Wei Zhongxing did not go up because he was severely injured. The elders of the Nine Extinction Profound Gate were also standing on the pillars. Below the battling platform, many first-level martial artists were filled with envy. Even the seventh prince, Hong Yan, was looking at Qin Yun with envy. One had to know that it would take at least a few years to step from the first level of the martial Dao to the second level. And this was under the best circumstances. As for most people, it would take them more than 10 years to form their second Great Tao life mark. Granny Yi shouted, "Begin!" Those at the Xian realm and the spirit realm poured their power into the pillars and through the array formation on the battling platform, they transferred the energy into Qin Yun's body. "Qin Yun, if you guide that energy into the Tao core, you will be able to form the second Great Tao life mark," Granny Yi said. She had previously tested Qin Yun's Great Tao life mark. There was only one on the Tao core, so she was very sure that he was at the first level of the martial Tao realm. The warriors of the spirit realm and the Xian realm who had been blasted by Qin Yun's Tao core were all extremely unhappy. They hated Qin Yun to death, but now, they had no choice but to help Qin Yun condense a second Great Tao life mark. "Granny Yi, how long will this take?" Jiang Jihu asked curiously. "I'll give you 1 day. It's always been like this," Granny Yi said with a smile. Jiang Jihu looked at Wei Zhongxing, who was sitting on the ground and recuperating. He said worriedly, "I wonder how the sect leader will recover. Will he be able to block the powerful palms of those dozen or so spirit realm warriors?" "That shouldn't be a problem," Granny Yi said. "Your sect leader is an alchemist. He also has some healing pills as backup. You can rest assured." Hong Yan said in a low voice, "The situation isn't looking good." He was struck by 3 old men at the Xian martial realm one after another and his bones were injured. It will be difficult for him to recover without a few decades. If the spirit realm attacks him with 80% of their strength, the power won't be small either. The injured him won't be able to withstand it at all. Jiang Jihu was extremely worried when he heard this. Granny Yi did not say a word. She only sighed softly before looking at Qin Yun, who was on the battling platform. Qin Yun followed Granny Yi's instructions and channeled the power from the array into the 3 Tao cores in his body. That power was very strange. After entering his body, it became very gentle and had a very strong power of the Great Tao. It could allow a person to quickly form a Great Tao life mark. This battling platform was indeed built by a king-level sect. Qin Yun was secretly amazed. He had previously carefully observed the array pillar and could see some moon runes on it. Even in the martial desolate, sun, moon, and star runes were rare. Only king-level sects had more of them. As for Blue Spirit Star Palace, they had once controlled a large number of them. However, they were all hidden within the inscription gate. Everyone was also waiting. They wanted to see Qin Yun step into the second level of the martial Tao realm before seeing Wei Zhongxing continue to be beaten. A day had passed. Everyone felt that Qin Yun was about to break through, but there were no signs of a breakthrough. What they did not know was that Qin Yun had 3 Tao cores in his body. It was not something that could be done in a single day. "Granny Yi, what's going on? There should be enough time. Why hasn't Qin Yun broken through yet?" An old man at the Xian martial realm asked in puzzlement. Granny Yi also found it strange and shook her head. "I don't know. If Qin Yun were to successfully form the second life mark, the array would have stopped on its own. The array can still continue to absorb your energy and it hasn't stopped. That means that Qin Yun hasn't broken through yet." Qin Yun was secretly delighted. Of course, he knew the reason. Of course, the speed at which 3 Tao cores condensed life marks was very slow. It's also possible that Qin Yun's Great Tao life marks are rather special, so it takes a longer time to condense them. Usually, this means that the life marks are very strong. Granny Yi continued, "In the past records, it took 2 days to condense. Qin Yun's life marks were originally very strong. Because of the totem tattoos and the fact that he was condensing 3 Tao cores at the same time, the time needed was even longer. Thunder and fire Tao energy. After so long, Qin Yun had yet to form a second life mark. This surprised everyone. Looks like Qin Yun's life marks are very strong. The stronger the life mark, the more energy is needed to condense it. I've really underestimated him. Speaking of which, it seems that there are very few martial Tao cultivators with 1 spirit vein. It doesn't seem to have appeared in the records. I thought about it carefully. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Could it be a sign of something?" Everyone immediately fell into silence. In their memories, there were martial artists of this lineage, but none of them had ever reached the martial Tao realm, or perhaps they had never heard of it. Hong Yan frowned as he looked at Qin Yun and said in a low voice, "Sect Master Wei, To step into the martial Dao realm with a single spirit vein, Could this be the legendary thing? Wei Zhongxing gave Big Flame a look, telling him not to say any more. When Jiang Jihu heard this, he was secretly surprised, but he didn't ask much. Hong Yan was born in the royal family of Wu country, so he had naturally heard of many legends. Now, he suddenly understood why Wei Zhongxing had accepted Qin Yun into the Nine Extinction Profound Gate. Soon, 2 days had passed, however, the formation had no intention of shutting down. The Xian realm elders standing on the pillars looked at Grandma Yi and shouted, "It's been 2 days and his second life mark hasn't been formed yet. Isn't this abnormal? Continue. No matter what, we have to help him form the second life mark." Granny Yi continued, "This is something that the Xianing selection must do. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the mighty heavenly royal clan." The Xian martial realm old man who is helping Qin Yun is cursing in his heart. Because Qin Yun is like a bottomless pit, no matter how much he fills it, it will not be filled. Qin Yun sat in the middle of the battle platform. Through the great formation, he channeled the energy that entered his body into the 3 Dao cores. He wanted to control the amount of absorption so that the 3 Dao cores would progress at the same pace. For example, the Nether Sun Dao core requires the most energy, so he channeled more energy into the Nether Sun Dao core. As for the Thunder Fire Dao pill and the Vibration Dao pill, there were fewer. If a Dao core formed the second life mark in advance, then the formation would stop. The reason why Qin Yun did this was to form the second life mark in 3 Dao cores in one go. Now was a great opportunity for him to seize it. Only the elders of the 9 Extinction Gate did not have any complaints. Instead, their faces were filled with joy. Qin Yun was a disciple of their 9 Extinction Profound Gate. For him to take so long to form his second life mark, he must be very powerful. Another half a day passed. Many people at the spirit martial realm complained to the heavens because more than half of their energy had been consumed. "Granny Yi, this kid Qin Yun is too strange. Why don't we just let it go?" "We're going home," someone shouted. "That's right. If this goes on, we will be exhausted. Who knows how long it will take? Nothing like this has ever happened before. Especially those few Xian martial realm old men who hate Qin Yun very much. They are extremely depressed in their hearts. They wished for nothing more than for Qin Yun to die, but now, they had no choice but to desperately help Qin Yun condense a life mark." Granny Yi also felt that it was a little strange. She was pacing back and forth as if she was hesitating whether she should intervene and close the formation. When Qin Yun heard the complaints of many people at the spirit and Xian realms, he felt that if this continued, it might stop. "I have 2 martial spirits, thunder and fire. I have twin martial spirits, so I have 2 Dao cores." Qin Yun hurriedly said, "Seniors, thank you for your hard work. Just a little more and I will be able to form the second life mark with 2 Dao cores." "What? 2 Dao cores?" The people on the pillars were also stunned. Many people could not help but curse in their hearts. 2 Dao cores needed to form 2 life marks. This wasn't as simple as adding them up. Among the onlookers, the sounds of astonishment surged like a wave. Dual martial spirits, dual Dao cores, and it even appeared on a martial artist with a 1 spirit vein. This was simply inconceivable. Now, everyone understood that Qin Yun's martial spirit was not a thunder fire martial spirit but a thunder martial spirit and a fire martial spirit. It was not a dual attribute martial spirit that was fused together. This kind of dual martial spirit was extremely rare. Therefore, the Dao core that was cultivated was also 2 Dao cores. It was equivalent to 1 person needing to cultivate the weight of 2 people. The amount of resources and time consumed was also extremely great. Qin Yun had 3 martial spirits but he could not expose the vibration martial spirit and the nether sun martial spirit. He would split the thunder fire martial spirit apart and confuse everyone. Qin Yun is only 19 years old. How did he cultivate dual Dao cores? Furthermore, he only has a 1 spirit vein. Even if he has a 9 sun spirit vein, it shouldn't be that fast. What is the background of this guy? He shouldn't have a big background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured and refined. He's so happy to be able to enter a crappy sect like the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. He shouldn't be from a big family. Could it be that he popped out from a rock and the moment he popped out, he has dual Dao cores? The 9 Extinction Profound Gate has picked up a treasure. Ha ha ha, those Xianxias that rejected Qin Yun as a disciple are probably regretting their decision. Everyone was very interested as they discussed the matter. Hong Yan's eyes widened. He realized that the power hidden in Qin Yun's body was too terrifying. If the people here knew that Qin Yun was also a high-ranked inscription master, they would definitely cry out in alarm again. Wei Zhongxing chuckled. He never expected Qin Yun to have dual Dao cores. Granny Yi said, "Everyone, Qin Yun is someone with dual Dao cores. I'll have to trouble all of you. After all, this is pardonable." Qin Yun hurriedly said, "Just a little more. Seniors, please hold on a little longer." Hearing him say that it was just a little more, the elders standing on the pillars secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The Xian realm elders who had captured Qin Yun and offered him as a sacrifice were also alarmed. They knew very well what a dual Dao core meant. If they were to grow to the Xian realm in the future, killing them would be as easy as cutting grass. Previously, the elders who had recruited disciples had rejected Qin Yun because they despised him for his one spirit vein, allowing the 9 Extinction Profound Gate to take advantage of him. At this moment, all of them were filled with regret, just a little more. But now, another day had passed and the Great Formation still hadn't closed. Now, Qin Yun had redefined just a little more. Originally, everyone thought that it would be fine in less than half a day. Who knew that after a day, there would still be no signs of a breakthrough? How was this just a little more? Qin Yun was also trying to appease the seniors so that they wouldn't be anxious. "It's been 3.5 days, is it still not done? I feel like I'm going to be hollowed out." An old man at the Xian realm said with a face full of exhaustion. "Seniors, it's been hard on you. It won't be long before I can break through, just a little bit more." Qin Yun said again. "Just a little bit more your ass." Many of the Xian realm cultivators cursed in their hearts. They did not know that Qin Yun had a third Dao core, that Nether Sun Dao core was a true bottomless pit. If they knew, they would have long since waved their sleeves and left. It's a pity that the power condensed by this formation can only form great Dao life marks. Otherwise, I would be able to use it to temper my body or something. Qin Yun thought to himself. He did not believe that the spirit realm and the Xian realm would be emptied out so quickly. They would definitely be able to hold on for a period of time. The 15 spirit realm cultivators who wanted to fight Wei Zhongxing were also on the pillars. If they could hollow them out, they wouldn't have much strength left to fight Wei Zhongxing. The spirit realm and Xian realm cultivators who were standing on the pillars were all suffering unspeakably. With their cultivation, it was very rare for them to consume more than half of their energy. Only in a life and death battle or in an extremely critical situation would they be able to use up more than half of their energy. If they were hollowed out, it would mean that their strength would plummet. This was extremely dangerous because it was very easy for them to be killed. It was not easy for warriors of the spirit realm and the Xian realm to cultivate to this level. They were all extremely afraid of death. Using up half of their energy meant taking away half of their lives. The few elders of the 9 Extinction Gate didn't think much of it. They were helping their sect's disciples break through. This was a very happy thing for them. In order to see Qin Yun successfully break through, many people continued to wait. They had originally planned to return early, but who knew that so many things would suddenly happen? It was the 4th day, Qin Yun still had no signs of breaking through. "Soon. Because I have the dual Dao cores, the life marks I condense are also very strong. A single Dao core would take 2 days to condense a life mark. 2 Dao cores would take 4 days. It shouldn't be long." Qin Yun said again. Everyone nodded their heads and felt that what he said was quite reliable. The old men at the Xian realm all had ugly expressions on their faces. After all, this was something that the mighty heavenly royal clan had given them. As long as they didn't die, they had to complete it. Otherwise, if the mighty heavenly royal clan were to blame them, they would be in trouble. Helpless, he could only continue helping Qin Yun condense his life mark. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day, 7 days, the Xian realm and spirit realm cultivators on the pillars had already shown signs of being hollowed out. "Seniors, hold on a little longer. I'm just a little bit away," Qin Yun said. Qin Yun had said this many times over the past few days. On the 3rd day, Qin Yun had said that he was just a little bit away. Now that a few days had passed, he was still a little bit away. Now, no one believed his nonsense anymore. On the evening of the 7th day, the bright red setting sun shone on the battling platform. Bang! A martial artist at the spirit realm could not hold on any longer and fell down from the pillar. This martial artist who had stepped into the spirit realm was definitely inferior to others in terms of energy storage. As for those at the Xian realm, they looked rather spirited. At the very least, their faces were flushed red from anger. As for many of the martial artists at the spirit realm, even if they were angry, their faces were pale and bloodless. It was obvious that they were very tired. Suddenly, the battling platform began to tremble. At the same time that Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised, he thought to himself, not good. After forming the second life mark, the vibration Tao core is surging with the power of vibration. I have to hide it. With a loud shout, he released the thunder fire of the thunder fire Tao core. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Streams of purplish gold thunder fire constantly flashed out, producing waves of violent thunder. When everyone saw this, they cried out in alarm. That was because Qin Yun had finally formed his second life mark. The people on the pillars heaved a sigh of relief. Tao Artifact Competition. Qin Yun had cultivated the second life mark and was at the second level of the martial Tao realm. His strength was definitely stronger than before. Hong Yan had previously believed that Qin Yun would be able to fight him to a draw. Now, he was very sure that he did not have the confidence to defeat Qin Yun. Qin Yun walked down the dueling platform and came to Wei Zhongxing's side. He asked with a frown, Sect Master, how is your current situation? Not bad, I should be able to withstand one palm from each of them. When Wei Zhongxing saw that Qin Yun had broken through, he said with a gratified smile, you don't have to worry. I'll definitely be able to hold on. Although Wei Zhongxing said that, everyone could see his pale complexion. His injuries were still very serious. In order to create life marks for Qin Yun, the 15 warriors of the spirit realm had expended a lot of energy. Wei Zhongxing came to the battling platform and said to the 15 warriors, you can come and hit me. If they had not created a life mark for Qin Yun, each of the 15 people at the spirit realm would have definitely caused Wei Zhongxing's injuries to become even more severe. At this moment, a lot of their strength had been consumed. Even if they used all their strength to hit Wei Zhongxing, they wouldn't be able to produce much power. That brat Qin Yun, what a good plan. Wei Zhongxing doesn't have to suffer so much. Those fellows at the spirit realm should be very depressed. Everyone looked at Wei Zhongxing on the battling platform and felt that Qin Yun's plan was very good. Boom, a warrior at the spirit realm shouted as he charged forward and struck Wei Zhongxing with his palm. Wei Zhongxing's expression changed as he took 2 steps back. Humph. When the middle-aged man saw that Wei Zhongxing was fine, he snorted in displeasure. Following that, the other dozen or so warriors of the spirit realm all walked up and struck Wei Zhongxing with a powerful palm strike. Wei Zhongxing's injuries far exceeded Qin Yun's expectations. Even though he was struck by the dozen or so exhausted warriors of the spirit realm, he still couldn't withstand it and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Qin Yun and Jiang Jihu hurriedly went forward to support Wei Zhongxing. There's still one more palm. As long as I take this palm, this matter will be over. Wei Zhongxing took a few deep breaths, then looked at the old man in the spirit martial realm and shouted, come. Wei Zhongxing was previously hit by the 3 Xian martial realm cultivators and was left with serious injuries. That's why he can't hold on any longer. I am at the peak of the spirit martial state. If I attack with all my strength, I can definitely heavily injure you. I might even completely cripple you. The old man smiled proudly and said, if I cripple your 9 Extinction Profound Gates headmaster, I will definitely become famous. The old man had purposely come up to fight last in order to gain some time to rest and recover a little more. The peak of the spiritual martial realm was much weaker than the Xian martial realm. However, the power of a palm strike with all his might was still very terrifying. What's more, Wei Zhongxing was seriously injured. Qin Yun thought for a moment and suddenly said, how about I take the last palm strike for Sect Master? When everyone heard this, they were instantly moved. Although Qin Yun had only stepped into the second level of the martial Tao realm, he was facing the peak of the spirit martial realm. There was still a huge difference. Even though the martial artist at the peak of the spirit martial realm was very tired, it was not a problem for him to cripple Qin Yun with one palm strike. Alright, I'm very willing. The old man quickly agreed and laughed. Little Yun, go down. Wei Zhongxing shouted in a low voice, are you crazy? You have just stepped into the second level of the martial Dao realm, this is not easy. Don't let anything happen to you. Qin Yun said to the elders of the Nine Extinction Gate, elders, help the sect master down. If he continues to be beaten, our Nine Extinction Gate will become a spirit sect. Wei Zhongxing was the only one in the Xian realm in the Nine Extinction Gate. If he continued to be injured and was unable to recover to his peak strength, it would be equivalent to the Nine Extinction Gate not having a powerful Xian realm overseeing it. It was a very shameful thing to be demoted from a Xian sect to a spirit sect. He also thought that he would be bullied by many enemies, even though Wei Zhongxing was unwilling, he was still pulled down by a few elders. At that moment, the elders were also very tired. They were willing to block the palm strike for Qin Yun, but the old man was unwilling. Qin Yun, you caused the disappearance of our Sword Profound Mountain's headmaster. If he really doesn't return. Do you know what that means? The old man's body trembled slightly as he emitted waves of cold energy. This old man at the peak of the spirit realm was from the Sword Profound Mountain. Qin Yun sneered, if he can't return, it means that the person who covets his position can finally become the sect master. At that time, the new Sword Profound Mountain sect master will definitely thank me in his heart. Grandma Yi also activated the formation to prevent the impact of her palm strike from spreading to the surroundings of the battling platform. You. The old man's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted, watch my palm. Qin Yun had already defended himself, he fused the elemental Dao energy released by the 3 Dao cores together and circulated it throughout his body. You're finished. The old man laughed sinisterly as his palm landed on Qin Yun's heart. Boom. The loud sound of the palm strike shook the sky in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Yun was sent flying by the palm strike as he spat out blood non-stop. He crashed into the transparent wall of the formation before landing on the ground. Ha ha ha. I'm not dead. Qin Yun lay on the ground and laughed loudly. Just now, everyone was sweating profusely for Qin Yun. They were worried that he would be killed with a single palm strike, and now, hearing his excited laughter, they knew that his injuries were not serious. Then I'll kill you. The old man was immediately infuriated as he charged at Qin Yun. Everyone turned pale with fright. They never expected that the old man would be so ruthless. Wei Zhongxing roared even more furiously as he charged towards the battling platform. Grandma Yi also hurriedly closed the formation, but she was still a bit too slow. The incomparably furious old man had already leaped over and condensed a ball of powerful energy in his hand as he struck at Qin Yun. If Qin Yun was only hit by a palm strike, he would be able to withstand it. However, to be continuously attacked by a martial artist at the peak of the spirit realm, he would not be able to withstand it. The old man was also rather tired, but it was more than enough to kill Qin Yun. When Qin Yun saw that the other party was about to kill him, he was incomparably alarmed and furious. He hurriedly shouted. In front of him, a ball of fire suddenly burst out and a gigantic cauldron appeared. The old man's furious punch also struck the cauldron. Seeing this cauldron, the experts who had been to the immortal graveyard were all shocked and cried out in alarm. That was the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. This was an ancient Dao artifact. This cauldron had been obtained by Jian Xuanzi, but now, it had appeared in Qin Yun's hands. Then there was only one possibility. Jian Xuanzi had been killed, and it was by Qin Yun at that. Boom, the old man's fist struck the Dragon Suppression Cauldron and suffered a strong backlash. His entire body was enveloped in intense flames, and he had no choice but to take a few steps back. Qin Yun hurriedly flew over and controlled the Dragon Suppression Cauldron to float in the air before smashing it down at the old man. Bang, the old man was caught off guard. His head was smashed by the Dragon Suppression Cauldron and immediately shattered. Boom. Qin Yun controlled the Dragon Suppression Cauldron and smashed it down at the old man once again. The Dragon Suppression Cauldron trembled and released a purple-gold lightning flame that turned the old man into ashes. When Qin Yun saw this scene, he was alarmed. He never expected the Dragon Suppression Cauldron to be so powerful. An unguarded Spirit Realm warrior was smashed to death in just 2 moves. Of course, the old man at the Spirit Realm who was smashed to death had already consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, he had just punched the Dragon Suppression Cauldron and was injured by the backlash. He had completely lost the ability to resist and was smashed to death by Qin Yun. If he was energetic, even if he was at the 9th level of the martial Dao realm, he would be able to deal with Qin Yun and the Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Grandma Yi, who was closing the array, was stunned by what had happened on the battling platform. Everyone was the same as they stared blankly at Qin Yun and the Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Qin Yun had actually killed a warrior at the peak of the spirit realm. Hua! After everyone recovered from their shock, they burst into exclamations. Qin Yun, you killed a disciple of my sword Profound Mountain. You are courting death. An old man at the Xian martial realm said angrily. Everyone saw it just now. He was the one who wanted to kill me first. I had no choice but to retaliate. Qin Yun calmly put away the Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Everyone also believed that the old man was in the wrong first. After the old man struck Qin Yun with his palm, he did not kill him. Instead, he continued to attack Qin Yun out of indignation. However, he did not expect Qin Yun to have such a powerful Dao artifact. Furthermore, he was so exhausted that he was killed. The array closed and Qin Yun hurriedly came to Wei Zhongxing's side. The few Xian realm elders also rushed over. Qin Yun, let me ask you, is that the Dragon Suppression Cauldron? Where is the sect leader? This was obtained by the sect leader, how could it be in your hands? The old man from the sword Profound Mountain asked angrily. I don't know where he is. In short, after I escaped, this cauldron flew to find me and even took the initiative to acknowledge me. Qin Yun said. In the ancient Dao artifact illustration, the Dragon Suppression Cauldron was an ancient Dao artifact. It was extremely powerful, but now, it had been obtained by Qin Yun. Our sect leader obtained the Dragon Suppression Cauldron first. No matter what the reason is, it belongs to our sword Profound Mountain. Quickly return it. The old man glared at Qin Yun. If you don't return it, you will be stealing our sword Profound Mountain's Dao artifact. It was extremely likely that Jian Xuanzi was already dead. However, in the eyes of that old man, Jian Xuanzi's life or death was not important. What was important was that he wanted to obtain the Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Qin Yun said with a cold laugh. Jian Xuanzi obtained the Dragon Suppression Cauldron first, that's right. However, since this cauldron has acknowledged me, it belongs to me. Otherwise, with my ability, I wouldn't be able to subdue such a Dao artifact. In other words, Jian Xuanzi abandoned the Dragon Suppression Cauldron and later on, the Dragon Suppression Cauldron chose me. It has nothing to do with Jian Xuanzi. Everyone felt that it made sense, it was not easy to use a Dao artifact. One needed to refine it in order to subdue it. If one was unable to obtain the approval of a Dao artifact, then it would be impossible to control it. Even people at the spirit realm would need a few years to be able to control a Dao artifact. Everyone could tell that Qin Yun's proficiency in controlling the Dragon Suppression Cauldron had already reached the realm of completely controlling a Dao artifact. Sect few two old men at the Xian martial realm came from the sword Profound Mountain and they were standing together. From their attitude, one could tell that they were determined to snatch the cauldron back. Wei Zhongxing said, the cauldron of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression has taken the initiative to acknowledge Qin Yun, so it can't be said to be Jian Xuanzi's. You are all warriors of the Xian realm and you have cultivated for over 1,000 years. Don't tell me you still don't understand this sort of thing? The cauldron was a very good Dao item, Wei Zhongxing would definitely not take it away from the sword Profound Mountain. Back then, you guys used my blood as a sacrifice to open the immortal graveyard. Maybe it was at that time that the cauldron absorbed a large amount of my blood and took the initiative to acknowledge me. Qin Yun supported Wei Zhongxing and said softly, Sect Master, let's go back. I also want to see what the 9 Extinction Gate looks like. Seeing that they were about to leave, the two elders who were about to leave the sword Profound Mountain released a wild power from their bodies. Qin Yun, if you don't hand over the cauldron, don't even think about leaving this place. The white-robed old man took out a sharp sword. In the evening, the sharp longsword flashed with a cold light and the sword aura was oppressive. Many people retreated, the Xianning selection had already ended. Now, it was a personal grudge, so the mighty heavenly royal clan would not pursue it. Those who do not wish to become enemies with the sword Profound Mountain, do not interfere in this matter. Although the white-robed elder had expended a lot of energy to create a life mark for Qin Yun, his strength was still terrifying. Furthermore, their sword Profound Mountain had 2 Xian realm experts. They only needed to deal with the injured Wei Zhongxing. It was more than enough. On the side of the 9 extinction gate, only Wei Zhongxing, who was at the Xian realm, was heavily injured. As for the other elders of the spirit realm, they had also expended a lot of energy and were unable to continue fighting. Only Qin Yan and Jiang Jihu could fight. Everyone immediately dispersed. Now, everyone could tell that the people from the Sword Profound Mountain wanted to obtain the cauldron no matter what. Qin Yan hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Wei Zhongxing and said, "Sect Master, I'll give it to you to use. Can you repel them?" Wei Zhongxing was also thinking of a countermeasure. When he heard Qin Yan's voice transmission, he hurriedly replied, "We can give it a try. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron is very terrifying. It contains a lot of energy. After I finish using it, the cauldron's energy will be greatly depleted, and there might even be some damage. It doesn't matter, let's cross this crisis first," Qin Yan said. The white-robed elder pointed his sword at Qin Yan and company and shouted, "Quickly hand over the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron or all of you will die." The other old man also sneered and said, "Even if we kill you here, you won't be able to escape. With the strength of your 9 extinction profound gate, you won't be able to take revenge on us. And your 9 extinction profound gate will also completely fall." Qin Yan and company were immediately enraged. The Sword Profound Mountain was bullying them just because they were at the Xian martial realm. "Sect Master!" Qin Yan shouted. With a flash of golden light, the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron suddenly appeared. Wei Zhongxing hurriedly took the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and pressed his palm against the cauldron mountain, pushing it towards the 2 Xian martial realm martial artists in front of him. A Xian martial layer old man was hit by the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and his body was split open. He let out a miserable shriek. Boom! Under Wei Zhongxing's control, the cauldron fiercely charged towards the white-robed elder, causing sparks to explode from the collision and a loud sound, hoo-hoo-hoo. As the cauldron flew over, a large amount of flames surged out, enveloping the 2 old men at the Xian martial realm. The 2 old men at the Xian martial realm continuously screamed in pain. Their bodies were also being burned by the roaring flames. The flames released by the cauldron were extremely terrifying, burning the ground to the point of melting. A warrior at the peak of the Xian martial realm had activated the energy of the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, causing the flames to become so terrifying. Everyone in the distance was amazed by Wei Zhongxing's strength. Even though he was so heavily injured, he was still able to control the cauldron and severely injure 2 Xian realm cultivators. "Sect Master!" When an elder saw Wei Zhongxing fall, he hurriedly flew over and supported the exhausted Wei Zhongxing. Qin Yan quickly took over the cauldron and smashed it at the 2 Xian realm cultivators in the sea of flames. Boom! Boom! In just a few short moments, the cauldron had smashed down more than 10 times, causing the 2 elders inside to scream miserably. "Let's go!" Wei Zhongxing waved his hand and released a small golden boat. The elder hurriedly carried Wei Zhongxing onto the boat. Qin Yan put away the cauldron and boarded the boat with Jiang Jihu and the 3 elders. "Let's go!" Wei Zhongxing weakly shouted. The boat was like a ray of golden light as it flew into the sky. The speed of the boat was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was far away from the Black Tortoise Mountain. After Qin Yan and company left, the sea of fire near the battling platform gradually weakened. There were 2 charred corpses lying inside. The 2 old men at the Xian realm were actually dead. Hua! In an instant, the crowd was shaken. The Xian martial realm had fallen and there were even 2 of them. They were both from the Sword Profound Mountain. The few warriors of the spirit realm from the Sword Profound Mountain all rushed over, filled with grief, looking at the 2 dead Xian realm warriors. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. They were shocked by the power of the cauldron. This ancient Dao artifact was too terrifying. Wei Zhongxing was severely injured. He used all his strength to use the cauldron and the flames he released were incomparably powerful. They could burn a person at the Xian realm to death. The cauldron was well controlled by Qin Yan. Therefore, with his permission, Wei Zhongxing could use it very well. With so many major events happening in the selection, many people left in a hurry. They were in a hurry to spread the news because it was too shocking. The golden boat in the sky was flying south at a very fast speed. In the night sky, it was like a golden meteor streaking across the horizon. On the boat, Qin Yan looked at the weak Wei Zhongxing and said, "Sect Master, we've done something big." Wei Zhongxing's face was as pale as paper, but he said with a smile, "It's not bad to kill them. We have to let everyone else know that if they want to snatch the cauldron, they will have to pay a painful price." Jiang Jihu said, "Brother Yun, can you deal with someone at the spirit realm if you use the cauldron? You also killed a martial artist of the spirit realm." Qin Yan shook his head and said, "No. If he was at the spirit realm in an extremely good condition, he would definitely be able to defeat me easily. The gap between me and the spirit realm is still very big." Wei Zhongxing nodded. "I've already used up all the energy within the cauldron. I need the power of the Xian realm to fill it up. With little Yun's current strength, he is still unable to activate the powerful energy stored within the cauldron. The cauldron is extremely sturdy and has a very strong defensive power." Qin Yan sighed and said, "I wonder when I will be able to step into the spirit realm. If I didn't win first place, I don't know when I would have stepped into the second level of the martial Dao realm." "Take your time. Stepping into the spirit realm is not something that can be done in a short period of time. There has to be a process." Wei Zhongxing said, "Little Yun, if you meet a strong enemy in the future, as long as they are at the 4th or 5th level of the martial Dao realm, don't force yourself. Your cauldron no longer has any energy and all aspects have dropped by a lot." Qin Yun nodded. He knew very well that killing someone at the spirit realm on the battling platform was just a fluke. There would not be a second chance. The small boat flew south, carrying Wei Zhongxing and company back to the 9 Extinction Profound Gate. In just a single night, the news of the Xianing selection had spread to many cities and sects: the Dragon Cauldron, the deaths of 2 Xian martial realm warriors and the appearance of a genius with 2 inner cores were all extremely shocking matters. In a great hall of the Moon Profound Valley, old Madame Du's face was filled with shock when she heard what had happened at the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain. "Qin Yan is not dead. That's great." Zi Qingqing was also extremely excited. "Grandma Du, I'll go to the 9 Extinction Profound Gate to find Qin Yan now." Old Madame Du hurriedly said, "Qingqing, don't be in such a hurry to go. I have something important for you to do. I will arrange for an elder at the Xian martial realm to follow you to the border area and kill all the people from the Floating Spirit Valley and the Wind Spirit sect. Our Moon Profound Valley wants to monopolize the border area. Grandma Du, the Violet Spirit Star Palace is lacking in resources and wants to return to the martial desolate land. Is that possible?" Zi Qingqing did not know what old Lady Du's goal was as she asked. "In terms of resources, I will provide them to you. I will also arrange for people to take over the Violet Spirit Star Palace and ensure that it operates well." Zi Qingqing was secretly delighted, but she was somewhat puzzled. "Grandma Du, why are you so concerned about the matters of the border area? Haven't you already found the immortal tomb? That's not a real immortal tomb. I'm not as gullible as Jian Xuanzi and the others." Old Madame Du coldly snorted and said, "The real immortal graveyard is not like that. Also, the Violet Spirit Star Palace will become a subordinate sect of our Moon Profound Valley in the future. After you have arranged the handover, immediately return to the martial desolate land. You must establish a good relationship with Qin Yan in secret." Old Madame Du said, "He is the sect master of the Inscription Gate. The star and moon runes that he has mastered are something that even a king-level sect would want to obtain." Zi Qingqing's heart trembled as she looked at Old Lady Du in astonishment. She had previously told Old Lady Du some of Qin Yan's matters. Therefore, when Old Lady Du thought that Qin Yan had died, she felt extremely regretful. Now that Old Lady Du knew that Qin Yan was still alive, she viewed Qin Yan as a treasure. Old Lady Du said indifferently, "I said people to kill the Wind Spirit sect and the Floating Spirit Valley and control the border areas. I don't want the matter of Qin Yan to spread too quickly." Zi Qingqing thought for a moment and hurriedly said, "Grandma Du, Yuelan is Qin Yan's wife and Shiyue is Qin Yan's master. I think it won't be too difficult for Moon Profound Valley to develop a good relationship with Qin Yan in the future." Old Madame Du smiled, "That's right. Don't worry, I will also vigorously nurture Yuelan and the others. I never thought that there would be so many good seedlings in this damned place. Grandma Du, do you still blame me for back then?" Before Zi Qingqing could finish speaking, Old Lady Du waved her hand. "It's been so many years. Just don't do it again in the future." Old Madame Du sighed and said to Zi Qingqing with a gratified smile, "Now, you have become a disciple of the Moon Profound Valley. This is still your home. Thank you, grandmother. Xianxia lowered her head and her beautiful eyes became moist. At this moment, the 9 Extinction Profound Gate had become the focus of attention of the martial desolate northern region. Whether it was the disciples or the sect leader, they had all done something sensational. End of chapter 367. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.